You are listening to The Innkeeper by Lifesketcher, Chapter 601, Alpha Male. Letter 1D698, Letter 1D4A5, Letter 1D4F5XT, Letter 1D490, Letter 1D4A, Letter 1D4C2. X smiled politely at the mother, while doing his best to resist cursing her. It was extremely important to get along with her because her family was the main target for the existing quest. He also had to keep in mind that while he had to make this wedding as exquisite as possible, he had to cater to the family's wishes and requirements as well. To do all that, he had to maintain a cordial relationship with them, so he had to put up with the unnecessarily eager mother. "My name is Lex. It's a pleasure to meet you." No, the pleasure is all mine. My name is Jeline, but everyone just calls me Mom." Before the conversation progressed any further, P. Vardy had finally recovered from the tackle he received from Jasmine and spoke up. Hey, this is moving way too fast. I didn't agree to any of this. Don't think I'm a man who can be forced into things." Although P. Vardy usually played a very casual and carefree character, Lex had to admit that it took a certain level of conviction and determination to reject such a marriage, even at the risk of personal consequences. If his personality was really of the lovable town idiot, he would not have been able to bear such a burden. Lex had genuine respect for that aspect of him. Unfortunately, Lex was invested in this wedding now, so. "Allow me to have a word with him," Lex said with a smile before anyone else could speak up. Using the spatial manipulation formation, he formed a separate room, containing only P. Vardy and him. This way, no one would be able to hear them speak. Lex also surrounded themselves with dark Imperial shields, blocking their sight to prevent lip reading. "The situation does not seem to be in your favor," Lex said, a trace of sympathy in his voice. "Tell me what you want, I'll try to help you get it." "I want to be free from that girl," P. Vardy said, his voice extremely forceful yet somehow lacking conviction. "I mean, didn't you hear her? She played with my entire life on a whim when I was being kind to her. If I stay with her, she'll play with my entire life as if it were a game." Lex nodded as he could clearly understand what P. Vardy was saying but didn't immediately respond. Instead, after a short pause, he asked, "Tell me, P. Vardy, what do you envision your future as?" The young noble was taken aback by the sudden question, but did not hesitate to answer. "I may not have the financial support of my family anymore, but they can't take my knowledge away from me. I have the understanding and the techniques required to raise my cultivation further. I'll grow strong and eventually start my own family. Maybe I'll even take control of a small region somewhere." "An admirable goal," Lex commented, genuine praise in his voice. "But now I want you to imagine the scenario for a moment. Let's imagine that you've managed to dissuade Jasmine's family and have once again rejected the wedding. You did this so that they don't interfere with your life or, in your own words, play with your life anymore. Do you really think they will just let you be after that, or let you grow strong, or establish your own power?" P. Vardy frowned. This was not the first time he had thought of this concern. Truth be told, he had only formed a tentative plan of relying on the Midnight Inn for refuge if things got too troublesome. But the fact that the inn was too expensive to rely on indefinitely without any real income was a major issue. "I don't want to force you into something you don't want," Lex continued upon seeing that P. Vardy was not replying. "However, I will give you a suggestion. Just think about it and consider for yourself what is best. Regardless of whether you get married or not, the interference of Jasmine and her family in your life will not be over. If you do get married to her, and you happen to re-enter your Noel family, then she will be forced to join your family instead of you hers. Then you will have a lot more control over the situation. Moreover, with the power and resources of both families available to you, you will be able to go much farther than you can go by yourself." Lex paused for a moment to let P. Vardy absorb all this information and contemplate for himself what was the right course of action. Just because Lex had presented the information did not mean he believed that P. Vardy would follow it blindly. He had to let him reach the conclusion on his own. In fact, Lex planned to divert P. Vardy's attention by adding another layer of complexity to the situation. It burdened Lex's innocent heart with immense guilt to do this, but it was for P. Vardy's own good, and was not at all hitting two birds with one stone. "If I'm being perfectly honest, although I genuinely think this is the best course of action for you, I also have a bit of an agenda in persuading you towards this marriage." P. Vardy narrowed his eyes and looked at Lex. Although he had not mentioned it, he of course noticed that Lex had taken a side for the marriage instead of helping him. "Reason I'm telling you this," Lex lied in a very modest tone of voice, "is because without your help, even if I push this wedding forward, I won't really gain anything. That's why I'm being upfront with you as well. If we can come to an understanding, we can move forward with the situation, making sure to benefit the both of us. If not, then I can help you avoid the family's pressure, and you can figure out a way you think is more suitable to handle this situation." "What exactly do you need?" P. Vardy asked suspiciously. "I need information, extremely sensitive information. I want to know why the human royal family, as well as the other races, aren't fully resisting the Craven invasions. There are secrets related to the Craven that only a very few know, and I want to find out what it is. Even Aegis, the crown prince of Hum, did not have this information, though that was mostly a result of his own lazy attitude. I believe that Jasmine's family will have some records or details about the truth. If you can join their family and become an important member, then you can help me get that information. In exchange, I can use some resources from the tavern and the inn to help you increase your importance to the families. That way, you solidify your position and gain the support you need, and I get the information that I want. While Lex was not lying about wanting information about the Craven, that was not his priority at the moment. He was just using one truth to hide another, that he really wanted P. Vardy to agree to the wedding. Jasmine's family is a vassal force of the Cornelius family, so they definitely have an important position in the Empire, P. Vardy confirmed. After spending a few moments to consider, he decided that what Lex said was the truth. If that was the case, then he could rely on Lex to help him. After all, nothing was more reliable than a relationship of mutual benefits. Fine, what you say makes sense, but you have to help me negotiate with them and make sure they agree to my conditions before the wedding takes place. Jasmine has to join my family instead of me joining hers. Otherwise, I'll never be anything more than a puppet, and I cannot accept such a thing. It's only fair, Lex agreed with him shamelessly and shook his hands. Once they had reached a resolution, Lex dismissed his shields and dispersed the separate room. I have excellent news, Lex announced with a massive smile. After a brief conversation, P. Vardy has realized that he indeed desires this union. Lex looked towards Jasmine and continued. Naturally, as a prime dominant alpha male specimen, he has to ensure that Jasmine can match his caliber. Ensuring that P. Vardy's demands would be met would require Jasmine's support, and since Jasmine was such a fan of how manly P. Vardy was, that was the only card he had to play to convince her. He was cringing internally as he spoke, yet his words seemed to resonate with Jasmine. No one had dared make demands of her family in such an upfront manner before, and it excited her even more. P. Vardy truly was the man of her dreams. Suddenly the look in her eyes became feral, and she once again pounced on P. Vardy, but this time her brothers responded in time and caught her beforehand. Lex, why don't you and I speak privately for a moment as well? Jeline asked, winking at him. Chapter 602, Developments. The situation on Earth had taken a turn for the worst. The casualties were catastrophic during the first few weeks of fighting, but had recently started to decrease. The prime cause of the decrease was not that the fighting had diminished. No, far from it, in fact. The level of fighting had increased drastically. The real reason for the drop in casualties was that of the remaining population, over 90% over the ages of 15, had become cultivators in some capacity. Most had become followers of Amana and Adamas, with men usually leaning towards Amana and women leaning towards Adamas. Although that alone did not raise their cultivation levels through the roof, it raised their survivability. Second thing that raised the survivability of the humans was the appearance of a few devils and a whole lot of demons. No one knew how they arrived on Earth, probably in a similar fashion to the deities, but they strongly supported the factions led by the old powers of Earth, namely Richard, Sam, and Fayday the Fatty. Brandon and Elizabeth were the only ones who had not participated in this coalition. Due to their long history and sudden increase in power, a large chunk of the surviving humans flocked to them as well. The deities also did not object to the devils, so that made it extremely convenient, although when news spread, the Jotun Empire strongly condemned this action. Strange power shift was occurring on Earth these days, with the battle being slowly limited to a few regions on Earth, and sometimes in space. The greatest change was the fact that the new powers, the deities and the devils, both restricted the use of golden keys to escape Earth. The act of running away not only weakened Earth, it reduced morale, at least according to them. As such, fewer and fewer people were running away from Earth these days, instead choosing to stand and fight. The situation seemed to have reached an equilibrium of sorts, despite the fact that the fighting never stopped. Midst all of this, there was one tiny power that had somehow survived, untouched both by devils and deities. The Kingdom of New York, under the rule and protection of King Marlowe, its armies led by genius General Raphael, heir to the kingdom, managed to protect its sovereignty using only its own forces. There were also rumors of a special elite unit consisting of a samurai, a man of metal impervious to all damage, and the final, mysterious member known only as the Dark Invader, who seemed to have control over the darkness. This elite unit had no name, since officially their existence had not been announced, but those who whispered of their strength had started calling them the Powered Rangers. On a battlefield near Niagara Falls, Larry was moving from one robot corpse to another. Although most of the initial invading force of these robot aliens had bodies made of organic matter and were varied, the ones who had been coming most recently had started to show signs of mass production and had more of a uniform structure. That also meant more common materials were used in their manufacturing, though common here was only a relative term. Only an approximate 15% of their bodies were made up of metals, but that was more than enough for Larry. He would not let a single scrap of this metal pass him by, as these metals could not be found on Earth. Moreover, they were excellent conductors for spiritual energy, and were thus excellent fuel for him to raise his cultivation realm. His eyes were completely focused as he performed his tasks, but hidden deep behind them was an unwavering conviction. Jeffrey had thought he was condemning Larry by having the planet invaded by aliens. Instead, he had provided him with excellent resources to power up, and once Larry was strong, he would get his revenge. Space. Lex, why don't you and I speak privately for a moment as well? Jeline asked, winking at him. Lex had already steeled himself by now, so he did not have a strong reaction to her antics. He was, however, somewhat surprised at her relentless pursuit, even though she was supposedly facing someone so dangerous. Even her sons, who were much stronger than her, acted with an air of caution while she completely maintained her role as a mama, looking for a husband for her daughter. Why not? Lex said, as he erected imperial shields around them and locked them in a separate space, much in the way he had done with P-Vardy. Though he had no intentions of falling for her antics, he had to admire her commitment to the cause. Letter 1D698, letter 1D4E5, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D490, letter 1D4AA, letter 1D4C2. I love my children, but sometimes it's good to just talk between adults, don't you think? She asked with a warm smile, as if she were addressing an old friend. It is easier to talk to someone with a level head, Lex answered, completely ignoring the fact that despite being called an adult among children, he was actually the youngest in the room. Before we get into the thick of things, shall we properly introduce ourselves? Everything has happened a little abruptly. I was not prepared to run into such a distinguished establishment out here. Of course, it is naturally for the best. After all, if you intend to hold your daughter's wedding in my humble establishment, then you must understand the place well. My name is Lex, as you already know, and this is the Midnight Tavern. There's not much to tell, really. I enjoy the company of people and bringing happiness and joy to all, so I opened up this little place where guests can come and unwind. Drinks flow freely, and though my selection is a little more limited for more distinguished guests, I do have something in the cellar that can be brought out for such a wonderful occasion. Although the Noel family has been very gracious to me, and even the Crown Prince of Hum Nation is a good friend of mine, I prefer the simple life and tend to stay away from unnecessary politics and strife. So long as no one comes and bothers me or my guests, I will not bother anyone in return. Chapter 603, Relentless. Letter 1D698, letter 1D4E5, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D490, letter 1D4A, letter 1D4C2. Eileen maintained her smiling appearance while Lex spoke, and did not show any changes, keeping her thoughts hidden. Naturally, such a thing was completely ineffective against Lex. Not only did he have his sixth sense giving him feedback, his intuition was also providing him with a sense of what she was feeling. Moreover, after confirming with his intuition that it was safe, he conducted a little experiment with his soul sense. He used it to observe any fluctuations in Jeline's soul. Lex could not observe in too much detail, as she would likely sense something amiss even without a soul sense of her own, but it was enough to simply observe from afar. Although her thoughts did not cause any prominent changes to her soul, Lex could clearly determine that she was in an excited yet tense state. Basically, she knew she had stumbled across an opportunity, but also knew that she had to be cautious to make use of it. After noticing that Lex did not respond to any of her previous hints and suggestions, she decided to make one final attempt. If that did not work, she would employ less direct and more long-term measures. If there was one thing she was adept at, it was finding spouses for her children. Considering that noble and powerful families existed for thousands upon thousands of years, they naturally had many children. As such, many noble families had their children marry one another. Obviously, not all noble families had an equal status or power, but it was impossible to expect that each child would marry into an equally powerful or even more powerful family. That was one of the reasons the Noel family had an opportunity to connect to theirs in the first place, besides the obvious developing business connections. Now that she had encountered a new independent and potentially untapped power, there was no way she wouldn't try to secure the connection for one of her children. The fact that he had a friendship with the genius crown prince only added more legitimacy to his establishment. I envy your freedom. Between managing my husband's estate and all the numerous political appearances I have to make, I barely get time to attend my own children's weddings. My husband is Laurent Phillips, Duke of the Phillips Province, home to one of the few Etherium mines in all of the Crystal Realm. The fact that King Cornelius let our family maintain operations of the mine, instead of controlling it themselves, speaks of the close bond and trust we share with the royal family. Lex was naturally familiar with Etherium, though it had to be admitted that the only reason he remembered it was because of his improved memory and intelligence. He had taken a list of all the commonly sold valuable items at the Infinity Emporium, as well as their uses. Etherium was listed there, with its description stating that it was an incredibly valuable ore used in the manufacturing of machines, gear, and weapons suited for immortals. Etherium mining was one of the profitable businesses in the entire Origin realm, so much so that intergalactic wars had been fought over especially large mines. If what Jeline said was true, then they truly were very closely associated with the royal family. That posed both an opportunity and a risk for Lex. He wanted to avoid the king and his attention, but the close relation meant that the Phillips family probably had all the valuable information he needed. I'm sure their trust is well placed. It is an honor for me to host you at my humble establishment. Not humble at all, she rebuked, waving her hand. Don't think I will let appearances fool me. Although you've styled your place to seem nondescript, I can immediately identify Dribble Oak Wood. Even my husband would not complain while staying here. The Dribble Oak Wood she was talking about came from a round of upgrades the tavern underwent when the Midnight Inn underwent the star rank increase. Since the star ranking of the tavern couldn't be increased, since it was not in a separate realm, the entire tavern building and its entire structure was upgraded. The Dribble Oak Wood was a special kind of wood that was especially sturdy and generally was considered indestructible. That was because the more physical force that was applied to it, the stronger it became. Cutting the tree required immortals using their personal strength and vast amounts of spirit energy. Other than being sturdy, it also cleaned the air of impurities, gave off a fresh smell, and would generally attract spiritual energy around itself. Lex only smiled at her comment, but said nothing else. Now that we have been properly introduced, Jeline began, let's talk about the issue at hand. Although it was not my wish, it is clear that Jasmine has taken a great liking to young P. Vardy. It seems inevitable that they will get married, regardless of what anyone says. Indeed, that seems to be the case, Lex said while nodding. Though I don't see why you wish to discuss that with me. I am only here to provide services should anyone need them. I do not interfere in my guests' business, at least unless they are about to harm my tavern or my guests. Lex did not even flinch as he lied shamelessly. Indeed, I do not wish for you to interfere in this matter, nor would I want someone else to handle my business. No, what I wish to talk about is the potential political repercussions that we'll have to face as a result of this. I was hoping to have your cooperation so that we can mitigate any potential fallout and keep the event going as smoothly as possible. After all, not everyone will want to see this union take place. Anything can happen at any time. As such, I'll be assigning one of my most competent daughters to work with you so that she can coordinate on my behalf as events unfold. Naturally, with all my duties, I cannot be here all the time, so she will take care of that for me. Chapter 604, Repulsive. Lex could already determine what Jeline was trying to do. This was probably a relatively common custom amongst nobles and powerful cultivators, where he would spend time with Jeline's daughter to determine if he liked her or not. Lex had no doubt that she would be a wonderful woman, but he had other concerns. Romance was the last on the list of things he was concerned about. I look forward to working with her, Lex commented. Just so that I know, when are you expecting this wedding to take place? Since you have already contacted your family and told them to arrive, shall I expect the wedding to take place as soon as they arrive? Of course, whatever your thoughts, I'm sure P. Vardy and his family will also have some considerations. My daughter, no doubt, is in a great rush to get married. As much as I would like to indulge her, these things can never be quick or simple. Were these ordinary circumstances, an engagement period of even 10 years would not be unusual. As it happens, due to the various complications that have resulted due to the very public rejection and then reunion, the process will be sped up as much as possible. Various important guests will be invited and some backdoor negotiations will take place. Even at the earliest, it will take a couple of months. Lex did not show any reaction, yet he was internally disappointed. Waiting a couple of months at the very least was already too long. He could not afford to sit here and wait while this happened, but at the same time he more or less expected as such. The only real option he had was to begin his journey, heading towards either Valesko to meet the Crystal Race Elder, or anywhere else he could expect to find some answers. In the meantime, he could use his remote presence ability to coordinate with P. Vardy, Jeline, her daughter, or whoever else. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Lex asked. Although talking privately made things more convenient, nothing they talked about really required a separated conversation. So that meant that whatever Jeline really wanted to talk about was still left. Actually, the matter I wanted to talk about is unrelated to the wedding. Your tavern, due to its deceivingly humble appearance, has provided a remarkably opportune location to facilitate certain tasks that I would rather confidential. I'm glad you find my establishment to be of use. How can I help? It's nothing too complicated. Over the next few days, someone will come by and drop a package with you. Afterwards, at some point, I will come over and pick it up. Holding on to the package is not the issue. The issue is that the package's container will not be able to restrict its aura for very long. If someone detects the aura of the items contained within the package, it would be quite problematic. As such, the package needs to be placed in a completely isolated and enclosed environment. Naturally, when I come by, I will replace the packaging and take it away. Letter 1 D698, letter 1 D4A5, letter 1 D4F5XT, letter 1 D490, letter 1 D4A, letter 1 D4C2. That is not an issue at all, Lex confirmed. All the person needs to do is rent a room for the duration he wishes to keep the package hidden. I'll place the package in the room, and no one will come out or go in. I'll even place protections around the room to ensure none of the aura is leaked. Jeline nodded, but she wasn't completely satisfied. This exchange means a lot to me, so I can't just go ahead with it without testing it out first. I'll pass along a sample to you that will behave similarly to the package I'm expecting. If you're able to block its aura for 3 days, then I will proceed with the deal. It's not a problem, Lex commented simply. Jeline activated her spatial ring and summoned a small, palm-sized black box with no obvious. For now, the box appeared to be completely normal, but if what Jeline said was true, then soon it would begin to leak out a very noticeable aura. Lex reached forward and grabbed it, but while his spirit and soul sense could not detect anything from the box, the moment he touched it, a grotesque and repulsive feeling filled him. The feeling was so potent that, even with all the practice he had maintaining his expression, he could not help but reveal a frown. The feeling was coming from his intuition, and it was telling him clearly that whatever was in the box was absolutely putrid. Lex brought his gaze up to Jeline, who seemed startled at his frown but said nothing. After a moment, Lex put the box away in his own spatial bangle. "In 3 days, I'll come to collect the box from you," she said sheepishly. Lex only nodded, and without confirming the conclusion of their conversation, removed the shields surrounding them. They were once again reunited with the group, but instead of continuing the conversation with the group, Lex stood up. "There's much left to discuss, but matters have happened fairly abruptly. How about an intermission to collect ourselves and our thoughts on the matter? After all parties involved have had a chance to discuss amongst themselves, you can reconvene to continue planning." Pivardi was not expecting such a sudden break from the meeting, but despite the private meeting Lex had with Jeline, he was sure that Lex was on his side. In that case, going along with the plan would only help him and not harm him. Jasmine was the most reluctant, but her mother's stern grip on her hand ensured that she did not misbehave. As it happened, Fenrir showed up once again and forlornly handed the necklace back to Jasmine. Although the pup had wanted to keep it for himself, Lex had used their connection to get the pup to return it. Jeline, Jasmine, and the rest departed, leaving Lex and Pivardi behind. He did not plan on leaving, since the Phillips family was probably heading towards the Noel family mansion anyway. Instead, he used a communication talisman to send a message to his brother with a brief summary of what happened, and waited for them to contact him first. "Is everything all right?" Pivardi asked, sensing something off about Lex. Although he did not ask directly, even he could sense that Lex was unsettled after the private meeting with Jeline. "A small matter, unrelated to you, so no need for you to worry. I have a few tasks to take care of, so if you need me, just leave a message at the bar." Pivardi only nodded, and went back to the main hall, where the flutist and dancer were finally taking a break. Jeline had already paid for a room for 3 days, but instead of going to one of the usual rooms, Lex went to the hidden rooms underneath the bar. There, he placed the repulsive black box in the middle of a room. Originally, Lex was planning on just blocking the room off using the spatial formation, but suddenly, he decided that he needed to take more precautions. He summoned some of the Orion scale he had stocked up at the inn and encased the box in them, before locking the space around them. That should be enough to hold off whatever aura the box was supposed to release. Part of Lex was extremely curious about what the box held. He had never felt something so repulsive, and he wanted no part in whatever business it involved. But technically speaking, Jeline was not breaking any of the rules for his tavern. He was bound to run into more situations in the future where he encountered unsavory things. He needed to decide how he would deal with them. For now, he was maintaining his neutrality, but if it began to wear on his consciousness, he may try something else. With that done, Lex left the tavern. Although he planned on doing his best for this wedding, that did not involve wasting his time. Since he could manage the wedding using his remote presence, there was no point in sticking around. His first destination was the sea. His instincts had told him that there was something valuable under the water. Although going deep underwater was extremely dangerous, for it was always dark and served as the breeding ground or endless monster. If the sea's dangers made them completely untraversable, then there wouldn't be so much trade happening. Although he made no special preparations to keep his presence hidden, almost no one paid much attention to him as he made his way to the port. It was an extremely high-traffic area, so there was no reason to find his behavior suspicious. Moreover, he walked so calmly and confidently that no one felt he was out of place. Even as he walked up to the water and suddenly jumped off the pier, no one noticed. Chapter 605 Under the Sea. In a cold, gray-stone room, a single lamp produced a dim blue light. The light was barely enough to see, but more than enough to produce long, dark shadows that spread to the distant walls. On a throne similarly made of stone sat a repulsive slug-like creature, known as a gelati. It looked weak and tired, yet the aura it radiated was overbearing. Only those gray stone slabs could support the pressure, and the lamp, of course, though barely. In front of the gelati, some distance away, stood a devil in its non-human form. It was 10 feet tall, with a body seemingly made of black rocks, with veins of magma pulsing between them. There were 2 curved horns on its head, and hovering in the air between those horns was a rock emitting a beautiful scarlet glow. "It has come to my lord's attention that you have had some problems with the Midnight Inn," the devil said, his voice grating to hear. The gelati released an angry garbling noise and its aura exploded, but then it calmed itself down, though barely. "Yes," it hissed, my slave, they are keeping my slave from me. During its final reincarnation, my precious dreamy fox somehow escaped and was reincarnated somewhere else. But I have its soul signature recorded. How can I not recognize it? I need it back before it matures." A dreamy fox on the verge of its final evolution is the most important ingredient in the pill I'm refining. Without it, I will not be able to survive the tribulation that will occur when I enter the next realm. I have delayed my breakthrough long enough. My lord too wishes to acquire something from within the Midnight Inn. He is inviting you to join him. The only chance we have of success is if we pool our strengths. "Are you not afraid of the Daelord?" the gelati hissed again, angrily. "My lord Rockefeller's father too is a Daelord. As you know, we devils have no shortage of Daelords. We fear no one." This time the gelati did not hiss. Instead, after spending some time contemplating, its body lifted into the air and it approached the devil. Space letter 1D698, letter 1D4E5, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D490, letter 1D4A, letter 1D4C2. The sea water was pleasantly cold, though the water near the pier was somewhat grimy. It was not too deep either, as Lex could clearly see the surface when he reached the bottom. Of course, it also helped that this near Babylon, the seabed was embedded with numerous rods, emitting a soft red light. In fact, these rods were spread on the seabed for a few miles around the town, to ensure no new monsters were spawned there. The town's navy would inspect them almost weekly, alongside having numerous hunting expeditions where they cleared the nearby waters of any monsters. Lex practiced moving his arms to see how the water pressure affected him. At his current depth, the resistance he faced did not hamper him by much. He took a look around him, but besides the odd fish here and there, he saw nothing of interest. For a moment he wondered how fish managed to survive in these monster-infested waters, but then shrugged, slipped his hands into his pockets and began to walk forward. He was not concerned about holding his breath, as his body could go days without needing to breathe. Moreover, he could divert spiritual energy towards his lungs and somewhat replace the function of air with it for a period of time. Not to mention, there were countless techniques out there that could allow Lex to breathe underwater, not that he was planning on relying on any of these methods. Instead, Lex planned on using a very simple, single-circle array on the roof of his mouth that would produce air. He would breathe out any excess air and just take a fresh breath every few hours. Of course, he had to be careful with the amount of air he breathed. The deeper he went underwater, the greater the pressure and the more the air would shrink. He was not too worried about anything on his way down, but he had to be careful when returning to the surface. If he wasn't careful about how air expands, he could seriously injure himself. One would think that Lex could ignore such minor details due to his impressive cultivation, not to mention how sturdy his body was. To an extent, that was true. But Lex was not deluded enough to think he could take on all of nature and come out undefeated. The line between confidence and arrogance was thin, and he did not intend to cross it. Also, his intuition told him not to mess around underwater, so there wasn't much left to argue on. Not that any of this should matter. Lex's destination was not too far, or else his intuition would not have been able to detect whatever he was heading towards. After walking for about 20 minutes, Lex had descended deeper into the sea. He was pleasantly surprised to find that instead of unspeakable horrors, the seabed was actually quite amazing. Once he moved away from the grimy, polluted waters near the town, he encountered a lot more fish. The seabed was teeming with life, so much so that Lex even detected signs of life from numerous rocks, or at least things that looked like rocks. He found a lot of debris as well, of broken ships and what looked like remains of old buildings, and all of them had been turned into habitats for the local marine life. It felt like he was walking through an aquarium. The density of fish continued to increase, right up until he came across an underwater forest. The fish swam happily through the seaweed-wrapped trees, but a sense of foreboding stopped Lex from taking a step forward. It was confusing, for his intuition was both telling him it was safe to proceed, and that he would encounter danger if he took a single step forward. What did he have to swim instead of walk? Lex shook his head. The answer couldn't be so simple. After a few moments of thought, Lex reached out with his spirit sense and touched one of the trees. "Excuse me, is it all right if I cross?" he asked. Chapter 606, Peculiar Trollops. Silence followed Lex's question. He was not in a rush and waited a moment, thinking of other ways to enter the forest. The trees were thick and tall, with the shortest of them being at least 80 feet, 24 meters, tall and 5 feet, 1.5 meters thick. The bark, if there was even a bark, was completely wrapped in seaweed, making it impossible to see. But the seaweed also grew between the trees, like the grass on a forest floor. Lex had suspected. "Why are you so goddamn polite?" a voice suddenly echoed in Lex's mind. The forest groaned, as if each and every tree was frustrated, but then quickly returned to the normal state. The fish had all been startled and began swimming out in droves, which frustrated the forest even more. Lex smirked. He had suspected the danger he was feeling was because the forest was actually a trelop, and it seemed he was right. It was safe to traverse, so long as he had permission. If not, then he could face great danger. "Isn't it natural to ask for permission before entering?" "What do you goddamn mean, natural? Down here ain't no goddamn thing has any etiquette, which is the whole reason I moved here. I ain't on anyone's territory, so I can goddamn do as I please. So if someone is impolite and enters recklessly, you punish them." "Well, that all depends on my mood now, doesn't it?" A massive goldfish made of seaweed emerged from the forest and swam around Lex, as if inspecting him. Since the trelop fish was inspecting him, Lex saw no reason not to reciprocate. He used his targeted scan ability. Name Toro. Age. Sex, letter 1D698, letter 1D4E5, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D490, letter 1D4A, letter 1D4C2. Cultivation details. Species trelop. Remarks, since it's not yet a guest, it can be classified as a seaweed wrap. The targeted scan only revealed partial information, and was not very consistent in what it revealed, but that was fine as Lex was no longer totally dependent on the system. Based on his own experience as well as his intuition, alongside some basic inference, Lex could determine that Toro was an Earth immortal. He was all too familiar with the unique pressure that immortals radiated, and his intuition gave him an appropriately severe warning for Lex to be able to determine it was an immortal. Not to mention, it was unlikely a weak trelop could survive underwater where it was likely to encounter monsters. Sure, the humans cleared this area often, but who could really predict when an immortal-level monster might show up? Hadn't Zagan passed through here just a short time ago? "So what about me?" Lex asked. "Can I enter now that I've asked politely?" "What do you goddamn want by entering?" Toro asked, irritated. He had been looking forward to punishing the stupid human for its insolence. But the feeble being was so inconsiderate that he had even asked nicely, leaving Toro with no good excuse to punish him. Sure, Toro didn't really need a real reason if it wanted to harm Lex, but that would be breaking the rules of its own game. If he broke the rules, then the fun of the game would disappear, and he would turn into a mad tyrant instead of a disciplined instructor, as it thought of itself. Lex considered whether to answer truthfully or come up with an excuse, but eventually decided that there was no use in lying. He could not hide his activities with the Trelop's territory, so lying would instead get him in trouble. "I can sense something valuable in your territory, so I came to investigate." The goldfish bared its teeth, as if it did not like Lex's answer. "Of course you goddamn sense something. I'm the one using the lure." The goldfish started twisting and turning in agitation, squirming in frustration. "Why are you so bloody goddamn freaking honest?" The fish continued to throw a tantrum, and Lex just stood there, watching in amusement. Eventually, though, Toro calmed down and glared at Lex. "Follow me," he said bluntly and swam into the forest. Lex followed and was surprised to discover that all the water pressure disappeared, not that it bothered him to begin with. But he quickly realized why it was so necessary. There was a tribe of some race Lex had never seen before living in the forest, worshipping the seaweed fish. In merely a few minutes, Lex saw thousands of those creatures which looked like humanoid squids. Despite their massive numbers, Lex could sense that not a single one of them were stronger than the Foundation realm. They probably depended on the forest to project themselves not only from the water pressure, but from the monsters as well. "Quite the community you have here," Lex commented appreciatively. He had begun to gain an understanding of trelops. All the trelops he had seen before had a massive number of beasts and sentient and semi-sentient creatures living within their territories, not to mention the unique personalities they had. If what Toro said was right, he had released the aura of whatever it was holding in its territory itself to attract others. Despite his strange obsession with wanting to hurt trespassers, Lex suspected he wanted more inhabitants for its territory. There was an earthquake some time ago, and it revealed this pool of a strange liquid I've never seen before, Taro suddenly started to explain. Its aura is extremely attractive, but the moment I tried to touch it, it began corrupting my body. The same happened with any other creature that touched it. Originally, I thought I'd just seal off the area, but the pool is beginning to grow, and I cannot seal it. The reason I allowed its aura to spread was so that others could come, and I could see if anyone had a solution. If you had been impolite, I would have let you access it without the warning I'm now giving you. Lex frowned. His intuition was telling him he was heading towards something extremely valuable, but could he be wrong? It wasn't so easy to trick his intuition. What could this be? Chapter 607, Money Maker. While Lex was wondering what he was about to encounter, various things were happening out in the universe. Even on a smaller scale, the inn itself was constantly busy, so much so that it was impossible for Lex to track everything that was happening in it all the time. Naturally, when something important happened, he would be notified or updated, but for the mundane or common things, he would not pay too much attention. As of late, even his MP accumulation was something he paid little attention to. With the amount of MP he was making, he did not need to worry about running short any time soon. But even as far as knowing he had a lot of MP went, if Lex were to check his balance right now, he would be greatly surprised for an additional 500 billion MP had suddenly appeared. This income was not random, but was deposited to his account due to some of the tasks that Ragnar put up being completed. At this rate, it would be long until Lex earned the 1 trillion MP from his 100 trillion MP transaction. But of course, Lex would only realize this much later. For now, he followed the massive fish as it led him deeper within its territory. Even if the fish did not lead him, Lex would be able to reach the destination, for he was heading in the same direction that his intuition was guiding him to. The closer he got, the stronger his intuition urged him to hurry up. If he had not been warned by Toro, he would have genuinely believed he was about to discover ambrosia, instead of a possibly toxic pool. There was something deeply unsettling about this. Either the pool had to be used in a certain way to gain its benefits, which the Trellope was ignorant of, which is why it suffered. Or else, the pool was something extremely sinister, with the ability to bait the senses of intelligent beings. Considering the fact that a most likely Earth immortal level Trellope was hurt by the pool, Lex did not allow himself to feel arrogant for even a moment. He had to treat the matter very seriously. Soon, Lex identified the area where the pool most likely emerged. He did not need to rely on his intuition or even the fish to tell, for the forest around it had decayed. The trees were wilting, and the seaweed growing from the ground had completely disappeared. A cage surrounded the area, blocking off the multitudes of fish and other races that were trying to enter and reach the pool. An ominous feeling filled Lex's mind as he saw the influence the pool had wrought. This was especially so because by now it wasn't only his intuition that was informing him of how valuable the upcoming pool was, it was his actual physical body. He could feel a physical attraction pulling him closer, as if his body had been parched for eons, and a glass of water was almost within reach. Lex felt like asking Toro some more questions, and so quickly thought of the politest way to phrase it. Although the Trellope had a peculiar personality, as long as Lex remembered to stay polite, he should not encounter any danger. The reason you allowed the aura to escape was to see if anyone could get rid of the pool, right? If you've discovered something, could you please share it with me? I would be most grateful. Toro's body trembled, as if he had been electrocuted. He glared at Lex, but they were in a relatively public place now, so it refrained from cursing the previous 17 generations of Lex's family. After all, as the lord of this region, it had an image to maintain. Although to an outside observer, it may look like my territory is only this forest, but they would be wrong. My territory extends as deep as the roots of the plants go. As such, I know for a fact that there was no such pool under the ground that the earthquake could have brought to the surface. In fact, even now, though it may appear as if the pool is emerging from underground, the truth is that there is no source down below. Though the pool appeared after the earthquake, it has no real source. It suddenly appeared and I cannot tell how it is growing. It's a goddamn menace. Toro was, of course, speaking to Lex through its spirit sense, so no one could hear it. I do, however, have suspicions. The more materials it corrupts and dissolves, the greater the pool grows. I can only guess that whatever the pool is, it is turning everything into itself. Toro paused as they approached the cage and stared through to a glow visible in the distance. Even at the bottom of the sea, a small pool was distinctly visible inside a bowl-shaped rock. The pool could not have been bigger than a dozen liters, at most, yet its presence was massive. It had a white and silverish appearance and gave off a beautiful and mesmerizing glow. The only word Lex could think to describe both its visage and aura was holy. The pool seemed the very definition of pure and felt as if it could cradle all of life. The impression it created was so strong that Lex almost ignored the dichotomy of the site where every living thing near it had already died. Letter 1 D698, letter 1 D4A5, letter 1 D4F5 XT, letter 1 D490, letter 1 D4A, letter 1 D4C2. Do you know what kind of power immortals wield? Toro asked Lex, his voice strangely devoid of anger and frustration. No, not really. Power of an immortal comes from his tenets, Toro explained, strangely calm. Do you know what laws are? Universal laws. Tenets allow immortals to very barely interact with the laws of the universe. The only way I've been able to slow down the spread of this pool is by suppressing it with my tenet. But even then, it is only able to suppress it and not stop it. Lex appreciated the information, especially since it was giving him revelations into information he had no access to before. But the fact that Toro was not insulting him, or resisting the urge to insult, and was revealing such sensitive information without prompting was highly suspicious. Why are you telling me this? Lex asked, his gaze still stuck to the pool. How could it be so beautiful? He wanted nothing more than to take a sip of it. Because other than me, you are the only one who has not become completely enthralled by it after looking at it. I hope you have a solution. As soon as Toro spoke, Lex realized that all the creatures that were trying to approach it were simply being blocked by the cage. They were not fighting against it, trying to destroy it, or finding some other way through. They were simply pressed against the cage as they tried to approach the pool, like mindless zombies. It was strange, now that Lex thought about it. Although he was feeling a very strong urge to drink from the pool, it was nowhere near irresistible, nor did he feel like his mind was being influenced in any way. Lex had no way of knowing what the liquid in the pool was, but he had a few ideas of how he could find out. Can you let me through to investigate? He asked, remembering to retain his politeness. Sure, Toro said, and wrapped Lex with some seaweed. In fact, if you discover a way to get rid of it or take it away, you can have all of it. I won't stop you. Lex wanted to nod, but wrapped in seaweed, he could not really move. Toro was not imprisoning him, merely encasing him in his tenet so that Lex could enter the cage. After a couple of minutes, when Toro released the seaweed, Lex discovered that he was already inside, right beside the pool. His clothes, Lex could practically smell the liquid in the pool, but of course he could not really smell it. It was the smell of the spiritual energy that the pool was giving off, and it was as sweet as the kindest melody, as gentle as a lover's kiss. Lex could feel as if the world itself was softly hugging him, providing him with warmth, comfort, and security. It was the most pleasant sensation Lex could imagine feeling. A part of Lex wanted to bottle up this liquid and just hide a bit of it in his most expensive rooms at the inn. His capitalist senses were tingling. Yes, drinking it might be wonderful if it wasn't an all-corroding poisonous, but making endless amounts of MP from it and raising the prestige of the inn beyond what it already would be even more wonderful. With a grin that went from being wholesome to sly, Lex took out a glass bottle from his spatial bangle. It was time to see if he could collect this new moneymaker. Chapter 608, Unexpected Reactions. The glass bottle that Lex took out was only a very mundane glass bottle. It was not made from any spiritual material, nor did it have any mystical abilities. The reason Lex took this out first was because he wanted to get an idea for how quickly the liquid worked, and if it worked on ordinary materials as well, or was it restricted to living beings. In scientific terms, if Lex were conducting an experiment, then the glass bottle would be the control. Once he had an understanding of how the liquid, which Lex had started to call holy water temporarily, behaved, then he could find a suitable container for it. Using his spirit sense, he grabbed the bottle and lifted it into the air. Slowly, so as to not cause a splash, he dipped the bottle into the holy water and filled it to the brim. Then he lifted the bottle up in the air, holding it directly above the pool in case the bottle also dissolved. But Lex did not even have time to properly get in position. Even just as he was about to begin waiting, the glass cracked and then shattered. The pieces fell into the pool alongside the extracted liquid and quickly settled to the bottom. Suffice to say, the holy water was not harmless. Next, he took out a jade bottle. It had some medicine Lex had stored for emergency situations, in case encountered someone who was hurt, and removed it. Even as far as special containers went, this jade bottle was still not the best, but it contained a trace of a spiritual attribute, used to retain the medicinal potency of whatever it held. It was also sturdier than glass, and not as easily broken. He repeated the process, but did not get much better results. Although the jade did not immediately shatter the way the glass bottle did, it was immediately covered in small cracks, which eventually grew until the jade broke apart. Next, Lex took out something he hadn't used in a long time, a bottle of Botlam dew. It was not the dew Lex was after, but rather the bottle it came in. Regardless of all its shortcomings, the one thing Lex could never accuse the system of was giving him low-quality items. If this bottle didn't work, then Lex would officially run out of containers. It wasn't as if he went around with his spatial bangle full of bottles to use for various situations. Once again, he repeated the process, but although the bottle resisted for a little longer, it too eventually broke. By now, all the shards of glass and jade that had fallen into the holy water previously had disappeared, and Lex detected the slightest increase in the size of the pool. The increase was so small he would not have noticed it if he weren't looking for it. Lex paused for a moment and considered the situation. Although he planned on conducting a few more tests, it seemed fairly certain that anything he would use to try to contain the liquid would dissolve. That was an issue, for if he wanted to submit the liquid into the gift shop so that he could discover what it was, he would need to at least contain it for a few minutes. After all, returning to the inn from the crystal realm took quite a bit longer than normal. If he had to go on by what Toro said, the only thing that could contain the liquid were his tenets, but that was only because they interacted with laws. Based on that, he could think of two ways to contain the liquid. Either he could use arrays, or he could try his own spirit energy since he had suspicions that it had something to do with laws. But it was best to be sure first, so he continued his tests of trying to contain the liquid. Since he had run out of containers, he tried other things. He tried soaking the liquid up in some cloth. He tried storing it in the curves of some metallic armor. He tried freezing it so that it would become solid. Nothing seemed to work, as any material it interacted with would dissolve, and temperature seemed to have no effect on it. In the end, Lex became too impatient and began to devise a way to trap the liquid using an array. His plan was simple. He would store a single drop of liquid trapped inside an array which kept it floating in the middle, so the liquid would never actually come in contact with the array. The array itself would then be fit inside a container so that Lex could move it around. Letter 1D698, letter 1D4A5, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D490, letter 1D4A, letter 1D4C2. He would make the array so that it would last for at least 30 minutes, which would give him plenty of time to send it to the gift shop and read its description. Coming up with the relevant array was pretty easy. Lex had long devised his own way to create arrays by implementing structures similar to functions in programming languages. Of course, this was only true for simpler arrays. If the array had to perform complex actions or bring about extremely powerful reactions, he would still need to spend more time working on them. A minute later, he finalized the array and activated it. At first, it seemed to work. The drop of liquid was suspended in the air, kept there by a gentle yet constant push generated by the array. Even Toro, who was watching from afar, seemed surprisingly hopeful. But then something happened that Lex had not foreseen. The array ran out of power all too quickly. According to Lex's design, the array should have lasted for 30 minutes, yet it had not even lasted for 3 seconds. What's more, as the drop fell back to the pool, it turned into 2 drops right before Lex's eyes. He couldn't believe it. This time he tried again, but with an array designed to last much longer. This time Lex spent well over 20 minutes to design the array, making sure there were no flaws and that it would last at least a couple of days. He did not mind brute forcing a solution, but the premise was that the consumption of the array's energy stayed constant to what Lex had already witnessed. He tried again, and once again a single drop was suspended into the air. 1, 2, 3, Lex counted in his mind. When he reached 10 seconds and saw that the array was not destabilizing, he felt himself relax, if the array lasted at least a few minutes. Before the thought was even complete, the array collapsed, and this time, the single drop turned into dozens of drops, causing a ripple in the puddle when they fell back. "Don't do that again," warned Toro. "It's increasing the size of the pool too fast. The more the liquid accumulates, the stronger its effect becomes on the surrounding creatures." Lex frowned. The more troublesome this liquid was, the more he wanted to get his hands on it. But he was running out of ideas. The only thing left to do was try out his own spirit energy, or perhaps his own body. There was a reason Lex hadn't tried directly using his spirit sense on the liquid. Since it could corrode even an immortal, chances were it would do the same to him, and he really didn't want to face the hassle of recovering from another injury. He wasn't really concerned about any significant damage to himself, though. Although healing was very annoying for him, he had all the benefits of a body cultivator and more. That meant that, at this point, even if he lost a limb with enough time and energy, he could grow it back. With a sigh, Lex steadied his mental state. He assumed that even if the liquid did not corrode him, once he touched it his desire to drink it would multiply. But until he verified what this liquid really was, and what it did, he could not take that risk. He used the technique impervious hands and slowly dipped the tip of his finger in the liquid. As soon as he felt any harm, he would immediately pull out, but he was not at all ready for what happened when he touched it. The lotus tattoo on his back stirred. The lotus had fallen asleep after the immense effort it put into refining Lex's body when he was previously injured, but the moment Lex touched the liquid, it began to wake up. It wasn't that the lotus was attracted to the liquid. No, instead, it felt great danger. But even before the lotus could fully wake up and respond to the danger somehow, a stream of information rushed into Lex's head from a very familiar source. Regal Embrace had identified the liquid and immediately told Lex to drink it up. This was the kind of resources that he desperately needed to evolve his cultivation technique, but could never hope to actually encounter. Chapter 609, Cosmic Erosion Elixir. Lex had previously already given out a strict set of instructions to Mary and the various workers of the inn to go by, not to mention the fact that every so often he would use his remote presence to drop in and monitor things. Many important things were happening at the same time during this period. First, the festival at the inn had entered the winter phase. The weather of the entire inn had changed for the first time, blanketing it all in snow. The architecture of various buildings had changed to suit the new weather, and the kinds of services being offered had changed as well. The golf carts had turned into snowmobiles, and hot springs had cropped up all around the inn. Some specific regions even had extreme weather, dropping well below -100 Celsius, though of course they were far away from the densely populated areas. One minor realm had been selected to be sold to the refugees, and the council had, under the supervision of Luther, come up with a payment plan for it. Since a one-time payment was incredibly difficult, the refugees would continue to pay installments for 50 years. Moreover, since this wasn't a transaction through official system channels, Lex had set up a few conditions. The overall price of the minor realm was set at 30 trillion MP. This was not a lot, considering the fact that the minor realm not only had better spiritual energy than Earth itself, but was full of various natural resources that would belong to the refugees to harvest. A portion of that price would be paid in MP, but the larger portion would be directly transferred over to the inn in physical form. That meant Lex would collect the payment in the form of valuable resources such as gold, spirit stones, metal ores, valuable medical herbs, secret treasures, unique spirit tech, and more. The first deposit of 300 million MP had come from the accumulated personal wealth of all the millions of refugees, as well as some of the council's reserves. Although the situation on Earth had developed so that fewer and fewer refugees were coming through, the council still treated the minor realm as their failsafe, in case the war went poorly. In fact, some council members had already completely given up on Earth, and decided to focus on developing the minor realm into their own personal kingdoms. Other than these, the inn's workers had also selected a minor realm which would solely belong to them. The Jotun Empire had also by now begun to promote their private minor realm to humans, attracting many to go and train at the pagoda. In fact, many were already in there, including a few prominent people such as Z. Gerard, Wilbentham and Namen, but the human lie detector. Oddly enough, though, despite the many people entering, very few were able to make it as far as Lex and Alexander. It was only now that so many that were entering that the soldiers in charge of recording the pagoda information realized how remarkable their achievement was. All in all, the scene at the inn seemed peaceful and prosperous. In contrast, the seeds of war were beginning to bloom across the entire Origin realm. The change brought about by the energy released into the Origin realm by the Innkeeper was finally becoming noticeable. More and more powerful cultivators and unique beasts and creatures were beginning to appear, their strength increased by the sudden surplus of cultivation materials. Previously, such growth would be slow and natural, meaning that the status quo would be undisturbed as everyone would naturally find their place within it. But with such a sudden surge in powerful beings, everyone believed themselves special and wanted to resist the greater powers to have their own organizations and influence. Normally, such actions would have brought them a swift death, but the sheer scale of the event was actually bringing about great pressure on the pre-established powers. Even the Jotun Empire was showing signs of trouble, but it was fortunate that the three great noble families had suddenly become very active and began suppressing dissidents. All of this was not even considering the sudden upsurge in Fugan attacks. This could no longer even be called the calm before the storm. The storm was already arriving, and chaos was brewing. Conspiracies thousands of years in the making were coming to fruition. Empires seemingly indestructible were crumbling from within, and races that had long been suppressed, and were waiting for an opportunity to revolt, were beginning to make their move. Letter 1 D698, letter 1 D4A5, letter 1 D4F5 XT, letter 1 D490, letter 1 D4A, letter 1 D4C2. Amidst all of this, numerous students of the acclaimed Ventura Academy were once again returning to their respective powers, at least in the Origin realm. If they were coming to help their powers tide over difficult times, or if they had some secret agenda was still to be seen. None of this should have had anything to do with Lex, but the Innkeeper and the Midnight Inn could not escape its influence. The Hanali had given their response to the Innkeeper. The inn's battlefield was decided, and it was in a galaxy that had almost no human presence at all. Instead, it was a galaxy controlled by elves called Sura. Coincidentally, or perhaps not so, that was the same galaxy the mysterious man had told Lex to visit to find an unknown valuable item. But while the Hanali had decided on the inn's battlefield, the order had not yet reached the inn and thus Lex, which was fortunate, because Lex was thoroughly preoccupied at the moment. He stared at the shining liquid, which was anything but the holy water Lex had originally decided to call it, an ominous look in his eyes. His cultivation technique had given him a detailed description of the liquid, which was known as cosmic erosion elixir. This extremely rare liquid was produced in only two known circumstances. It could either be produced by a Daelord by using their power to slowly and carefully grind space out of existence, or during a relatively very brief period of time when a seemingly stable realm begins to destabilize, on the course for self-destruction. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 610, Reverence. The circumstances required for the production of cosmic erosion elixir were extremely stringent, even on a universal scale. In fact, even if many minor realms or realms were destroyed, they might not produce this elixir. The first most important requirement was that the realm needed to be extremely stable, and should otherwise appear completely in line with its normal life cycle. The stability of the realm meant that the space it constituted would be extremely stable, and capable of healing normally and naturally should anything happen. The second requirement was a significant and constant destabilizing factor. This factor should be strong enough to strain the laws of the realm constantly, but not strong enough to actually unravel the functionality of the realm or its laws. The third requirement was that the realm should not be fully mature, and should still be in the growing phase of its life cycle. The fourth requirement was a sufficiently long enough duration of time to pass without any of the prior requirements changing. The natural inclination of the realm to grow would increase the stress on the laws of the realm caused by the destabilizing factor without unraveling them. The otherwise stability of the realm alongside the increased stress would, in random locations, cause space itself to begin to disintegrate. Byproduct of this disintegration was the cosmic erosion elixir, which was a physical manifestation of the various laws that used to occupy the space that had been destroyed. The reason why this liquid was so attractive to all living beings was because of those said laws, which could directly elevate them to a higher life form. Lex himself had undergone such evolutions through the natural sequence, which occurred every time he rose from one cultivation realm to another. But if he followed this path, then his maximum ceiling for evolving higher was fixed to the number of cultivation realms he could cross. Items and treasures which could elevate the lifeform without going through the process of raising a cultivation realm were so rare that they were essentially never sold. There was no price for them in the market because it had never happened before. Yet the reason no one could make use of this cosmic erosion elixir was because it had to do with laws, and their bodies could not handle the strain on directly touching laws. The only reason Lex was not suffering a similar fate was because his body had literally used fragments of laws to upgrade itself. If he used the elixir to reach a higher life form level than he was supposed to be at, he would begin to understand how important and valuable such a thing was. But it was not meant to be, for now at least. His cultivation technique had called first dibs, and informed him of how he could use this liquid to slowly augment the existing laws that made up his body as well as influence his affinity, so that slowly it would change in a direction which would allow him to enter the next realm. Of course, the elixir alone was not enough to achieve such a thing, but it was a start. That gave Lex an amazing idea. Not only could he use this elixir, he could transport it to the inn. He would use however much of it was needed for his own upgrade, and trade the rest to get other materials with similar effects so he could continue to upgrade himself. After all, although he knew he could fix his cultivation if he got an SSS Plus rank on a quest, such a thing was easier said than done. Every time he had completed a quest with such a high ranking, it had been completely based on luck, and was a result of the involvement of extremely high-leveled cultivators. Part of him wanted to keep the elixir forever, continuously feeding it items to allow it to grow, but such a thing was not possible. Apparently, the elixir would only exist for a very short time before the laws within it would naturally reorient themselves, causing the liquid to disappear. If there was one fortunate thing, it was that he now knew how he could transport the liquid. Letter 1 D698, letter 1 D4A5, letter 1 D4F5XT, letter 1 D490, letter 1 D4AL, letter 1 D4C2. Since his body and spiritual energy would not be corroded by the elixir, he only needed to use them. He used a curved imperial shield and scooped up all the elixir into it like a massive bowl. He would first take it back to the Midnight Inn before consuming it. He did not know what kind of reaction would occur once he did, and did not want to leave himself vulnerable to external influence. "I'll be back," Lex told Toro before eventually disappearing to the inn. He teleported to his personal meditation room before using his influence over the system to create an especially expensive and powerful basin for the liquid before pouring it in. He did not know how long the liquid would continue to exist. He had to be quick. The Lotus, which had finally woken up, was frightened silly when it sensed Lex drinking the elixir. That was not soup, but laws. Even it did not dare absorb such a thing, for if he was not able to perfectly influence how those laws were absorbed, its body itself would instead be absorbed by the laws. That was a fact that Lex's cultivation technique had already mentioned, but had already given a solution to. So, while Lex went ahead and augmented his cultivation, the incredibly powerful lotus on his back was filled with reverence for the incredible Innkeeper. He was truly beyond common sense. With that thought, the lotus went back to sleep. Since Lex's body was a carrier for the lotus, the stronger his body, the faster the lotus would mature. With Lex doing something as daring as drinking the elixir, there was no doubt the lotus, maturing speed, would continue to increase. It was fortunate that the lotus had gone back to sleep, for the reverence it had built up might have been severely affected when it noticed that, instead of entering a state of cultivation upon drinking the elixir, Lex immediately teleported to the restroom. The elixir had given him a bad case of diarrhea. Chapter 611, Potent Fertilizer. Regal Embrace had given Lex detailed instructions on what to do to absorb the elixir. He would first start using his cultivation technique, and only after he had used it for one complete cycle would he take a single sip from it, while continuing to run his technique. As soon as he took the sip, his cultivation technique would stop absorbing spiritual energy from the air, and instead use the elixir to increase his cultivation. The actual process of what happened next was quite complicated, but all Lex needed to do was ensure he didn't stop cultivating. As soon as he took the sip, and his cultivation technique began using the elixir to affect his body and infinity, Lex was hit with a sensation he hadn't experienced in quite a while. He needed to use the restroom, and he needed to use it now. The urgency of the situation nearly interrupted his cultivation, so he immediately entered the flow state to ensure he did not mess things up. This way, he teleported to the restroom while still running his cultivation technique. Letter 1 D698, letter 1 D4A5, letter 1 D4F5 XT, letter 1 D490, letter 1 D4A, letter 1 D4C2. What happened next was disastrous. There was no Mexican food on Earth Mexican enough, nor spice strong enough to devastate Lex's stomach the way it was now. If Lex was not in his flow state, he definitely would not have been able to continue cultivating. The gurgles in his stomach were like rolls of thunder. If Lex were not at the inn and had been elsewhere, earthquakes would have rocked the area around him. Although the method was unconventional, Regal Embrace was using the laws in the elixir to perfectly stabilize his body, so that the laws he contained would be in perfect equilibrium instead of being a random hodgepodge. Moreover, although laws were incredibly powerful and definitely beyond Lex's level, thus increasing his strength drastically, not all laws were suitable for him. Due to his breakthrough while the inn was undergoing a star-level increase, a random assortment of laws had been absorbed into his body. While he had survived the experience, it did not mean that those laws were actually helping him. In fact, many of the laws that made up his body were going against the natural foundation he had built up since he started cultivating. It was the difference between randomly getting a power-up through the use of treasures beyond one's level, and a conscientious effort using the most optimal resources to systematically increase your power. While both would give you a power-up, one would leave you unable to grow further, while the other would not only give you a higher power ceiling you could achieve within the same realm, but also make your final destination much higher than before. In a way, Lex was already on the path to transcending the original description of the Regal Embrace. That did not mean his defense would be even higher than it should have been. No, the cultivation technique had already aimed for the highest possible achievable defense right from the get-go. Instead, besides the ridiculous defense, Lex would also gain other incredible attributes. For example, besides Lex's abnormal affinity for defensive techniques, he may gain an affinity for other types of techniques as well. Since he could learn defensive techniques at a glance, and even upgrade them, imagine if he could do the same for movement techniques. Or offensive techniques, techniques based on the applications of space. Lex could only use such thoughts to distract himself as his cultivation technique slowly and effectively removed the unnecessary, or even obstructive laws that his body had. In their place, the laws within the elixir were being used. Although he was once again undergoing a fundamental change in his body's makeup, he was more embarrassed than in pain. No, he couldn't continue to dwell on the matter, or even his state of flow would be broken. He turned his thoughts to something else that had occurred to him when he found out about the elixir, but didn't have time to contemplate on. The elixir was formed when there was an instability affecting the realm. It was not a big jump to assume that whatever anomaly he was supposed to be investigating was the very same instability that had put the crystal realm on the path for destruction. He did not know how much the local powerhouses of the crystal knew about the anomaly, but he was fairly certain they didn't know that the realm was on the path to destruction. According to his original guess, they were using the anomaly and the Craven to fulfill some grand plan, or perhaps they were farming some extremely rare resources. All in all, there was some secret plan they were exploiting the Craven for. But if they knew that their continued exploitation had likely put their realm on the path to destruction, he doubted they would behave so audaciously. This piece of information was more than sufficient for him to venture towards Valesko and meet that crystal race elder. In the meantime, there was also the chance that he could learn more from the Noel and Phillips family. Lex could feel that he was incredibly close to solving this mystery. While Lex was busy thinking every possible random thought he could to distract himself, there was a certain area of the inn he had purposefully blocked off all news from to himself. No matter what happened there, for now, Lex would not know. There was a simple reason for that. The Midnight Inn was a closed system, meaning that everything that happened there stayed within. The remnants of the laws that were being released from Lex's body were not mysteriously vanishing. No, they were being recycled, and then transported to the special area that Lex had blocked all news from, the greenhouse. "Oh dear, such potent fertilizer," commented the turtle as bags of fresh fertilizer were being teleported to the greenhouse. These would be extremely useful in helping the vine growing beside the fire temple. Chapter 612, A Deal. One excruciating hour later, Lex was finally done. His digestion of the single sip of elixir was complete. Although he could immediately go and start digesting the second sip, he was mentally drained from his experience. This was not a comment on his emotional trauma from the experience. The difficulty of keeping his cultivation technique running under such strenuous circumstances had actually drained him. It would take him some time to recover before was in any condition to undergo another round of cultivation. But that did not mean he had any time to waste. There was no telling how long the elixir would last. According to the information given to him by Regal Embrace, the elixir would last at most for a week. He had no time to waste. Instead of returning to the Crystal Realm, Lex instead went to X-142. This set of planets had been very fruitful for Lex, not only because it was a great source of various guests, but because of the Infinity Emporium. Although Lex had not purposefully sold a golden key to the Emporium, considering the fact that a lot of people on the planet were becoming regulars of the inn, he was surprised that the Emporium had not discovered it yet. Or maybe it had, but was purposefully avoiding it. Whatever the reason, so long as they continued to be useful to Lex, he would not pry too deeply into their matter either. As usual, he saw many guests walking in and out of the Emporium, but knew that when he entered, he would be alone in the shop. He saw a vaguely familiar person exit the store, and then quickly scurry away. Lex paused for a moment as he tried to recall if he had actually ever met that person, or if he was an important guest. It took only a moment for Lex to recall a tavern he had stayed in on X-142 when he first arrived called Bent Benches. The tavern keeper had been some poor fellow with extremely severe anxiety issues. Letter 1 D698, letter 1 D4A5, letter 1 D4F5XT, letter 1 D490, letter 1 D4A, letter 1 D4C2. Lex turned and saw that the man was still quite jittery and was doing his best to stay away from people as he continued on his path. Lex shook his head. Anxiety was truly an unfortunate ailment to have. Putting the matter behind him, he entered the shop to once again be greeted by the familiar Powell. "My friend, it is always a good day when I see you," Powell exclaimed with genuine joy in his voice. "Haha, well then today is about to be a very good day for you," Lex said, walked up to the counter. "I have a great deal for you today." "Why the rush to talk of business? Why don't you relax a little, you look weary." Not waiting for Lex to respond, Powell brought out a bottle from underneath the counter as well as a couple of glasses and poured Lex a drink. Considering the fact that Lex was a high-level member of the Emporium, not only did he have access to some of their best items and inventory, he could get amazing perks as well. This drink, it seemed, was one of them. Lex did not reject and took a sip from the hazel-colored drink, only to feel reinvigorated immediately. All his exhaustion disappeared with a single sip. Unfortunately, Lex wasn't too happy about that. This only meant he would have to go back and cultivate. "I wish I had the time to relax, Powell, but I have a time-sensitive matter that I need to handle." "Tell me about it," Powell said, not prodding Lex to relax any further. Considering Lex's status, it was only normal for him to try and maintain a good relationship with him. But if the man was focused on work, who was he to keep diverging from the topic? Lex smiled for a moment, as he anticipated Powell's reaction to the matter. "Have you ever heard of cosmic erosion elixir?" he asked, leaning forward. For a moment Powell did not respond, as he tried to recall the name. The moment he did, his expression changed minutely, but he tried not to show it. "Yes, I've heard of it, but if you're hoping to buy, unfortunately we do not have any way of getting our hands on it." Although Powell was rejecting him, he was unable to hide the hint of expectation the man had on his face. Obviously he had a suspicion, but he did not allow himself to hope it was true. "That's even better because I want to sell some. The rarity of it should help me get a better price." "Are you sure?" Powell asked, barely keeping himself from jumping up. Are you sure it's the elixir? Completely sure, though before I am able to sell it to you, I'll need something from you. I'll need a few containers in which I can store the elixir. Everything I have completely dissolves when I try to store the elixir in it. That's no problem at all, Powell said, completely understanding. In fact, as long as you really have the elixir and sell it to the Emporium, I'll give you a few containers for free. They're extremely valuable and can be used to store even other precious liquids. That's great, but now let's talk about something much more relevant, the price. What can the Emporium pay for the elixir? Powell suddenly put on a serious expression and lifted a latch on his counter, inviting Lex in. Follow me, let's discuss this in a better setting. For something of this level, I'll need to contain our head office, so it'll take a few minutes to get the relevant data. Lex followed Powell into a very luxurious room and took a seat on a sofa while Powell pulled out a tablet and began working furiously. He did not know how far the so-called headquarters were, but the communication was quite quick if it only took a few minutes. Chapter 613, Powell and Powell. Lex watched in silence as Powell excitedly interacted with his tablet. Sometimes the man was so professional, yet at other times, especially when it was a matter of his own commission, he could show a childlike giddiness. Soon he put down the tablet and looked at Lex. Good news, because of your level at the Infinity Emporium as well as our history together, I've been promoted significantly. Headquarters will give me special training so that in the future I will permanently deal with all your transactions. There will no longer ever be a situation where I need to contact headquarters to give you an answer to one of your questions. Moreover, you yourself have become a VIP member of the Emporium. Your level is no longer denoted by number, as you are completely eligible for the highest authority the Emporium has to offer. Moreover, the owner of the Emporium has taken notice of your latest request and is personally making his way over. This deal, he will complete himself. The owner? Lex asked, surprised. He did not expect to attract the attention of the owner of the Emporium, although it made sense. The description of the elixir stated that it was extremely rare, and there were only two known ways of making it, the first involving Daelords. Moreover, while Lex knew how he could personally use it, he didn't really know what other actual uses it had. Surely they were extremely useful. The only concern was, how long would it take for the owner to reach them? Lex was in a time crunch. Before he could ask, however, the door to the room they were in opened, and an extremely familiar man walked in. You've done a great job, Powell, the man said, his voice confident yet smooth as butter. For now, you can go on and report for your special training. I will take care of things from here. Yes, sir, Powell exclaimed, full of energy, and saluted the owner of the Emporium before he bowed excitedly towards Lex as well. Then he ran off outside, practically giggling, and shut the door behind him. Meanwhile, Lex said nothing as he was thoroughly confused. The man he was looking at was Powell himself. There were two of them. This should not have been such a big surprise, for even on Earth there were identical twins. But the thing was, Lex was not only looking with his eyes. His intuition, spirit sense, and soul sense all told him that he was looking at the same man. Both Powells were exactly one and the same. Lex could have explained such a situation by saying that one Powell was the clone of the other. But then why did they have different memories, feelings, and identities, yet seem to be the same person? The remaining Powell looked at Lex with a smile, and seemed to understand exactly what he was thinking. Before we begin, Mr. Lex, allow me to say I am incredibly honored to finally meet you. Though there was not an opportunity to meet before this, I have long paid attention to your transactions. I would like to thank you on behalf of the Emporium and all its employees for your continued loyalty and support. Your service has always been excellent. I have no reason not to come back, Lex replied with complete composure, despite his confused state. I know you are in a bit of a rush, but would you like a bit of a proper introduction to the Emporium? Perhaps that will answer some of your questions. Or if you have other commitments, we can get right to work, and then you can ask Powell any questions you have in the future. He will have the knowledge and authorization to answer you when you meet next, the owner ensured. Please have a seat, Lex said, pointing towards a nearby sofa. Although I am in a rush, it is not to the level where I can't even sit for a simple conversation. Space. Velma had become extremely busy as of late due to her new profession as well as the immense responsibility the Innkeeper placed on her. If she had to do all that, while maintaining her passion of gossiping, she would need 100 clones of herself. So lately, that is what she had turned her attention towards. She visited the Midnight Library and found some of the best cloning techniques available. None of them were exactly what she was looking for, but they could meet her basic requirements if only barely. But her cultivation was too low for the best techniques, so she had begun to remedy that. She was cultivating non-stop, and had even visited the soul pond built by Harry. The pond helped her increase her soul strength just enough, where she could use one of the most basic but effective cloning techniques. It involved splitting a small piece of one's soul, and storing it inside a sufficiently strong treasure. This would not be any random treasure, but a specially designed treasure for this specific purpose. Once a soul was stored inside, spirit stones could be added into the treasure to form a spirit energy clone, which was completely controlled by the clone. Letter 1D4A, letter 1D4CB, letter 1D459XD, letter 1D554, letter 1D40, letter 1D426. The clone had half the strength of a mortal, but otherwise was perfectly able to replicate a normal human. For Velma's purposes it was enough, for all the clone needed to do was pay attention to gossip and compile the newsletter, while Velma herself focused on raising her cultivation level. It did not really need any significant strength for that. Moreover, all the information the clone received was immediately shared with the main soul so long as they were within a certain range, so it was not really an issue. But within her meditation room, Velma suddenly opened her eyes in shock and quickly ended her round of cultivation. She just received important news about a person the innkeeper had told her to keep an eye on. Garland, the snake which had won the fishing competition, had been assassinated on its home planet. Chapter 614, Not as Good as the Innkeeper. Lex and the owner of the Emporium sat face to face, leaning comfortably in their chairs as if they were old friends catching up instead of two people about to conduct a business transaction. Lex's intuition, as well as his great experience, gave him a very clear warning. The person in front of him was ridiculously powerful, to the point where Lex did not even risk using his targeted scan ability. Besides the single moment where Lex first saw him, and ended up using his spirit and soul sense, he did not dare to even bring them out of his body now. Despite all that, Lex remained perfectly calm. He could no longer be intimidated by powerful cultivators the way he used to be before. Letter 1D4A, letter 1D4CB, letter 1D459XD, letter 1D554, letter 1D40, letter 1D46. Moreover, a business deal was a type of war on its own. He could not give up his psychological advantage due to the difference in cultivation levels. Lex had always pretended to have a powerful backer in his transactions with the Emporium, so he would continue to behave that way. But he was curious about one thing in particular. According to his information, Emperor Jotun was supposed to be the most powerful human in the entire Origin realm. But even if that were the case, the owner of the Emporium should not have been an unknown person. Lex had perused the top 1,000 strongest humans list compiled on the Henali portal. Although it was an unofficial list, it contained a lot of information, yet this person was completely unknown. Or perhaps there were secrets Lex had just missed out on. "Allow me to first introduce myself, and then my Emporium to you," the man said, not allowing an awkward silence to develop between them. Yet by speaking first, he had voluntarily given up the psychological advantage. He had placed Lex in a superior position, where he was the one giving Lex the explanation. Either he was not interested in such mind games, or he was so powerful and confident that he felt like he could ignore their consequences. "My name, as you may be able to guess, is Powell," he said with a bright smile. "You might find it slightly confusing, but you can consider all the workers at the Emporium as clones of myself." "All the workers?" Lex asked, not hiding the surprise in his voice. In this situation, maintaining perfect composure would build a distance between them. It would seem as if Lex was from too large a background and did not care about Powell. But by reacting where Powell might expect him to react would give the man a sense of satisfaction and give him a positive impression of Lex. Of course, he could not take it too far. Lex was only trying to build a good relationship, not trying to become a yes-man. "They are not exactly clones in the traditional sense, but you may consider it as such. It is an aspect of my cultivation technique. Moreover, there is no employee more reliable than myself." Lex disagreed. He felt like the inn's employees were the most reliable, but he didn't voice the thought and allowed him to explain. "I started the Emporium with a dream. I was young and broke when I dreamt of endless riches, so much so that even the stars could not shine as brightly as my hoard. But other than just wealth, I wanted my wealth to come from a place that made a difference. I wanted to start a business that could benefit everyone. So in pursuit of my humble dream, I am trying to bring the Emporium to every corner of the Origin realm. I want the Emporium to be the biggest commerce entity in the entire realm." The spiritual energy buzzed with the excitement and passion in Powell's voice. Even if he wasn't trying, the world around him was reacting to his emotions. It reminded Lex of the way the inn's weather was affected by his mood when he became upset. "I have come a great way, though I am still a little far from reaching my goal. Let me share a small secret with you, to thank you for your faith in the Emporium so far, and to assure you of our capabilities to serve you even in the future." Sitting in his chair, Lex felt like he could give Powell some pointers on marketing and customer psychology. He too had dealt with guests at the inn, but Powell was going about it all wrong. He could be appreciative of guests and their patronage, but he also needed to display a certain level of detachment. Powell had gained great success, no doubt, but in the end, he was no match for the innkeeper. "You may have noticed that every time you enter the Emporium, You arrive at the shop alone regardless of how many people may be going in or out. Yes, I found that extremely fascinating when I first arrived, Lex admitted. The truth of the matter is, the moment you enter the Emporium building, you're no longer on the planet you entered from. Each and every Emporium building in the realm is linked. As soon as you enter, you are teleported to the main branch, as it were. Lex was surprised and perplexed. Sure, such a mass-scale teleportation, especially one so seamless, was extremely impressive. But what was the purpose, moreover? But many times I've encountered situations where I had to wait for deliveries, because I was told it was being transported from elsewhere in the galaxy or realm. Don't tell me I was made to wait just to keep up appearances. Oh no, nothing like that, Powell said, waving his hand. It's purely logistical and supply chain matters that delay deliveries, although having every customer come to one destination makes it easy, as we don't need to maintain separate warehouses or actually transport goods across the wide expanse of space. But getting items to the original warehouse from wherever we are sourcing them also sometimes takes some time. I must admit, situations where our clients have to wait for deliveries are usually very rare. It's only your unique requests that often end up stumping us. Chapter 615, Negotiation. Lex could not help but smile a bit. His requests were either incredibly specific, such as the very specific ore he needed to alter his body, or the millions of cultivation techniques he'd requested. To this date, he still regularly received batches of new techniques which he kept adding to his library. The problem was, the number of techniques had to match the kind of payment he'd made. But Lex's payment had touched upon something that touched the Daelord realm, so there was literally no value that could meet it. In the end, they could just continue to provide techniques endlessly until it became a priceless collection. Eventually, Lex planned to have them start providing nascent soul-level techniques. Although that would speed up the Emporium's payback of its debt, Lex did not actually need endless Golden Core realm techniques. Powell continued. The reason I told you this was because, in the future, no matter where you enter the Emporium from, you will be brought to our main shop, which is reserved for our highest-level members. Moreover, you can establish an account with us, meaning that once you sell something, you will accumulate a special kind of credit called Emporium Credit, EC. You can either cash that out to a currency of your choice, or keep it to purchase items later on. It's a much easier way to keep track of your payments, and the value of each transaction. It's easy enough to understand, said Lex, as if it was the first time he was encountering such a thing. The ease and convenience of our clients is our first priority. I can take you to the store and you can peruse our premium selection at will, but first I'd like to discuss the transaction you previously mentioned to Powell. Yes, the Cosmic Erosion Elixir. I wish to sell some, but first I need a container in which I can transport the elixir itself. If you don't mind my asking, how much elixir are you looking to sell? Lex leaned forward now and established eye contact with Powell. Everything before this was merely a prelude to the conversation that was about to take place now. As an item with no fixed price, how much Lex would be able to gain would all depend on his own negotiation skills. Although Lex may have gained a psychological advantage before this, it would matter little if he failed to gain any tangible benefits. Moreover, he was about to find out if Powell in fact was so self-confident that he did not care about mind games, or if Lex really was superior to him in this regard. I have quite a considerable amount of elixir, Lex confided. Yet I am also using a portion of it for my own purposes. What I want to do is sell the amount I don't need before it disappears. Since I harvested the elixir today, I'd say I have about a week to make the most of it. How much of it I sell to you depends entirely on the price you're able to pay. It could be anywhere from a few drops all the way up to a liter. In fact, Lex had a lot more of the elixir than that. But he was not sure exactly how much he needed, not to mention he was planning on holding an auction in the Midnight Inn as well. He had already told Mary to spread the word about this specific auction, but only guests with a prestige level 4 and above were to be informed. There were very few guests at that prestige level, as they would need to spend at least 10 million MP at the inn to reach such a level. In fact, the only reason the number even entered double digits is because those who performed transactions at the guild room were also counted. Powell did not react too strongly, but at the same time he did not hide his surprise at the possible availability of an entire liter of the elixir. He did not, however, show any surprise to learn that Lex was using the elixir himself. The truth was, his body projected a powerful aura of laws since his body contained laws to begin with, yet did not have the power to suppress the aura. But once his body stabilized, the aura disappeared. Yet now that he was once again adjusting his body's makeup, by drinking the elixir the aura had once again appeared. Although the aura was not completely oppressive, as it was when Lex was still undergoing his body's reconstruction, it was enough to give a casual cultivator some pressure. Even a nascent cultivator would feel pressured in Lex's presence during this period. Suffice to say, Powell could tell that Lex was somehow tempering his body using the elixir. As for how that was possible, he did not inquire. As a businessman, he respected others' personal secrets. There are many ways in which the Emporium can pay you, but I think what really matters is what you're looking for. Why don't you give me an idea for the kind of remuneration you're looking for? The small exchange where neither of them openly quotes a price was a sort of power play by each, trying to understand the other's psychological range for the price. If one of them said a price, such as Lex, but it turned out that it was much lower than what Powell was ready to pay, then Lex would be the one suffering the loss. This was the problem with priceless items. In the end, the final price was entirely dependent on what and how much use the buyer had for it. As it was, Lex was at a slight disadvantage since he did not know the actual value of the elixir and how it could be measured. So instead, he opted for another option. The elixir, as you may know, contains the physical manifestation of laws. I can sell some, but I need other items which contain laws in a similar fashion. Chapter 616 Barter. Elixir, as you may know, contains the physical manifestation of laws. I can sell some, but I need other items which contain laws in a similar fashion, said Lex as he began to explain his demands. Since I know items on the level of the elixir cannot usually be sought out and depend on luck, I won't be so harsh as to ask for items on the same level only. Inferior items are also acceptable, but then the quantity needs to be increased. How much elixir I give you depends on the kinds of resources you provide. After all, I've approached a few other circles as well, and if their offer is better than yours, then they will get more of the liquid. Powell did not show any surprise, relief, or competition on his face upon hearing Lex's demands. He remained extremely professional and immediately delved into relevant matters. One of the reasons the elixir is extremely valuable, excluding its rarity, is because it contains laws pertaining to space, he explained. He did not ask if Lex had an understanding of laws, and if so, how deep it was. Instead, he chose to explain or reiterate some of the basics. That way Lex would either learn about some things without his ignorance being exposed, or he would be able to bring attention to his own upcoming proposal easily. There are a few accompanying laws, of course, such as the law of pressure, the law of power, the law of foundations, but the primary makeup is still space. That is also one of the reasons it is so difficult for it to naturally occur. Moreover, the potency of the law also depends on the maturity of the realm from which it is created. Assuming the potency of the elixir is average, there are already very few items directly as valuable as the elixir. Like you said, lower value items can be exchanged, but then the quantity will have to be adjusted, which is another hassle of its own. Based on your requirements, I can offer you a few options and then you can choose which one suits you the most. But before I get into it, do you have any special requirements in terms of laws? Meaning, are there items of certain laws that you are more partial to, or will any laws do? This was a good question. Technically, according to Regal Embrace, Lex could absorb any items with laws, and the technique would use those laws to reorient, or replace the existing laws that were interfering with his cultivation. To be clear, if Lex wanted to use this method to fix his cultivation technique so that he could cultivate to the nascent realm, it would take far more resources than even his elixir could afford him. But at least it would put him on the right path, while increasing his strength in the process. However, what laws he absorbed would have a long-standing effect on him and his cultivation. For that reason, he was more partial to certain laws that sounded powerful. That was the only criteria he could use to understand laws, for as of right now he knew nothing about them. Any laws at all will suffice, but I will give preference to laws that have to do with healing, energy, and speed. Powell only gave a nod and continued his explanation. Many of our VIP clients often have requirements for rare or valuable resources that are not easily accessible. As it happens, we have 3 clients who have put in a request for the elixir, for a long time now, I might add, and have offered remuneration in exchange that match your requirements. If you wish to proceed, I can show you what they're offering, and the trade can take place using the Emporium as the medium. The third, however, has a few qualms. As it happens, the third client has, in fact, offered an item associated with the laws of healing, but the trade cannot be conducted by the Emporium. To complete the trade, you will have to visit the client yourself, though you do not need to be alarmed, as the Emporium will take responsibility for taking you to and from his planet. Other than those 3, you can also sell the elixir to the Emporium. Unfortunately, we do not have items of the same caliber matching your requirements available at the moment, but we can pay using lower-level items. During this time, I will also personally try to get my hands on items you might find suitable to trade for. But since I do not have any such items on hand, I will not mention them yet. Can you share the details for the items your clients are willing to trade? I'll have to see whether I'm willing to move forward with those trades. At the same time, you can provide me with a list of what the Emporium can offer. I'd like to deal with this matter as quickly as possible so that the next time I visit, I bring as much of the elixir as is needed. Howell did not hesitate and handed Lex a tablet which had an extremely detailed description of each of the items his clients were willing to pay with. Letter 1D4AL, Letter 1D4CB, Letter 1D459XT, Letter 1D554, Letter 1D40, Letter 1D46. The identity of the first two clients was hidden, and only their offers were listed. The first one, coincidentally, was a diamond personally formed by Adamas, the deity of diamonds, and contained the laws of impenetrability. There was a lot of unnecessary drivel about the origin and history of the diamond, and its ceremonial and religious importance. Lex didn't care about that, for to him it was naught but a snack. The law of impenetrability would pair well with the regal embrace, however, so it wasn't bad. Alongside the diamond was the required amount of liquid Lex would have to provide to get it. It was only 300 milliliters, so Lex found it acceptable. After all, he did not understand the value of the elixir, only that the diamond would not disappear in a week so he could take his time to use it. The next item made Lex tremble, and not in a good way. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 617, Chat Rooms. After the diamond, the next listed item was a single teacup with an accompanying saucer, with an extensive floral design all over it. It was neither the cup nor the saucer that caused Lex distress. Instead, it was the law associated with the items. It was the law of femininity. Even with his vast imagination, Lex did not dare imagine what would happen to him if he allowed such a law to take root within his body. This was a trade he absolutely could not participate in. Immediately, Lex swiped the details away and looked at the final offer. This time, not only was the item listed, but there was a detailed introduction about the client as well. The name of the client was Zuri Adisa, and she was originally a common four-leaf clover. Now, after the passage of countless years, she was recognized as one of the strongest beings in the Origin realm, at least according to the Emporium. She had clones across the realm in hundreds of thousands of galaxies, and her influence and power were beyond imagining. The trade, if Lex agreed, would be conducted by one of her clones on a planet she inhabited. Actually, technically speaking, the entire planet, which was about 70% the size of Earth, was actually her clone. The item in question this time was a single blade of grass, within which was contained the law of regrowth. As if that was not enough, a number of other laws were also mentioned that played only a minor supporting role. The laws included the law of vitality, the law of refinement, and the law of healing. Although it was slightly inconvenient to go over to another planet to make the trade, this was by far the most useful to Lex. If consuming that blade of grass somehow improved Lex's healing, even if by a small margin, it was worth it. Then came the list of items the Emporium offered. Although technically they were not as valuable as the previous items, they made Lex's eyes glow. These could go a long way towards not only helping Lex, but they could directly improve the inn. In fact, in the list of items Lex was presented with, there were a number of them that had no relation to laws but were valuable nonetheless. They would especially come in handy, especially since he wanted to strengthen his workers as quickly as possible without harming them. Just as Lex was delving into the list and beginning to pick out things that would be useful to him, Mary called out to him. Lex, there's a situation. Strictly speaking, it doesn't really require you to do anything, but I think you might want to pay attention to future developments. The hesitation and concern in Mary's voice drew Lex's attention. This was extremely out of the ordinary. What happened? He asked, mentally readying himself to hear bad news. It was always bad news. It was never anyone dropping off a picnic basket for the innkeeper. Do you remember Garland, the snake that won the system from the well? You told us to keep an eye on him and get back to you about his activities. Well, something happened to him that we learned about very recently. Apparently he was assassinated. Velma was looking into the details of how it happened, and originally I thought I'd just update you when you come back to the inn since there's nothing you can really do about it. But just a few minutes ago, when Velma discovered the identity of the assassins, we also discovered that they had already entered the inn after the assassination. But even that wasn't enough to get me to specially update you. What really drastically changed the situation was that the assassins directly went up and challenged Mingjai, the mountain man, and John to a fight in the murder grounds. Wait, they just went up to them and challenged them. Pretty much. I suspect they would have already picked a fight directly if they didn't want to end up offending the Midnight Inn. Is that other system user from Earth at the inn? No, currently he is on Earth. So they pretty much immediately challenged all the existing system users at the inn. Yes. Lex was much too experienced to let his thoughts show on his face, but his mood underwent a drastic change nonetheless. An ominous feeling overtook him, and he decided to speed up this meeting as much as possible. Space. At the Midnight Inn, 3 rhino centaurs stood face to face, their massive heights overshadowing the other guests. Their lower bodies were that of a rhino, with thick, sturdy legs, hooved feet, and a midsection that was packed with imposing muscles. From where one would expect a neck, instead a human torso appeared, though its proportions were much larger than normal humans. With biceps larger than most people's calves, a chest built like a warhammer could not budge it, and a long, curved horn emerging from the human forehead, they put on a fearsome appearance. Each of them were at least 14 feet, 2 meters in height. Behind them was the even more imposing figure of the mountain man. To the frequent guests of the inn, the excitement of this particular guest had long passed. He did naught but sleep, no matter how one tried to interact with him. Even the 3 rhino-centaurs were unable to wake him, at least without crossing the inn's rules. "It is pointless to wait here. We can just hire someone to keep an eye on him and alert us once he's awake," said one of the rhinos using his spirit sense. "I say that is a waste of time," said another. "We should just sell his location details to someone in the chat room and get immediate benefits." "What about the other one, the inn's employee?" "That is also a tough situation. Based on our preliminary research into the Midnight Inn, the owner, the innkeeper, is a devastatingly powerful cultivator. It is best not to cross him. Unless this John accepts our challenge willingly, I do not see a way we can get his system either." "Are you sure this Midnight Inn isn't a part of a system either?" the second one asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. It would love it if it could get and absorb a system that could grant something as impressive as the inn. "I've told you, according to the device, the inn has nothing to do with a system. It has never failed before, so there's no reason to believe it'll mess up now." "Easy for you to say," one of them complained. "You've already gotten your hands on the overnight celebrity system from that snake. We're the ones still lacking." "That's also why I have to be even more cautious from now on. Although I myself am a member of the organization, there's always a chance one of the other members will target me. The same goes for you guys. The moment you get your hands on a system, you'll have a target on your backs." The 3 rhino-centaurs went silent as they contemplated what to do. They did not want to give up so easily, especially since they were so close. It had taken them years as members of the organization before they actually found actual system holders. Finally, in tacit understanding, the 3 of them pulled up an interface in front of them. Strangely enough, the interface was not that of the Midnight Inn, and it was not visible to anyone else other than themselves. On the top of the interface were the words, "System Hunter's Chat Room." The chat room had hundreds of billions of members across not only the Origin realm, but thousands of other realms. Yet none of them were worried that the secrets of the chat room would be divulged, their identities leaked, or the existence of the chat room itself discovered. That was because the chat room itself was responsible for maintaining its secrecy. Even if one of the members of the chat room was interrogated under torture, or their memories read, the chat room's existence would not be discovered. That was because the chat room would automatically erase all knowledge and traces linking itself to the member from existence. No one knew how the chat room came into being, but among the basic members of the chat room, there was a theory that the creator of the chat room was the founder of their organization, which hunted system users across the universe, and that he himself had a system linked to chat rooms. No one could say for certain, as there was too much mystery associated with it. The 3 of them exchanged a look before a new post appeared in the chat room. It was auctioning the location of 2 system holders, though there was a disclosure given that the system holders' environment was extremely dangerous. Within 1 second, the post had over 1 million responses. The auction period would last for a few hours, and the chat room would administrate the auction itself and automatically facilitate the transactions. Letter 1D4A, letter 1D4CB, letter 1D459XT. Letter 1D554, letter 1D40, letter 1D4-6. Chapter 618, Bad Seed. Letter 1D4A, letter 1D4CB, letter 1D459XT. Letter 1D554, letter 1D40, letter 1D4-6. Even if Lex sped up the meeting, he had to go through the necessary steps. He had to pick who he was trading with, and in the case of the Emporium, he had to pick out exactly what he wanted to buy. This was a rare opportunity to rack up on various resources, cultivation techniques, and information that he wouldn't normally be able to get in touch with. This was one benefit of appearing as himself. He did not need to pretend to be all-knowing and powerful. Of course, the Emporium could no doubt guess that Lex's background was not simple. But what did it matter if they guessed or not? Lex was still in the Golden Core realm. It was understandable for him to have gaps in his knowledge. If he could supplement his knowledge with that of the Emporium's, not only would he be better off, it would be a lot easier for him to maneuver in the future. Lex could not help but sigh. Things were just too chaotic. He was already in a time crunch to discover the anomaly in the Crystal Realm before his deployment information from the Henali came. Now, he also had to prioritize his own cultivation using the elixir since it would soon disappear. At the same time, he had to maximize his profits from it as well. Not to mention that Lex had numerous employees who were stronger than him. They were currently suppressed because of the subtle influence the inn played in ensuring they work honestly, not to mention those that saw his outburst when he used the butter knife at its full strength. But there was Zagan, a monster currently still undergoing tribulations. Lex had to figure out how to keep him in line. On top of all that, there was now apparently a group of people who knew exactly how to locate system users. Would they be able to detect him as well? He had no idea, but he had to check up on it sooner rather than later. Lex didn't have an issue with the problem, but the fact that too many problems were coming all at once. How was one man supposed to do everything at the same time? Oh yes, there was also a wedding he had to plan. He should see if he could get anything from the Emporium to improve the wedding. Poor Innkeeper, he was completely swamped. Mary, keep an eye on them and tell me if anything significant happens. I have to deal with this first. Although it sounded a lot like Lex was lamenting, in truth he was pretty calm. He complained that he had to do everything himself, but he knew that he had been raising some pretty loyal followers. Previously he was really worried since all his workers seemed to have an extremely mellow and amicable temperament. How would they deal with it if a situation escalated and he wasn't there? But now there was finally one fellow who was a bad seed. How would he be able to take it if one of his coworkers was challenged to a deathmatch? Not too well if Lex had to guess. Suddenly Lex's tense muscles relaxed. Yes, he had to remember that the Innkeeper was never alone. He had the entire inn backing him up. "Do you have some tea?" Lex asked Powell as he perused the list. "This may take a while." Space. The 3 rhino centaurs that were currently trying to sell the location for the system users were not the only ones who had arrived at the inn from their organization. Their organization was exceedingly mysterious, and each member could only join the organization by being invited. Each member was extremely powerful, for snatching a system from a system wielder was not easy at all. Systems gave their users unfair advantages, which made them extremely difficult to kill, which is why most members operated in groups. Of course, their organization also had a loose organizational system, and there was nothing really stopping one member from attacking another to steal their system, so they had to be careful who they partnered with. At least, that's what it was like as basic members of the organization, which is what these 3 were. They had been recruited due to their strengths, and had formed a team because they felt that it was easier to trust one from their own race. As basic members of the organizations, they did not have many perks, but they were eligible to get a special device which could detect systems in a close proximity. There were numerous limitations on the machine, and theirs was the most basic version of the machine too, so it was extremely lucky that they were able to discover Garland back on Nibiru. Garland did not have a simple background even on Nibiru, so they hired a helper using the chatroom. Of course, since the helper was stronger than them, they also signed a contract through the chatroom that the helper could not divulge any information about them, and could not try to harm them in any way. The contract was upheld by the chatroom, and if anyone tried to break it, there was a severe punishment, so it was safe to use. Their helper protected them from external interference while the 3 of them ganged up on Garland. Once it became apparent that he was about to lose, Garland tried to use the golden key to escape, but was ultimately killed before he could use it. Later on, when they had retried the system and escaped pursuit, they gave all of Garland's belongings excluding the system to their helper. It could not be helped. It was a part of his contract that all loot would be turned over to him. When he was inspecting the key, he accidentally broke it and brought them all to the Midnight Inn. Initially, they took things cautiously and made sure to understand their new environment. But when their helper discovered John was a system user, he did not hesitate to challenge him to a deathmatch. There was no mention of systems, and John did not know his motives, but naturally he was provoked into accepting, so currently a death match was underway. It was just these 3 who were more cautious and did not dare to randomly pick a fight with the Innkeeper. It wasn't as if they had heard of his reputation before. It was just a part of their personalities to not provoke death. Unfortunately, at least among the workers at the inn, it was already common knowledge that these 3 had arrived with the same beast which had challenged John to a deathmatch in the murder grounds. The 3 were busy focusing on their chat interface, completely oblivious to their surroundings, when one of them suddenly felt something on his shoulders. He looked up, and was stunned to find a thin, delicate-looking man standing calmly on his shoulders. He was wearing a smart 3-piece suit which only amplified his aura, adding an air of power to the arrogance he radiated. The other 2 rhino centaurs quickly noticed something was wrong, and looked up to find a human looking down on them. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn," he said in an exceptionally cold voice. "I hope you find it to your liking." The man's polite words did nothing to diminish their sudden anger, and one of them yelled fiercely as he punched the man, trying to push him away. But the man very simply took a step forward, and moved from one of the rhinocenator's shoulder to another's head. "I heard that one of your friends challenged John to a fight to the death." He squatted down, but such an action only brought greater attention to the fact that he was looking down on them. Here at the Midnight Inn, we take great pride in our hospitality. Since one of your friends is in a fight to the death, how can we bear to leave you feeling lonely? How about it? Are any of you interested in fighting with me to the death? Although the human did not seem powerful, his words brought the three rhinocenators great stress. Was the inn making a move against them? They immediately tried to exit the inn, but found that they could not. What's the rush? Why leave so soon? I especially took my time to go to the security room and have them block you from teleporting away before I approached you. How can I allow you to leave without tasting our hospitality? The three rhinocenators suddenly noticed that, at some point, they had been encircled by a large number of suited humans. Some of them were radiating an especially strong aura, though most of them were not so intimidating. But their numbers alone was something to worry the rhinocentaurs. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Luther, and I have recently added a new occupation to my resume. Alongside my main job, I have also become in charge of fertilizer procurement. Allow me to show you how I fulfill this role. Chapter 619, Blood of Covenant. Under a familiar night sky was a battlefield filled with rubble which once used to belong to some ancient ruins, which were no doubt once a glorious civilization. The battlefield seemed to stretch into forever, and perhaps if the combatants made it far enough, they would once again see some standing ruins. But sightseeing was not really on the agenda for the two combatants, locked in a fight to the death. Don's repertoire consisted of exceedingly lethal and deadly attacks, but the greatest flaw of those attacks was that they were more geared towards assassination than combat. They were designed to be swift, piercing, and devastating, but for all the might that they packed, to use each one certain conditions needed to be met. Matching those conditions in the midst of active combat was difficult, to say the least. But any assassin worth his salt would also know that in case of a failed assassination, he might have to face active combat and perhaps even a siege. So their skills were more than sufficient even in combat, if not quite as good as their assassination. The issue John was facing, however, was that the massive centipede-like creature he was facing was ridiculously strong. Even in optimal conditions, John might not be able to assassinate him, let alone now that the target was aware of his intentions. John, who was perfectly hidden within the fold of space within a shadow, discovered that much like the mystery trial, any assassination plan his system helped him conjure would always be perfectly countered by this enemy. It was only when he attempted his own methods that he got even a hint of a positive result, despite the system's approach being more rounded than his own. He did not know who this fellow was, nor why he had gone crazy in provoking him, but John was not about to take things lightly. Even if direct assassination methods spawned by the system were not working, he had other methods he could use. John's eye turned black, and he once again got ready for one of their brief but deadly clashes. Strange black lines began creeping up on his skin, line tendrils of an unspeakable evil, encroaching upon his body from an unknown abyss. While John readied his next attack, the centipede-like creature stood silent and confident in the murder grounds. As a member of the System Hunter organization, his personal strength had been judged to be enough to hunt the average system wielder even if he was alone. It would not be so easy to take him down. Moreover, while the creature knew its opponent had a system, John did not know that his greatest secret had already been revealed to the opponent, to a small degree. The advantage that knowledge presented could either be small or great, but the only thing that was certain was that the outcome of this battle could not yet be determined based on the advantages any one party had over the other. Space. The entire security team surrounded the three rhinocerators, watching as Luther aggravated them. Truthfully, their actions were breaking the rules. The three guests had not done anything illegal, and so it was not appropriate to punish them by blocking their exit from the inn. Technically speaking, even their challenge to the murder grounds had been legal. As if blocking their exit was not bad enough, Luther even came with the intention of attacking them. Considering all of this was against the rules, all the workers felt quite uncomfortable doing it. But Luther's plan had personally been approved by Gerard, the head of security. Moreover, the greatest reason Luther and everyone else were so agitated was that their memory of what had happened to their fellow workers was extremely fresh. In fact, besides the security team, Harry himself was also present in the encirclement. Although strictly speaking he was not a combatant, and he was not one of the workers that the inn summoned itself, his attachment to the Midnight Inn was one of the greatest. As someone who had to rely only on his own skills and connections to live, being accepted by everyone, and having a home like the Midnight Inn was beyond a dream. Even before everything was completely ruined on Earth, he was a lot more likely to end up homeless and broke than anything else. So bound by the feelings of home, of friendship, of loyalty, he stood at the forefront. Even if he was not the one who had been challenged to the death match, he would not stand aside and watch as one of his own was threatened. Recently, a silent sentiment had been spreading amongst all the workers of the inn. Most of them had no memories before the inn, and knew no life other than the inn. Even after interacting with countless guests and learning about the outside world, they did not feel as if they were missing out. In fact, they felt even closer to their coworkers and the inn. But if there was one thing that the guests had that they often did not, which made them somewhat envious, was a surname. At some point, as a joke, a certain guest had joked that they were all a part of the Midnight family. But like an ember falling on a pile of dry leaves, the joke did not disappear. Instead, it grew into a small fire which was slowly and steadily turning into a roaring flame. In fact, unbeknownst to Lex, after he recovered from his near-fatal injuries, Harry had given up his original surname of Styles and taken on the surname Midnight. Though now, facing these three conspirators, it was not Harry Styles standing ready for war. It was Harry Midnight, the proud and powerful glamour sorcerer of the inn. Letter 1D4A, letter 1D4CB, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D554, letter 1D40, letter 1D46. Beside him stood not his coworkers and neighbors, but his chosen family. After all, the blood of the covenant was thicker than the water of the womb. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 620, Houses of Midnight. Harry may have been the first to take up the name, but he was certainly not the last. When it occurred to the staff that they could take on the name Midnight, fervor and zeal spread through the masses. No longer would they only have one name, no longer would they have no origin. They would be one family. But just as quickly as the excitement spread, so too did fear and hesitation. Unlike Harry, who was acknowledged by all and had a special relationship with the innkeeper, most others felt unworthy of the name. On one hand, they yearned for the name and all it entailed, but on the other hand, because of the immense worship they felt for the name and its prestige, they felt unworthy to adopt it. They dare not admit to anyone the struggle they felt, yet they could not come up with an answer to their internal struggle. Sensing the deep demoralization spreading through his brothers and sisters, Z took it upon himself to come up with a solution. After all, the more important members of the inn were all swamped with tasks delegated by the innkeeper. How would they have time to notice such details, especially when everyone kept them hidden so deeply in their hearts? Only one as attentive as him would pick up on such details. Even though he looked younger than most of the inn's workers, since most of them called him Big Brother, he had to act as one. He did not make a big show of things, nor did he make an announcement. He directly called some of the others and shared the situation, as well as his plan. None of them hesitated to support him, and Luther especially praised for his initiative. It was thus that the houses under the banner of Midnight were formed. Only the most prominent and specially accomplished of the inn's workers would take on the name Midnight. For the rest, they would join one of the lesser houses. Z selected for himself a surname, and took it upon himself to be the founder of the Starcloak House. The Starcloak House would be for the masses, and would be vast like the infinite starlit night sky. It would be the place that perfectly captured the magic and wonder of midnight, and the place where most of the inn's workers would find themselves. Gerard, as the head of security, founded the House of Umbragard. As the guardians and protectors of the Midnight Inn, they perfectly encapsulated the meaning of the name Umbragard. The shadow, or darkness of Umbra perfectly represented midnight, and as the first line of defense and guardians, they themselves were the guard in the name. The entire security team joined Umbragard, bringing them closer than ever to one another, and turning their secret insecurities into pride instead. Velma founded the House Nixhart. Her intention was to establish a house full of the romantics in the Midnight Inn, but more and more the house was taking shape to ensure the will of the inn, to ensure that the innkeeper's heart's desires were met. Spies, secret agents, and intelligence operatives filled this house. Finally, Luther himself created a house called Nightshade. Its purpose was simple: to poison and kill anyone who would threaten the inn. Unlike the Umbragard who would protect, the Nightshade would proactively attack. Members of all four houses encircled the three rhino centaurs and watched in silence as Luther, for the first time, performed the duty of his house. Letter 1D4A, letter 1D4CB, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D554, letter 1D40, letter 1D46. I have studied the rules of your inn, one of them roared, still trying his best to avoid a deteriorating situation. In fact, it only appeared that was his intention. He was delaying so that his partners could quickly sell the information in exchange for a teleportation reward, as well as some points that could be used within the chat room. Unfortunately for them, the level of teleportation that the chat room awarded that could forcefully work in the Midnight Inn was far beyond anything they could afford. Yes, unfortunately, you have not. But don't you worry, I won't kill you, yet. After I capture you, you can be the perfect excuse to finally get permission from the innkeeper to build the prison I've always wanted. Not to mention, how can I question you for your motives if I let you die so easily? Without waiting for a response, Luther attacked. Red flames engulfed him, immediately searing the head of the rhino centaur he was standing on. The rhino centaur screamed in pain and convulsed, but by then Luther was already gone. Displaying an absolutely abnormal speed, he had dashed from the first centaur's head to the legs of another. He controlled his red flames and wrapped them around the legs of another, attempting to completely immobilize it. But how could 3 members of the System Hunter organization have such little combat experience? Before his flames could burn the centaur's legs, it employed a technique to increase its fire resistance as it charged towards Luther. From the side, the third centaur coordinated with it to simultaneously attack Luther. They had teamwork, skill, and plenty of experience working for them. They were prepared to fight against those even with the cheats of a system, let alone a single normal human. But Luther was not at all a normal human, and who was to say the cheats a system user had were more than that granted to him by his bloodline? Flames he used were called Hellflame, and were so strong they would harm both the user and the enemy. But the reason Luther appeared fine was because he could use his bloodline to move the lethal damage being accumulated from the raging Hellflame, constantly burning him alive. In the case where he was accumulating enough damage to kill himself every second, what was accumulating just a little more? Completely ignoring the attacks landing on his body, Luther reached forward and grabbed the centaur's face with his hand and brought it close to himself. Fire resistance did not mean fire immunity, so while the centaur tried to ignore the pain of its face being burnt and attempted to free itself from Luther's grasp, it missed the look of pure malice in his eyes. How dare they threaten an employee of the inn? Luther would ensure they lived to regret it. Chapter 621 Hassle. Emperor Jotun reappeared at the inn to once again deliver a message to the innkeeper. For some reason, he had become the dedicated messenger between the Henali and the innkeeper, at least as far as current matters went. He was hoping that this matter would conclude soon. After all, not only did he have his own matters to tend to, but he also did not enjoy constantly antagonizing a Daelord. He understood well that even if the innkeeper was disgruntled, he could absolutely decimate his empire, but would at most get a slap on the wrist, symbolic punishment at most. That is what it meant to be a Daelord. Let alone something as insignificant as the extinction of a minor empire, even in all-out war between overlord civilization, the actual death of a Daelord was rare. Just as he was about to head off towards the innkeeper's office, he noticed something strange. He did not need to use his spirit sense to be in tune with his environment. Due to his cultivation realm, the universe around him itself spoke to him. As such, he immediately noticed an extremely hostile emotion circulating between the inn's workers, concentrating somewhere in the distance. He only needed to look in the direction to see hundreds of inn workers surrounding 3 rhinocentaurs, with Luther alone taking all 3 of them on. He did not know the context, and quite frankly he did not care. His attention, instead, was on Luther's bloodline. A single glimpse was enough for him to understand its complexities and the laws working behind the scenes. Although he had not seen it in action before, he had read about it in the Sephor family records. Anachronistic ignition. Suddenly he felt a hint of anticipation. He longed to see the inn's performance on the battlefield. He had a feeling, a premonition, that it would be worth witnessing. A notification from the inn suddenly distracted him. In a few days there will be an auction. Space. Lex looked over the list of items he was accepting from the Emporium in return for a couple drops of elixir. As it happened, he unwittingly discovered some items that would help him immensely, such as a cultivation technique that was available only to the Emporium VIPs. It was called God's Eye, and it was to be used in conjunction with the fancy contact lenses. Once the two were paired together, the effects, well, it was sufficient to say Lex was impatient to witness it for himself. He also discovered some items which would help in the upgrade of the butter knife. Not to mention he found some incredibly valuable ores, which he planned on keeping for his own personal use to make weapons to use outside the inn. He found some treasures he thought would be useful for himself, and some for his workers and inn. Besides those, he collected 5 items which could minutely influence certain laws. However, besides all these, the thing that Lex took the most was information. He took the highest levels of knowledge on the civilizations inside the Origin realm, the top races, the history of the realm itself, valuable treasures, items, and phenomenon. Out of all of that, the thing that Lex was looking most forward to was the complete cultivation realm guide for all races inside the Origin realm. It wasn't quite complete, but it had all the pertinent information on all the important races inside the realm. He could help but peek at the breakup of the cultivation realms inside the Origin realm, at least as per human standards. According to what Lex knew, humans who did not cultivate were considered to be in the mortal realm. That was apparently a misconception. They were merely referred to as baseline humans. It was instead the entire first few realms which fell under the category of mortals. The sequence was: mortals or base humans, body tempering, chi training, Rho Alpha Pi Alpha's new Omicron Vepsilon letter 188 Omicron Foundation realm, golden core, nascent, All of these were the mortal realms of cultivation for humans. These were followed by the immortal realms, which were earth immortal and heaven immortal. The realm after that, which was the peak natural realm and the origin realm, was actually based off of and inspired by a certain humanoid species that existed. As such, the realm's name coincided with the name of the race, the celestial realm. Just reading the name gave Lex goosebumps and filled his heart with a dreadful pressure. It felt like he had encountered something he was not qualified to know. It felt like an entire race of unimaginably powerful beings was suddenly aware of him. It felt like. Lex snorted and channeled his spirit energy, causing the feeling to dissipate. Lex had even looked Daelords in the eye. He was not afraid of simply gaining some knowledge. In fact, at this point, even Regal Embrace gave him a warning. Sometimes foreknowledge was not good for his cultivation. The snort was a reply to that prompt. Besides all of that, Lex also accumulated 1 million Emporium credits to use in the future. Truthfully, if he had time, Lex could get himself a better deal, but time was exactly what he was short of. It was better to take a small loss and hurry up than quibble over small gains. With the meeting done, Lex promptly collected several small bottles which would be able to contain the elixir and exited the Emporium. Even Powell noticed his rush towards the end, but didn't comment on it. Lex teleported to the inn and quickly scanned it. John was still in his deathmatch, and Lex could do nothing to interfere with that even if he wanted. But the other three were still at the inn and were in fact being beaten up by Luther. The innkeeper's trusty assistant still looked like he was in perfect condition, mostly because he kept using his bloodline to send all his injuries and fatigue into the future. Lex nodded, but then donned his Leo persona and teleported over. He did not talk, discuss, or deliberate. He straight up kicked one of the rhinocentaurs into the ground, forming a massive crater. His sudden appearance had taken everyone by surprise, but he didn't have the time to wave at the audience. Seeing that a single hit with his immense strength was not enough to incapacitate them, Lex immediately entered his berserk state. He ran forward, the push of his legs forming small craters in the ground where he stepped, and smacked the other rhinocentaurs down to the ground. In his heightened emotional state, Lex performed a move he had done once before and quite enjoyed. He grabbed one of the rhinocentaurs and used its body to begin smashing the other two. At this point, even Luther was startled by the absolute barbarism, but then grinned and joined in. The rhinocentaurs were tough foes and could take on dozens of enemies in the same realm at the same time. They could not, however, take on an impatient Lex and an incensed Luther. In less than a minute, the foes were defeated. Pulverized would be a more apt description, but the details weren't so important. "I will be interrogating these three myself," Lex told Luther. "The innkeeper already knows their motives, so you don't have to be concerned. I'm just going through the motions." Luther was a little upset that he wouldn't get to question the three himself, but it was all right. More importantly, he couldn't go against the innkeeper's wishes. As for Lex, of course he would not let anyone else question them. The secret about systems was too great. Maybe one day it would be common knowledge at the inn, but for now he wanted to keep things quiet. More importantly, one of them even had a system of his own which Lex was looking forward to absorbing. It was so tough to decide. Should he upgrade his system first or absorb more elixir? Just kidding, the elixir was a time-sensitive matter. It took priority for now. Just as Lex sent the three rhinocentaurs away, he received a notification. It was not the system penalizing him for assaulting his guests who had not broken the rules. He'd already gotten that one. Instead, he was informed that Alexander was looking for Lex urgently. The Emperor of Jotun had also arrived, and was once again requesting a meeting. Also, one of the children in the kids' area of the inn had proposed to another child there, and they had taken an oath of a 10-year engagement, which had incensed the kids' parents who demanded to speak with upper management of the inn. Lex could not help but sigh. Whichever identity he took, he was always in such demand. Being important was such a hassle. Lex teleported away, leaving the encirclement to break up. Gerard approached Luther, and the two fell into a discussion, the contents of which were unknown. Letter 1D4A, letter 1D4CB, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D554, letter 1D40, letter 1D46. Inside the innkeeper's office, a projection of the innkeeper appeared. Elsewhere in the inn, Lex appeared just out of sight of Alexander and walked forward. Chapter 622, much too convenient. Lex cleared his mind as he walked up to Alexander. Various random thoughts were floating in his mind, from the system he had to take from the invader to the wedding preparations to the probable deployment of the inn staff to battlefields. There was a lot of stuff he needed to get done, but stressing over them would be more wasteful than helpful. He had to take things in his stride. When Lex approached Alexander, he found the teenager grimacing as he looked into the distance. He also looked a little worn out. It was clear that Lex had not had any time to rest lately, and whatever tasks he was busy with were quite strenuous. "You don't look so good," Lex said frankly as he walked up to him. Alexander turned to look at Lex and inspected his appearance. Lex was dressed quite casually, but due to his extremely fit body, he still looked good. That wasn't what Alexander was looking at, however. Instead, he was paying attention to the fact that Lex looked quite relaxed. "You look pretty good for someone whose planet is at war," he said passive-aggressively. Lex did not take his tone to heart. The fact that Alexander looked weary at all meant that he had likely been through some harrowing experiences. If only Lex knew that Alexander had been taking orders from Bell, he would truly sympathize with how tough his life as of late had been. "The whole universe is at war," Lex said casually as he took a seat opposite to Alexander. "Besides, it's not like I alone can stop the war, or change things for that matter, not to mention I've long left Earth behind. I've heard you've done the same." Though Lex said that the Inn had probably played the greatest role in altering the course of the war than anyone else. The deities would never have arrived on the planet, and the robots' invasion would not have subdued without the deterrence of the Innkeeper, and there would be no refugees. Objectively, Lex had helped a lot already. But personally, he had contributed only very little. Letter 1D4AL, Letter 1D4CB, Letter 1D459XT, Letter 1D554, Letter 1D40, Letter 1D426. Alexander sighed, but controlled himself. He realized that he was venting unnecessarily on Lex. He enveloped himself and Lex in an isolation bubble so that they could have a conversation in private. "The situation on Earth is more complicated than it seems. Who knew I would leave Earth to join the Jotun Empire, only to be sent back to Earth?" Lex raised an eyebrow, but did not speak. He was truly curious about what secrets the situation on Earth could have that he didn't already know. He was also curious about why Alexander was even telling him. How could it be more complicated than alien robots invading the entire planet with the intention of enslaving everyone? The war has already transcended what it started out as. While that's good for Earthlings because at least for now they can survive, I fear that soon we will forever lose the solar system to greater forces. "Even Mars?" Lex asked in surprise. "Several forces have already approached my family with propositions to either sell the planet or enter into a partnership. All of them have some degree of interest in the war. Although for now my family has not accepted the sale, it is only a matter of time before they accept a deal." Lex frowned for a moment, but recovered quickly. No matter what, the solar system was a part of the Empire, so they would not completely ignore it, right? Rho Alpha Pi Dalpha's New Omicron Vepsilon Letter 1A Tate Omicron before Lex could think further on the topic. Alexander continued. "No, it's not the war alone that is the cause of complications. Do you know why the robots invaded?" "Why?" Lex asked without trying to show off his knowledge. He was still interested in why Alexander was freely sharing information with him, so he wanted to see what he had to tell. "A terrorist," Alexander said, allowing an exhausted sigh to escape. "It's common knowledge that I've joined the army, but even among them, due to my excellent performance, I've been assigned to a special operations unit called Valkyrie Unit. We've been looking into why Earth was suddenly invaded, and we've discovered that this was a plot of an intergalactic terrorist called Jeffrey. You may think that inciting a full-on war on Earth was bad, but the scale of his activities has escalated greatly since leaving the planet. It appears as though he is a part of a massive terrorist organization which is utilizing various alien influences to spread chaos amongst human influences. The use of the AI nation against a planet is a major incident, but not easily replicable. Yet the number of demon invasions, plagues, civil wars, and worse since he escaped Earth is off the charts. Considering the size of the Empire, I would be surprised if they don't have a team qualified enough to hunt this Jeffrey down. I don't see why you're concerned about it. Like I said, the matter is far from simple. As far as the whole organization is concerned, someone else will take care of it. But the team I'm a part of will be specifically hunting down Jeffrey." "What do I have to do with all this?" Lex asked. In truth, he did not mind patiently waiting till Alexander revealed it on his own, but he could tell that the other was waiting for Lex to ask specifically this. "Well, other than the fact that I thought you might be interested in hunting down the guy who single-handedly put Earth to destruction. Due to the special nature of the team that I'm in, I have the right to recruit anyone I deem helpful temporarily, or even permanently, as a soldier of the Empire. Moreover, I'm going on an infiltration mission soon, and I think that I might need your help." "You're showing an awful lot of trust telling me all this. We aren't even in the Chamber of Secrets. Aren't you worried I won't accept your offer and then spread the news?" "Not really," Alexander said, showing an incomparably confident expression. "Take it as a gut feeling. I don't think you'll betray me, and I definitely think you'll be interested in this mission. Don't you think you're evaluating me a little too high, if you want me to take on a terrorist organization willy-nilly?" "You don't understand. I'm not asking you to take on a terrorist organization. This is not about acting out of the goodness of your heart. I'm asking you to help me out." Lex raised an eyebrow. "Space. Since Luthor was currently busy, Lex had to summon Jotun to his office himself, though that was no real issue. The Emperor entered the room, silently grateful that he didn't need to wait for weeks on end for the Innkeeper to receive him. Although their last meeting had been incredibly tense, for Jotun at least, true to his word, the Innkeeper maintained full civility, towards him at least. He was not exactly completely privy to what the Innkeeper had written in his epistle previously, but it had caused an enormous reaction between their ranks. Even as merely one of their agents, Jotun was able to sense the reverberations amongst their ranks. Although Jotun tried not to speculate, he could not help but come to the conclusion that the Innkeeper had an extremely massive and influential background to affect the Henali like that. How was he supposed to know that, in truth, Lex's attempts to avoid the payment he was due had caused massive misunderstandings amongst them? He had asked them to prove that he had entered the Origin realm from the outside, which they were unable to do. His obvious power level, yet mysterious background and origin, alongside the inability to trace his entry into the Origin realm, created an unsolvable mystery. Perhaps if he hadn't almost destroyed a deity with a single move earlier, some might have doubted that he was a Daelord. Now that he had proved his identity, his bold claims led to only one single possible conclusion. The Origin realm hid a massive secret that surpassed even the Henali's understanding. For the first time in a long, long time, the mysterious race was getting ready to deploy themselves across the realm to search out its secrets. It was with all this happening in the background that the Innkeeper took from Jotun one more missive, secretly hoping for a favorable message. If the Henali insisted he pay. Fortunately, no such thing happened. The message only contained two things. One was a self-deployable teleportation formation. The other item was a small letter, listing out the details of the deployment of the inn's workers. Since most of the Innkeeper's workers were low-leveled, they were assigned an appropriate battlefield in the Galaxy Sura. There were a few conditions for their deployment listed out, but the Innkeeper had paused reading. His eyes were fixed on the name of the galaxy. Wasn't that where a huge secret lay waiting for him to discover? This was much too convenient. Chapter 623, Bitterness. How exactly would I help you out? Lex asked, leaning forward. To be honest, he did not mind improving his relationship with Alexander. It was one of the few things that his intuition hinted at which he was already planning on doing. Although, as the Innkeeper, he came across numerous powerhouses, he did not have a close connection to any of them. Sure, Ragnar had helped him out when he needed it, and the Emporium treated him well enough, but there was still a difference between personal and business relationships. These things were not really certain, but he felt like he should maintain a strong relationship with his few contacts from Earth. Whether it was the charismatic Larry, the overwhelming Marlowe, the bold Alexander, all had potential for growth in the long run. Moreover, he had to take the long view of things from now on. He was a cultivator now, and it was normal for cultivators to have a very long life. As a Golden Core cultivator, his natural lifespan was a minimum of 250 years. This was the minimum, because there was nothing ordinary about his cultivation at all. He would not be surprised if his lifespan was even double of that. But his lifespan did not really matter to him, for now at least. He had barely begun to cultivate, and he expected that he would soon overcome the obstacles in his path and continue to raise his cultivation realm long before he neared the end of his lifespan. So, as someone who would likely live for thousands of years or more, he had to start thinking about his future. Sure, the Innkeeper identity would stay as a powerful and enigmatic being, but such a lofty identity would also keep him from forming close connections. It was instead his normal identity as Lex that would serve as extremely useful in this regard. I'm not really worried about my safety. Being able to retreat to the inn at any time I want ensures that I can avoid fatal danger. Instead, I am concerned about being unable to catch up to my target in time because I'm held back by his fellow operatives. Although I am part of a team, each member has been given a specific task that they have to complete on their own within a certain time frame. Fortunately, I am allowed to recruit help to complete my mission. If that's the case, why try to recruit me instead of someone from the army? I can't explain it, Alexander said, shaking his head. Call it instinct, but I have a feeling I'll work better with you than anyone else. The kind of synergy we had back at the pagoda is not something that can be achieved so easily with just anyone. Besides, and I don't say this lightly, you can really take a hit. When fighting against crazy, suicidal terrorist maniacs, that is a very important quality. Letter 1D4A, Letter 1D4CB, Letter 1D459XT, Letter 1D554, Letter 1D40, Letter 1D426. Lex found it interesting that Alexander, too, was beginning to rely on his instincts. Although Lex didn't believe his peers' instincts would be as powerful as his own, it was a good reminder that he wasn't the only one in the universe with such potent senses. One day, his enemies with a stronger instinct could use it against him. He would have to be mentally prepared to counter such abilities. All right, I'll help, But there's one thing that's important for me to know before I do anything. When do you need my help, and how long do you think it will take? I have quite a few important things to keep an eye on, and I can't leave them for a long time. Alexander looked hesitant. Will it be possible for you to use the inn's Prestige Level 3 ability? If you haven't reached that level, I can provide you with the funds for it, but the thing is that you'll be stuck unable to use it again for 10 years. That means you might not be able to return to your original location so easily. Where do you want me to go? Lex asked instead of answering directly. Vegas Minima. I can take care of the details so that as soon as you appear on the planet, a transportation formation will be ready for you to take you to another planet so it won't take long. The operation is likely there, and I won't need your help anytime soon. But chances are I'll need your help at a moment's notice, so it would be for the best if you are already on that planet. Lex nodded and said, I'll head on over soon. That won't be an issue, but I can't stay on the planet infinitely. Once I reach whatever planet you need, I'll be teleporting back to the inn to focus on some other tasks I have going on. Whenever you need me, you can reach me through the inn and I'll teleport back there. The two soon reached an agreement and shook hands. Space. Back in his office with not much else to talk about, Lex concluded his meeting with Jotun, much to the Emperor's relief. It seemed that his role in delivering messages to the inn was concluded, for now. The Emperor narrowed his eyes as he thought of the tasks that lay before him. Upon their return, his brothers informed him that, as Jotun had been suspecting, the seeds of rebellion had been planted across his empire, and were beginning to bloom. It seemed he had appeared far too benevolent in protecting the humans against the foreign races. It was time to correct that, and remind them all why it was that they needed him so. In his office, Lex was focused on other things entirely. He was glad that in this latest correspondence there was no mention of his debt. But while that in itself was a relief, the battle requirements for the inn were extremely harsh, at least in his eyes. In truth, the Henali were asking the bare minimum from him, so that he could symbolically perform his duties. But how would they know that Lex was not really a Daelord, and the inn's forces were in fact quite pathetic? Depending on how it was looked at, 1,000 Foundation Realm cultivators were requested to be sent on the battlefield. Moreover, they only needed to participate for 5 years. That would complete the Innkeeper's requirements for the next century. The overlords of this realm, such requirements were basically letting the Innkeeper off scot-free. Even this was only done after Jotun reported that he suspected that the Innkeeper's origins had something to do with the devils, or at least that they had a deep history. Lex, though, this was an extremely difficult requirement to fulfill. It would take away all of his oldest and most trusted employees and send them to a battlefield from which they might not return. Realistically speaking, since they were being sent to war, it was likely most of them would not return. As if that was not enough, he had only a week to send them. For the first time in a long time, helplessness and bitterness filled Lex's heart. He knew that he was already doing his best, but sometimes in the face of reality, one's best was not enough. The feeling did not last. Not only had Lex toughened up, a part of evolving into a being of a higher level of existence meant that his mindset also evolved. For example, if a normal human had to live for 10,000 years, it was most likely he would kill himself out of depression long before the time even arrived. Such were the vicissitudes of a long life. But cultivators obviously had no problem, because their mindsets and emotions also evolved. Moreover, Lex had the system to depend on. As much as he did not like relying on it all the time, it was also true that it was his biggest ace card. First thing that he did was look at his MP. Recently, he had gained 500 billion MP as a result of Ragnar's quests in the guild room. Besides that, he had been earning a whole lot due to the festivities, but he was still a distance away from reaching 1 trillion. He had an idea and began planning things out in his mind. Mary, spread the word. The auction for the Cosmic Erosion Elixir will take place in 3 days. Before then, other guests who wish to auction items can also submit them to the inn, but only accept them if their minimum value crosses 1 billion MP. Have the planning division plan out the auction, then let me know the details. I don't have the time to focus on it. Also, I've been planning a special employee banquet for quite a while. Let everyone know it will happen in 6 days. Without waiting for a response from her, Lex teleported away back to his room. It was time for him to take another sip of the elixir. At the same time, he teleported the Rhino Centaur with a system over as well. It was best to use time as efficiently as possible. If he wanted to clear this hurdle, the system would need an upgrade as well. Chapter 624, Evolving Mindset. The Midnight Inn was always busy, and the multitude of guests were all enjoying various experiences. Some were extremely significant, such as the agreement between Alexander and Lex. It was not easy for Alexander to trust someone, especially a person he knew for such a short time, but he had chosen to do so nonetheless. They shook hands. Other experiences were mundane and ordinary, such as what Jill, the fox who participated in Lady Cosmos, was having. Since she had decided to live at the inn in perpetuity, she had decided to take a nap under one of the purple crystal trees that filled the inn. Due to the winter theme that the inn was currently following, a thin blanket of snow covered the inn's many hills, allowing her to nap comfortably. It was a good nap. Some experiences were key moments in the guests' lives, and would not only form their core memories but also shape their futures. Jimmy stood silently, his tiny fists clenched, as he watched Layla being taken away by her grandmother. She was a princess, and he was a nobody. She had been trained and nurtured since birth to be a leader, while he could not even speak to others due to shyness until quite recently. Her disposition was perfect to cultivate, while he could not have been more average. Even if their engagement had originally just been a joke during one of their games, the strong reaction it had elicited was enough to put him in his place. Unfortunately, Jimmy did not like the place he was being put. Letter 1D4D, letter 1D5CF, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. Besides Jimmy, his mother Hera also looked ahead as she firmly held her son's hand with her right hand. She had been rising quickly on Earth, and their futures looked bright, right up until Earth was invaded. She had played a significant role in allowing Will Bentham's Rose Society to expand, but now it was all worthless. Well, not quite. She had gained significant experience through it, and that experience had been noticed and appreciated. In her left hand, she held a platinum key. Apparently, she had been noticed by the inn's planning division, and they had recommended her for recruitment to the inn. The innkeeper had accepted, and she had just been delivered a key. She was a warrior in her own way, and she would fight to give her son a better life. Other experiences still were intense and stressful, but were destined to be blurred in with the rest of the tough moments one had in their lives, such as with Emperor Jotun, who was planning his future. It would be bloody. Life was strange, in how one moment, experienced by different people in the same place, could hold so many different emotions and feelings. But every single one of those experiences was disturbed when a strange change occurred at the inn. Whether it was the two geniuses of Earth who were shaking hands, whether it was the child lost in emotions he could not understand, whether it was the Emperor deciding the fate of entire galaxies, whether it was the fox that asleep, or any one of the countless other guests at the inn, they all looked up at the sky. The rather calm and serene sky of the inn changed, momentarily, to a starry night sky. But unlike the normal night sky, which was a beautiful tapestry of all that the universe had to offer, from moons to planets to stars and galaxies far off, this visage was that of its endless depth. It evoked a feeling that all they saw was unfathomably less than all the universe truly held, and was a reminder that they were only looking at the very surface of the well of infinity. They did not understand what was happening, but had the feeling that something significant was taking place. In truth, the inn was once again reacting to Lex's emotions. Usually, when the inn reacted to Lex's emotions, it was because he was angry. It was because it would take significant enough emotions for Lex to subconsciously influence the inn. Currently, Lex was experiencing a subtle evolution in his mindset. It was unknown if it was because Lex had pretended to be the innkeeper so long, or for other reasons, but more and more frequently Lex found himself unwilling to bend or give up. He was unwilling to be deterred, even by an entity so much stronger than himself, and he was unwilling to cower before the design of fate. Was not stupid or arrogant, thinking he could resist the great powers of the universe simply because he decided not to. No, the difference between confidence and arrogance was ability. If he truly had the ability to resist, his desire to remain unyielding would become a result of his confidence, not mindless arrogance. He was fortunate enough to be given the tools to resist fate. He understood that. But using those tools effectively was also up to him. He had been resisting the system for very long because he did not understand its purpose and what he stood to lose if it turned against him. While he still did not know the answer to that, he at least knew the answer to what he would lose if he didn't use the system to the best of his abilities. If he had to send his workers outside the inn, for whatever reason he would make sure they upheld the dignity of the inn, even on a battlefield. This was also a good reminder, not only for him but all the employees of the inn. There wouldn't always be a convenient solution to problems, such as the butter knife. Sometimes, they would have to get their own hands dirty. With these subtle changes going through his head, Lex reached forward and put his hand on the rhinocentaur, reaching into its soul with his own soul sense. He found a familiar shining golden speck and pulled it out. System notification, new system detected. Analyzing the secondary system, overnight celebrity system grade D detected. Begin assimilation, YN. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 625, Arduous Cultivation. System notification, new system detected. Analyzing the secondary system, overnight celebrity system grade D detected. Begin assimilation, YN. System notification, overnight celebrity system detected. The Tao of Fame touches upon all that exists. Whether alive or dead, everything that exists can have fame and thus become a celebrity. Whether it's your clothes, your looks, your aura, or your talents, each can turn you into a celebrity. With millions, billions, or even trillions of eyes only on you, your each and every move will shake the hearts of entire empires, become an overnight celebrity, and rule all the hearts of the universe. Or enjoy the power to turn others into celebrities overnight, and know that you control all their fame on your fingertips. Once he absorbed this new system, Lex would lose the ability to control the system for a while. But he had already made some preparations. With all his instructions already in place, he took out the small containers which would hold the elixir and filled 5 of them with varying numbers of drops. 3 of the containers held 1 drop, 1 held 2, and 1 held 3. This would be enough for him to auction off, and he had already relayed the details of how to accept payments for the auction to Mary. Hopefully, he would regain control of the system by then, but in case he didn't, this was merely a precaution. Ideally, he would have wanted to conduct the trade with the Emporium now as well before absorbing the system. But it would take the Emporium a few days to arrange everything, so all he could do was hope the upgrade was completed in time. Just in case, however, he went and delivered the couple of drops to the Emporium for which he had already accepted the payments for. In the worst-case scenario, he would lose the opportunity to trade with the others who had items containing laws. But even so, Lex did not think about delaying the system upgrade. Time was too short, he could not end up delaying anything. Mary, is there any way I can spend some MP to speed up the system upgrade process? Or do something else that will result in the same? Not really. Systems are incredibly complex, and thus the process of upgrading, or in your case repairing, it will naturally take a lot of time. The system already performs at its maximum speed for each repair. He only nodded, he suspected as much. Once all the necessary tasks were done, Lex immediately chose to absorb the overnight celebrity system. Once again, the system interface disappeared, and a familiar updating appeared in its place. With that done, Lex turned his attention back to the puddle of elixir. Originally, Lex had created a nice bowl-shaped indent in the ground for it, but the elixir had absorbed the ground around it and was beginning to grow. But Lex realized that while the quantity of the elixir seemed to be increasing, the allure it held was decreasing. Perhaps the more it grew, the less concentrated its potency became. Unable to decide if he was happy about that or upset, Lex took another sip and bolted to the nearest bathroom. To date, this was his most arduous cultivating experience yet. But it would all be worth it, he kept telling himself. In the end, it would all be worth it. Space. Greenhouse was doing exceptionally well under the care of the galactic sovereign turtle, especially after the turtle grew in its cultivation realm. It was also quite fortunate that the spirit energy inside the inn was quite abundant, for the turtle relied heavily on it to sustain itself. While its body grew in size and adapted to the extent of its new powers, only extremely pure spirit energy could prevent it from entering a hibernation state. Moreover, the turtle was slowly accumulating helpers. Although young MacDonald had been recruited by Lex to defend the inn, most of the time all it did was help the turtle in the garden. Now, it also had the help of Zen, the immortal-level sentient grass which had finally stopped being malnourished. Its body was now no longer as weak as common grass, and was now slightly more resilient than common weeds on Earth. Letter 1D4D, letter 1D5CF, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. Every day it was watered from the well of invigoration, and it received the best fertilizer the inn had to offer. Unfortunately, due to the fact that its spirit was already immortal, its body was under a lot of strain and would take a lot of time to grow. Still, at least it could now uproot itself when it took a humanoid form and move around. The latest addition to their group was the young saw bird who was still unnamed. The light given off by the bird was especially helpful to plants, making it perfect to help them grow. Currently, all 3 of them were working on taking care of a tree that a guest had deposited at the greenhouse. The tree had been brought to the inn from Earth. Specifically, it was Sophia, Marlowe's wife, who had the tree brought here. Her family had used the tree for generations, taking advantage of its especially potent medicinal properties. Since it had come to the inn, the tree had begun to grow more and more vibrant. By now, the tree had reached 40 feet, 12 meters in height, which wasn't remarkable, but it also had a staggering diameter of 18 feet, 5.4 meters. Moreover, the tree was radiating an extremely noble aura, which caused all who saw it to want to kneel before it. Well, all but the turtle. While the 3 were doing their normal duty of taking care of it, the turtle suddenly appeared with a batch of the most powerful fertilizer the inn had ever seen. The previous batch had been fed to the vine near the fire temple, whereas this one would go to this tree. Even the turtle was curious what would happen if it continued to feed it. Chapter 626, Reading a Light Novel Once Again bonus. Several hours later, Lex's cultivation finally ended. He had originally imagined that after 1 round of cultivation, the second would be easier and so on successively. But that was far from the case. His second round was not only longer, but severely more draining as well. Lex practically fell to his knees once he was done, but he was able to steady himself at the last moment. If one saw Lex now, they would be able to tell at a glance that he looked somewhat weaker and skinnier. His muscles thinned out, if only a bit, and his bones began to stick out. In hindsight, it only made sense. He was literally replacing parts of his body which contained laws that were hampering his growth. The first round would be the easiest, while each subsequent round would be harder as deeper and more important parts of his body were replaced. Why were things never easy? Wondered the man who literally had a cultivation technique which could adapt on its own according to his circumstances. It would take him a short while before he completely recovered, but he did not plan on wasting even this time. Anticipating his depleted energy, at least, Lex had already prepared a lavish meal for himself, as well as accumulated an entire list of documents that had been prepared for him to peruse. They mostly had to do with P. Vardy's wedding. He had to ensure the wedding was grand while also being limited to the resources and people of the Crystal Realm. Weary and beaten, Lex dragged himself to his office and began reading while he casually munched on some French fries. Progress was slow, because in his exhausted state it was hard to focus on such boring documents. Unable to suppress a sigh, Lex leaned back and allowed himself to relax for a moment. Perhaps a small respite really was in order. Just as he was considering taking a break, his eye caught on the cover of a book. Lex recalled something and suddenly reached forward to grab it. He did not even remember how long it had been since he last touched this proverbial goldmine of ideas and inspiration. Though there was no dust on the book, he still wiped it, a symbolic gesture of picking back up from where he left so long ago. He could not help but open it and read from where he left off. On the cover, the title read, Ultimate King Emperor, All the Gods Call Me Daddy. It was the completely realistic and not all blown out of proportion light novel Lex was reading, oh so long ago. Where Lex had left off, the MC had just established himself as a hegemon of a small number of realms. His cultivation level was called God, King, Father, Supreme Overlord, and was the cultivation realm through which his previous enemy had ruled these few realms for trillions of years without interruption. Of course, only 3 hours after the MC defeated the antagonist and established himself, a new series of enemies showed up who were so ridiculously powerful that they could defeat the MC at his new cultivation realm with a single flap of their eyelashes. How unfortunate for the MC, for instead of working so hard to defeat the villain, if he had only waited 3 hours, these new enemies who had not at all appeared for trillions of years would have come and targeted him instead of the MC. Naturally, a fight ensued, but just as these new enemies were about to decimate the MC, alongside the few realms he controlled, effectively ending an incalculable number of lives, after which they would trap all their souls and burn them for eternity, their young mistress told them to spare the MC. After all, there was no real conflict. They had only looked at the MC's face, became jealous of his handsome looks, and decided to eradicate all life in this sector of the universe to vent their anger. It was not revealed why the mistress had spared the MC, but they obeyed nonetheless and all left. Like lightning, they came, wrought destruction, and left. The MC was left with but a single breath left in his body, and a new vendetta that burned hotter than the flames of hell. Then a mysterious traveling hermit, who happened to have the exact same appearance as the MC's adopted sister from childhood, who he was secretly in love with, appeared and found the MC in his devastating condition. Unable to leave him be, she slowly nursed him back to health in her hut. The healing process took 13,000 years, during which the MC and hermit naturally fell in love. With his strength recovered, the MC declared that he would marry the hermit and took her back to his realms to have a grand wedding, only to discover that the realms were in chaos. Some corrupt ministers who had helped him rule took advantage of his long absence and started a civil war to wrest control of the realms. They wanted the power, the prestige, and everything else that came alongside the title of ruler. But most importantly, they wanted the MC's harem, because apparently he had a monopoly on the most beautiful women in the entire universe, so much so that no other woman would ever be as beautiful as his wives. Letter 1D4D, letter 1D5CF, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. That was followed by a 678 chapters long war arc where he took back control of his territories, full of action, love, betrayal, and lengthy chapters extolling the MC's male prowess. At the end, with peace restored, he finally held a grand wedding for his hermit girlfriend. It was the best wedding ever, with phoenixes flying around the altar instead of doves, spirit diamonds, the highest form of spirit stones, adorned the bride's wedding dress. The heavens themselves sung praises for the MC's dashing good looks. The entire realm was happy and joyous. Of course, how could life ever be so simple? Just as he was about to consummate the wedding, his new hermit wife was killed. Chapter 627, Auction. Despite the extreme difficulty in cultivating with the cosmic erosion elixir, Lex persisted, and soon 3 days passed. The system had not completed its evolution yet, likely because the celebrity overnight system was a higher grade than the farming one he had received. During this time, despite his desire to waste away time reading novels, he focused on work and got as much done as possible. Of course, his attention was forever on his cultivation. Alongside whatever changes the elixir was bringing inside his body, it had also managed to slightly elevate his cultivation realm. This was a genuine surprise, for at his normal rate it would take him a few months more before he made a difference. Unfortunately, while his cultivation had been raised, his physique seemed to have suffered. He was not weaker, no. If anything, he was a little stronger. But he had inevitably become a little more frail than he was 3 days ago. If someone saw him now, it would appear as though he was on the path to become malnourished. Letter 1D4D, letter 1D5CF, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. After his latest round of cultivation, Lex decided to take a little nap. Sleeping would speed up his recovery, and he had become mentally tired as well after 3 days of continuous torture. The only shame was that he would miss out on the auction, but that was fine. He had passed down the instructions on how it was to be handled, as well as the minimum payments. He was depending on this auction to cross 1 trillion MP. Although his plan involved a few different steps, having at least 1 MT was paramount, but he was not worried. The staff at the inn was very reliable. Lex closed his eyes and immediately fell asleep. His body had to get used to its new situation. Space. In the village there were numerous venues, all very large and extravagant, designed to hold as many people as physically possible. Yet today the one which held the most anticipated event of the day, the auction, was being conducted in the smallest such venue available. This was because most people weren't even eligible to know about this auction. There were nearly 100 guests, and the one with the lowest cultivation level was at the Earth Immortal realm. Even the strongest guard from the security the inn hired was also present. Since it was his job to ensure safety, he had a representative for him available who would perform any bidding. General Ragnar, the Emperor Jotun, various prominent devils, and even some extremely powerful beasts were present. As it happened, even Aegis from the Crystal Realm was attending. Since he was here, the Noel family also no doubt learned of the auction, and since they had heard about it, the Phillips family. None from the Phillips family had privilege level 4, so they could not attend the meeting. Instead, they were exploring the inn. Upon discovering it, they did not think of shifting the wedding to this venue. They were extremely satisfied with the tavern. Instead, they were thinking of how long they could hide the existence of such a place from the rest in their realm. If no one else knew, they stood the most to benefit. Each of the numerous guests at the auction was sitting in a private booth. It was not difficult to arrange, since the entire purpose of this specific auction house was exclusivity. They focused on providing services to a few distinguished guests rather than catering to the masses. On the small stage, a lady wearing a red dress walked to the podium. The lady walked with elegance and grace, and her curly blonde hair and sharp blue eyes only served to attract every guest's attention. She was beautiful, no doubt, but it was the charismatic twinkle in her eyes and confident smile that served to elevate her beauty to another level. Perhaps if she had a more sober personality, one would admire her as beautiful if she caught one's attention, but she would not stand out in a crowd. But the way she was, even if she were lost in a crowd of other blondes, wearing the same red dress, she would still be the one all eyes would lock on to. "Hello everyone, my name is Marilyn, and I will be your auctioneer this evening," she said, her melodic voice almost captivating the audience. She let out a small laugh of excitement, and even winked at all the guests playfully. It was clear for all to see that she was quite excited. As strange as it was, suddenly all the guests became excited as well. She was one of the many workers at the inn who had recently been promoted from her previous position as a waitress. The crazy thing was, she was not cultivating anything that would enhance her appearance or captivate anyone. With just her inherent charm, she seemed to be doing so. Well, that, and a little help from her stylist, Harry Midnight. Amongst the various guests, Rockefeller narrowed his eyes as he saw Marilyn. More than anything else the inn had to offer, he was enamored by its staff. They would make the most splendid demons if he got his hands on them, he was sure. He just had to figure out a way. You all should have already heard the rules for this auction, but I'll reiterate them nonetheless. For the main items in today's auction, the bidding will be twofold. A minimum bid of 100 billion MP is required per drop of elixir, but other than that, guests must bid using the barter system. That means they have to bid using items with sufficient value. There is a small list of items which will be given preference during the bartering, in case anyone bids with them, but otherwise all items will be judged based on their MP value if converted. Since Lex had already perused the list provided by the Emporium of some of the most valuable items available in the Origin realm, he did not hesitate to list them in the auction. His plan was to accumulate both material and MP wealth. MP could give him many benefits that he could get from nowhere else, but at the same time, it was restricted in how it could help him. Thus, he would accumulate both. Of course, as you know, Other than the main items prepared by the inn, there are some items that have been submitted by various guests to be auctioned. They will be bid according to the requirements of the guest providing the item. Chapter 628 Step Up. Perhaps if Lex hadn't begun the system's upgrade in a rush, he would have watched the auction go through. Since the auction itself was not a part of the core services provided, it was carried out like one of Lex's self-made services. Still, for the items auctioned before the elixir, Lex asked for a 1% as commission for having the item auctioned. He was only keeping in with the rate set by the guild room, but he did not anticipate the value of the items being auctioned. Although the people sitting there couldn't be considered the top 1% of their respective realms, they were exceptionally strong nonetheless, especially Jotun and Rocketfellow. Of course, these two showed no interest in any of the prior items and were solely focused on the elixir. Total of 13 items were auctioned before the main items, and through his 1% Lex ended up earning a total of 314 billion MP. The items auctioned were mainly unusual treasure that had no mundane version with which they could be explained. There was, for example, a vial made not of glass but flowing lava. The lava flowed within a set pattern, forming a vial. God only knew what it could be used for, but it was hotly contested for. Another example was a ball of light, but it could be physically touched. But if a mundane person tried to touch it, they would die, and the ball would erupt into an explosion that could rival several nuclear bombs. That one, oddly enough, went without a single offer, mostly because the person auctioning it had very strict requirements for the payment they wanted. The item which had, up until that point, received the highest bid was a sword. After a very heated auction, the bid was finally won by a human named Lovis. Lovis was a leader of the Paladins, who had long since started using the Midnight Inn as one of their secret bases. Only a very few members of the Paladins even knew of the inn at all. Of the ones that knew about it, most assumed that the small village they had rented was the entirety of their presence at the inn. Perhaps only a handful knew that, in fact, the inn was being used to store and hide some incredibly important artifacts for a very special purpose. After all, since the Paladins came from a galaxy perpetually at war, the need to keep secrets was obvious. But once the preliminary auction was over, it was finally time for the elixir. For a majority of those who were present, their time to participate was over, and now it was time to watch. It wasn't that they didn't want the items, but that they couldn't afford them. The inn naturally assured every participant's identity was a secret, so no one would be hunting them down later if they managed to get their hands on the elixir. But getting their hands on it in the first place was the real issue. They were rich, but items containing laws. Just being rich was not enough to afford them. With childlike excitement and a grin as wide as her face, Marilyn clapped her hands as the first round came to a close. Now it is finally time for what you have all been waiting for, the Cosmic Erosion Elixir. Gerard, looking ever handsome, walked in from behind a hidden curtain, a single vial of black glass placed on a velvet pillow. Dozens of spirit senses immediately scanned the glass vial, but they were not able to sense its contents regardless of who it was. Naturally, it was not so simple to peek, considering the vial was provided by the actual owner of the Emporium. But Marilyn knew how to satisfy the guests. Though she was technically not supposed to, for a brief moment she opened the cap, allowing the elixir's aura to leak. The auditorium remained silent, for everyone was in their private rooms, but almost every guest gasped as they sensed the aura. A connoisseur such as Rocketfellow was immediately able to tell the elixir wasn't fresh, but it was still vibrant enough. As before, the auction price for these will be a minimum of 100 billion MP per drop, accompanied by a barter item. A list of items which will have preferential treatment has been provided to each of you, but in general any item containing laws can be used to auction. We will now begin the auction. Letter 1D4D, Letter 1D5CF, Letter 1D4F5XT. Letter 1D5C7, Letter 1D4D4T. What happened next surprised everyone. All the drops of elixir were won by the same person, and because identities were kept secret, no one knew who it was. But both Jotun and Rocketfellow were left bewildered, as each and every time they were left unable to contest. It wasn't about wealth, rather, the person was bidding using exactly the items which were given preferential treatment. In the end, everyone was bewildered by the outcome, though most of the participants enjoyed the process. No one knew that the inn itself was the one auctioning the elixir, and everyone assumed that the elixir had been a special commission by someone else, so no one even tried to request more elixir, though even if they did, they wouldn't get any. In the private room, the ultimate winner of the auction sat without any expression on his face. His name was Gaborone, and he was a noble lord of the Fiery Mammoth clan. His subordinate, a sloth named Golden Hair, had long requested the presence of the clan so that they may investigate the place known as Midnight Inn. It was only recently that Gaborone got around to reaching Nibiru. Upon coming to the inn, Gaborone was extremely intrigued. But when he discovered the presence of the Jotun Empire, he was filled with a righteous fury. Merely 1,000 years ago, a human from a noble family of the Jotun Empire eloped with his daughter. The scandal had brought great shame to him personally, but he had endured. The humans had reacted just as strongly as he had, yet Gaborone was not satisfied. He demanded retribution. Unlike the humans, who required the support of a single powerhouse to maintain their race's prestige, the fiery mammoth had many experts. As such, the young couple should have eloped to the strong and fierce fiery mammoths, not the weak and puny humans. What kind of weak third galaxy state would his grandchildren grow up in? He could not accept it. With this elixir as a gift, he would finally have enough sway to unite all the mammoths against the humans. Conflict was on the horizon. Space. While the rhino-centaur with the system was taken away and never returned, the other two were locked up together. It did not matter even if they were together, for they were kept weak and restrained. A special kind of vine was used to tie their hands and legs, constantly absorbing spirit energy from within their bodies to ensure they would never recover. This was the same method that had been used inside the inn for a long time to hold their prisoners. But there was an oversight that the security team made, though it could not be blamed on them. After all, not only had they never been trained on how to counter someone with a chat room, the concept was completely alien to them. All it could be said was that the universe was extremely vast and contained a multitude of things one could never imagine. Both the rhino-centaurs kept their eyes closed, but they were secretly communicating in a private channel in the chat room. "Do you think there's a chance we'll survive?" one asked. "Not a chance," replied the other, "but if there were ever a way, it would be through the chat room. It's too dangerous. No one will challenge the inn for 2 measly systems." "No, there is a chance. If we can get in contact with one of the main members of the chat room, one of the members who has accumulated dozens of systems, they might be able to save us. That way we won't be able to make any money from selling information. The money doesn't matter. We need to be alive to enjoy it in the first place. The last issue is, how will we get them to find a golden key?" "If I had all the answers, I wouldn't be here," said the rhino-centaur in exasperation. In the end, they had no choice but to sell the information online and hope they'd live long enough to get rescued. Far away in the Origin Realm, on a planet ruled by reptilian beasts, sat a king. While perusing the chat room today, he encountered an interesting request and could not help but accept it. Moments later, he heard a very familiar notification sound in his mind. The king checked, but was not too surprised by what he saw. After all, it was a quest, and he only ever got the same kind of quests. Step up dance-off system quest. Have a dance-off with the Innkeeper for the fate of your allies. Just as he thought, another dance battle. Chapter 629 Sweatsop. Once the auction ended, Lex received an additional 500 billion MP, bringing his new total to 1.384 trillion PM. That would be enough to buy a single MT while still leaving him with some MP for his regular expenses. Moreover, he also received a bunch of items with laws inside of them. Hopefully, he would have accumulated enough items with laws to progress without needing to achieve a SSS Plus reward, but his gut said otherwise. After all, if it was so simple, then the mysterious man would have directly told him to get items with laws instead of succeeding in the quest like that. Of course, all of those were considerations for later. When Lex woke up from his nap, he was disappointed to learn that the system still had not upgraded. That was fine. He mustered up some courage, ate a lot of food to replenish his body, for energy was no longer the problem at this point. After mentally preparing himself, this time he took a massive gulp of the elixir instead of a sip. It was not that he had become resistant to the elixir, but that its potency was quickly disappearing. He immediately ran to the restroom and readied himself for the usual barrage, but it did not come. Instead, a soft yet cool sensation filled his body, reinvigorating him instead of exhausting him. To his great surprise, he developed a nosebleed. But he quickly discovered that the blood would quickly coagulate after leaving his body, and turn dark. Strange and unusual occurrences kept happening for a short time, before the elixir lost its effect much quicker than ever before. Still not tired, Lex took another gulp and the process restarted. This time, instead of a nosebleed, he began sweating all over his body. But the sweat would quickly evaporate, leaving small black granules on his skin. The third time, his hair started falling out and new hair began to quickly grow in its place. Since then, Lex discovered that the effect of the elixir was greatly reduced, but not completely eliminated. This was both a result of the diminished potency of the elixir, as well as his body having gained the most it could from the elixir. In the end, he could continue to drink it endlessly, but chose not to do that. Even if selling more of it would reduce the price overall, he would rather sell more of it to the Emporium and gather more supplies. So then came the waiting game. Fortunately, it did not last long, as on the 4th day he heard a very familiar sound. New notification. System upgrade complete. System status updated. System Midnight Inn. System Grade Divine Broken SSS B+. System Owner Lex Williams. System Functionality 18%. System Self-Repair Time 31,760 billion years. New feature unlocked. Midnight Tailor. New notification. Quest partial completion. Accelerate the system's recovery by absorbing more systems. Quest reward. 1 maximum grade level reward not applicable. Partial completion reward. 1 free feature upgrade token. Smile adorned Lex's face when he finally received the notification. It wasn't that he was so addicted to the system that even a few days without it were a trial. Instead, it was that he was on a time limit. He immediately scanned the inn, as well as the tavern, to ensure nothing required his attention. He was pleasantly surprised to discover his new MP balance, as well as the host of items he had received in the auction. He teleported them to his room, still packed in their containers, and then turned his attention elsewhere. The employee banquet would be in 2 days, and he needed to prepare for that. He also had to sell the remaining elixir as quickly as possible. But first, he checked out the upgrades he got on his system. At first glance, it did not appear that much had changed. Even the upgrade to the inn only included 1 new service. But it was only after he looked into the Midnight Tailor that he discovered why it was that all the upgrades from an entire system were compressed into 1 shop. Unlike other times, where Lex himself established a restriction on usage of some services by prestige, this shop on its own had a restriction. Only guests with level 2 prestige could access it. Moreover, each item sold by the shop was custom-made and would require some time to deliver. As such, each item also had a different price. Next, his attention went to his quest. Naturally, the quest itself would only be complete when the system was fully recovered, and that would be when Lex would be eligible for the reward, which would be of maximum grade. This meant that it would be similar to the fully powered butter knife that he used. Unfortunately, he was only eligible for the partial reward, which is what he would receive every time the system recovered by 5%. But the free feature upgrade was quite useful. In fact, it fit Lex's plan perfectly. Unlike the token from the token shop, which could only upgrade a service, this could directly upgrade any feature offered by the system. It was no secret that Lex had long wanted to start an armory at the inn. He had thought about it multiple times. But he was waiting because there was no real rush for him to build one, and he wanted to recruit someone for that job rather than just purchase another worker. In the end, he decided he would build one anyway, upgrade it to the maximum, and then use a token to upgrade it, then supply his workers with excellent armor. Now Lex could buy a service upgrade token, and already had a feature upgrade token. For his new plan, he first had to set up the Midnight Tailor shop. The shop came with special requirements, and it had to be established alone. Not only could it not be placed near other shops, it could not be near any other buildings. Besides the requirement on seclusion, the building would be relatively massive, as if it were a mansion. Lastly, there would only be 1 tailor shop per 100 million square miles, 260 million square kilometers. Suffice to say, there would only be 1 shop at the inn for a long time. Since Lex could not continue his tradition of setting up the first store on Main Street, Lex pulled out a road from Main Street that led to the tailor shop, which Lex had more or less designed as a smaller version of Midnight Manor. Another unique thing about the shop was that it came with its own worker, and that Lex did not need to assign the duty to anyone. The worker was a relatively young, light-skinned man called Jeeves. With the tailor shop established, Lex immediately changed 1 trillion MP into 1 MT, leaving himself with a meager 384 billion MP. He opened up the token shop and looked at his options. The only tokens for sale were Feature Upgrade Token, Lockdown Token, Service Upgrade Token, Star Increase Token. Those, only the Service Upgrade Token cost 1 MT. The Feature Upgrade Token cost 4 MT, the Lockdown Token cost 6 MT, and the 0.5 Star Rank Increase cost a considerable 10 MT. Moreover, the Star Rank Increase token had an asterisk on it, leading to a small note which mentioned that the price of each Star Rank Increase token would increase depending on the star rank of the inn. Not bothering to look at the shop for much longer, Lex once again checked the details of the tailor to make sure he hadn't made a mistake in understanding it. Once he was sure, he immediately used the newly acquired token on it. Like the mystery trial, which took some time to upgrade, the tailor shop upgraded almost immediately. The requirements of the shop were also upgraded, where only prestige level 3 guests and above could use its services. Lex put on his host attire and assumed his innkeeper identity, before teleporting over. Letter 1D4D, Letter 1D5CF, Letter 1D4F5XT, Letter 1D5C7, Letter 1D4D4T. Despite its appearance as a massive mansion, the shop was actually quite cramped. The entrance was a lobby which led to several private measuring rooms as well as private fitting rooms. At the back of the mansion was the actual several-story large sweatshop. where the work was done. The rest of the shop was filled with rolls of fabric, leather, metals, and other materials which had been put on display for the client to peruse. "Jeeves," the innkeeper said, as soon as he teleported over, "I have a rather large order for you, and only a few days to fulfill the order." The young chap, who looked like he had just returned from gallivanting across the English countryside, suddenly stood at attention and listened in as the innkeeper spoke. "I have 1,000 orders, each with a budget of 100 million MP. I need them in 4 days. Jeeves, who had come into existence mere moments ago, suddenly started to sweat. Wasn't this a little too much? Chapter 630, The Beauty. Jeeves was stuck looking at the innkeeper, too shocked to even drop his jaw. The budget for this project was phenomenal. Each order with a budget of 100 million meant that he could freely use whatever material or technique he felt suited the task. Moreover, the innkeeper gave the task by submitting the number of orders and the budget for each order, but gave no other specification. This meant that he could do as his heart desires, and it was as he saw best. Such a situation should have been a tailor's dream. It had to be known that even after the upgrade to the Midnight Tailor, its prestige requirement was level 3, and each order would at minimum cost 50,000 MP. That was not a small amount, so whoever placed the order would no doubt have endless requests that Jeeves could only obey. At a massive budget of 100 million, amounting to a total of 100 billion MP, was given for him to do with as he pleased. Naturally, he had to take his client's measurements and design according to that, but that was the most basic prerequisite. It did not block Jeeves' creativity in any way. But the way things were at the moment, the matter was no longer just about creativity. How was he supposed to produce 1,000 orders in just 4 days? Naturally, Lex understood Jeeves' dilemma, but there wasn't anything that could be done about it. "I'll send Luther over with a list of all 1,000 workers who will be receiving this first order. You can start work immediately. Moreover, you can request as many helpers as you want to help you out to complete the orders." The innkeeper raised his hand and patted Jeeves on the back. "Their lives are in your hands. Do a good job." Jeeves got goosebumps all over his body as he heard the sincerity and sobriety in the innkeeper's words. A determined look filled his eyes as he suddenly began running through the halls, searching for the most optimal fabrics. A single moment wasted was 100 times more than he could afford to lose. The innkeeper, meanwhile, teleported to his office and summoned Luther. It was time to let everyone know about what was happening, but it had to be done appropriately. Lex found it hard to suppress his guilt, since he was literally asking others to go and risk their lives for him. But it was a necessity. It had to be done. Luther himself was quite busy, supervising a plan for holding the rhino centaurs and how they were to be treated. But a summons from the innkeeper took precedence over all, and he quickly made his way over to the office. Initially, he was full of energy, as he usually is whenever the innkeeper summoned him. Yet the moment he entered, he could sense that the mood was not right. The innkeeper was uncharacteristically serious. Normally, he is always nonchalant, so this behavior clearly meant something very serious happened. "How can I help, innkeeper?" Luther asked as soon as he entered the office. It was his duty to ease the burdens of the innkeeper, so if the innkeeper was upset, he was not doing his duty properly. "There's a very serious matter that I need to inform you about. The Midnight Inn, as of right now, is established inside the Origin Realm. As such, our hosts have made some perfunctory requests of us. Although I can dismiss those requests, it is ultimately true that we are guests in their realm and they are our hosts. To fulfill our hosts' requests, I need to send 1,000 Foundation-level cultivators to a battlefield for some time. While we will not stay in the Origin Realm for long, we have to accept the request for the duration we are still here." Luther was stunned at first, but then quickly gathered his wits. According to his impression, the innkeeper was unimaginably powerful and could control the universe itself with a single hand. Who exactly was qualified to host him and even ask for demands in return? "Since this is a request outside of the inn, I do not want to make any demands. Everyone who joined the inn did so to work normally and not to fight in wars. Therefore, I want you to ask for volunteers. Only those who choose to go themselves and meet the requirements can go. If the numbers aren't sufficient and not enough volunteer, let me know. I will figure something out." Luther understood his assignment, but hesitation filled him. There was a question that haunted him, but he did not know if he could ask it. Lex, who was a master at reading people, naturally saw through his assistant with a single glance. "Speak your mind," Lex said, the calm demeanor of the innkeeper returning. "Who exactly can force you to participate in matters unrelated to the inn?" he asked, hiding his bitterness deep inside himself. He knew clearly this matter wasn't simple. The Midnight Inn boasted neutrality, but the moment they made their presence known on a battlefield, it would forever become incredibly difficult for them to claim to be neutral ever again. Although he did not know a lot about the forces in the universe, he could at least understand something this basic. "This is not me being forced," the innkeeper replied with a chuckle. Compared to what they can demand from me, this is but a symbolic gesture. The truth of the matter is, I am cooperating in this matter because, in this vast universe, even I, outstanding though I may be, am not without equal. Sometimes it is better to make friends before you ever need friends. Of course, that was not the truth of his current situation, but he had to assure Luther. After all, Luther would be his mouthpiece in this instance. I understand. Instead of being demoralized, Luther was filled with conviction. In this universe, even the innkeeper needed help sometimes. To Luther, that only meant that if he ever became strong enough, he could be of help to the innkeeper. Until that day came, he would be of service in other ways. If you are able to gather 1,000 volunteers, take them to the Midnight Tailor. They need to submit their measurements. Moreover, find out how many spare hands the tailor, Jeeves, needs and send him as much help as he requests. This is an urgent matter. I'll take care of it immediately, he said. His vigor returned and quickly exited the office. He had no time to waste, and neither did the innkeeper. With this arduous task done, he had to immediately return to the Emporium. Once he completed the trade, he had to return to the Crystal Realm. There was absolutely no time to waste. Before he did any of that, though, he took his feature upgrade token and used it on the inn's teleporting ability. The inn's teleporting capability was amazing even as it was. It could access any place in the universe. Moreover, if someone brought him an item from a specific place in a realm he already had access to, he would be able to form a link to that location as well, though he would have to go through the whole process of traveling to that planet first and connecting to it. Lex wanted his method to be even more versatile. Originally, he planned on using the transportation formation he had been given to the battlefield inside the minor realm he gave to the workers, and have them all teleport from there. But with the upgrade, he could directly establish the formation inside the inn. The inn could now selectively allow teleportation from within its grounds to anywhere. This way, once Lex had the opportunity, he himself could also go to the battlefield and link it to the inn. Since the teleportation capabilities had been upgraded, if Lex went to a new place, he would be able to link it to the inn without the need to use the golden ticket, or any other ticket for that matter. With that small task done, Lex teleported to his apartment and began pouring some more elixir into the vials he had received. Once he had enough, he teleported to X-142 and approached the Emporium. It was best to conduct this trade as quickly as possible. Once he entered the building, he once again saw Powell, and he could tell that this Powell was not the owner of the Emporium, but the salesman he had been meeting originally. "Lex, my friend, I have been waiting for you," he said excitedly. "I've already been briefed on the trades you want to conduct. The item you requested, the diamond containing laws, is ready to be traded. For the other trade, however, you will have to go to another planet. But no worries, I've already prepared the appropriate teleportation apparatus for you to use whenever you want. Letter 1D4D, letter 1D5CF, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. But before you do anything, look at this. I know this has nothing to do with your current trades, but as long as you're a man, you'll definitely enjoy this." Before Lex could say anything, Powell opened up a magazine and placed it right in front of Lex. The double-spread image genuinely stunned Lex, and he could not remove his eyes from the beauty that he saw on the page. Chapter 631, A Man's Romance. Since time immemorial, there has been a special romance between a man and his mode of transportation. In the old days of Earth, all sorts of animals were reared for the sole purpose of making an excellent vehicle. Horses or rare breeds were sought after with more fervor than gold. Elephants were adorned with more jewelry than actual kings and queens. Rhinos were treated as special mounts, worthy of only the most fantastic generals and soldiers. Then came a revolution of industry, and times changed. Modernization was suddenly the way of the world, and so the world adapted. From the first cycle, to the first car to the first train, the romance grew more and more wild. Hot air balloons, blimps, and finally airplanes were welcomed into the world. People were known in their towns and societies, not by who they were or what they did, but the kind of car they drove. A pilot was not celebrated unless he flew a jet, not a commercial plane or crop duster. A person was only considered cool and amazing if they rode a sufficiently excellent motorcycle. For a long time already, a man would be recognized by his ride before anything else. It was only natural, as a lot could be told about a man based on the car he drove. Be clear, although Lex's inner monologue kept emphasizing on the romance of a man and his car, he was not being sexist. When he said man, he was more referring to the race rather than the gender. He was quite clear that a woman too could completely elevate or reduce her status based on her ride. So when men and women alike were victims to the beauty of a vehicle, how could Lex be any different? On the magazine before him, on the double-page widespread, was the image of a black spaceship. It was perfectly curved, with no sharp corners or edges anywhere except the very tip. It seemed as if the tip was the very starting point of the entire ship, as if the entire ship emerged from that one single point. The interior of the ship was not visible, and there seemed to be no transparent glass panels to see through anywhere, yet that only added to the mystique of this sleek and slender ship. Towards the back, there appeared to be one main thruster engine, with a relatively smaller one protruding from the two wings on its side. Appreciating Lex's stunned appearance, Powell seemed only to nod as if affirming that this was the correct reaction. This is the Silent Knight, the latest production in the personal corvette class of ships by Havelier Industries. There's only one of them so far, and it's apparently capable of intergalactic travel in the span of mere months. This is completely a collector's ship. Even Powell's voice was dripping with envy, yet Lex focused on something else entirely. Wait, the Emporium is not selling this. No, how could we get our hands on this? Like I said, it was produced by Havelier Industries, and they are the only ones who can sell it. Not to mention, everyone knows what the Gradars are like. Lex, in fact, did not know what the Gradars were like, nor did he know who or what they were. But he did not bring attention to his ignorance for the moment, as in the recent documents he bought from the Emporium probably had the relevant information. It was only a matter of time before he discovered it. Instead, his focus remained on the ship. You don't sell this, fine, but do you sell other ships at least? Yes, of course. A private vessel is absolutely imperative if one is to traverse from one region of space to another. I'll have you know, teleportation formations are neither cheap nor common. Most trade is conducted via spaceships, and unless the distance spans many star systems, most travel is also done via ships. The Silent Knight is a little different, sure. It can even traverse the space between galaxies, so traveling within a galaxy is much faster. But it's rare to find ships of such caliber in the open market. Only some very large empires use them for official government use. So what you're saying is, you have ships but nothing as good as the Silent Knight. Letter 1D4D, letter 1D5CF, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. Powell smiled awkwardly, as if he had been caught red-handed. Although Lex felt interested, he restrained himself. He already had a massive ship inside the inn if he would ever even need it. Moreover, if he ever wanted a smaller one, he still had better hopes in getting it from his system than elsewhere. Let's just get on with the trade. I'll look at ships another time. Even as Lex said that, he gave one final glance to the Silent Knight. This was probably the last time he would ever see this ship, and the possibility of running into it and the owner in the future was as close to zero as possible. He was completely and totally not thinking all of this on purpose to set up a flag for himself to run into this ship in the future. It was just a ship. It wasn't like he had become emotionally attached to it after a single glance. If you'll follow me, said Powell, putting away the magazine and getting back to business. I'll take you to the teleportation room first. Once you've completed the trade, you can return the same way. Please rest assured that the Emporium has made adequate preparations for your travel and safety at the destination. Zuri Adisa, being an old client of the Emporium, has conducted many such trades before with no history of foul play. I would escort you personally, but the Emporium has a strict policy against workers leaving the premises. Lex only nodded and followed Powell to the teleportation room. He wondered if he'd be able to link the new planet he was about to visit to the inn now that the teleportation function was upgraded. He would soon find out. Powell led him through unfamiliar corridors, all the while making sure he continued to keep Lex busy with small talk. Although he was not showing it up front, his recent promotion must have made him incredibly happy. Powell could not stop talking about all the new things he had learned about. Finally, they reached their destination, and though Powell looked a little reluctant for he was enjoying talking to Lex, he did not slow the process down. Inside the room was a small, circular platform that was hovering above the ground by only a few inches. This is the dedicated platform for Zuri's planet, Powell explained. Although we can activate it from here, the teleportation will not occur unless Zuri allows it. But you are already cleared to travel, so just go stand in the center whenever you're ready and I'll activate the platform. With a nod, Lex walked right up to the middle and waited for the process to begin. Powell did not press any buttons or activate any switch, yet the platform turned on nonetheless. A ring of bright light enveloped Lex, before he once again began to experience the feeling of being transported through space. Nothing could ever come close to the seamless teleportation offered by the inn, but the process this time was much smoother than his previous times. He felt a dull pressure on his body, keeping it completely still as it was moved through the folds of space. While previously the process left him feeling uncomfortable and disoriented, at least a little, this time Lex actually felt a little comfortable. In fact, it almost seemed like he could understand where he was going. The cosmic erosion elixir. It suddenly occurred to Lex that he had been drinking it non-stop, and that it contained laws pertaining to space. Could that have somehow developed some sort of affinity with space within him? Before he could ponder the question further, he appeared in what surely must have been heaven. He was standing on a platform similar to the back at the Emporium, waving in the wind. All of them had a cultivation realm much higher than his own, which was surrounded by white pillars similar to the ones used in Roman architecture. Above his head was a small dome, as if to provide him with shade. But that was it. There were no walls or barriers, and the entire structure seemed to be placed inside a meadow from a children's fairy tale. The air was so pure and fresh it made even the midnight seem stale, and the soft, gentle breeze carried with it the scent of wild flowers. There was wild grass growing all around the structure, with a sea of daisies all around it. In the distance, there were massive trees that reached high up into the clouds, as if creating a border to the meadow. Tiny creatures could be seen running through the fields, and even tinier birds flying around, drinking the dew off flower petals. The all Lex was feeling didn't last long, however, for he quickly realized that whether it was the birds the size of his pinky finger, the tiny creatures running through the fields, or even the flowers, waving in the wind, all of them had a cultivation realm much higher than his own. Chapter 632, Clean Yourself. Although Lex was not intimidated, for he could escape to the inn whenever he liked, the first impression was indeed quite overwhelming. In a meadow, there were perhaps thousands, tens of thousands, or perhaps even hundreds of thousands of blades of grass, yet each and every one was radiating an aura that was at least at the nascent realm. Interestingly enough, although the flora had cultivation, he could not detect any signs of sentience from them. They were ruled completely by their genetic programming, which told them how to grow, how to photosynthesize, and how to blend in with their environment. He was thoroughly impressed, and wondered if this was similar to the wonder his guests experienced when they entered the inn. Although he did not have an endless horde of powerful beings filling every inch of the ground, the inn itself was also pretty cool, right? Regardless, now that he was here, on this unusual planet, the first thing Lex did was inquire if he could link it to the inn. The answer Mary gave him was yes, but to establish a connection he would still need to spend an extended time here. Lex shook his head. As much as he wanted this place linked, he did not have the time to waste. Looked around to see if he could find a path, for he wasn't sure what he was supposed to do next. He would have considered exploring the place if the circumstances were normal, but even he did not dare to randomly step on the grass here. Although his defense was strong, he doubted it could handle an onslaught if follow the path, a voice whispered in his ear, and suddenly the 14. Grass parted, revealing a thin dirt road. Grass here decided to target him. Follow the path, a voice whispered in his ear, and suddenly the grass parted, revealing a thin dirt road. Lex, who remained unsurprised, simply nodded and began walking where the path led. From what he knew, Zuriadisa was one of the strongest beings in the Origin realm. Well aware of how powerful high-leveled cultivators became, nothing he saw would surprise him. Such, Lex strolled casually through what could easily be described as the Garden of Eden, and took mental notes. In many ways, the place was very ordinary. It was just that the incredibly high cultivation realm of each and every plant elevated the beauty and presence that they generated. Letter 1D4D, letter 1D5CF, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. Lex even saw a small butterfly, and he had no doubt believing that a single flap of its wings really could cause a hurricane. The winding path eventually led him from the meadow into the forest, where each and every tree stood tall and strong, making them seem more durable than the walls of many fortresses. They probably even were. It was ironic, then, that the thing they were supposedly protecting was 1,000,000 times stronger than them. There was no special clearing, no sudden change or strange "Greetings, Senior," Lex said, giving a simple bow. He was not exactly sure what etiquette to show when meeting such an eminent being temples. One moment he was walking through the forest, surrounded by normal trees, until he arrived at one peculiar-looking tree that was shaped like a throne. Upon that throne sat a tall, petite woman, her skin light green, as if it was made from a leaf. She had a humanoid appearance, though her height of 8 feet, 2.4 meters, made her much taller than any normal human. She also had long, pointed ears, so maybe it was more appropriate to say she had an elvish appearance rather than humanoid. "Greetings, Senior," Lex said, giving a simple bow. He was not exactly sure what etiquette to show when meeting such an eminent being, but he definitely was not about to be subservient. Bowing was already enough of a show of respect in his opinion. Of course, he could not be sure that he was addressing Zuriadisa, but the fact that she was the only being on this planet not blasting her aura told Lex that she was different from the rest. "Greetings, child," she said, her voice soft and creamy. Listening to her made Lex's heart melt, as if it was the most beautiful melody to have ever existed. But that was it. It did not influence his psyche, nor did it want to make him want to worship the woman. Anything he felt was out of pure and genuine appreciation for something beautiful, and not a result of some powerful laws affecting him. "I am Zuri, as you can probably guess," she continued. "Your aura is so familiar, child, I wonder where I have met you before." Lex was stumped, for he was certain that he had never encountered Zuri before, but she did not seem to be asking him. She merely closed her eyes for a moment, as if recalling. "Ah yes, I see now. You have been near one of my clones, first on a planet called Earth, and then in a place referred to as the Midnight Inn." While Zuri spoke, back at the Midnight Inn, the tree that was being constantly taken care of by the turtle and its adopted pets trembled ever so slightly. But nothing more happened, almost making one feel as if they had imagined it. "You're your clone?" Lex asked, genuinely surprised. If he ran into one of her clones on Earth, it would be fine if he didn't recognize her, but how could he have missed her at the Midnight Inn? It made no sense. He made a mental note to go back and sweep the inn again to make sure there were no entities hidden from him. "Yes, I have clones across the origin realm. Don't fret. Most of my clones don't really do anything. Consider it an inclination of my plant heritage to want to spread myself as far and wide as possible." Zuri thoroughly observed Lex while she spoke, as if inspecting him for any secrets. Or perhaps she wasn't looking for secrets and just wanted to study him. Either way, she seemed satisfied with whatever she saw. "If you don't mind me saying so, child, your body is a mess. You should consider cleaning yourself. There are too many external influences attached to you." For some unusual reason, Lex suddenly thought back to the system's remarks. More than once, it had asked him to shower, or rather, clean himself. As expected, Lex only took that as the system being mean to him, but now that Zuri said something similar, perhaps there was more to it than it seemed. What external influences? I have never detected any problems." He was, of course, worried that she might mean the system, but his forehead with her index finger. "There are remains of one inscription here, although the inscription gut said otherwise." With a soft, gentle smile, Zuri leaned forward and touched his forehead with her index finger. "There are remains of one inscription here. Although the inscription has long since deteriorated, its remains still exist, polluting your aura." Then she touched his heart. "There still exists a very active inscription here. According to what I can see, it is hiding your bloodline from being detected." Then she touched the base of his neck. "The last one exists here. It is a silent tracker. It will stay dormant most of the time, but once activated, it will immediately reveal your location to whoever cast the inscription." Lex was thoroughly startled. There were so many hidden inscriptions in his body. He had never realized they were even there, despite his extremely potent intuition and self-awareness. The only people he could imagine having placed that were his parents. This was extremely dangerous. He did not know how potent the tracker was, but what if it was activated while he was acting as the innkeeper? Although he suspected his host attire kept his body safe from external probing, otherwise many others would have long noticed the issues with his body. Or maybe many had noticed it, but never mentioned them. "The inscriptions are not a problem generally," Zuri said, "but due to the special nature of your body, the laws within them are polluting your aura. Long-term, it could be bad for you." "Thank you for pointing this out," Lex said very sincerely. He would think of a way to resolve this issue as soon as possible. "There is no need for such formality. I quite like your aura, so I don't mind helping you out." Lex nodded and did not continue to focus on the matter. Instead, he pulled out 2 vials of the cosmic erosion elixir. He meant to give the second one as a thanks and a show of good faith since she helped him out, but Zuri did not bother with it and only took a single vial. Perhaps to her, Lex's gesture was akin to a small child giving an adult a piece of candy. It could be appreciated, but it was not really needed. "Take this blade," she said, sending towards him a small clay pot full of soil and a single blade of grass. "I do not recommend you plant it anywhere. There are very few places that can provide the required nourishment to keep it alive. You are more likely to turn a thriving planet into a barren, desolate land than support this blade." Chapter 633, A Favor. "I don't plan on planting it anywhere," Lex confirmed as he took the pot. "How long will the blade be fine in this pot? Can it last for a while?" "Not for long," Zuri confirmed. "I have prepared the soil in the pot personally, so it should be able to support it in the short term. But at most, in 4,000 or 5,000 years, the blade will begin to wither." Without the host attire to help him, Lex could not control himself from twitching. 4,000 or 5,000 years was not long. It was a matter of perspective, probably. "Thank you," Lex commented, relieved that he wouldn't need to immediately consume this as well. The constant cultivation using the elixir had really worn out his body. He was glad to have a break. "Before you leave, I have a small favor to ask." Lex was genuinely startled, for technically speaking, someone at Zuri's level did not need to ask him for a favor. Even if she had told him she wanted something done, with his identity as Lex he would have tried his best to accomplish it, if for no other reason than to establish a good relationship with her. "How can I help you?" he asked very seriously. "Will you be returning to the Midnight Inn?" "Yes, in fact I was planning on heading there now." As I have mentioned, I have a clone in the Midnight Inn, but it is still far away from waking up, so I will require your assistance for a matter. You see, although my clone is asleep, I can still sense its surroundings. The clone is being taken care of by a galactic sovereign turtle. I would like to invite that fellow to come and live on my planet. If you could communicate this request on my behalf, I would be very grateful. Lex was now genuinely startled. She wanted to poach his worker. As annoying as he found the fact that the turtle could somehow manipulate his system, he was also extremely impressed by its work. There was no way in hell that he would give him up. Letter 1D4D, letter 1D5CF, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. You may not know this, but that turtle is a worker for the Midnight Inn. The innkeeper might not appreciate your attempts to take him. I don't know the details, but I've heard rumors that the innkeeper is a Daelord. He was attempting to dissuade Zuri by telling her that she couldn't mess with the innkeeper, but she did not seem dissuaded at all. If the turtle truly wants to leave, the innkeeper will not hold him back, nor will he have any hard feelings about it. Why would she say such a thing? I can sense your hesitation. I understand you don't want to cross the Midnight Inn for something like this, but let me share a little something with you. Have you heard of sovereigns before? Lex had, in fact, searched up the relevance of such a title even at the Emporium when he was buying information, but did not get any significant details. All he was able to get was that the Emporium gave ultimate favor to any race with the term sovereign in their name, and that preference was even above his own VIP level. Not really, no, Lex answered. There are a lot of misunderstandings about the term. Many even believe it is the name of a cultivation realm even beyond the Daelord realm, but that is not true. This is one of the secrets you can only come in touch with at a very high level, but it's not a big deal if I tell you. Universe is extremely vast and full of numerous incomprehensible things. Many people like to believe that the universe on the whole is a fair place, but that is not the truth. Some races are born as life forms of a higher level of existence. The higher the level, the more favor they receive from the universe. Well, that's not really true, but at your level you may as well understand it as such. Almost everything in the universe has more or less been categorized, from valuables to races, to cultivation realms, to realms themselves, and more. Each one follows a systematic and logical progression system. Except for the ones that don't. In the universe there exist some things that are completely and inherently unfair. Nothing about them makes sense, and they can seemingly bend the rules of the universe to their whims. Races with the term sovereign in them are races who have such an advantage. So regardless of cultivation level, everyone sane respects the will of the sovereigns and stays out of their way, Daelords included. I once heard a rumor about a galactic sovereign turtle. It was tending to many planets, as they usually do. They have a great fondness for gardening, but the star system that one of the planets it was tending was eventually destroyed due to the fact that it was pulled into a black hole. Out of sheer anger, the turtle ate the black hole. Perhaps the absurdity of such an event will go over your head. You only need to understand that a black hole is the personification of extremes in this realm, and even Daelords cannot easily interfere with it, let alone eat one. So you see, in this universe, cultivation is not everything. There are some things that cannot be achieved even with high cultivation realms. So, if the turtle really does decide to leave, the innkeeper will not interfere. He may even be happy about it. After all, sovereigns are unpredictable. I will convey your message, Lex said weakly, as he thought of ways to avoid having the turtle leave. If it really was as Zuri had said, the turtle was extremely awesome and Lex did not want to lose him. If it were a normal employee, Lex would not worry, as once someone became an official employee of the inn, their loyalty would increase. But the turtle was clearly different. Zuri chuckled, as if she could see the difficulty Lex was facing, but said nothing. She was confident Lex would not get in any trouble, so there was nothing to worry about to begin with. You may leave at your leisure. If you want to spend some time cultivating here, it will be extremely beneficial. Thank you for the offer, but I have to depart, Lex said. Zuri did not stop him, and only watched from her wooden throne as he departed, one leg softly nestled over another. Lex, however, did not worry too long about the matter with the turtle. Sure, Zuri was more powerful than him and had a planet akin to heaven, but the turtle had been at the inn long enough to know what benefits it could bring, and what level it had the potential to rise to. Moreover, convincing people was his speciality. If he had known this before, he would have entered a career in marketing instead of computer science, but none of that mattered now. Teleported back to the Emporium and then began the second task on his agenda. He had several liters of elixir left, and its potency was quickly dropping. Originally, Lex planned on simply selling it off. Though the massive amount of liquid entering the market would reduce its price, it was better than getting nothing in exchange. Moreover, Lex had picked up the elixir for free to begin with. But he had changed his mind after teleporting to the planet Zuri was on. Instead, when he returned to the Emporium, he asked for something else instead. You want to look up methods to build affinity for space? You know, that is one of the rarest affinities to exist. Methods to artificially create it are even rarer, said Powell with a troubled look. As rare as the elixir? Lex asked with a smirk. In truth, he was not asking for this for himself. His affinity was already being taken care of by his cultivation technique. But if there were a way to do the same for his workers, that would only boost their chances of survival in the upcoming war. Point taken, Powell replied. In fact, as it happens, there really does exist a way to do so that actually uses the elixir. But for humans, it can only be used on cultivators with relatively low cultivation. Not a problem, Lex said, and conducted the exchange. In the end, he still decided to sell some of the elixir to the Emporium. Even with the reduced potency, he managed to procure the teacup containing the law of femininity as well as get 100 million credits with the Emporium. Lex had no intention of using the teacup for himself, but who knew when an item containing laws could end up being useful? Maybe he could even sell it later. In Lex's eyes, it was like acquiring an asset he intended on liquidating later. He also managed to get his hand on the method to induce space affinity, and then quickly departed for the inn. He had work to do. Chapter 634 locked in his heart. 634 locked in his heart. The moment Lex returned to the inn, he teleported away to his room. He placed the teacup aside, somewhere where he wouldn't accidentally use it to drink something from, and began perusing the method to induce the affinity. It was complicated, to say the least. Firstly, the method would work best on someone who was building the foundation. That made sense, since if the foundation could be influenced, then when the golden core is formed, the affinity would become more evident. During the foundation realm, the affinity would merely begin to show its influence. Secondly, the process was nowhere near as seamless as it was for him. For Lex, his affinity seemed to be able to change easily, but that was a result of regal embrace. For anyone not cultivating a technique capable of surpassing the strength of their very universe, it was tad harder. Other than the elixir, which would play the role of the main ingredient, numerous supporting ingredients would be necessary. A lot of medicine and healing items would also be required, because during the process the body would literally start failing to function properly. Letter 1D442, letter 1D69F, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D41C, letter 1D4A, letter 1D55E. In this instance, even the recovery pod would not be helpful, since the premise of the pod was to rely on the body's base healing ability and enhance it exponentially. The pod would not work at all if the body became incapable of healing. That was also the reason why it could not heal golden cores, since the body could not heal it to begin with. Fortunately, alongside the method itself, Powell had provided him with one set of necessary ingredients for the process. That meant Lex could successfully carry it out on one person, at least. He would, in the meantime, gather the resources himself via the guild to use the process on as many workers as possible. Send me a list of everyone who has volunteered so far, said Lex to Mary, who sent him a list immediately. He didn't know if he should be surprised or if he should have expected the outcome. As of late, the inn had a minimum of 5 to 8 million guests at any time, minimum. Based on the festival going on, there could be many more. This was excluding the refugees, who had already started moving into their new realm, which they took from him on lease. They would be paying for it for the next 50 years at the very least. One would think that Lex would similarly need millions of workers to keep things running smoothly, but that was not the case. Lex had a little less than 400,000 employees. The number made him sigh as it was massive, yet it seemed inadequate to cater to millions of guests. But the truth was, with the system automating so many things, the employees' workload was drastically reduced. Still, most of those employees were very new, from being less than a week old to at most a few months. Sure, many of them were cultivating quickly, and had gained the benefits of the inn's star upgrade, but that didn't miraculously turn them into high-leveled cultivators. They still had to cultivate one step at a time. So, as a result, most of the Foundation Realm cultivators he had were some of his oldest ones. Every single one of them had volunteered, so the list that Lex got was not 1,000 workers who volunteered, but only the first 1,000 to volunteer. The rest were kept on a reserve list. No one wanted to miss an opportunity to contribute to the inn. While Lex may have been thinking of them as workers and employees, to them, the Midnight Inn was their life. In the end, all he could do was sigh, and give them unreasonably overwhelming advantages over their opponents. Besides, if there was one thing he had learnt, it was that humans seemed to be disadvantaged against other races in the universe. Although all the inn workers had the potential to awaken an amazing bloodline and grow incredibly powerful, they suffered from the inherent disadvantage of being human. He had to make up for that. He closed his eyes and pointed at a name randomly, selecting the lucky volunteer who would be the first to go through the procedure to develop space affinity. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that it was a very familiar name. It was none other than the big brother of the inn, Z. Clearly, he was both extremely lucky and extremely unlucky. For this next part, he donned his Clark Kent glasses and teleported over to little Z, who was, for once, sitting in his little cubicle and watching an anime. When Lex teleported over, he saw Z taking notes. In the cubicle besides him, Lex could see a number of Bluetooth speakers, as well as some treasures which were also speakers. There was also a music player with various playlists with names like For Fighting Scrubs, Hero Saves the Damsel, The Power of Friendship, Screaming to Release More Power, and This Isn't Even My Final Form. Hey kid, Leo said, patting Z on the shoulder. Z, who was completely focused on the anime, was startled and jumped out of his seat. When he turned and saw his boss, Leo, he cursed his luck. He would have rather faced an assassination. What do you want? I've already opened up all the extra stores you wanted, and now I have a special task from the Innkeeper, so I can't do your work. Leo chuckled and said, I know, kid, that's why I'm here. The Innkeeper is quite pleased with your performance so far, so he's selected you to be the first to receive a special kind of upgrade. But I'm here to ask you if you're up for it. I must warn you, it's not a simple process and it'll hurt a lot. I'm not afraid of pain, he exclaimed, putting up a brave face. If the Innkeeper has selected me for it, you can't keep it from me. That's what I thought, said Leo, and put his hand over Z's shoulder. The two of them teleported away, this time to a private recovery room. Leo summoned a nurse and began giving her instructions. Moreover, he had also summoned Luther, who would be learning the process so he could administer it to as many workers as possible in the near future. Prepare yourself. Once the process starts, it can't be stopped. Moreover, you have to keep on cultivating the entire time. If you stop, the process will be interrupted, which will result in you becoming crippled or even killed. In truth, the circumstances were not so dire, or else Lex would not have elected to use it. But if a person failed once, they could not undergo a second procedure. So he used the pressure of death to motivate them. Z simply nodded, his expression calm and collected like a protagonist from a shounen manga. Pain could not scare him, death could not deter him. After all, he had already experienced the tribulations of customer service. What could be worse? Leo summoned all the necessary items and began working. Z was made to ingest various tablets, potions, powders, herbs, and spices, which made his entire body turn red. The medicinal power was too strong for his body, and he was on the verge of bursting. That's when the difficult part of the process actually began. Start cultivating, Leo said calmly, as he made an incision in Z's right arm and attached a drip directly to the bone. Similar drips were attached to various other bones all across Z's body, resulting in a bloody and miserable sight, yet the young lad didn't make a single sound and only focused on his cultivation. He had been fighting for his coworkers' honor in the arena day and night. He was no stranger to bleeding or even grotesque injuries. Lex kept poking and prodding the young lad's body with various injections over the next few hours, until finally the time arrived to add the elixir. One thing had to be said about Z's luck. Since he was the first one to undergo this process, the elixir he would get would be the most potent. By the time the others were able to undergo the same process, the elixir's potency would have dropped by another few grades. As a result, this process would be much harder for him than anyone else. But when it finished, if he managed to survive, his affinity would also be much higher than the rest. Suppressing his emotions, Leo poured an entire cup's worth of elixir down the child's throat, and then took a step back. If all the previous steps were skipped, exposure to a single drop of elixir would have killed Z, let alone a whole cup. Now he would live, but he would only suffer some extreme discomfort. No one spoke as they watched Z's body undergo horrifying changes. Z finally released a sound, not because he was unable to suppress himself from grunting, but because his body was literally making noises. They all watched and made sure to keep giving him the required medicine to ensure his body kept healing. Leo especially burned the memory deep in his heart. He could have left, but he wanted to watch. He did not consider it a failure that he had to resort to the help of his workers to survive this difficult period. But he did not forget that it was his responsibility to take care of them, not the other way around. One day, he would make it up to them. Until then, he would lock everything in his heart. Chapter 635, Finishing His Chores. Letter 1D442, letter 1D69F, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D41C, letter 1D4A, letter 1D55E. It was a few agonizing hours, but eventually it was completed without incident. To look at, Z appeared an average 15-year-old boy who had just had the work out of his life. His body was covered in copious amounts of sweat, but other than that he seemed completely normal. The incredibly powerful healing agents had made it so that not only were there no remaining signs of his various drips and injections, but any cuts or deformities he suffered during the process. He was breathing heavily and his eyes were closed. It all seemed perfectly normal. That was if you did not look at the rest of the room. The floor was red with blood and guts. There were unusual impurities which had been removed from his body, mostly in the shape of black grains, but some had come out in the shape and size of pebbles. Although that was far from what Z had suffered through, it was as much of the process that Lex was willing to recall. He walked up to the table with Z lay and bent down. "The process is complete," he said softly. "You can get some sleep." Z tried to speak a few times, but he was breathing too heavily to be able to do so. In the end, he just nodded, his eyes still closed, and finally allowed himself to relax. Despite his out-of-breath state, he fell asleep in just a few seconds. "Keep an eye on him," Lex said to the nurse while handing her a book. "When he wakes up, ask him to see if he can learn this technique. It's a very simple one, and its only real purpose is to check if his spirit energy has space affinity." Lex then turned to Luther. "If he's succeeded, you can begin allowing anyone who volunteers to undergo the same process. Space affinity is an incredibly powerful tool that can help greatly during the upcoming battles." Without waiting for Luther to reply, Leo disappeared. Although he had read that the process was going to be difficult, it was only after watching it that he realized just how difficult it was. Yet he didn't let that deter him or change his mind. An unfortunate truth he had learnt the hard way, time and time again since he began cultivation, was that the universe was not a friendly place. One had to be ridiculously tough to survive in it and tolerate endless ordeals. He appeared near the greenhouse, this time without his Clark Kent glasses. He was crossing out his tasks, and as much as he wanted to avoid it, he could not ignore the favors Yuri asked of him. He did not enter the forest, but instead only walked to the edge and started to speak. "I would like to speak to the turtle, please." Though he did not address anyone specific when he spoke, he knew that while young MacDonald had its roots all beneath the inn, it paid extra attention around the greenhouse. Once upon a time, young MacDonald's job was to act as security for the entire inn, but more and more, such a thing was infeasible. Young MacDonald had hit a growth slump upon reaching the Golden Core realm, and it was mostly just focused around the greenhouse. Speaking of which, the quality of food had really drastically improved at the inn. Lex didn't pay much attention to it, but it seemed the combination of the turtle growing stronger and the inn getting some farming-focused features really boosted the inn's food production capability. Lex was able to spend a couple of minutes imagining the various delicacies the inn had to offer, and what new alien food he could try out soon, before the turtle arrived. "How can I help you, little human?" the turtle asked, as it brought its neck down to Lex's height. Did the turtle get even taller since Lex saw him last? Unable to answer, he instead focused on more important things. "I have been requested to ask you a question." Lex began explaining the situation to the turtle, all the while setting the conversation up in such a way that Lex would easily be able to convince the turtle to stay if it wanted to leave. As it turned out, he didn't really need to do any such thing. "Oh dear, such a generous offer. But if I leave, all the children will feel lonely. I cannot leave them, at least until they grow up a little bit." As if on cue, Little Blue flew up behind the turtle and looked down curiously at Lex. Unable to find anything interesting, it continued to fly away. Fenrir, too, came running out of the forest. It stopped to acknowledge Lex, but then quickly continued to run. It was chasing after the whale once again. "I understand," Lex said with a smile, suddenly feeling grateful for the turtle's knack for adoption. With these few minor chores out of the way, Lex finally teleported out of the inn. But he still did not return to the Crystal Realm, at least not yet. Instead, after a very, very long time, he reappeared on the planet Vegas Minima. He had incredibly fond memories of nearly fighting to the death against endless hordes of zombies on this planet. Ah, how he missed being weak and feeble. He would just have to make do without almost getting killed at every corner. Before his thoughts would end up jinxing him, Lex diverted his attention towards how the world had changed since he was last here. Did not look like it was the site of a centuries-long war at all. Tall buildings filled the skyline, with familiar-looking ships flying across the sky. In the ground, there were fewer vehicles because most of the ground level was left to accommodate a lot of flora. Trees filled the streets, with grass instead of sidewalks upon which the locals were walking. Some kind of air train seemed to be transporting people through the city, for those who did not want to travel by ship, or unusual-looking walkways built on the sides of the buildings up a few stories high. The town, a city, a massive metropolis that Lex was looking at was completely bustling it. The size of the crowds would make even New York City seem like a secluded city, yet everything was done beautifully and in an eco-friendly way. It was mesmerizing to see, but the greater wonder was how all of this was built in less than a year. Sure, he expected the Empire's capabilities to be far beyond that of Earth's, but wasn't this a little too much? Lex strolled through the city as he took in the views, and absorbed everything he saw. He had heard that originally the people of Vegas Minima relied on gene manipulation to grow stronger instead of cultivation, and once the zombies invaded they relied on their cores for body cultivation. Now it seemed like they had completely adopted the orthodox way of cultivation within the Empire. It was fascinating how many phases and cultures a single planet had been through. As much as he enjoyed his return, Lex had actually come to this planet with a purpose. He made his way to a public services and security office, an organization set up by the Empire to assist the recovery and rehabilitation of the locals. Once there, he merely handed over a card given to him by Alexander to the receptionist, who immediately wore a serious look. She glanced at Lex, as if he were some big shot, but began to work furiously on her computer, as if she was afraid she would be the one responsible for wasting his time. A short while later, a group of military personnel appeared to take Lex to a private and secure facility. That facility, though, ended up being quite far. In fact, the journey took a few hours as he had to be escorted out of the city he was already in. At first he thought he would be taken to some hidden base or secure location, but he was instead taken to an even larger, more impressive city. In fact, if Marlowe were here, he would recognize not the city, for it had changed too much, but the cliffside near it. This was where he had fought his battles so bravely. But the speed of his ship was too fast. Lex had no time to admire the capital of Vegas Minima. After only catching glimpses, he was already brought to an in-building parking space where the ship landed, and a number of personnel stood waiting for him. "Your teleportation formation has been primed and is ready to be used," said one of the soldiers, speaking as if he were talking about the most grim thing in the world. "Before we proceed, however, we will need to enter your details into our system. Is that all right? It's protocol." "Sure, no problem," said Lex. He was on his way to the planet Alexander needed his help on. He wouldn't stay there for long, but he needed to at least reach the planet so he could teleport there when Alexander needed help. Chapter 636 Polbitvi. "Please follow us while we enter the details," the soldier said to Lex. "According to our information, you are to be deputed as an auxiliary combat aide, ACA. ACA members are all officially recognized by the Jotun Army and have rankings and authority of their own, but fall outside of the command chain. This basically means that they help the Army on certain tasks and missions, but they cannot be forced to accept missions or be stationed in places. The specifics vary based on the role and rank of an ACA member, but I'm sure you already know the circumstances of your recruitment. The point of me telling you this is that, by becoming an ACA member, you gain a certain level of perks and merits which can be availed across the Empire, and you will have a clean and clear identity to use." Lex felt that there was a lot that remained unsaid during the last part of the statement. He suddenly felt like a lot of wanted criminals became ACA members solely so that they could have clean identities to use. That could be both a good thing or a bad thing for the Empire, based on how it was managed. Of course, none of that had anything to do with Lex. He was led to a lab where he underwent a number of tests, reminding him of the time he was tested out in Blue Bird. The tests carried out by the Empire were, of course, much more complex than the ones on Earth. First of all, he did not need to be pricked or electrocuted for any test. Then again, they did not do anything as controversial as ask him about his cultivation techniques. A part of him wondered if during their tests his DNA would match for any of his relatives in the Empire, as there surely were. But it was never brought up, so maybe it didn't. What he did not know was that the inscription placed over his heart not only hid his bloodline, it also hid his identity from being traced. No DNA test he ever gave would be accurate. He could have become the perfect criminal on Earth, but that was already behind him now. Oddly enough, they asked him very few questions during the test, as if they wanted his identity to be as barebones as possible. They did, however, ask him one question that caused him to pause for a moment. "Name: Lex, letter 1D442, letter 1D69F, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D41C, letter 1D4A, letter 1D55E. Just Lex, no surname or affiliation." He hesitated, but in the end he simply said no. The soldier, almost as if he was expecting such an answer, only nodded and continued to create his account. The process did not take long, and in a mere 30 minutes he had become a registered ACA member with an official Empire identity. Coincidentally, the identity token they gave him was shaped like a coin, except that it was black. The coincidence was because this once again reminded him of Blue Bird, but he was easily able to inspect this token and was certain that it had no hidden trackers or monitoring devices. He stored it in his spatial bangle and followed the soldier who led him to a completely empty room. It was square, with pure white walls and floor. It looked like where psychiatric patients would be held. "Teleportation will activate soon. Please prepare yourself both physically and mentally. Long-distance teleportation, such as between planets, can be quite disorienting." Lex merely nodded. He was not worried. In fact, he was quite looking forward to it. He wanted to find out how normal transportation between planets was carried out. It didn't take long for him to get his wish. Though technically speaking, normal travel between planets, regardless of how far, was carried out on ships and not teleportation. Lex thought that when the man said Lex would be disoriented, it was because of the discomfort he felt during teleportation. Due to his physique, Lex didn't worry about that. What he did not anticipate was that the level of this teleportation formation was nowhere near that of the Emporium's. The formation activated instantly, so Lex got no warning. But even if he had, he would not have expected the whiplash his body was subjected to as it underwent what felt like being launched through the air at the speed of a fighter jet. But that was only the beginning. This teleportation was nowhere near as instantaneous as the ones he had become accustomed to, and the entire time it went on Lex felt like his body was being jostled through the air, like a ragdoll carried by a child running at full speed. The worst part was, there was no sense of up and down, because he felt gravity pulling at him from every single direction. Then the teleportation ended just as abruptly as it started, and Lex found himself in yet another completely white room. If Lex were a lesser man, he would have thrown up, but he wasn't, so he only cursed. What the hell was this? He was meant to enjoy the teleportation and experience the advantages of his physique. Instead, he went on a poorly planned roller coaster. What a rip-off. Feeling more irritated than disoriented, Lex left the white room only to find a group of surprised soldiers. But they were trained well, and so recovered quickly. "Are you ACA Lex from Vegas Minima?" the soldier asked, reading something off of a screen. "Yes, that's me." "Welcome to Polbitvi, sir," the soldier said while saluting him. Apparently Lex's rank was above his. It made sense, kind of. After all, Lex was in the Golden Corps while the soldier was in the Foundation realm. "Accommodation has been arranged for you, sir. The room will be reserved for you for up to 1 year. After that, you will have to pay for yourself if you wish to continue renting the same room. There's also an introductory packet to get you acquainted with the planet and its culture. Currently, there are no orders waiting for you, nor any mail." "Thanks," said Lex, grabbing the folder the soldier handed him. He then asked for directions and exited the building. It wasn't that he didn't want to spend some time on Polbitvi, or that he wasn't curious about what his new post or position held. He was just a little impatient these days, owing to the ever-closer deadline of his workers going away. Not to mention, being jostled around didn't really help his mood. He took in the city, but there was not much to see because it was night and it was raining. "Mary, if I teleport away to the inn from here, can I also return here in the future, despite the fact that it's not linked to the inn?" "Everyone who comes to the inn leaves an anchor behind, which is how the inn traces where to send them back once they return. Everyone can have only one anchor, including you. So yes, technically you can teleport back here if you go to the inn. But your situation is a little complicated, since you can also travel to any planet or area linked to the inn. So you can return here anytime. But once you choose to go to a different planet connected to the inn, or maybe even a different realm, your anchor moves as well. So basically, I cannot go to the crystal realm without my anchor from here disappearing." "Nope." Lex released an irritated sigh. "How long till this planet is connected to the inn?" "Well, it will take at least 1 day. It could take more, but you have the advantage that you can come back whenever you want, and then return to this planet whenever you want as long as you don't travel anywhere else. This is one advantage of discovering new places on your own, instead of just using golden tickets to travel to new planets." "I guess I might as well just get on with it," he said, and started walking in the direction of his room. He reached the building without incident, and somehow even entered the room without being targeted somehow. It felt strange because something unusual would always happen to him whenever he tried to connect a planet to the inn. He had long suspected that, whenever he used a ticket to choose a planet, he would only be given options for planets where something bad was destined to happen to him. Yes, it totally had to be on purpose. But with nothing happening, he decided to simply meditate in his room, until the planet was connected or he had to return to the inn. Unbeknownst to him, in his neighboring room were 2 human kids who had also visited the inn. They had been brought there by the pro bono room, and they had experienced the star rank change which had evolved their bodies, helping them shed their birth defects. They had been brought to this room to stay in by the angelic saint woman who had been helping them. Life had been so good for them, they almost forgot that they had lived extremely miserable lives up until quite recently, on this planet engulfed in a decade-long civil war. Almost. Chapter 637 Machinations. An uneventful day and night passed for Lex, who spent the day cultivating. He was only waiting for time to pass so that either the inn would connect to this planet, or that he would have to leave to attend the upcoming banquet. In the room beside him, the 2 siblings spent their time feeling extremely worried. The beautiful elder sister who brought them here hadn't shown up in a long time, and was already late by a couple of days. Such an occurrence was not normal at all whatsoever, since this was not the kind of planet where one could travel around safely. For over a decade, the planet had been the stage for a bloody civil war, much to the dismay of the common people, such as them. The star system they were in had 5 inhabited planets, all of which used to be governed by one family under the authority of the Empire. But different branches of the same family had a falling out, and eventually led to a bloody conflict. The Empire had tried to broker peace, but legally speaking the star system was leased out to that family for several more centuries, so without the ability to completely replace those in power, there was little that could be done. In the end, Polbitvi, which was the inhabited planet closest to the star, was designated the battlefield to finalize the war and establish the victor. The point of this was so that the other planets would at least be spared from war. The proposal was accepted and implemented. But the war just kept dragging on, and many secret third parties began to get involved. Silent partners and secret supporters in the background kept bringing their forces onto the ground and kept extending the war. A resolution did not appear to be in sight. Of course, none of that mattered to the kids. What they cared about was that the beautiful elder sister had not returned. It was not even a matter of self-survival, as they could more or less exist in the wilderness. They just couldn't imagine a life where the elder sister was no longer around. "What shall we do?" asked the girl, finally unable to hold it in any longer. The elder sister said she was a soldier. Maybe we should ask the other soldiers from the Empire. "They won't listen to us. No one will." The brother started to pace around, much as he had been before they began talking. In the end, he made a seemingly difficult decision and reached into his pocket. Back in his room, Lex was enjoying the feeling of cultivating without having to use the lavatory, when there was a knock on his door. A part of him had been waiting for this. Of course it had to happen. How could he possibly link a planet to the inn without facing incredulous peril? But strangely, his instincts gave him no warning. Mentally prepared to face the worst, he opened the door to find someone dressed like a housekeeper, standing right in front with a trolley full of cleaning supplies. "Would you like your room cleaned?" the man asked in a very droll voice. No thanks," Lex answered. The man only nodded and continued forward. A little disappointed by the anticlimactic result, he looked around once more in the corridor but saw no impending threat. He only saw a couple of kids walking away, probably to play. He returned to his room and closed the door. 6 hours later, with no other issue arising, the planet was successfully linked to the inn. Had circumstances been a little different, Lex might have felt like the process was incomplete, but for now, he was just happy to return to the inn. The moment he teleported back, he got to work. At the inn, the various festivities were still ongoing. The theme for this week was Spaceship Spa, and so all the festivities were being held inside the ship. That was quite convenient for Lex, as he announced that the village would temporarily be vacated of all guests for 24 hours starting tomorrow. Moreover, he also spent a ton of MP in the event panel to hire temporary staff to ensure everything continued to operate smoothly. Since it was meant to be an employee banquet tomorrow, he obviously could not have the employees working. Planned out the day, which was pretty easy for him at this point due to all his experience gained from planning festivals, and checked up on any impending tasks. The tailor, believe it or not, was ahead of schedule and had almost completed his order. With thousands of helpers, it only made sense. He had completely optimized the process, and all he had to do was the actual stitching. But considering that he was still just a mortal, stitching 1,000 suits within just 3 days was still believable because the system helped him out in many areas. The system was, ultimately, a major cheat after all. The day passed relatively quickly for Lex, bringing forth a pretty unusual sight for the guests at the inn the following morning. Many of the inn's guests had been there before, or had spent some time there at least, and so had become somewhat familiar with just a few faces at least. Yet this morning, while the inn was not bereft of workers, all of them were new faces. Some of the popular shops, such as the barber shop and battle axe, were closed. Members of various fan clubs, such as the Gerard Fan Club, noticed that the dashing gentleman could not be seen doing his usual golf cart rounds, and no one could reach out to him using their personal holographic assistants. While the inn continued to operate as usual, there was something just a little different about it today. It lacked a certain flavor which the usual workers, with their enthusiastic and vibrant personalities, brought to the inn. But soon they discovered the answer on the front page of the midnight newsletter that was being passed out that day. The innkeeper was holding a banquet only for his workers over at the party village. Excitement spread among some of the guests as they arrived outside the village, unable to proceed any further. Using their best vision techniques, they tried to spy in on what was happening inside, but to no avail. But the more the matter was kept from them, the more excited they became. Especially because it was a banquet being held by the innkeeper himself. A majority of the guests had never actually seen the innkeeper up close and personal, so he was veiled in an air of mystery and charm. They wanted to see him as well, but unfortunately there seemed no way to get into the banquet. No way yet, at least. Space. Ren the succubus was casually reading a comic in the lounge. The comic was, of course, based on the innkeeper. This specific spread was delving into the backstory for the real reason the inn was targeted by the evil deity Ra. She had yet to read all of it, but all signs were hinting towards the fact that Ra's daughter was secretly enamored with the innkeeper and ran away from her home in hopes of being able to pursue her love. The innkeeper, being a gentleman, was of course not taking advantage of the feelings of love of a young girl, but at the same time he could not bring himself to send her back. Their adventures spanned amidst scenic valleys, beautiful rivers, enchanting star fields, and more. The author of this comic, the supposed Rachel, had an extremely vivid imagination. Just as Karen was getting to the good part, a shadow fell over her face. She looked up to see Rocket Fellow standing there. "What is it?" she asked, feeling sour. Just because he was incredibly good-looking and rich and came from a good background, this fellow felt like he could do anything he wanted. "There's an unusual event ongoing at the inn right now. Shouldn't you be there, trying to seduce some answers out of someone?" "No matter what kind of event there is, I won't be able to get any answers," she said blandly as she turned a page in her comic. "Don't you know by now? The inn is foolproof. You can't get anything by going at it directly." There was a pause where Rocket Fellow actually didn't immediately respond, which was unlike him. "For once you've actually said something smart. I can't get anything from it directly, so I've used indirect methods. After some, let's say, charity work, I've been able to pull a few strings. 1,000 Foundation Realm members of the inn are going to be sent out to the Fugan War." Karen was genuinely startled and almost dropped her comic. Pleased by her reaction, he continued, "Although I've been able to do that much, the actual location of their deployment remains a mystery to me. Gather everyone and find out. This is our chance. Letter 1D442, letter 1D69F, letter 1D459XD, letter 1D41C, letter 1D4AL, letter 1D55E. Chapter 638, Water. Attendance at the banquet wasn't really necessary for all the workers. It was more or less just a joint vacation for all of them. Yet Lex did not expect many to miss out on it, and indeed there was 100% attendance even just a few minutes after the day began. The banquet itself would only begin in the evening, but everyone had 24 hours of free time to enjoy themselves. In fact, there were temporary workers found even within the village, so that the workers could for once experience all the services that they were usually offering. The experience was extremely novel, as they had never just hung out with their friends in such a manner before. If Lex were being extremely scrutinizing, he would say that having such an experience would be highly beneficial for them. After all, once they understood what the guests might be feeling as they approached the same services, they could do their duties better. But in truth, his only agenda was for his workers to enjoy and get some time off, especially now that some of them would be sent away to face untold trials. The sight itself was quite amusing. Sitting in his office, Lex watched as hundreds of thousands of humans slowly shuffled into the village and began spreading out, murmuring with each other in excitement. Among them, the few non-humans were also clearly visible, though they were just as much a part of the crowd as everyone else. A giant sea creature could be seen, its upper body emerging from the waterways in the village, acting very much like a child about to head to an amusement park. A few peacocks which had evolved to gain sentience and self-awareness during the star rank upgrades could also be seen walking majestically down the paved streets. Young MacDonald, Zen, the Saul bird, Fenrir, Little Blue, and the turtle walked as part of one procession. Although the turtle was annoyed that it had to spend time away from its garden, it eventually decided to take a look at how everything was going at the village. Lone draconian Apostle Friedrich could be seen trailing that group, feeling somewhat shy. It presented quite an adorable sight as it had rounded up a lot while cultivating near the fire temple. As such, it looked more like a round, massive stuffed toy designed to look like a bee than an actual bee. Letter 1D442, letter 1D69F, letter 1D459XD, letter 1D41C, letter 1D4A, letter 1D55E. Of course, now all-in workers were shy. Captain Cirque, the worker in charge of the massive spaceship, could be seen casually sitting beside Gerard as the old man drove his golf cart. The two seemed to be sharing tales of their own respective vehicles. Luther was standing forlornly atop a massive building, looking down at all the workers, as if he had countless troubles worrying him. Inside a massive auditorium, Z was sitting comfortably with buckets of popcorn around him, watching his current favorite anime, Demon Slayer. Interestingly enough, none of the popcorn buckets were within his reach, but whenever he reached out with his hand, a few kernels would appear in his hand. The process was not smooth or quick, but it happened nonetheless. Moreover, the more time he spent doing it, the better he became. One might even think he was training secretly. But no, he was just being a lazy teenager. Somewhere near a cafe, Velma was excitedly conducting an interview. Although she was not supposed to be working, who could really stop her? As for the target of her interview, it was naturally Harry and Haley, the newest couple of the inn. Although Haley was not a worker, she was Harry's +1, so there was no problem with her attending. In another corner, Jeeves, the poor tailor, was found collapsed on the ground. Feeling some pity for him, some of the people who had spent the last few days with him carried him to a spa, where he received an excellent massage. Yet as much as he had worked, he was not the most exhausted worker. No, that privilege was awarded equally to the members of the Bunny Nation. As the permanent workers of the daycare, all the bunnies had first-hand experienced the endless energy of young children. Even after the star rank upgrade, when the bunnies evolved and grew one level stronger, they could only barely keep up with the kids. While the bunnies had evolved from that event, had the kids not done the same? Stronger, smarter, and more ferocious than ever before, the kids played as if the very fate of the universe depended on it, and no cultivator was strong enough to face such an onslaught. The bunnies almost even missed the days where they were actually being slaughtered. At least then their suffering would end. But no matter, they had gained a reprieve, short as it may be. After watching for a while, Lex suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. The workers were a little tame, and were hesitating in fully enjoying themselves. They had many hours before the actual banquet, so they should be thoroughly enjoying themselves. With an exasperated sigh, Lex stood up. It seemed like he would have to do everything himself. He put on his Clark Kent glasses and changed into his Leo persona before teleporting over. For a moment, mixed in with the massive crowd, he truly felt how much the inn had grown. From a mere 2 workers who only had a 1-month lease to hundreds of thousands of permanent workers. And he summoned his secret weapon in his hand and locked onto a target. Doe, John's assistant, was walking listlessly. Of course he would feel like that. Unlike the rest, it was not 1 or 2 days that the battle axe had been shut for. John had been challenged to a battle in the murder trial, and it was still ongoing even so many days later. With nothing to distract him and no way of knowing how the battle was going, Doe was feeling drained. Suddenly, Doe's senses picked up on a threat. As John's assistant, how could it be possible that he had not been taught any techniques to defend himself or improve his survivability? He looked up, only to find a pink round ball closing in on him. He tried to move, yet he was too slow and the projectile too fast. It hit him right in the face, but instead of the hard-on collision he was expecting, he felt the pop of something plastic before a ball of water drenched his face. Before he or anyone else could understand what happened, a loud sound could be heard yelling, "Water fight!" Tens, hundreds, thousands, and then tens of thousands of water balloons suddenly appeared everywhere. Workers were a little slow to catch on, which resulted in many of them immediately getting splashed. No one saw who made the first move, because whoever it was moving too fast. But panic immediately set in, and everyone grabbed a water balloon. Then that panic immediately turned to excitement, as the first worker threw a water balloon, and then the second. Chaos erupted almost immediately, as thousands of workers immediately entered into a massive water fight. Thousands more began running right and left, avoiding getting wet to little success. The few aquatic beasts that had evolved within the inn from simple animals, and had become inn workers, had a natural advantage which they used readily to start launching water at everyone. But the humans were not to be left behind either. The lifeguards of the inn immediately began using their spiritual techniques which could manipulate water, and retaliated in full force. In mere moments, what Lex had originally just planned out as a simple water fight to loosen everyone up and put them in a playful mood, turned into a highly competitive and extreme water war. In its excitement, Little Blue also joined in. It had also been cultivating, and had constantly been guided by the turtle, and corrupted by Fenrir, who had been corrupted by Lex. It used its newly gained innate ability to summon some water. Truly, it was only a small amount of water. It was not worth mentioning, really. It only accumulated into a tsunami that was over 40 feet high and appeared out of thin air. When the shadow of the wave covered the ground, the water fight temporarily paused as everyone looked up to see what had happened. All they saw before the wave came crashing down was the little whale, clicking and whistling in excitement. Then, like divine judgment, the wave came crashing down. But the workers of the inn were not intimidated. Various techniques filled the air as they hastened to protect themselves and prepare for retaliation. In the first ever water war, the weak would not survive. They would win, or they would get drenched trying. The wave crashed onto the ground with a furious roar and shook the inn as it did. But suddenly there was a flash of light, and the water parted, split right down the middle. Chapter 639, His People. Like the Red Sea, the tsunami wave was parted along the center, and a couple completely untouched by a drop of water WS revealed. Cowan and Anita stood side by side, Anita holding her husband's arm lovingly. Behind them was their baby, being pushed by dozens of her undead abominations. The baby was sleeping silently, as the sounds of fighting and chaos had finally lulled it into a peaceful sleep. One could not really blame it for not being able to distinguish between the sounds of a water fight that constituted hundreds or thousands of people, and a nice Sunday genocidal massacre. "Please continue, we are just passing by," said Cowan as he continued to walk. One could not really blame him for not participating, as any casual throw of a water balloon by him could decimate all the inn's workers. The fight resumed as soon as the couple passed, with Little Blue becoming one of the main targets. While a lot of the workers participated in the war, more still moved away from it, unwilling to get wet. Yet Lex's purpose was completed nonetheless, as even those who were not participating relaxed visibly. They spread out across the village and began to truly enjoy all that the inn had to offer. Lines were formed in front of photo booths, many took boat rides in the canals alongside the roads, others still enjoyed the various transports. They ate and they played, and though most of them really weren't tense, the ones that were visibly relaxed, well, all except Luther. "Aren't you going to join in the fun?" Leo asked, as he walked up to Luther, who was standing on the roof of one of the buildings. "It's hard to enjoy myself when I know what's about to happen," said Luther, his face extremely grim. "Although there isn't too much detail, I've read the files Velma has on the Fugen. It will not be an easy fight. Realistically speaking, I should not even expect those who go to come back. The Fugen are strong, but the inn workers aren't weak either. They just have to stick together and take care of one another, and they'll be fine." Luther didn't speak, and instead turned to look at Leo. He had spent a lot of time at the inn getting to know the other workers. He had a busy schedule between taking care of the innkeeper's orders, cultivating and thinking of ways to improve the inn, but he still managed to take out the time to do so. The one thing he noticed was the unusual patterns with which Leo appeared and disappeared at the inn. No one else spent as much time away from the inn as he did, at least among the workers. Luther suspected that Leo's role as a shop owner at the inn was just a front, and instead he performed secret tasks for the innkeeper. Well, Leo had all but already told Luther as such when he gave Luther some secret tasks by the innkeeper, but he suspected that Leo played an even greater role for the innkeeper than anyone realized. He did not envy Leo for the attention he got. Instead, he understood the necessity. While Luther was in the light as the innkeeper's assistant, Leo was in the dark, doing things without attracting attention. As a result, he should also be privy to more information than the rest. "Do you know something?" Luther asked, looking Leo in the eyes. "Nothing too out of the ordinary," said Leo, shrugging. "The innkeeper doesn't want to pick a needless fight, so he's going along with things for now, but he's preparing an exit strategy nonetheless. I believe soon the inn will have its own realm." A light flashed in Luther's eyes, but he said nothing. After spending a few more moments atop the building, he decided to leave for now. After all, his name was on the list of volunteers too. Technically speaking, Luther had only been alive for a few months, so it should not have been possible for him to reach Foundation Realm so quickly. But contrary to expectation, he was already near the peak of the Foundation Realm. He had abused his bloodline to continuously cultivate way beyond what his body should have been able to tolerate. On the days where not much happened, he allowed himself to feel the repercussions of his accumulated fatigue and injuries, so that the burden would slowly lessen. On other days, where the utmost was needed of him, he used his bloodline even more. For now, he decided to go sleep in a recovery pod. He would allow the burden he had accumulated to vent as much as possible, so that during the war he had no trouble using his bloodline as much as possible. Lex said nothing as he watched Luther go. How could he not possibly know that Luther had put his name on the list of volunteers first? Yet he had no intentions of stopping him. For better or for worse, Luther's extreme personality was exactly what was needed to survive the upcoming war. While Lex was paying attention to all his employees, he especially focused on the 1,000 volunteers. Yet none of them seemed to be acting tense or anxious. It was as if all was normal, but how could it be? He knew for a fact that other than Z, nearly 600 other workers had also undergone their physique treatment, including Luther. It had cost Lex nearly 40 million MP to get all the necessary supplies to support the procedure, but none of the supplies were so rare that he had to go back to the Emporium. Sure, none of them had an experience nearly as bad as Z's, but none of them were easy either. Even now, there would have been a few still undergoing the process if Lex hadn't run out of the elixir. Yet not a single one of them had complained. Lex disappeared from the rooftop as he continued to overview the day's festivities and make personal adjustments where he thought necessary. Something interesting, or at least something Velma would have found interesting, was that in this new environment where they were encouraged to relax and mingle, many began showing initial signs of kindling relationships. For now, they were too young and inexperienced in life to take that step, but Lex could already see signs. The fact that most of the ones showing such signs were about to head off to war made Lex feel just a little melancholic. Slow but peacefully, the day passed and evening came. The crowds which had dispersed across the entire village began to gather once again in an open-air theater. Perhaps an auditorium would have been better for this, but it was not so easy to fit a few 100,000 beings inside one building and still leave them room to move about. Though it was no crystal ballroom, the floating sky lanterns illuminated the night in a soft yet warm, yellow glow which brought about a relaxed environment. Well, it was hard to go for different lighting with a baby Saul bird around. Though it had been a full day for most, they were not tired. Instead, everyone was feeling refreshed and excited, for they were looking forward to what would come next. The innkeeper was about to make an appearance. Once everyone had arrived, Luther included, the lighting dimmed, despite the baby Saul bird, and a small podium appeared. A hush fell over the crowd as they all waited for the innkeeper. Letter 1D442, letter 1D69F, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D41C, letter 1D4A, letter 1D55E. As of late, he had been making fewer and fewer public appearances, and when he did, he usually only met the same few workers. It was something even Lex himself had not noticed, nor was he alerted by his instincts, for it had no consequential repercussions. It revealed a blind spot in his instincts, and always relying on them. Before the innkeeper appeared, the sound of footsteps could be heard echoing through the night. The footsteps continued to echo, when suddenly everyone saw someone climbing to the podium. Instantly they realized that the innkeeper would not suddenly appear on the podium. The innkeeper had been among them the entire time, but he had kept himself hidden so that he would not attract attention. Excitement suddenly filled the hearts of all the workers, as they thought about the fact that they could have been rubbing shoulders with the innkeeper. "Welcome, everyone," the innkeeper's smooth voice washed over the crowd. "I'm glad to see that everyone has been enjoying themselves. Usually we work around the clock to serve the inn's guests, but it's also important to remember that we too deserve some rest and relaxation." The innkeeper paused, a warm and content smile on his face as he looked out over the crowd. He could hear them shuffling, he could hear their elevated heartbeats, he could hear their sped-up breathing. These were his people, he would lead them well. Chapter 640, New Suits. Many months ago, when Lex had the idea for a banquet for his guests, he had envisioned what it would be like. In fact, he even did a bit of research on his own instead of just delegating the tasks to the planning division. The banquet would be broken down into two segments. The lead-up to the banquet, where everyone enjoyed and relaxed, didn't count. Once the banquet actually began, the first phase would follow some earthly customs. As the innkeeper, he would give a small speech to cheer everyone up, and then he thought about sharing the limelight and having some others come up and speak as well. There would be jokes and laughter, and once everyone was done speaking there would be a dance, which would then be followed by dinner. That was the first segment. The second segment included activities Lex looked up on the Henali portal, which were common occurrences in alien cultures. There would be feats of courage, there would be merrymaking, there would be duels, there would be cake similar to Saturn cake, except that it would be much stronger and could affect those at a higher cultivation realm. Lex had even imported a special batch of fruit, which could temporarily turn anyone who ate it into a variation of their race. So in the instance of humans, they could turn into cat people, or a chinsa, or something else. The night would end with a few awards and prizes. That was the original plan, and Lex expected it would be a lot of fun. But the plan had changed since then. Now, while he still planned for the banquet to be a fun-filled event, the focus would be different. The inn started not too long ago, and you all joined me only shortly thereafter, but much has happened during this short time. As the innkeeper's gentle voice washed over all the workers, they began to imagine all that had happened. The older ones began to recall the midnight games, while the newer ones thought back to the invasion they suffered during the innkeeper's absence. The Midnight Inn has maintained its pride during all this time, not only because of me, but because of all of you. The innkeeper paused for a moment, looking out at each and every face in the crowd. Whether it's keeping the guests happy, adapting to new events, or facing off miscreants who mean to cause trouble, each and every one of you has upheld the honor of the inn. There is no task too big or too small, for when the inn has a need, you all have stepped forward proudly to take care of the task. Every single one of the workers felt their pride swell up as they heard the innkeeper's words. They held their heads just a little higher and pumped out their chests. Today we are here at this banquet to honor all your efforts so far in service of the inn. But I think it is not just in service of the inn that you all strive so hard. There is something else that drives your actions. It is pride. The pride of being a part of something as grand as the inn. But how can that be all? I think it is the feeling of home. It is the feeling of family. The innkeeper paused again, though this time even he didn't notice the slight hesitation. It is the feeling of having something you want to protect. The innkeeper's words and emotions were infectious, and everyone, from the newest to the oldest employees, started to have deep emotions welling up inside of them. So today here we find ourselves honoring not just our actions, but each other, for it is us, each and every one of us, who make up the Midnight Inn. But it is not just our past actions that need honoring. The innkeeper's tempo suddenly changed. His voice, full of vibrant energy, suddenly turned solemn and somber. It is also the actions that some of us are about to take that we honor. I'm sure you all know of what I speak. The Midnight Inn finds itself facing an extraordinary and unexpected challenge. Though we are a humble establishment focused on serving our guests, we have always been steadfast in adhering to our dogmas, even in the face of extreme adversity. Yet even so, in this universe, we cannot stand completely alone. The inn has been conscripted into a war that has nothing to do with us, thrusting us into an unfamiliar battlefield. But when faced with this challenge, when I asked for volunteers, I received an overwhelming response. Heroes of the inn volunteered without hesitation or fear of adversity. 1,000 different spotlights suddenly appeared, shining on each and every selected volunteer. Moreover, a massive screen appeared behind the innkeeper, showing the humble yet happy faces under the spotlights. Each and every one of you carry the honor of the inn with you, and that is not just limited to the grounds of the inn. Since you are going to a battlefield, away from the inn and into the vast universe, then you have to take that honor with you. The innkeeper snapped his fingers, and suddenly the attire of all 1,000 workers changed. Although they all wore suits before and still wore suits now, the difference between the two sets was night and day. While their previous suits were smart and quite formal, the new suits were not only perfectly suited to their exact physiques, it elevated their auras to make them seem incredibly dashing yet lethal at the same time. Each suit was three-piece with a white shirt and black tie. Gold buttons adorned not only the front but the cuffs as well. The left side of the coat had a gold MI written on it, and the lapel had a key-shaped pin attached. Along with the suit were also a pair of black gloves, perfectly sized so that not an inch of skin was visible between the shirt cuff and glove. They wore Oxfords in black, of course, as their choice of footwear. Above the collar, there was a black silk scarf perfectly covering the neck, and a suave black mask covered their faces right up until the edge of their noses. Covering their eyes was a simple mask, similar to what one would wear at a masquerade ball. Up until then, the suits seemed to look identical, but this is where a small distinction was made in the suits to favor preference. Above the mask, each person wore a hat, but each person seemed to have had some say in the exact kind. Some wore cobbler hats, others wore fedoras, while some wore flat caps. The innkeeper paused to allow everyone to take in the sight. It truly was quite magnificent, for Lex could tell how incredibly durable and powerful the suits were. Suffice to say, Lex felt like even if he delivered a punch with his maximum power to one of those volunteers while they did not defend, they still would not be absolutely fine. He noticed that despite the severe time constraints, the tailor had managed to personalize the suits just a bit. For example, through Z's mask, Lex could identify the distinct outline of earphone wire traveling to his ears, or Gerard, whose suit was slightly more open than the rest, adding emphasis to his vest underneath. He also noticed that, unlike the rest, Luther also carried a black and gold cane with him. He had no idea where it came from or how he had paid for it, but it looked mighty impressive. Know that even as you step out on the battlefield, the Midnight Inn is always with you. The innkeeper began speaking once again, this time only to the 1,000 volunteers who had by now gathered to the center of the crowd. The battlefield is foreign, but that cannot waver your spirit. Together you have faced and conquered countless obstacles, and you will conquer this one too. Because while others fight to kill or to survive, you fight to protect. Remember, now or ever, you are not alone. You have each other, your bonds, and your indomitable will to stand tall in the face of adversity. Letter 1D442, letter 1D69F, letter 1D459XT. Letter 1D41C, letter 1D4A, letter 1D55E. While war is not our business, that is only because we do not choose it to be. The Midnight Inn does not shy from trials and tribulations, and nor do we cower from the wars of those who cannot deal with it themselves. The innkeeper's voice, which had once lowered in both volume and tone, had risen once again to a mighty crescendo, shaking not just the hearts of all who listened, but the very earth and the sky. The sheer lethal visage of 1,000 geared warriors alongside the innkeeper's inspirational voice charged the crowds until they could no longer contain themselves, and erupted into a roaring cheer that carried across the entire village and could be heard even outside the barrier keeping out all the guests. The Midnight Inn had not asked for this war, but they would make the ones who forced them into it regret deeply. Chapter 641, Departure. After delivering his speech, Lex left the podium and let the banquet progress normally. He no longer felt like the mood of the banquet needed to be fun or jovial. Considering that the 1,000 workers would be heading off to the battlefield, he felt that the rest of the time should be spent with the focus on them. After all, no matter how much Lex helped them prepare, there was a very real possibility that they might not make it back. Still, the mood the rest of the time was very relaxed. If the workers felt nervous or anxious, they did not show it. Instead, they kept gushing over how much they liked their new suits. If one overheard their conversations, one would assume they would be heading to a field trip rather than to war. Soon, a live orchestra standing on a cloud nearby began to play live music, and the banquet transitioned to the dance. This was quite entertaining to watch actually, since most people didn't really know any real dances, but as cultivators of various levels, they were quite adept in movement techniques. As a result, the inn workers were making up dances on the go, which resulted in quite an interesting show. Most interesting was the dance between Little Blue and the Saul bird. They were flying around, swinging like crazy in the air. Wherever Little Blue flew, drops of water fell like rain, since it was still learning to control its ability, and whenever the bird passed by, the drops evaporated instantly. Since the inn protected everyone from the bird's heat, to the viewers it all seemed just like an interesting smoke show. Moreover, due to the constant rain and light, rainbows were formed wherever the two went. With no one truly leading and showing them how it was done, the workers truly did end up doing whatever they wanted. Some bunnies began mounting peacocks and strut around one another, as if challenging each other to a dance duel. The massive, evolved Magikarpet had the turtle ride on its head and shook around, as if it was trying to dance as well. The humans were not to be left behind either. They grabbed hands and spun each other round and around, till one of them had their feet lifted into the air and began flying, until the other one suddenly let go, sending them flying towards a specific target. The humans began playing darts using other humans. Lef didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched what they did, but decided not to interfere. There was no designated way to enjoy oneself, and if they were enjoying themselves by behaving like idiots, well, one had to remember that most of them were just 1 year old. He teleported away, no longer overseeing the workers. The thing he had to do next was prepare to send his workers to the battlefield. It was really easy, since he had been provided a teleportation formation. He only needed to set it up. He had never sent one of his workers outside the inn before, although theoretically it shouldn't be an issue. In essence, in the way that he could choose to teleport to any place connected to the inn, he could send his workers too. After all, if there was no mechanism to send out his employees, then he wouldn't have received a quest to recruit Marlowe as a porter so long ago. Deploying the formation was disappointingly easy. The lead up to the workers' departure felt agonizingly slow to Lex, but eventually the banquet ended, and the next day came. But all the workers did not return to their posts just yet, and instead stood in silence as they watched the 1,000 gathered workers. It was time for them to go, but no one had any words left to say. They could only watch and pray. When the innkeeper appeared, he summoned Luther to have a private word with him first. "I don't expect it to be a problem, but make sure that you all stay together. You all have to make sure to protect one another. While there will be others there with you, and they will be your allies, that is only theoretical. The only ones you can trust are each other. Everyone has a couple of keys with them in case they ever need it, but I want you to take this as well." Lex held out one of his innkeeper business cards, drenched in the aura of the innkeeper. "If you run into any problems, or if they try to split you all up, don't hesitate to call me through the card. Though the Midnight Inn is sending a force to contribute in an inane war, that does not mean we can be pushed around." Luther took the card and tucked it safely in the inner pocket of his coat. Although the innkeeper told him not to hesitate in summoning him, Luther decided not to summon the innkeeper unless it was the last resort. As for the rest, treat this as a learning experience. The comrades you make during war are special and cannot be discovered in simple times. Go expand your contacts as well as your horizons. Luther nodded in confirmation but did not say anything. The innkeeper was clearly trusting him to lead the others, which was a monumental task. Perhaps one would expect such a task to go to Gerard, based on his position as the head of security, but Lex felt he did not have the right temperament. Perhaps as long as he was within the inn, it didn't matter so much, but on a battlefield, only someone as ruthless as Luther would suffice. With everything said, Luther returned to the others and they were teleported away. There was no fanfare of fancy speeches. Lex did not feel like there was a need to drag the matter on endlessly. Sometimes it was better to just get on with it quickly. Letter 1D442, letter 1D69F, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D41C, letter 1D4A, letter 1D55E. With the workers sent out of the inn, Lex prepared to return to the Crystal Realm and complete his quest, but he was interrupted by the sound of a familiar notification. System notification, hidden quest completed. Space. The teleportation away from the inn was seamless, despite it being powered by a formation provided by someone else. That was because with the inn's upgraded teleportation abilities, Lex had more or less hijacked the teleportation point. Of course, just because there was an easy way to reach the destination did not mean that it was linked to the inn. Not yet anyway, but that didn't matter. When the 1,000 workers of the inn teleported over, they were instantly overwhelmed. Since this was the first time any of them left the inn, they were not prepared for the polluted and impure air of the universe. The smell of synthetic cleaners filled the massive hall they teleported in, almost making them gag, but they controlled themselves. They knew war wasn't going to be easy. It only made sense that it shouldn't smell great either. The group had teleported inside a dedicated teleportation area, which was one of many in the entire hall. There were easily tens of thousands more troops appearing every minute, and they all wore different kinds of armors and gear. There was a host of personnel standing ready, guiding and registering each and every new group. One such person approached the group from the inn, dressed in a brown jumpsuit and a helmet sporting a silver visor, hiding the person's face. "Welcome to Battlefront 974. Is there a designated leader among your group?" Luther stepped forward, standing face to face with the man. Much like the group, the man was in the Foundation realm, so when Luther stepped near, his surging aura momentarily stunned him. "Affiliated group and number of soldiers, please," the man stuttered, unable to calm himself down in time. "Midnight Inn, 1,000 soldiers," Luther said succinctly. Although the innkeeper had told him to make comrades, he did not think he was referring to a weak floor worker like this. "Midnight Inn, 1,000 soldiers. All right, I've registered your arrival. Someone will lead you to have your identities logged, and then your assignments will be given to you. Wherever we will go together. We will not be separated," informed Luther. Even if he didn't already have such thoughts, the innkeeper repeatedly emphasized that they should stay together, so he would never compromise on this. "You specialize in group combat? Well, that shouldn't be an issue. Continue on with registration, and be sure to mention that you've trained for group combat. No one will want to diminish your combat effectiveness, so you'll all be stationed together." Luther nodded, as if that was barely an acceptable answer, and then began leading his group forward. He was pleased that no one had tried to split them up, and he took note of the group combat that the previous man had mentioned. Hopefully, there won't be any problems later either. It would suck if he had to beat someone up so soon. Chapter 642, Let Z take the lead. System notification, hidden quest complete. Hidden quest, the Midnight Inn is a bastion and a safe haven for all guests from across the universe. Yet such a refuge is bound to attract hostile attention. Sometimes, dealing with miscreants when they arrive at the inn is already too late. Take proactive measures to eliminate forces hostile to the inn before they arrive at the inn. Quest reward, Midnight Battalion panel unlocked. Remarks, even a broken clock is right twice a day, but it took you over a year to do something right once. Lex was stunned. Midnight Battalion? All right, he could openly and clearly admit that the Midnight Inn was a little different from what one would expect from an inn, maybe. But what kind of inn had its own battalion? Although he could somewhat understand the system's motives. While he was sure that a lot of the beings that visit the inn could be convinced to holster their hostile nature if they had one, there were bound to be many that just would not do so. If that were the case, it made sense to go out and face them directly. But that way, wouldn't he end up fighting beings across the universe? No, that surely wasn't what this was for. It was most likely that the purpose of the battalion was to go out and face specific targets who were enemies of the inn. Yes, that made sense. In fact, why should he limit himself just to a battalion? Didn't he have a secret news agency? Couldn't he spread spies across the universe to gather secret intel? Or be on the lookout for more inheritances which he could add to his inheritance haul? Once Lex started thinking like this, he realized that the possibilities were endless. Why did he have to personally go to the Emporium every time he needed a trade? Couldn't he set up a trading outfit or organization which got the inn supplies which the system didn't naturally provide it with? Lex reined in his excitement and first took a look at the Midnight Battalion panel. If it was anywhere near as multifunctional and overarching as the event panel, Lex could not even begin to imagine the power. Yet much to Lex's chagrin, almost all the functions in the panel were grayed out and couldn't even be seen, let alone used. "Mary, why is this new panel inoperable?" Lex asked, slightly annoyed. Since the battalion is supposed to operate outside the inn, it is difficult for the system to perform optimally considering its damaged state. I cannot say for certain, but I expect you will need to repair 20 or 25% functionality before the panel starts showing more features. Lex controlled his disappointment and looked at the one single feature for the battalion which was available. It was called Battle Formations. After opening it, Lex began to peruse it and found that it was actually quite useful. For the first time since he received the butter knife, the system finally gave him a method of attacking someone directly. It was quite convenient because much like the formations he could buy for the inn, he could buy battle formations for his battalion, and the system would automatically send the information to his battalion. Unfortunately, it could not make them proficient from the get-go, and it would require training. But at least this way he had a way of directly purchasing things from the system rather than looking around in place like the Emporium. As he was perusing the list of formations, his eyes suddenly locked onto a specific one. He read the name and then the description of the formation, then read it several more times just to be sure he wasn't making a mistake. Considering it was a formation for Foundation Realm cultivators, it was quite expensive at 120 million MP. When it was factored in that the suits Lex got each, and every one of them for 100 million, that sounded like it was quite cheap. But that was only because Lex went unnecessarily overboard in having the suit made. A budget of 100 million for a suit was more appropriate for Earth immortals. But Lex did not care about such minor details when it came to the life of his oldest and most trusted workers. Still, this formation, Lex bought it immediately. Another result of the battalion panel was that, once Lex registered the battalion, he would be able to directly speak to the commander of the battalion even when he was outside the inn. Otherwise, once workers of the inn left, he would be unable to contact them. Fortunately, this was a feature of the panel, and not a service, so Lex could employ it even now. As soon as he bought the formation, he knew the information would be transmitted to them directly. But he needed to pass some instructions to ensure maximum effectiveness. Letter 1D442, letter 1D69F, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D41C, letter 1D4A, letter 1D55E. If you end up needing to use the battle formation I sent you, do not control it yourself. Have Z take control of the formation. Luthor would get the message, though Luthor himself would have no way of answering. If he wanted to do that, he would have to activate the business card the Innkeeper gave him, but it would be a waste to use it just for this. Since he would get the message, Lex turned his attention back to other things. He had inspected his body quite thoroughly, using his own senses as well as checking his status through the system, but there was no mention or indication of any inscriptions on his body. But Lex did not doubt at all that they were there. He just needed to discover a way to locate, and then remove them. However, since he could not do that right now, there was only one thing left for him to do at the inn. He put on his Leo persona and teleported away. When he reappeared, he was in front of the Midnight Tailor. He had been extremely impressed by the suits that had been made for everyone and wanted one of his own. Not bothering to knock, he walked in to find Jeeves sprawled on a reclining sofa, snoring lightly. Drool was dripping down his cheek, and a small puddle had formed on the ground near him. Lex could not really blame him for his state. The man had worked himself to the bone the past few days. Still, every employee had a bedroom they could visit any time. Was there really a need to sleep here like this? Lex cleared his throat, hoping it would rouse the man to no avail. He tried again a little louder, but there was still no result. In the end, he nudged Jeeves' foot with his own, startling the sleeping man. He jumped up as if he was being ambushed and held out clenched fists as if he was ready to fight, but he still had no idea what was happening. He looked left and right, trying to discern his location and what was happening. The poor fellow was completely disoriented, and it took him a couple of minutes to realize that he was, in fact, not being assaulted. Oh dear, excuse my rather poor display," the man said to Leo as he wiped the drool off his cheek. "I must have dozed off while packing up." "It's not a problem. I understand you've had a busy few days." "That's one way of putting it," Jeeves muttered under his breath as he slowly made his way behind the counter, and then looked at Leo. Truthfully, he had no intention of working until he got a full and proper rest, but since Leo was already here, it didn't hurt to at least hear him out. "How can I help you today?" Jeeves said, once he positioned himself. Considering the high prestige requirement to use his shop, one would think he'd have a lot of free time. "I was quite impressed by the suits you made for the 1,000 workers heading out," Lex praised openly. "Especially since I could tell that each one boasts commendable protective capabilities." Jeeves, who was clearly still exhausted, snorted at Lex's remark. "Mendable, protective capabilities. My good man, they can walk in the vacuum of space in those suits. They can walk through fire and water, through chaotic spirit energy fields and literal space distortions. Those perfectly soft, air-purifying, energy-filtering suits are not only completely designed to support a wide range of movement, they can survive any kind of environment that can be thrown at them. My good man, the garbs of deities themselves pale in comparison to my suits." That's literally not an over-exaggeration, because those suits can refine divine energy as well. The Foundation realm, there is literally nothing those soldiers can face which could cause a single stitch in those suits to rip. One of the lads said they are experimenting with teleportation and wondered if the suit could survive. So I literally lined the suit with a special material which can literally allow him to swim through the folds of space. PFT, survive, commendable protective capabilities. Child, you clearly don't have the same vision as the Innkeeper and I, so don't try to boast empty compliments. You'll only embarrass yourself. Chapter 643, Don't Believe in Being Humble. Chapter 643, Don't Believe in Being Humble. If you end up needing to use the battle formation I sent you, do not control it yourself. Have Z take control of the formation. Letter 1D442, letter 1D69F, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D41C, letter 1D4A, letter 1D55E. Luthor was momentarily stunned when he heard the Innkeeper's voice in his mind, but it all made sense when a mere moment later information regarding a certain battle formation just appeared in his mind. The timing for this couldn't possibly have been better, which proved that even now, the Innkeeper was keeping an eye on them. "Look, I don't care where you're from or who your backer is," said a rough-looking man in military uniform holding a tablet. "War is not a joke, and can't run on the whim of every little princess who thinks she deserves special accommodation. We need to know the strength level and capability of each and every asset so we can position you accordingly and be sure you can do your job well. That means we will test everyone individually and assign them roles as such. If you insist that your man gave a dirty side glance to the paltry 1,000 soldiers among the millions this facility processed every day before continuing. Your group is focused towards group combat. Then you need to be tested accordingly and need to pass the minimum performance threshold. Only and only then will you be allowed to stay together. If you have a problem with that, take it up with someone who cares. Or better yet, get lost and go back where you came from. I don't have time to babysit you lot. Man had a much higher cultivation realm than Luther and the rest, which is why he remained unaffected by their suppressive aura for the most part. Moreover, he could identify the luxurious material there, gear, was made from at a glance, and was thus convinced that the group in front of him consisted of nothing but a bunch of untested greenhorns who had simply been showered in expensive equipment. Such people would never last in a real battle. He was extremely irritated at the group, but what he didn't realize was that Luther was irritated too. So what if his cultivation was greater? Luther was not intimidated. So what if he saw larger armies every day? They could not compete with those from the inn. So what if they had countless others coming to fight in their war? They were the ones who had asked the inn to come, not the other way around. "Take me to your testing facility and be quick about it," said Luther as if he were talking to someone beneath him. "I'm here to fight a war, not stroke the ego of some office worker." Sure, he was normally extremely courteous towards guests at the inn, but that didn't mean everyone deserved such an attitude. Besides, he was not a believer in being humble or down to earth when he had the qualifications to back himself up. Behind his black mask his expressions were hidden, but the extreme derisive tone of his voice could not be hidden. The soldier talking to Luther turned red and his anger surged, but he controlled himself. Regardless of what he felt, the discipline of the army had to be maintained, and that was the only thing that kept him from lashing out at Luther. Little did he know, even if he lashed out it would make no difference. Unwilling to speak further, the soldier led Luther and the rest to a testing chamber, completely skipping the queue in which they normally would have had to wait. He sent them in, while he himself went into the control room. "Survive for a minimum of 1 hour," he spoke into a mic, not really bothering to let Luther and the rest get into formation, and began the test at the hardest difficulty. He was breaking more than a few standard operating procedures, and everyone in the room was slightly concerned, but the man was radiating a murderous aura that stopped them from interfering. As an army of Foundation Realm soldiers, the battlefield they were sent to naturally manage their power level. Due to various restrictions and limitations, there were many zones and worlds where the interference of higher-level cultivators was extremely difficult if not downright impossible. That did not change the fact that those regions held crucial strategic value. As such, armies at all power levels were required. Clearly, due to such restrictions, the enemies they would face would at most be slightly more powerful than them. But when the test began at the highest difficulty, what the soldiers from the inn faced was a purely theoretical threat that they were never expected to actually encounter. Nascent-level robot appeared in the testing hall, alongside an army of 5,000 golden core cultivators. The power difference made this a purely impossible force for 1,000 Foundation Realm soldiers to face, and was normally used to test cutting-edge technology or extreme innovations in battle formations. The soldiers from the Midnight Inn, however, did not really know it, nor were they even alarmed. It wasn't as if none of them had faced a nascent-level cultivator before, and each of them had recently even gotten a power-up from the star rank increase. Still, Luther was not in the mood to do things casually. According to the Innkeeper's orders, you will be in command of our latest battle formation. Let's get this over with, we have better things to do. The opposing force did not wait for them, and was already rushing towards them to attack, yet none of the soldiers from the inn panicked. With extreme precision and efficiency, as if this was not the first time ever they were employing this battle formation, everyone got in position and began channeling their designated techniques. How this worked was that each of them served as an individual gear in a much larger machine, and thus each of them used a different spiritual technique that served no purpose alone. But when done so in tandem with 999 others who were also using corresponding techniques, gave birth to an awesome phenomenon. A black, menacing cloud enveloped the entire army, and a few moments later, when it disappeared, revealed not the soldiers who were standing there previously, but a massive, 45 feet tall, 14 meters, suited mech. Chapter 644, Educated by a Professional. In the testing room, the soldier who had set up the test, as well as everyone else, were all startled by the change. What kind of technique was this? They had seen a lot of different kinds of techniques, but never one that turned an entire army into a seemingly massive robot. Be clear, the battlefield they were currently at was not run by the Jotun Empire, but by a subsidiary force of the Elven Empire. As such, they had a much greater exposure and history than that of humans. Still, this was something completely unprecedented. Moreover, it was not the optics of the situation that was an issue. Even in the control room, separated by a protected wall, they felt a sense of danger. In the testing hall, neither the invading force paused nor the midnight mech. Even Z did not pause to appreciate how awesome this moment felt for him. Since the Innkeeper had trusted him with this responsibility, he would live up to it. Silently, the mech moved. Despite its ridiculous speed, it caused no sound as its lithe and nimble frame moved through the hall, let alone the sonic booms it should have caused due to its velocity. In one single move, which was too fast for those in the control room to see clearly, the mech attacked. A moment later, it appeared in the opposite end of the hall, its back towards the enemies it had crossed. Yet it did not really even need to turn back, for a few seconds later all the attacking robots exploded. Not a single one survived the single attack. The Midnight Battalion, after its first successful combat test, ended their technique. In their daycare faced more of a challenge than this. Space, dissipating the awesome mech as if it was a mirage. All that was left were 1,000 soldiers, standing there unimpressed. Even the bunnies in their daycare faced more of a challenge than this. Space. Child, you clearly don't have the same vision as the Innkeeper and I, so don't try to boast empty compliments. You'll only embarrass yourself, said Jeeves. He was not happy at all upon receiving a compliment on his work. That was because the person paying the compliment did not even understand enough of what he did to even pay a proper compliment. Lex, on the other hand, did not feel offended by Jeeves' seemingly rude attitude. First of all, the man was seriously sleep-deprived, so he could not be blamed for being grumpy. Secondly, so long as he did a good job, why did it matter if he had a bit of an attitude? Like I was saying, the suit you made thoroughly impressed me. I wanted to order one for myself as well. It hardly surprised Jeeves to hear as such. Who wouldn't want his suits? Rather, it was the fact that Leo could even order a suit from him that was curious. Just because they were workers at the inn did not mean they could so easily be exempted from the privilege requirements. Similar to how there were privileges for guests, the official workers of the inn were also ranked based on how long they had worked, their performance, customer satisfaction, etc. The only reason why it was not relevant before was because Lex was manually setting up privilege requirements, so he never put them up for his workers. The tailor shop, however, naturally had a restriction on it, so the same applied to the workers. Still, monitoring workers' ranks was not Jeeves' job. Since Leo was here, the man clearly had the qualification. What kind of suit do you have in mind? He asked as he massaged his temples. Even if he didn't plan on working immediately on the suit, he took his job very seriously. As such, he needed all his presence of mind for when he took orders. I have a very unique problem, Leo confessed as he scratched his head. I don't really care about defense or protection, as it's already very hard for anything to hurt me. Instead, I just want clothes that are extremely durable, so that I won't end up naked while fighting or facing a dangerous situation. Since my body is so durable, I end up facing more extreme situations than anyone else would normally face. Jeeves nodded as he took in Leo's requirements, and ran a few ideas through his mind. Any style requirements? He asked. You did a good job with the previous suits, so I'll defer to your judgment on that. Jeeves nodded once again, as if that was the correct answer. What about your budget? Let's just say my budget is big. So long as my needs can be met, the price is irrelevant. Jeeves nodded once more. That's what he liked to hear. But instead of continuing to ask Leo questions, Jeeves moved from behind the counter and approached him. He put an arm around Leo's shoulder and patted it a few times before he spoke. Child, I understand your requirements, but I have a small suggestion, a small amendment to your requirements, if you will. As a professional, it is my job to educate you about the possibilities even you don't realize. Jeeves paused and then sighed. He was truly exhausted, so it was hard to focus. But at the same time, inspiration filled him, and he needed to get it out. Imagine you're facing a foe, he said, waving his hand out in front of them, as if that would conjure up an image of Leo fighting an enemy. Letter 1D442, letter 1D69F, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D41C, letter 1D4AL, letter 1D55E. Imagine your foe's desperation, his sheer tenacity and will as he uses everything he can to fight you. Imagine that he fails but manages to escape. Through planning and scheming and unsavory alliances, the foe returns, this time prepared better to face you. Through the culmination of all his hard work, he finally manages to pierce through your nigh indestructible armor, your suit. He tastes the sweet nectar of ambrosia as he finally succeeds, peeling away your defense, leaving you vulnerable to harm. Surely someone who relies on such resilient armor must be weak himself, right? He is at his zenith, only to fall to an agonizing and hellish nadir when he realizes that your defense is higher still than your seemingly impenetrable armor. Why? He roars to the heavens moments before you strike him down. Why would someone as strong as you even need such an indestructible armor? He wonders in his last moments. The answer, it is simple. You may not really need that extra bit of defense, but since your foes don't know that, why not frustrate them a little? You see, lad, that is called playing with your enemies. For a moment Lex was startled, then he grinned. Chapter 645 Lex is Fat. Lex felt like he was meeting Jeeves for the first time, and he quite liked it. Even if his prior meeting had not been extremely brief, how could Jeeves show off his sadistic side in front of the innkeeper? He had been on his best behavior. But now, in front of Leo, in his extremely sleep-deprived state, Jeeves has thoroughly lost all inhibition, and so let his true self show. What Lex didn't realize was that his true self was not a sadist as he made it seem like. No. His true self was an artist, and he exhibited his art through his suits. The appearance of the suit was just the surface of the art. The functionality of the suit is what gave his art depth. I like the idea, confirmed Lex. What are the limits of what you can do with the suit? Currently, the shop has a limit on the kinds of materials I can access. The materials I can access are on the nascent realm level at most. If you can bring me better materials from outside, I can improve the suit further, but until then you would have to make do. Having said that, even at the nascent realm, the kinds of materials I have access to are numerous. How many things you want to add to the suit play a great role in how I can use the materials. For example, with my previous suits, although they may seem impressive to you, I was actually severely limited in what I could do. It was not budgetary constraints that stopped me, nor was it the material. Instead, it was the physical strength and power level of those who were going to wear it. Just because it looks like a suit does not mean that it has to be light. The more leeway I have, the more I can be liberal with the kinds of materials I can use. You'll understand more in a moment. Come, let me take your measurements. Jeeves took off his coat and folded it over his arm as he led Lex deeper into the mansion. Each room and corridor had walls lined with various fabrics in a seemingly infinite number of colors. The truth was, the number of colors the tailor shop was catering to far exceeded the spectral range humans could see, which is why there was such a need for such a vast collection. The true, genuinely valuable materials weren't even stored here. They were in a basement, stored in isolated, temperature-controlled rooms. The materials were so volatile, they needed to undergo various kinds of treatments before they could be added into suits. You said I can bring materials from outside. What kind of materials do you mean? Should I be looking for some alien sheep producing celestial cotton or something? My young, ignorant lad, if you can get your hands on celestial cotton, or better yet an animal capable of producing celestial cotton, you'll become an instant multi-billionaire. Every inch of it is worth several hundred million MP, and that's in its unrefined form. Heck, I don't even have the facilities to process it, so better not waste your time daydreaming about that. No, a more realistic expectation would be to get your hands on precious ores, woods, and other natural materials which have unique qualities. Turning them into fabric will be my task. Letter 1D442, letter 1D69F, letter 1D459XD, letter 1D41C, letter 1D4A, letter 1D55E. The two continued to casually chat for a while, until they reached a small room filled with strips of fabric, multiple mannequins, and various kinds of inch tapes. Stand here, please, Jeeves said as he pointed to a small, circular pedestal. He put his coat aside, rolled up his sleeves, and grabbed a yellow measuring tape before hanging it around his neck like a doctor with a stethoscope. He put on a pair of glasses that hung delicately on his nose and stood at the ready to start measuring Lex. Lex hadn't really had a personalized suit made before, so he did not know what the measuring process would entail. But it definitely did not include the extreme raise in gravity that he experienced as soon as he stepped on the pedestal. If Lex had to guess, the gravity was at least twice or thrice that of Earth, yet it kept increasing exponentially. Of course, such an increase posed no burden to Lex for the moment, as his body was extremely strong. But the pedestal wasn't trying to test his physical limits, so it never pushed him to the maximum of what he could manage. Instead, it was trying to determine his comfort range. At the exact moment he felt even the slightest bit of strain due to the increased gravity, the pedestal immediately returned to normal. Jeeves started writing something down in his notes as he walked around Lex with a clipboard. After a couple of moments, the temperature around Lex began increasing. Similar to what happened with the gravity, it stopped the moment Lex's body displayed even the hint of becoming uncomfortable. Then, after returning to normal, the temperature started to drop. "Raise your hands, please," Jeeves said, prompting Leo to raise them to his sides. He was standing like a massive T, but Jeeves still did not approach him to measure the length of his arms. Instead, two parrots, one red and one blue, appeared and sat on his palms. An unusual energy was channeled through their claws into Lex's body, or at least tried to. Piercing his skin and entering his body turned out to be a greater challenge than Jeeves expected. The man was actually surprised when there was no result for a couple of minutes, but eventually the energies managed to enter Lex's body. They were not harming him in any way. Instead, it appeared as if they were mapping Lex's meridians that covered the surface of his body. Understanding how your body interacts with energy and where your body's channels are is crucial to designing a suit, Jeeves explained while the process continued. Even if I'm making the ultimate defensive suit, I cannot forget to augment your body's basic functions as best as possible. The process was painfully slow and took almost 20 minutes, but Jeeves did not seem irritated at the slow progress. Instead, he was very pleased. Such a high-quality body would be able to don an extremely high-quality, yet equally taxing suit. Glass tube appeared around the pedestal and sealed Lex in, before water began to fill it. Once the tube was completely filled, the pressure the water exerted on Lex's body began increasing. At the same time, millions of tiny fish swam out and began measuring each and every hair on Lex's body. That genuinely made him awkward. The system had once accused him of having a hairy back, which wasn't exactly false, but he felt like the system greatly exaggerated. Lex would not shy away from taking his shirt off in public, but when each individual hair was being measured. Of course, none of the fish came near Lex's private parts. Mostly after the water, Lex was subjected to multiple other strange and unexpected tests that measured his body's performance, and because he kept it blocked with a thick and dangerous layer of his spirit sense. After the water, Lex was subjected to multiple other strange and unexpected tests that measured his body's performance and capabilities. There was even one that detected the level of body odor he produced. When the process finally ended, Lex sighed in relief. These measurements were really too intense. "Would you like to read your results?" Jeeves asked as he continued to note stuff down. Guests often become curious. "Sure, why not?" said Lex as he walked up to him and glanced at the clipboard. Two measurements in particular genuinely surprised Lex. The first was his height. He had reached 6 feet 3 inches, 190 cm. His height had increased. Granted, the increase was not massive, but he hadn't even noticed the small change. He wondered if it was a result of his cultivation or the multiple refinements his body underwent. There was no way of knowing. What really surprised and in fact devastated him was his weight. The last time he checked his weight, or at least what he remembered, he was 185 pounds, 83 kgs. That was quite a lot for his height, which meant that he was a little fat, or that he had a lot of muscle. It was totally the second one. But now he was a massive and unfathomable 712 pounds, 325 kgs. With his mouth hung open, Lex looked down at his muscular and chiseled body. He couldn't claim to be fat, but it wasn't as if he was bulging out muscles either. What was up with that weight? In the end, he could only reluctantly accept the fact that all the materials he had absorbed into his body had increased his weight substantially. It was fortunate that he wasn't weight-conscious at all, or else he would have been crying over these results. He totally wasn't doing that right now. His eyes were just shining and glistening due to how clear and beautiful they were. Chapter 646, Spreading the News. The measurement process was unusual, to say the least. By the end of it, Jeeves drew up a few mock designs as well to show Lex and get his feedback. Through the process, where Lex learned more and more about the suits and what they could do, he eventually realized that they were going to be much more useful to him than he anticipated. For now, the suit he was getting aimed at being a general, all-purpose one that he could use in his day-to-day matters, but already he had thought of various other suits he could have made. For example, the few times where he hunted with Fenrir, he realized the wolf's stealth capabilities were extremely useful. While Lex could not replicate them, he had the Orion scales which could be used for the same purpose. In fact, he already handed them over to Jeeves and asked him to make a second suit, for the express purpose of stealth. That would take a while, as Jeeves would have to make the first suit first, then process Orion's scales and then use the fabric made from it to make the suit, which would be completely different. Like the previous 1,000 suits which had been made in a rush, Lex's suit gave Jeeves a lot more leeway to do as he wished, and so the making of the suit would take much longer. Once Jeeves had properly rested, it would take about a week to deliver both suits. That was a long time, considering Jeeves had no other orders, but Lex did not complain. He simply paid a deposit of 100 million MP and then left. With no other tasks left to distract or occupy him, Lex was now finally free to return to the Crystal Realm. Fueled by a sense of urgency, if it were up to Lex, he would immediately depart on his journey to find Vailsko, yet it was not meant to be. The last time he was here, Jeline, the mother of Pivardi's fiancé, had requested Lex facilitate her in the handover of some secret items over to someone else. Naturally, the handover had been successful, and now Jeline wanted to expand the scope of their cooperation. Lex had been dealing with the matter using his projection, but he felt he might benefit if he went and took a look at matters firsthand, as his instincts would play a better role then. But even that was a secondary matter. The first thing he had to deal with was the Trellup from whom Lex had taken the cosmic erosion elixir. Lex had scooped all the elixir away and teleported to the inn while he was still in the Trellup's territory, so naturally when he returned to the Crystal Realm, that's where he reappeared. First thing he noticed once he returned was that the area already looked much better. The massive crowd that had gathered trying to reach the elixir had dispersed, and all the dead and decayed plants nearby had been removed. In fact, new saplings had already been planted, and Lex could see that they were growing at an abnormally fast pace. He could only accredit that to Toro, the trelop controlling the area. One thing he had noticed, though vaguely, was that the trelops he had encountered all seemed ridiculously powerful. Even when compared to other races in the same realm, trelops maintained an overwhelming advantage. It was while Lex was musing on the incredible strength of trelops that a familiar fish made of grass and seaweed appeared in the distance, swimming towards him. Lex waited patiently for the trelop to arrive, and greeted him immediately. "Good day, Senior. I hope you have not been troubled once again after I resolved the issue last time." "You and you goddamn etiquettes," Toro roared in frustration as soon as he heard Lex speak. Regardless of how unusual this particular trelop may be, Lex remembered the importance of remaining extremely polite and respectful with him. Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D415, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D450, letter 1D490, letter 1D696. "I will take that as if everything is well." "You're goddamn right everything is well," he said in frustration. As soon as that stinking liquid disappeared, everything quickly returned to normal or close enough. "What the hell was that thing? How did you get rid of it? How can you teleport within my territory without my permission?" Lex smiled weakly. He was not sure if he should reveal what he had learned, but then decided it was better to reveal what he knew than to hide it. Clearly something was wrong with this realm, and in the off chance that the anomaly was not common knowledge, the entire realm could be in jeopardy. He did not want the destruction of an entire realm on his conscience, just so that he could benefit a little from the situation first. "Originally, I did not know what the elixir was as well, so I went to consult a senior." Lex produced a golden key and threw it towards Toro. "You can use this golden key to go to a place known as the Midnight Inn. I used it too, that's how I was able to teleport away. There, I consulted a senior and learnt that the liquid was called Cosmic Erosion Elixir. I obviously do not understand the specifics of the matter, but the senior told me that the liquid is only formed when an entire realm is destabilizing and on the path to destruction." Lex paused and waited to see the trelop's reaction. Based on his bombastic personality, he was expecting a great response, but no such thing came. At first, Lex quickly assumed that knowledge of the realm's impending demise was common knowledge. But then, when he looked at the lost face of the trelop, another theory popped up in his mind. Before he could verify his theory, the trelop confirmed it for him by asking, "What the goddamn hell is a realm, and what does it have to do with my territory?" Chapter 647, Suddenly Protective. Lex had a difficult time explaining to Toro what a realm was, though Lex had a sneaking suspicion that the trelop understood the concept somewhere in the middle of the explanation, but was just venting its frustration on Lex. When it finally understood, Toro displayed a remarkable amount of not screaming at Lex randomly. Instead, it became silent as it contemplated the ramifications of what it had heard. The issue that it was facing was not the destruction of its entire world. That was a given based on the situation. The issue was that Lex did not have a solid grasp of the timeline. According to what Lex said, the appearance of the elixir meant that the realm was on the path to destruction, but the fact that it was on that path also meant that it could be veered off that path. The top minds of the realm would think of ways to work on the issue, but it all depended on how long they had. If one thought of the timeline in terms of the geographic time scale of planets in the origin realm, even millions of years were considered a short time. Theoretically, since the realm was even bigger than planets, the timeline should similarly be greater, right? But not only was there no way of confirming how long they had, there was also no way of knowing just how bad the situation had become. Maybe the elixir had already started appearing across the crystal realm hundreds of millions of years ago, and this was just its latest occurrence. All in all, there was too much uncertainty. "Not spread this information lightly," Toro finally said after contemplating for a while. "Spreading panic will not help anyone. I will contact the elders of my race to see what they know. In the meantime, I suggest you find a way to contact the crystal race. Regardless of what anyone says, they are the true rulers of this realm. If the other races are allowed to exist, it is through their will. If the Craven are allowed to invade, it is due to their indifference. The true might of that race is not what common folk can understand." Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D415, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D450, letter 1D490, letter 1D696. "As it happens, I was intending to meet an elder of the crystal race to begin with," said Lex. "He told me to meet him in a city known as Valesko. Do you have any idea where it might be?" "I'm sorry, we Trelops do not usually care much for things outside of our own territories. I do not know the land. You are better off asking one of your human leaders." The fish, before it went away, extended a small brown root and broke it off, before handing it to Lex. "If you encounter any Trelops on your way, show them this. So long as you do not threaten them in any way, they will not cause you any trouble. In fact, not only will they avoid causing trouble, they will even go out of their way to assist in your travels." Lex observed the small route and couldn't really determine what was so special about it, but he kept it anyway. After saying that, Toro swam away, not really bothering to keep Lex company. He was clearly very disturbed by the news. Lex, too, saw no reason to delay, so he began returning towards the inn, this time with a bit more urgency. Instead of walking calmly on the seabed, which his ridiculous weight and small frame made so easy, he swam to speed up. When he eventually reached Babylon, he attracted a bit more attention coming out of the water than he did going in, but no one really bothered to question him. When he returned to the tavern, he was ready to send one of the workers to go and call Jeline from her residence, but discovered that there was an unusually jovial mood at the tavern. There was an entire group of mildly intoxicated men, singing and dancing on the stage, while the onlookers played music by slamming their tables in synchronization with one another. The triplets were busy serving more drinks, and even they could not contain the grins on their faces. "What's going on?" Lex asked Roan, the barkeep who was efficiently pouring out drinks without spilling a single drop. "I think it'll be best if you ask Big Ben," he replied, a soft smile even on his face. Curious, Lex immediately scanned the tavern and discovered that Big Ben too was dancing and singing, but with a whole host of people on the rooftop terrace. As the security of the facility, he was usually up front, but today he was the farthest possible from his post. "What are we all celebrating?" he asked when he finally reached the top. Unfortunately, due to his excellent senses and sharp hearing, the surprise was already spoiled for him, but he still pretended not to know. Still, there was a smile on his face. "Betty's expecting," the man roared drunkenly. "The doctor said so, it's official." Lex's smile widened, and he grabbed the man by the shoulder, making sure he didn't fall over. "Congratulations, man. Where is she? I want to congratulate her, too." Big Ben erupted into a roar of laughter upon being asked the question, and when he was finally able to stop, he managed to say, "She's still at the hospital fighting. She said she won't come back until she finds a doctor who will tell her it's okay to drink while she's expecting." Lex smiled weakly as concern suddenly filled him. "Do not worry, I'll talk to Roan. We'll give her the best tea during this time. She won't miss drinking at all." Big Ben was too busy laughing to hear what Lex said, so he left him to his party. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Was he supposed to reprimand Ben for drinking on the job? Shaking his head, he quickly returned to the ground floor to pass out his instructions. For reasons he couldn't fully understand, he suddenly felt quite protective of Big Ben and Betty. Since they were a part of the Midnight family, he would take great care of them. That also included not letting this realm get destroyed. Chapter 648, Simple Things. Lex was sitting in silence inside the private room, tapping his index finger on the armrest of his sofa. The sound of singing and merrymaking could faintly be heard from outside, though that was only because Lex left the door slightly open. After all the harrowing experiences everyone in this tavern went through, it was a wonder they could still celebrate like this. But at the same time, it was because they had all gone through such tough times together that they were so close. Lex, too, had to admit that he felt a special bond for all these people who had been beside him during his very stressful time of being stuck away from the inn. It was for that specific reason that he was feeling slightly stressed right now. He did not know much about his surrounding areas and how far his destination was. To curb that, he had begun asking the locals a bit about the neighboring states or towns, or anything else that they knew of. Most of them had very limited knowledge. They all lived in the area controlled by the Noel family all their lives, and at most knew the names of neighboring nobles and their states. They had no idea regarding any information relating to other nations at all. He somewhat missed the highly advanced Hum Nation and the Academy. There, a simple search on their local portal was all it would have taken to get all the information he needed. Lex's expression stirred as he heard a familiar voice in the main hall and turned to look at the door. A few moments later, the door was opened by Rick, who was followed by a few people. Jeline was naturally among them, for he wanted to see if his instincts reacted to her. As it happened, Bertram Noel was also there. This was great, for Lex had also extended an invitation to him. Lex was hoping to learn how he could make his way to the Crystal Nation through him. Surely he would know more, right? But there was a third, unexpected person there as well. A young and slightly tanned woman bore a strong resemblance to Jeline, but unlike her smiling mother, she wore a very stern and serious expression. This was, no doubt, the daughter Jeline wanted Lex to work with in the planning of Jasmine's and Peavardy's wedding. Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D415, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D450, letter 1D490, letter 1D696. He only gave her a cursory glance before turning his attention back to the other two. "Jeline, Bertram, I'm glad you both could make it," said Lex as he stood up to greet them. Naturally, he put on his best smile and did not let any of his internal concerns show on his face. "It's no trouble at all," said Jeline, her eyes fixed on Lex with a feverish gaze. "Besides, I was planning on visiting you soon anyway. I have to introduce my daughter and our soon-to-be liaison for the wedding preparations. This is Jess, one of my most hardworking and accomplished daughters." "It's a pleasure to meet you," Lex said politely, and Jess only nodded in return. It seemed like for liaison she wasn't exactly very talkative, but that suited Lex just fine, so it did not matter, especially since Lex wanted to keep as much of a distance from Jeline as possible. After she and her family had discovered the Midnight Inn, Jeline had become almost fanatical in her admiration for Lex. It was quite a nuisance, even when he was merely dealing with her using a projection. "Unfortunately, Jess, arrival also means it is time for me to leave. We have decided the date for the wedding. It will be held in 6 months exactly, and there are too many matters for us to deal with to make it happen on such short notice." "You be traveling a lot during this time?" Lex asked, genuinely curious. The person who he truly wanted to converse with was Aegis, but that fellow had disappeared for a while. Let alone the tavern, he was not even showing up at the inn, so there was no way for Lex to ask him for any routes. The next best option was naturally Jeline, for her family was deeply connected to the rulers of Hum Nation. The best option after that was the Noel family, probably. "Yes, unfortunately, familial affairs are the most complicated. A lot of our guests need to be invited personally, and certain matters and deals need to be taken care of during this time as well. We will even need to pay a visit to the Hum Nation and inform the royal family about the wedding. Being a parent is truly too complicated." "Won't that take too long? How will you reach the Hum Nation from here?" "For ordinary people, it would indeed take quite a while," informed Bertram. "But the influence of the nations extends even beyond their own borders. Even though these lands are far away from the empires, separated by vast oceans and extremely inhospitable lands, many nobles have short and long-range teleportation formations within their territories. Anyone bearing a token of one of the nation's royal families can use those formations at will." This was both good and bad news. The good news was that there were apparently many teleportation formations he could possibly access, but the bad news was that the distance between Babylon and the nations seemed to be great. "What if I wanted to send someone on an errand? Do you think they could get access to those formations?" Bertram paused, and an awkward look appeared on his face. It seemed like he was not anticipating such a question. As far as he knew, Lex was not as simple as he made it appear on the surface. Not only was he himself an incredible powerhouse, pretending to be a weakling, but he also had the backing of the mysterious Midnight Inn. He did not want to offend Lex by giving him an answer he might not like, but... "Oh yes, of course. Why not?" exclaimed Jeline as she suddenly saw an opportunity. From her spatial ring, she summoned a large bronze token which had a pickaxe engraved across its front. As far as emblems went, a pickaxe was not a prestigious symbol, but it was most befitting the Philip clan, which was allowed to mine Etherium under the royal family's command. "Although this is not the same as a token from the royal family of the Hum Nation, this is a token of my Philip's family. It may not get you the same kind of service, but it will definitely enable you to access the teleportation formations. Unfortunately, you will not be exempt from paying for the use. I would give you the royal family's token if I could, but I am not really allowed to give it out, you understand." "No need, this is already a great help," said Lex, accepting the token. Although she harbored ulterior motives in helping him, Lex wouldn't deny help that he needed. You aren't the one who has to go on a trip, right?" Jeline suddenly asked, as if it just occurred to her. "If you are, I can send along an escort." No need," Lex said, doing his best to keep his lip from twitching. "I will be here, making sure everything is in order for the upcoming wedding, but I have to send someone on a rather urgent task all the way to the Crystal Nation, to a city called Valesko. Would you happen to know where it is?" Even before the duo had the opportunity to answer, he felt like he got an answer. Both Bertram and Jeline had a change in their expression, though they swiftly controlled themselves. Still, Lex felt like he could detect shock and fear from them. "Path to the Crystal Nation from here is different from the one to the Hum Nation. The formations will not be enough to send you on your way, and you will have to cross certain areas yourself. It's not really an easy path. I will consult my father and have a map drawn for you to help your helper on his journey. But while I can help you find your way to the Crystal Nation, finding your way to Valesko, I think only someone from the Crystal race can help you with that." "Why is that?" Lex asked, curious. Well, technically I cannot even confirm if what I know is true. But there are rumors that the Crystal race has a massive prison where they punish members of their race who have committed unforgivable crimes. A prison so old that no one is sure when it was made, filled with immortal prisoners too dangerous to ever be allowed free again, yet kept alive because killing them is too light of a punishment. The name of that prison is Valesko. Despite his resilience, Lex sighed. Why were things never just simple? Chapter 649 Ash. The conversation with the duo about the distance to the Crystal Nation did not last too long. Unlike the other races, which had a clear positive or negative relationship with one another, the Crystal race equally shunned all the other races. They kept their territories closed, and did not usually bother much with the outside world. That did not mean that no one was allowed to enter their nation, just that they were extremely selective in who entered. In a way, one would have to prove themselves worthy of interacting with the crystal race. The duo mentioned nothing about that, for they assumed that Lex already had some kind of relationship with the crystal race if he was heading over, and they were technically correct. Lex did not have much else to discuss with Bertram, as the man had already promised to provide Lex with a map leading to his destination. That would have to suffice for now, though the two were still being very vague about how far the nation was. That was Lex's next great concern. The crystal realm was as big as the entire solar system, and if the distance between him and his destination was equal to the distance between planets, it would take forever to reach. He could only hope there were enough teleportation formations. He did, however, have something left to discuss with Jeline, and even Jess. Fortunately, it appeared as though Jeline knew about it, and on her own requested that they have a word in private. Lex manipulated space and created a separate room around the two of them, putting up opaque barriers so that no one could lip-read what they were about to discuss. "Are you satisfied with the results of your request?" Lex asked, without waiting for her to broach the topic. It was as if he already knew what she was going to talk about. Random stranger had left a box with unknown contents at the tavern, with the hope to use the place as a drop-off point for certain items, allowing Jeline to take the box at a later date. It was a discreet way of passing along whatever it is she wanted delivered, as she would never actually cross paths with whoever was delivering the package. At first, she had only left a package at the inn for 3 days, testing to see if the tavern was capable of isolating its aura. Once she discovered that it actually could, she had the real package delivered to the tavern to collect it herself later. All of this was fine, as far as Lex was concerned, or at least it would have been normally. The fact that it seemed like Lex was aiding and abetting in probably illegal, or at least highly suspicious behavior did not faze him. What got to him was the fact that the aura from Jeline's package was extremely repulsive. The box she had left at the inn to test if the aura leaked already disgusted Lex, even though he had no idea what it contained. The actual package itself was even worse. Technically speaking, Lex's real body had not been here when the package was delivered and received, but even the aura it left behind was so strong that Lex was still disgusted by it when he felt it. Whatever the package was, illegal or not, he decided he no longer wanted to facilitate it. Although the purpose of the inn and tavern was to host all guests equally without discrimination, Lex was not a mindless slave of the system's directives. Since it was disgusting to him, he no longer wanted a part in it. "Extremely," Jeline stated with a massive smile. "You do not know how much you have helped me with this." "I'm glad you are satisfied with our service," Lex said with a soft smile. "That is also why I feel extremely regretful to inform you that the tavern will not be able to help you in such an endeavor in the future." Jeline was genuinely startled, as she was not expecting such an answer, especially since the previous exchange had gone off without a hitch. Can I ask why?" she asked hesitantly. She did not forget Lex's powerful aura, so she was hesitant to get on his bad side. Yet at the same time, this task was genuinely too important to her to let go of so easily. "Rest assured you did not break any rules of the tavern, and so there will be no effect on any other services you acquire from the tavern. But the matter of fact is, while I usually do not interfere in the matters of guests, the aura of the item you exchanged I found it too revolting. I did not investigate its contents, for I thoroughly respect the privacy of all my guests, but I cannot, in good conscience, continue to facilitate this exchange." A hint of fear appeared on Jeline's face, despite the fact that Lex said he did not investigate the contents. This was an extremely sensitive matter, which she could not risk exposing, but at the same time could not give up either. Since Lex did not want to help out anymore, she would have to figure out another way. "Please do not misunderstand," she explained while smiling weakly. "My transactions are not what they might appear to be. These are related to an extremely important issue that needs resolving, but since you do not want to facilitate them anymore, I will not bother you with them anymore. Not that it matters, as I am scheduled to depart soon anyway." They talked a bit more while Lex ensured that he was not drawing any conclusions about her affairs, and simply did not want to participate in this particular one anymore. Once they were done, Lex removed the barriers, ending their private conversation. "I'll leave you and Jess to it," Jeline suddenly said, standing up. "There are countless matters relating to the wedding to get to, so there's no doubt you two will be holed up together for quite a while." Amazingly, Jeline was completely back to her normal self, returning to her antics of trying to set up Lex with her daughter. Letter 1D4A9, Letter 1D5C8, Letter 1D415, Letter 1D459XD, Letter 1D450, Letter 1D490, Letter 1D696. "I wish I could stay and help, but I just dropped by to introduce you to Jess. She can get in contact with me at any time, and if for some reason she can't, she knows full well what to do for the wedding." Jess, with an extremely serious face, nodded, as if accepting a task that would determine the life or death of millions. But while Lex joked in his mind, he was unaware that this wedding really would be such an affair. The interest of the nation, and thereby any family connected to its interests, determined the life or death of billions on the regular. I'm sure our cooperation will bear fruitful results. Believe it or not, I'd say I'm more invested in making this wedding a success than even you. Eileen smiled at Lex's remark, but she was unaware that he really did care more about it than anyone else. He was determined to get a SSS Plus ranking for this quest. Once Bertram and Jeline departed, Lex was left alone with Jess, who silently stared at him. Rather than feel like an awkward silence was building, Lex felt relieved. If she was as determined as her mother in her ulterior motive, Lex would find this matter quite problematic to handle, but since she wasn't, things would be simple. Although we have 6 months until the wedding, I don't think we should waste a single moment, said Lex with a warm and confident smile. Do you? Before Jess had an opportunity to reply, Lex stood up and opened the door to the private room, waving at Roan to send someone in. As soon as he got this quest, he had delegated a lot of research tasks to the planning division, and even asked Mary to look up the best wedding consultants they could find, not to mention conduct extensive research on Indian wedding culture. What he did not expect to learn was that there was such an expert within his own planning division. The moment he learned about her, he decided to bring her to the Crystal Realm and have her help out. A tall, caramel-skinned woman walked with, dressed quite casually instead of the usual formal wear associated with the inn. Yet even in a t-shirt and pants, she looked stunning, though one should not expect less from a worker at the inn. This is an expert I've called in who will be handling a lot of the wedding preparations. Since you'll be working closely together, why don't you guys introduce yourselves? The woman from the planning division looked at Jess, and gave her a soft, welcoming smile as if she was looking forward to working together. Hi Jess, she said, her voice calm yet confident. My name is Aishwarya Rai, but my friends call me Ash. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 650, Warm-Up. Jess was startled by everything that had happened, especially since she had been informed by her mother that she would be working closely with Lex. Jess was a perfectionist, so any task she did with the aim of achieving perfection. This was both a boon and a flaw. On one hand, everything she did achieved perfection, catapulting her reputation not only amongst her own family, but the general public as well. On the other hand, she barely ever ended up doing anything because the more matters she picked up, the less time she would have to achieve perfection in each one. For this upcoming wedding, she had started working the absolute moment she heard about it. In fact, to aid her in achieving the best possible task, she even asked her family to compile an extensively detailed file on the Midnight Tavern so she could research it thoroughly. She had, in her opinion, perfectly worked out Lex's personality and mentally prepared herself accordingly so that they could achieve maximum efficiency in attaining results. As for her mother's wish for them to fall in love with each other, she knew nothing. After all, her one-track mind could not handle multiple projects at the same time. From the very start, a wrench had been thrown into her plans. Who was this Ash? Where did she come from? She was not in the file Jess had studied. Moreover, why did it seem like Lex was transferring his responsibilities to others? Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D415, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D450, letter 1D490, letter 1D696. The pleasure is mine, Jess said, shaking Ash's hand. But then she immediately turned to Lex and said, when you say we'll be working closely together, do you mean that you won't be the one handling the wedding preparations? Lex smiled. Since he knew Jeline was setting some kind of love trap for him, why would he be stupid enough to stay put? Of course, the first thing he did was look for someone to take his place. But he was not just shirking his duties. He had grander plans for the wedding than anyone knew, and only he could fulfill them. Yes and no, he said. You and Ash will be handling the normal sequence of events and handle the bulk of the tasks. But that does not mean I won't be doing anything. You may not know this, but P. Vardy and I are old friends, so naturally I want to make this wedding amazing as well. As such, I will be handling a special task which, if I succeed in, will take this wedding up by another level. Jess looked skeptical, but Lex was sincere. From the moment he had received this quest, he had been thinking about how he could make it worthy of an SSS Plus ranking. Having over-the-top theatrics was, of course, necessary, but that would not be enough. Lex had some experience in completing quests with extremely high rankings, but each time it was more to do with luck than his own performance. Whether it was the appearance of 2 demi-Daelords or an actual Daelord, it was not something he could have anticipated or arranged. But the experience had taught him something. Although his quests may seem random, they all were ultimately linked to the Midnight Inn. As an inn, one of the most prideful things was that important or powerful guests made an appearance. There were probably more layers involved in determining his quest ranking, but it could not be denied that that was a major one. As such, Lex had been thinking along the lines of who he could invite to make this wedding the best or most prestigious. Originally, he was thinking that Aegis would have to do, but now he had a better idea. The realm itself was being destroyed. If Lex could reach the crystal race in time and convince them of what was happening, he could use his vast experience in manipulating. He meant his vast experience in persuading people to have the crystal race treat this wedding as a kind of conference. If a simple wedding between two human nobles ended up inviting the leaders of all the nations in this realm, he would consider that as an excellent wedding. He did not know if such a thing would be enough, or if he could even pull it off, but for now that was the best plan he had. Just tried asking Lex what he had planned, and convincing him to once again take over planning, but he would not listen. Since he was planning on leaving anyway, he would only be here in the form of his projection anyway. As such, he was only planning on handling and resolving emergencies. His entire personal focus would be on reaching the Crystal Empire. He hoped he could reach it in enough time to set up the meeting with everyone, and make it back as well. The following day, 24 hours later since the concept of day and night was screwed up here, Bertram returned to the inn and handed Lex a leather scroll. This was not at all what Lex was expecting when he had been told he was getting a map, but it would have to do. Instead of detailing the entire terrain and surrounding areas, the map just listed a path using prominent landmarks as markers. It would have to suffice. With everything in hand, Lex departed from Babylon, making sure not to be spotted as he did. After all, he was supposed to be inside the tavern this entire time. After a solid 6 hours of running at his top speed, Lex finally stopped and pulled out the map. Fortunately, other than visual markers, the map also recorded auras and spiritual markers which Lex could track using his spirit sense and intuition. Or better yet. He summoned Fenrir, who was sleeping, and woke up the pup. He climbed onto its back and held out the map for it to sniff. "Follow these auras," Lex told the excited little wolf. "Think of this as we're going on a long walk through an endless park filled with monsters and unknown dangers. Also, we're on a time limit, so you better run fast." Fenrir howled in excitement and began running. Every word Lex had said excited it more than the last. Space. Single spaceship was moving through space, unbothered by the much larger ships nearby. Each battlefront with the Fugan was different in many ways. The battlefront in which Alexander had fought was artificially created and seemed like an endless plain. This one, which the Midnight Battalion was being brought through, consisted of an unusual region of space enveloped by a cosmic cloud. Normal cosmic clouds were vast regions of space containing gas, dust, and other small particles which brought about the appearance of a cloud. Yet this one not only contained hundreds of rogue planets, it also contained currents of chaos energy, a form of extremely concentrated spiritual energy that not even normal immortals could handle. The interference from the chaos energy made it so that the actual contents of this cosmic cloud had been hidden from millions of years, serving as a breeding ground for Fugan forces. When it was finally discovered, it naturally suffered an all-out assault. The rogue planet that the Midnight Battalion was being taken to was an extremely volatile, yet extremely important one. According to the briefing Luther got, the planet had some extremely valuable resources that were hard to find in entire galaxies, so taking control of the planet was of the highest priority. Yet the planet also had an unstable core, so it could not tolerate fights between higher-level cultivators. Moreover, bombarding it from space was also out of the equation, because that would not only risk further destabilizing it, but also risk destroying the resources. The man briefing Luther made it very clear that to the leaders of this war, those resources were a lot more valuable than all of their lives, so he'd better perform well. The reason they were being led to such an important site as their first deployment was due to their excellent rating and performance. It seemed that the battalion had developed a reputation without even setting foot on the battlefield. Of course, to Luther, none of that mattered. He was indifferent to his superior's purposes and reasoning. He simply didn't care. His one and only objective was to ensure that no one from the inn died. As the spaceship approached the planet, Luther looked out at it from one of the screens projecting the outside, then turned to his comrades. Once, when I was talking to one of the inn's oldest guests, I heard him say something extremely profound. Luther did not raise his voice, but it carried to everyone in the room, attracting their attention. He said the best defense, the best way to protect yourself, is to kill your enemies before they have a chance to attack. He paused and looked at the soldiers from the inn. "Within 1 month, I want the planet wiped of all hostiles. That will be our warm-up for this war. Let's go." Chapter 651, Boring. The ship carrying all the soldiers did not land on the planet. In fact, it did not even enter the atmosphere, for the planet was infested with hordes of mindless yet violent aliens. They were one of the many species that had been bred especially for wars against planets. The Fugan were, in fact, not the first to use such tactics. though currently they were the ones employing it the most in the Origin realm. The concept was simple. Once any civilization reached a certain level and grew enough, they would gain the means of genetic manipulation, whether through technology or spiritual techniques or something else. With such advancements, there naturally came military applications. Though uncommon, when larger civilizations wage war against one another, it is often too intensive on human resources to invade each and every planet or strategic location. They would create faster-producing aliens to overpower or weaken the planet's inhabitants. Through long-lasting wars of attrition, the planet was usually either overwhelmed, or was at the very least greatly weakened, all without the ones responsible putting in any real effort. Of course, the perpetrators themselves naturally retained the means to combat this engineered alien species, in case they ever needed to take the planet themselves. There were many ways of managing this with circumnavigating the Henali prohibition on genocide, such as the case with the devils and zombies. Of course, in the case of the Fugan, there was no need to care for any prohibitions or rules at all. Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D415, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D450, letter 1D490, letter 1D696. They populated the planet with extremely vicious creatures which were designed to not only tear apart any living thing, but the planet as well. That was also one of the reasons the planet was so fragile. Once the ship got into position, all the soldiers were instructed to get into their launch pods. Besides those from the Midnight Inn, there were countless other teams as well, all of them much bigger than the Midnight Battalion. After all, regardless of how powerful or effective the Midnight Battalion might seem, it was just stupid to send 1,000 soldiers to clear out an entire planet. Each team being sent to this planet, though, was considered elite. Lothar couldn't have cared less about that, though. With an impassive face, as if he was bored, he climbed into his pod, after which support technicians came in and ensured he was properly strapped in. Hundreds of thousands of pods were launched all over the planet's surface. The aliens on the planet noticed the rain and tried shooting the pods out of the sky, but they came equipped with safety measures. Like hail of metal instead of ice, the pods crashed into the ground and spread devastation wherever they landed, despite the fact that the ship had come as close as possible for launch. When the pods opened, the soldiers who were completely safe climbed out. They had only a short while to reorient themselves and get used to the conditions on this planet before the aliens would attack them. But while everyone was gearing up and getting in position to defend, the Midnight Battalion attacked. Could not be helped. Lothar, as well as the rest, were born in the clean and pristine environment of the inn, yet now they were exposed to the polluted and stale air of this rogue planet. Although their masks had filtration functions, it was a pale imitation of what they were used to. They were irritated and uncomfortable. Fortunately, there were targets nearby to help them vent their frustrations. All around the pods, where most of the soldiers were waiting to make their first stand, sounds of distant growls and the thumbing and stomping of approaching beasts could be heard. Well, all around them except one direction, where Z was warming up his speakers with a soft and tempered melody titled Enter Sandoman. Space. Stride Fenrir, Lex was traversing the land with incredible speed. A part of him wanted to believe that if he had been running on his own two legs, he could have still maintained such speed. He couldn't be blamed for thinking like this, as he boasted greater physical strength and resilience than Fenrir. Even given the situation where he could replace the pups, sheer excitement, and joy at being allowed to run so fast and freely for so long, with nothing but discipline, the one thing even he had to admit that he couldn't replicate was the tranquility of their journey. Pup boasted great stealth capabilities, Lex always knew that. But after a certain time, Lex realized that Fenrir wasn't actively being stealthy, it was ingrained into his very nature. If Lex had been running at the same speed, massive craters would be left in the ground with each step he took. The roaring wind would herald his arrival wherever he passed, much like the sound of a jet was usually heard even as it had already passed the area by. Yet as Fenrir passed, not only was not a single blade of grass disturbed, there was barely even any sound. Lex watched in wonder as the duo actually passed by a few animals walking in the wild, completely unaware as they passed them by. If Lex didn't know for sure that Fenrir couldn't do that, he might have started to believe that they were invisible. But even as they traveled at incredible speeds and never took a break, even hours later they were still far from just their first destination. They were heading towards the capital of the Noel family's territory, from where they would take a teleportation formation and continue on their path. Lex was sure they were heading in the right direction, for they kept consulting the map, but as the map did not denote the distances, there was no way of knowing when they would reach. This journey he was expecting to be tense and fraught with danger, ended up just being a long stretch of uneventful traveling, at least so far. And more hours later, when they still had not reached their destination, and it was nowhere in sight, Lex gave up. This was too boring. Back at the Emporium when he heard about that spaceship which could easily travel even between galaxies, Lex had been impressed but did not think he needed such a thing. Now he knew he was wrong. He should look into getting himself a similar ship for long-distance travel as well. The only issue was that transporting such a massive thing to and from the inn was a problem. He would look into finding a ship that can easily fit into his spatial bangle. Until then, he had to fill his time with something else, so he used his remote presence ability to project an image of himself at the inn. It had been a long time since he hosted some guests himself as the innkeeper. It might be interesting if he did that for a while after all this time. Technically, he could use this time productively and actually work, but after so much boredom, he did not feel like working. Scan of the inn revealed that all was more or less normal. The absence of some of the most notable faces at the inn had not gone unnoticed, yet he had strictly ordered not to reveal any information to the public. All anyone who asked was told that they had gone somewhere for special training. Besides that, the focus of the guests seemed to be on the event of the week that was going on. Various performers and artists had been invited from multiple planets to have live shows. While Earth was no longer in a position where anyone could focus on such things, some of the refugees participated. Besides that, a lot of participants from the other planets that were linked to the inn came as well. In fact, from X-142, there was actually a musical band consisting of all fairies. The tiny stars were unusually popular, though Lex had to admit their music was quite catchy. As Lex was observing the event and all the guests, his sight eventually focused on two teenagers. A short yet plump boy was accompanied by a taller yet skinnier girl. The faint resemblance in their appearance hinted that they were related. They were dressed oddly, with clothes that looked like they had been worn in sections. For example, the shirt, or whatever was covering their torso, actually consisted of 7 small bits of fabric which had to be worn one at a time. The same kind of clothing was also on their arms and legs. Yet strange as it was, they were not showing much skin, and by the way that the two held themselves up, Lex got the feeling that they were dressed formally rather than casually, at least according to their own standards. "There's too much of a crowd here," the girl complained as she looked at the crowded main street. "Whoever sold us the keys lied to us. How is this a relaxing spot for a vacation?" Chapter 652 Work. The sun hung low in the evening sky, painting the inn in a warm hue. There were a few scattered clouds here and there, but instead of making the inn seem dull and gray, they made the inn seem light and airy. Fresh snow would fall wherever the clouds traveled, though somehow the roads and walking paths stayed miraculously clean. Of course, if anyone tread off the fixed path, their footsteps would be accompanied by the satisfying crunch of stepping in the powdery snow. As if to match the mood set by the environment, the usual energetic buzz of the crowd of Main Street had changed to hushed murmurs. Most of the guests did not really need to do so. They were dressed in warm coats and comfy scarves, and carried cups of hot cocoa or coffee or tea wherever they went. Some guests even walked around with large wooden mugs of warm mead, while others munched on fresh, steaming chicken patties, veggie rolls, or dough balls. Though there was no music playing, the ambience of Main Street itself resulted in a soft melody that made one seem both cold and warm at the same time. Yet amidst this coziness, the two teenagers seemed malcontent. While for some, the simple or mundane things such as enjoying an ordinary snow day was quite pleasing, for the energetic and rebellious teenagers it was not enough. They were young and spirited, and were not yet at the stage of life where such subtle things could trigger nostalgia or melancholy. Or if one were to simply take it at the words of the girl, they simply wanted a place where they could enjoy solitude. The crowds and hustle and bustle of a busy street left them tense and agitated, unable to relax. "Excuse me, dear guests. I don't mean to intrude, but I could not help but overhearing that you are unsatisfied with this place," said Lex, as he teleported his projection behind the two. The kids, much to their credit, were not at all startled by Lex suddenly appearing behind them. Moreover, when they looked at him, there was no significant emotion in their eyes, as if everything they saw or experienced was mundane. "My sister and I came here to get away for a while," the boy explained. "A traveling merchant sold the key to us and told us that the key would take us somewhere relaxing, where we could have a vacation while our parents worked. But this, The boy seemed too disgusted to finish his sentence. Although Lex did not show it, he was subtly taken aback by the children's reaction. If nothing else, almost everyone who visited the inn would at least enjoy the purity of the spiritual energy. Just that in itself was clearly enough to put everyone in a good mood. Lex was no longer as ignorant as before. By reading a lot of general knowledge, available of the Henali portal as well as from documents provided by the Emporium, he knew a lot more about star ranks. It was not a term used only by the inn, and in fact was a generic unit used across the entire origin realm. The star rank denoted the energy concentration in any given area. When the unit was first created, it was called star rank because usually in a star system, it was the level of the local star which would affect the quantity and quality of energy in its surrounding planet. But the fact that rogue planets, minor realms, random asteroid belts, and even seemingly empty patches of the realm had varying levels of energy. It was then simply used to denote the energy level of a given area. In fact, Lex had even learned about the various kinds and qualities of spiritual energies that existed in the universe, and why different energies resulted in different star ranks. The simple version of it was that a higher energy level may not always be better, and a lower energy level may not be a bad thing. The good and bad aspects of energy levels all depended on one's cultivation level. Fortunately, that was not a concern at the Midnight Inn, for even if the energy level was too high for certain guests, the inn would automatically ensure that it would not interact with them, and instead the inn would surround those guests with the optimal energy levels for them. Long story short, almost everyone who came to the inn enjoyed the pleasant sensation provided by a purer and cleaner environment. After all, the average star rank across the realm was 1 star. Yet the kids did not seem to care at all. It was as if this was ordinary, or even the most basic requirement which they did not even need to think about. I understand that the crowded atmosphere of Main Street does not suit your tastes. How about we go elsewhere and discuss how you can best enjoy the inn? Lex snapped his fingers and teleported the three to a cabin atop the Midnight Mountain. There was a small clearing where the view from one side was the bustling village, while on another side stood the magnificent mountain man in his seemingly endless slumber. The murmurs of the street had disappeared, giving way to the sound of the wind, traveling over the snow-covered trees. There was a sharp contrast to the busy street, yet somehow Lex knew that even this would not satisfy the children. If it were so easy, they would not have remained unimpressed even at the main street. That is why, to begin with, he only said they were coming here to discuss what they can do. And indeed, the children remained non-reactive after teleporting here. They looked around at their new environment, as if to inspect it, yet not much else. Lex could not help but want to learn more about them, so he scanned them. Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D415, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D450, letter 1D490, letter 1D696. Name Kuno Akiko. Age 13. Sex male. Cultivation details, Chi training peak. Species human. Midnight Inn prestige level 1. Bloodline lycanthrope. Remarks: please refrain from teleporting away random children. This is not that kind of system. Name Kava Kiko. Age 16. Sex male. Cultivation details, Foundation realm peak. Species human. Midnight Inn prestige level 1. Bloodline lycanthrope. Remarks: please be warned. Another instance of teleporting minors will result in a complaint to the intergalactic police. The fact that Kuno was already a cultivator even before turning 15 said a lot about his background. Humans would need special kinds of medicinal fruits and herbs which would prepare their bodies to cultivate ahead of time. Of course, there was also a chance that their bloodline had something to do with their ability to cultivate. Better, said Kuno, but there doesn't seem like there's much to do here. I concur, Kava chimed in. Just because we are on vacation, it does not mean we can lay around sleeping and doing nothing. What actual, productive, and fruitful work is there for us to do here? Just because we want a break from the stress of day-to-day life does not mean we can afford to just lounge around. Lex was intrigued by the challenge these kids were presenting. He could naturally tell that they were not being petulant, and instead genuinely could not comprehend not doing some work. Perhaps for them, not dealing with whatever they had to endure on a daily basis was already a vacation, so they did not need other events to excite or stimulate them. Instead, they want something productive to do to occupy their minds, while still giving them the feeling of having used their time productively. Truthfully, Lex could not understand people who had such views about relaxing, but it was true that people who were too used to being productive could not stand wasting time. The Midnight Inn had to cater to all kinds of guests, not just the convenient ones, so Lex genuinely took this up as a challenge. Why don't you tell me a little about what you imagine your vacation being like? That way, I can recommend some of the inn's activities or services for you to enjoy. Kuno shrugged and said, I don't know, I've never had a vacation, what about you? Me neither, said Kava. Lex smiled warily. Since they had no experience, having them enjoy their vacation was both easy and difficult. The only real thing that would determine which of those two it would end up being was Lex's marketing skills. I have the perfect idea. Why don't you two give it a try? If you don't like it, you can always stop. The two looked at each other and shrugged, coming to some kind of agreement. Excellent. He teleported them over to a new district of the greenhouse and passed a few instructions to the turtle. I'm sending you over a couple of new volunteers. Have them work the newly created cold desert and ensure they finish planting all the new vegetables. Remember, we have only 6 months to prepare the best produce for the upcoming wedding, so we have to plant the best possible stuff. Chapter 653 300. Kuno and Kava were teleported once again, this time finding themselves in a cold and barren land. Due to the fact that they were cultivators, the chill didn't negatively affect them, but it was a lot more biting here than even the snowy mountain they were on before. Every breath they took in felt biting cold, yet to them it was just reinvigorating rather than uncomfortable. Every breath they exhaled left a long, thick trail of mist. Yet somehow, besides their misty breath and the chill running down their spines, there was no other sign of the pervading cold in the surrounding area. There was no snow or ice anywhere to be found. The only sight for them to see was the dried yet grainy soil and the gray and beige pebbles and rocks littered throughout the area. There wasn't even any vegetation. Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D415, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D450, letter 1D490, letter 1D696. If they did not know better, they would assume that they had been sent to some kind of wasteland or deserted area. Yet as deplorable as the conditions seemed, the children actually seemed to like it, a little. Their bloodlines inevitably affected their behavior and thought process, even if it was indirectly. What this actually meant was that they felt nice and cozy in cold climates, and would be more irritable in warm climates due to the fact that their bodies innately stayed warm. Now it wasn't their bloodline forcing them to behave irritably in the heat and relaxed in the cold, yet due to the physical feedback of their bodies, they naturally developed such behavior. This was only one of the simpler and easily identified idiosyncrasies that their family shared. Another one was their usually serious attitude, not to mention their extreme focus on any task or objective. Sure, there were some oddballs in their family here and there, but that was not the norm. As such, these two who were out on vacation did not really know how to enjoy or behave, and could only think to keep themselves busy somehow. Yet what could there possibly be for them to do in this frozen wasteland? As if to answer their question, a dark figure appeared in the distance, approaching them. Its movement seemed to be slow, yet the actual speed at which it arrived was surprisingly fast. Moreover, even from a distance, the figure was radiating a dominating and commanding aura, one that their bloodline was reacting to. That genuinely surprised them, for they had never encountered such a situation. Normally, even if they faced a much stronger creature, their bloodline would only make them more aggressive and ready to put up a fight. This was confirmed by their mother, who had once been in the presence of a dragon, though fortunately for them she did not have to fight it. Yet now their bloodline was cowering. How was this possible? Before the kids could fully wrap their heads around the submission emanating from within their very bones, the figure arrived. It belonged to a turtle, or at least something that resembled a turtle. Its body was massive, causing them to have to crane their neck up to look at its face. A single, curved, gray horn protruded from its forehead, though streaks of purple had begun appearing on it. "Oh dear, more silly humans," the turtle lamented, though it did not seem too disturbed. Its eternal fondness for picking up strays gave it a very tolerant and mellow personality. And yes, to it, humans were just more strays or pets for it to collect and raise. After all, hadn't it also rescued and protected Lex when he first came to Nibiru? To it, Lex was and still is no different from Little Blue and the rest. The children, who were finally showing some expression, looked up in awe and reverence. Lex, who was spying on the situation from the Midnight Mountain, did not know if he should feel satisfied that he finally broke through and impressed them, or offended that the turtle had elicited such a reaction, but not himself. "I have been told that you little humans want a farm. I will bring you some saplings and teach you how to plant them in this environment." "What are we planting?" Kava asked, curious. "And what for?" Kuno asked as well, trying to put up a strong front. He could not accept that his own blood was being submissive before another, and did not want to give in. "In 6 months there will be a wedding," the turtle told. "But more importantly, the wedding will also be a conference for immortals. The food that you will plant now will be served at that conference." "We're growing food for immortals?" the duo asked, startled. "No, silly humans. This is food for others at the conference. The food for the immortals is being grown by me personally." After that, the turtle did not bother explaining any further, and used a vine made of grass to pull out a small cactus from within its shell. But the strange thing was that this cactus seemed to be made of rocks, and the only parts of it which seemed like an ordinary plant were its roots. The turtle showed the kids how to plant it in the ground, which seemed quite straightforward when the turtle did it. This unusual cactus required that its roots be buried to a minimum depth, and had to be planted in an area with lots of pebbles and rocks. The process seemed straightforward enough, and growing food for a conference of immortals seemed a worthy enough task for them to put some effort into it. After all, regardless of their background, as mere mortals themselves, they still needed to respect immortals. But when they tried to repeat the process themselves, using tools the turtle had given them, they discovered that the seemingly loose and grainy soil was as tough as metal. They literally could not even scratch the surface. The kids looked at each other dumbfounded, while the turtle only watched silently from the side. Problem-solving was an important skill for its pets to learn, so it would not interfere unless they were completely overwhelmed. Feeling unresigned, the two tried again, this time using more strength. When they failed again, they tried once more while using spiritual techniques to literally attack the floor. Kuno was still not able to produce any significant results, while Kava managed to produce a visible indent in the ground. Repeated failures did not demotivate them, and instead spurred them to put even more effort into their task. The duo activated their bloodlines, which only produced limited visual changes in the two. Both of them suddenly grew more hair on their bodies, though it was not to the extent that it completely covered their skin, and their eyes turned yellow. This time, instead of trying separately, they both began hacking at the same point in the ground, working together to produce a single hole. The process was slow, incredibly slow, but at least it had begun. The turtle shook its head and went away. From what it could see, the kids were more or less playing around in the dirt. Far away, Lex snickered as he saw the two working relentlessly to provide him with free labor. That's what they got for acting haughty in front of him. No, wait. He meant the inn was capable of satisfying the request of any kind of guest. Feeling somewhat entertained, he decided to continue hosting guests for a while, so for the next few hours, random guests who found themselves in slightly less crowded areas were visited by the innkeeper, unbeknownst to them. Since he never officially introduced himself, everyone just assumed he was just another worker at the inn. Eventually, his fun was interrupted by a system notification, one that he had been waiting for. The workers that he hired for the inn now included two races, humans and draconian apostles. From those two races, the humans now had the option of 3 different bloodlines. The first bloodline, Regalia Bloom, was considered the default bloodline any of his workers could unlock and did not cost any extra. The second bloodline, Anachronistic Ignition, which was the one Luther had, cost 350 million MP per worker to give to a new worker, which was quite a bit more than Regalia Bloom. The third bloodline, Death Counter, also had a massive price bump, coming out at 300 million MP per worker. Considering the fact that both the newly unlocked bloodlines were extremely impressive, Lex continued to randomly give them out regardless of the massive cost. Yet once he received a summons to war, he had the idea of hiring a group of workers specifically for combat purposes. It was then that he discovered that besides their massive cost, the newer bloodlines also could not be given out en masse, and it required quite a bit of time to summon workers with these bloodlines if all of them had the newer ones. Still, Lex was not miserly. He immediately spent 90 billion MP and maxed out his limit to hire 300 workers with the Death Counter bloodline. Once they were trained, they would be his new Midnight Battalion. Chapter 654, Choose to Fight. From the time Lex chose to hire the 300 new workers to the time they arrived at the inn, quite a few days had passed. It had long since become Lex's habit to deeply analyze everything the system did and compare it to its previous actions to determine patterns. He never had problems ordering a large number of workers before, and the delivery was usually almost instant. So then what exactly had caused the delay? Could come up with a few different answers. The first and most obvious answer was, naturally, the bloodline. Death Counter was one of the new bloodlines he unlocked for his employees, and it essentially made the user immortal, more or less. While it was not nearly as versatile as Regalia Bloom or Anachronistic Ignition, it had one simple use case. The owner of the bloodline could hide a single drop of blood anywhere, and if they were to die, they could use that single drop to come back to life at full health and maximum power. Of course, the actual application of the bloodline ability was slightly more complex than how it was stated, but that was essentially the gist of the bloodline ability. The bloodline could do nothing else, but honestly, wasn't that already enough? And compared to the fact that normal employees did not come with the bloodline unlocked, but only the ability to potentially unlock the Regalia Bloom, the difference could be easily identified. Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D415, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D450, letter 1D490, letter 1D696. While the bloodline was the most obvious reason for why there was a delay, it was not the only one. When hiring new staff, the system allowed Lex to input what kind of role he expected to put them in, after which the system would make them more skilled in related fields. That was not to say that the system could directly control their talents, but that it would give each worker a higher starting point in related fields, making it easier for them to start and master their expected roles. Normally, Lex would put in a general direction, but would not be too specific so as to allow each worker to develop naturally. Only when he was entering the details for Luther did Lex end up being extremely specific. Well, this time he had also been very particular in the skills and talents of the new workers. As a result, he may have overdone it a little. Made each worker extremely gifted physically. He made them all quick learners with an incredibly quick training time when learning combat. Moreover, he made them all incredibly focused, driven, disciplined, and hardworking. This was not to mention that he gave them a solid foundation in biology, physics, chemistry, mathematics, statistics and probability, data analysis, pattern recognition, critical thinking, and well, much, much more. From the very moment they were hired, they knew how to fight, and they knew how to heal. They could construct fortifications, and had the foundation to quickly learn formations to help in offense and defense as well. They could perfectly strategize on how best to assault enemies and enemy strongholds. In summary, they were pretty cool. But the price of all that coolness might have been their delayed arrival. Whether the reason for the delay was one of those, neither, or even both, did not really matter. It was enough that Lex took note of the delay for now. In the short while he did not intend on hiring more, for even though he knew it was an important expense, it was also important to take stock of everything as he went along. He could not go around randomly spending 90 billion MP regardless of how much he was earning, or he would quickly end up broke. But it was best to instead focus on training these new workers. Once, long ago, when Lex had started hiring workers from the system and had no access to the portal or other organizations, he was forced to rely on the system to get cultivation techniques and spiritual techniques for them from the system. As convenient as it seemed, it was actually not the best solution. That was because this was only a perfunctory service offered by the system. Once his Midnight Battalion panel started working, he assumed he would be able to get more optimal techniques from there. But for now, the Midnight Library would have to do. Of course, even so, he would not allow them to randomly select techniques from there. As his future frontline force, they had to have the best of the best, while being as lethal as possible. As such, he had Chad, the deputy head of security, work in close coordination with the planning division and come up with a training plan for them. That naturally included what techniques they would train in. Of course, their own personal preferences would have to be taken into account, but since they were meant to be a battalion, their joint strength mattered a lot more than their individual strength. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn," he said solemnly. "Normally, for new initiates of the inn, the onboarding process is different, but for you all it is completely different, as the expectations from you are completely different. You have all been chosen as warriors and soldiers to be the front line of the Midnight Inn against the dangers and threats of the universe. But at the same time, I do not believe in forcing anyone. Ahead of you lies extreme danger and a difficult and uneasy path. As such, if any of you wish to opt out, now is your chance. Think clearly, for you will not get such a chance again. I will not hold it against any of you if you do not wish to follow this path, and will give you another role at the inn. But this is your only opportunity, so choose wisely. I will give you all some time to think it over before you have to give me your answer. In the meantime, go explore the inn. Get a deeper understanding of what it is you will be fighting for, if you choose to fight, that is. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time." Chapter 655, Don't Have a Credit Card. Although Lex had expressly hired these workers for the purpose of fighting, and they had a bloodline that was for the express purpose of coming back to life, he did not want to force anyone. Even though he said he wouldn't be giving them another chance later on to quit, if one of them really wanted to, Lex would figure something out. Besides, he had seen enough of the universe to know that anything was possible. Even if they had a bloodline that could revive them, who was to say there wasn't another bloodline out there that could perfectly counter this ability? Since bloodlines were based on laws, what if they encountered an enemy who had a better mastery of the laws that this particular bloodline was based on? Couldn't they theoretically counter, or even control their bloodline? Lex didn't have the answer to such questions, but he knew that it was best to give them as much choice in this matter as possible. Stood there and watched as all of his workers dispersed, but was surprised to find that one of the workers still stood there. His arms were folded behind his back, and his head pointed directly forward. His body was still tense, his shoulders locked, chest held out high as if he was standing at attention. But for all his posturing, his short height and young appearance took away a lot from the intimidating aura he was trying to portray. He looked like another's. "Don't you want to go look around?" Lex asked him. "No, sir," he replied forcefully. "I know what I want, and that is to fight." Lex gave the boy's enthusiasm a nod and asked, "What's your name?" "Leonidas," the boy replied, his voice still loud and forceful. "Well then, Leonidas, if you're sure of what you want, go find Deputy Head Chad and introduce yourself. You'll be spending a lot of time together in the future." Leonidas saluted Lex and then marched off stiffly. It was clear that the boy did not know how to actually march, but that would probably change soon. Lex watched the enthusiastic boy for a while, before his projection disappeared. Back at the Crystal Realm, his main body had finally reached his destination. Now he had to figure out the right teleportation formation and get about using it. Space. A large, chameleon-like reptile made its way through a busy street. On this planet ruled by insectoids, it was not exactly welcome, but the locals did not do much else but give him dirty looks. After all, he already had a reputation here, so they knew not to mess with the reptilian dance king. Chuckling to himself as he thought of his fond memories on this planet, and how his dance moves had brought its leaders to their knees, He kept moving through the crowds until he finally reached his destination, the Infinity Emporium. The chat room he was a part of was quite massive and was quite helpful at times. In fact, it had separate sub-channels for some of the realms. The Origin realm, as it happened, was one of the realms which had its own sub-channel. Within it, some of the more experienced users shared some helpful tips and tricks. The Emporium happened to be highly endorsed on the channel. Although the Emporium had not spread to other realms, yet, it was quite widespread within the Origin realm, and so having a good relationship with them was quite helpful. The Dance King made his way in, only to find a familiar face waiting for him at the counter. "Powell, my good friend, how are you?" the Dance King asked. "Superb now that you're here," replied Powell, smiling back at him. Powell was, of course, also a chameleon, or so it appeared. It was common knowledge shared within the chat that the race of the shopkeeper one would run into would always be identical to the person walking in. Also, every one of them was named Powell. How or why such a thing happened had remained unexplained, but almost every person in the Origin realm had used their system detector in the Emporium, only to come up with a failed report. That either meant that Powell was not a system user, or his system was so advanced and powerful that their machines were not capable of detecting them, in which case it was better for them to not try and antagonize Powell to begin with. "It's a good thing you're in a good mood, for I need help in an unusual matter. I need any information you have on a place called the Midnight Inn. At the same time, if you happen to have one of their golden keys, I'll take that off your hands as well." "Hold a moment," said Powell before he quickly began perusing on his tablet. But his search did not take as long as expected, and his uncomfortable facial expression also told the Dance King it was bad news. "What is it?" he asked, suppressing his growing concern. "Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D415, letter 1D459XT. Letter 1D450, letter 1D490, letter 1D696. There's a strict ban on all Emporium employees. We cater to no business requests related to the Midnight Inn." The king was startled by this answer, for he had never heard of such a thing. "Officially, I can't help you," said Powell as he whispered, reaching close to him. "But unofficially, I can't help it if you overhear me say that a lot of the golden keys you mentioned have been spotted in and around the Pendle Galaxy." That's over 100,000 galaxies away," said the Dance King, startled. It seemed like he had accepted a difficult quest, or maybe not. "Okay, forget the inn. I need a ticket for the wormhole ferry." "Oh, that'll cost you. With the Henali Champions tourney coming up, all intergalactic travel has really jumped up in price." The Dance Kind did not hesitate in throwing a brown bag full of crystal coins onto the table. Since not everyone had a credit card, they had to make do with coin bags. Chapter 656, Tell Me More. The capital of the Noel family's territory was extremely large, but that came as no surprise. A sprawling city covered both sides of a river 50 feet, 15.2 meters wide. White floor walls covered the length of the river crossing the city, setting the theme for the city's color scheme. Oddly enough, there were almost no high rises in the entire city, with the only exception being a large, spiraling tower in the heart of the city that Lex suspected could double as a lighthouse. The top of the tower also looked suspiciously similar to a bird stand. He could not imagine that the Noel family had built a spot for Saul birds to rest right within their capital. But then again, why couldn't they? Lex did not speculate further on the topic, and instead focused on figuring out how to reach the teleportation formation. There was no boundary wall to the city, so entering was no problem. The real problem was navigating the maze-like streets to find his destination. Although there were no high-rises in the city, each building was 3 stories high and built closely together, making it so that while walking in the streets, the rest of the city could not really be seen. It wasn't as if Lex did not ask directions, but there were just too many streets. It was difficult to cover any real distance in a short period of time. More than once Lex had to convince Fenrir not to jump on top of the buildings and just bypass all the traffic on the ground, though he himself began to wonder why he was stopping the trusty wolf. Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D415, letter 1D459XT, letter 1D450, letter 1D490, letter 1D696. Eventually, though, the conclusion that Lex came to about why they were having such a tough time finding their destination was that both he and Fenrir were unreasonably hungry. The two decided to take a break, and once Fenrir shrunk his size down, they found their way to a tavern called Hippo House Tavern. The owner was a hairy man with a large belly and a laugh that shook the foundations of the entire building. He was sitting behind the counter, greeting each and every guest as they walked in, recognizing almost every patron. Lex greeted the man with matching enthusiasm and struck up a conversation with him about the city, though Lex did not talk about anything in particular and seemed to be interested in anything and everything. The owner was even more enthusiastic about conversing with Lex once he saw the amount of food that he ordered. For cultivators, it was not unusual to eat a lot of food, so Lex's order was not surprising. But even so, the amount of food Lex ordered was genuinely surprising, and for the owner, pleasing. While Lex was eating and chatting, he naturally also brushed on the topic of the teleportation formation. That was when, for the first time, he understood the complexities involved in long-distance teleportation. According to the map he had been provided, his next destination was a place called Delurian Drip Bog. It was pretty simple to say that he just needed to take the teleportation formation and select that as his destination, but apparently this was one of the furthest places the formation teleported to. In a straight line, it was approximately 31,000 miles, 49,889 km, away, which, if Lex remembered correctly, was greater than the circumference of the Earth. But he was already used to teleporting anywhere he wanted using the inn, not to mention the teleportation he experienced to travel from one planet to another back in the origin realm. That alone was no doubt countless light-years of distance covered during one teleportation. As a result, he had become desensitized to the complexities of the act. But conversing with the tavern owner brought him back to reality. Under ordinary circumstances, the teleportation formation would only be active 1 day a week, and each individual spot cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. X naturally had such an amount. He had long since begun to gather as many physical forms of currency and valuables, which naturally included spirit coins, spirit stones, spirit liquid, gold, jewels, a few other valuable metals that were not found on Earth, and some other random spirit-based currencies. He had received these mostly from the Emporium, though some small exchanges he had set up in the guild room also contributed. Since he was going to be traveling, he naturally stocked up his spatial bangle with everything he could possibly need. That was not the issue. The issue was, this was so damn expensive for an ordinary person. He remembered back when he was at the academy and went out on the expedition, a massive group was traveling with them. He could not even imagine the cost of transporting so many people. It seemed that, despite his efforts to gather as much general knowledge as possible, he had gaps in his knowledge. When he asked why it was so expensive, the tavern owner merely shrugged and commented that he'd heard some of the resources used in building the formation were extremely rare and expensive, and would often get used up. As for what they were, only actual formation experts would know. Lex made a mental note to hire some formation experts for the inn. There was no profession that the inn should lack knowledge of, and as the innkeeper, he needed to have an in-depth understanding of all such matters. Lex also realized one more very important thing. In fact, it could be said to be crucially important to the development of the inn. He did not want to admit it, but the food this random tavern gave was actually somewhat better than the food served at the inn. As of late, the inn had started having better and better ingredients due to the turtles' efforts and the expanded farmlands, but that was not enough. At most, it provided him with vegetables and fruits, but he lacked any kind of meat to go along with it. Moreover, even if he had incredible ingredients, the cooks he had were good, but not skilled enough to be mind-blowing. If only he could put up a recruitment notice for someone with a cooking system, how great would that be? Such thoughts in his mind, Lex finally finished the meal. After thanking the tavern owner for keeping him company, a satisfied Lex and Fenrir left. Although he had found out that the teleportation formation would only work once a week, he had no intention of waiting that long. The token given to him by Jeline should be enough to have them start the formation for him early right. Besides, he had a good relationship with the Noel family. He was sure, if nothing else, they could figure out some deal. Space. New York, Earth. Raphael walked through the long, extravagant hallways of his father's latest mansion with an extremely serious expression. The war on Earth had been going on miserably, but they were alive. However, if his suspicions were right, that might soon change. When he finally reached his father's room, he did not bother knocking and just barged in. King Marlowe could be seen casually reclining on a chair, his butler standing beside him giving some kind of report. He wore no shirt, yet his chest was covered in bandages to help him heal from his many wounds. "Old man, we have trouble," Raphael said, not bothering with semantics right now. He was having great trouble as it was, surviving in this new reality of his. It was nothing like the future he knew, and if it weren't for his skills and insights from all the battles he recalled from the future, he would not have survived. Almost every opportunity he could possibly gain on Earth was already probably gone, and Lord only knew if the threats and dangers he recalled from the future would even come now or not. Or if they came, what would happen? "What is it?" Marlowe asked, taking his son quite seriously. Although he was not exactly satisfied with Raphael's personal strength, the kid had spent countless years in a coma. He could not be blamed. Besides, his leadership in battle and his unmatched foresight and skill made him worthy of recognition in his own right. No longer was he called Marlowe's son when people talked of him. He was Raphael, the greatest living human general on Earth right now. "If my guess is correct, we're going to face an attack soon, when we can't possibly survive." "Oh, what makes you say that? We have many allies. I doubt they'd let us suffer such an attack unaided. That's where you're wrong, Raphael said, shaking his head. I've been monitoring troop movements for a while now. Based on the trends I've seen and the hints I've collected, I suspect that the deities and AI have reached a tacit agreement about us. Since we don't support the deities preaching in New York, we are nothing but an eyesore to them. If they can get rid of us, there will be one less competitor for Earth. Instead of being alarmed, Marlowe smiled. Tell me more. Chapter 657, Hidden Intentions. Right now on Earth, there are 4 forces competing against one another. The first is naturally the AI who have invaded with the intention of killing everyone. The second are the deities who have agreed to aid the humans in fighting them off. On the surface, it seems like they want to help the humans, but more and more I feel like they have ulterior motives. After all, there is nothing of value on Earth that they want to protect, and I find it hard to believe they are doing this out of the goodness of their hearts. The issue with the third party, the devils supporting the remnants of the ruling families, is the same. The only thing is that I cannot guess what they are after right now. That finally leaves the fourth party, which is us, the unaffiliated humans. While theoretically we should be allies with the deities and devils against the AI, I suspect something sinister is afoot. Based on reports from our scouts, all the allied forces near us have been slowly yet seemingly inadvertently moving away. I think that they have tacitly consented to our demise, so that there is one less player for them to compete with. All right, so where do you think the decisive attack will come from? Marlowe asked, seemingly still unperturbed. In fact, even the butler did not seem to show any emotions besides annoyance and exhaustion. The point of the attack is to take us by surprise and give us no time to prepare so that they can decimate us. I suspect they will send in soldiers directly from orbit, landing behind our defensive lines, or come from the water where our visuals are blocked. Most likely, considering that in the past we have shown effective battle effectiveness in 2 separate groups, you being one group and me with the army being another, they will attack from 3 directions simultaneously. Marlowe nodded and said, "Not bad. Your analysis is getting better and better each day." Is this really the time to be focused on such a thing? Raphael asked, feeling emotionally exhausted. I think any time is a good opportunity for a father to compliment his son, Marlowe said, chuckling to himself. Raphael couldn't reply, so instead he just waited for the king to bestow him with a proper answer. You forget, my son, the thing I excel in most is self-defense, Marlowe finally said, seeing as how Raphael was not in the mood to humor him. Let me show you a little something I've been working on. Marlowe merely extended his hand forward and used a certain technique. Raphael's pupils shrunk as he stared at his father's hand in horror and surprise. His stupid father was a maniac. Space. Lex made his way to the Noel family mansion, which was a lot easier to find than the teleportation formations. After all, the mansion itself seemed to be a tourist attraction of sorts. Apparently, once a month during a special event, tourists were even allowed to enter certain portions of it. He expected that the process to gain admittance would be difficult or complex, and he was ready to flaunt the token given to him by the Phillips family if necessary, yet his experience was quite unexpected. The moment he approached the gate, the guards seemed to recognize him and all suddenly stood at attention. The gates were opened even before he arrived, and an escort astride some kind of beast suddenly appeared to guide Lex deeper inside. At first he wanted to ask how or why they recognized him, but upon noticing the reverence on the soldiers' faces as they watched him pass, he felt too awkward to do so. Lex was led all the way to the front door, where a tall, well-dressed man seemed to be waiting for him. "Mr. Lex, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," the man said as he gave a deep bow, before approaching Lex to shake his hand. Lex did not hesitate to grab the man's hand and give him a firm handshake, a pleasant smile on his face. Yet behind his perfectly pleasant appearance, Lex had raised his guard to the maximum. It was not just his instincts that warned him, but that he himself could judge that there was something off about this overly enthusiastic fellow. "The pleasure is mine. I have never had such a warm welcome somewhere before." "Then you should come here more often. Had I known you were coming, I would have prepared an even grander welcome." The man laughed as he welcomed Lex inside the mansion, as if he was extremely pleased with himself. "Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Marcus. I am Lord Joseph Noel's nephew. I look after the mansion and the city while Uncle is not here. You may be somewhat surprised at your reception, but Uncle sent your information to all the cities in his territory. You'll find that you will receive the best possible treatment anywhere you are recognized." "That I was not expecting such a thing," said Lex, genuinely surprised. "Indeed, Uncle has not given any other information except to treat you with the utmost respect. Although at short notice, as soon as the guards informed me of your arrival, I passed orders for a banquet in your honor. All the dignitaries from across the city will be invited." "That sounds wonderful," said Lex, successfully hiding the deep reluctance he felt upon hearing the news. "But unfortunately I have important business that is very time-sensitive. Since you have already recognized me, and since Joseph has been kind enough to pass such instructions, things should be much simpler. I need to use the teleportation formation to Delurian Drip Bog. I can naturally cover the cost of having the formation activated ahead of time. Nonsense, if I make you pay, then Uncle will disown me. How urgent is your task? I can have the formation readied within the hour. As soon as possible would be much appreciated. It's not that I don't wish to receive your hospitality, but I really cannot wait. Well then, please wait a moment while I go and get things ready. Marcus left Lex in a lavish sitting room while he left to make preparations. Lex did not drop his guard even when he was left alone, nor did he let anything show in his expressions. That was because, after spending some more time with Marcus, Lex had clearly noticed a deep hostility buried in the man's heart. Of course, he had done his best to hide it, but with Lex's vast experience dealing with people, his sixth sense, his instincts, not to mention his extremely astute pup companion, he could hide nothing from Lex. Of course, Lex did not care why Marcus felt that hostility, or what his story was. As long as he did not interfere with Lex's task in any way, he would be happy enough to leave things be. His wait was short and uneventful, as Marcus soon returned, taking long and purposeful strides. The formation is being prepared. Why don't we take a carriage to the terminal? It should be completely ready by the time we arrive. Excellent. Marcus led Lex back to the front of the mansion where a carriage was already waiting for them, and accompanied him as they departed. The entire time, Marcus wore a massive grin, as if he was extremely pleased and enthusiastic to meet Lex. Any normal person would completely be fooled by the act. Even if they suspected something, they would only suspect that the cause of Marcus' enthusiasm was a desire to please his uncle. What's that tower for? Lex asked when the conversation allowed, pointing to the massive structure in the middle of the city. That's the local Sawbird Shrine. Although we, the Noel family, are not able to tame Sawbirds in the way the Hum Nation does, it is not a problem to establish a relationship. We have a flock of over 20 Sawbirds who consider this territory as their home and visit the shrine every month to be worshipped by the locals. I'm not sure why they like it so much, but this is quite a common custom in all remote territories. Lex did not comment as various thoughts ran through Lex's mind. He was reminded of the deities and wondered if the Sawbirds counted as such. Why else would they give so much importance to being worshipped? There was a very easy way to find out the answer. The turtle had adopted a Sawbird back at the inn. All he needed to do was scan it to learn more, and if that didn't work, he could ask the turtle. He could also. Suddenly Lex froze as a thought occurred to him. He pretended to rub his eyes while he secretly put on the fancy contact lenses. It was time to see if these things were any good. Chapter 658 Trapped. First time Lex used the fancy monocle, the amount of details it provided were overwhelming. It analyzed the material of each and every item it saw, and started randomly measuring things in detail he found difficult to even imagine ever needing. To be able to keep it at a level where Lex could actually use it, he had to disable many features and keep it limited in what information it provided him. As a result, in the early days, it had even saved his life by detecting the arrival of zombies before he himself was able to see them. Now honestly, Lex barely felt the need to use them. Not only were his instincts incredibly strong, but his own observation alongside the use of his spirit sense made it so that he felt like the fancy contact lenses probably could not keep up with him. That is one of the reasons he hadn't really bothered using them. Another was that, although he kept his left eye's ability turned off, it could also see a lot of details that he still found hard to completely comprehend. So how could the lenses possibly keep up? But right now, he tried them anyway, especially because he had also picked up a special spiritual technique that he could use in conjunction with the lenses. He assumed that they might become helpful with that extra push. He quickly realized just how much he had been underestimating the lenses. Due to his increased cultivation, his brain could now process the massive amounts of data the lenses were providing him with, all without actually distracting him from functioning normally. Moreover, the fancy monocle relied on Lex to fill its database, so the information was a lot more detailed, and revealed information that Lex didn't even know how to comprehend. For example, when he put on the contacts, he looked around the carriage and learnt that the ganglion atmospheric density within the carriage was 7. What did that even mean? But aside from the data he could make no sense of, there was plenty of information that he could comprehend. The carriage was made from a kind of material called sublime composite, which was artificially created using various extremely valuable materials which had excellent energy insulating capabilities. He also learnt that exactly 3.4 tons of sublime composite was used in the construction of the carriage, and that there were a series of other valuable materials fixed at various edges of the carriage, making it aesthetically pleasing. Yet, underneath all that was a carefully planned formation which used the sublime composite as a foundation and other items as supporting materials. The lenses were able to recognize the existence of the formation due to key principles which were being applied, though it could not determine the specific formation being used. Based on his own instincts, he knew that the carriage was no threat to him, but he had been completely ignorant of the fact that the carriage itself was a moving formation. This served as a learning experience for him. Moreover, due to his increased mental capabilities, encountering these items and gaining an in-depth explanation about how they were being used was enough for him to learn about them for good. In the future, if he ever encountered a similar situation, he would be able to identify them on his own. Moreover, they were serving as inspiration for things to do at the inn. He turned to look at Marcus, who was still smiling and talking, and was intrigued by the information the lenses were able to gather. First thing the lenses informed him of was that they could only gather surface-level information from him, because he seemed to be employing a protective technique that protected him from probing. Yet it could still identify his height, weight, skin temperature, and much more. The thing he found most intriguing was that by studying the subtle tightness and relaxed state of the muscles all over his body, the lens could reasonably guess what kind of emotions Marcus was actually feeling. Of course, this was again not a detailed review, for a more thorough scan was blocked. That was the point at which Lex used the accompanying technique for the fancy contact lenses, and things reached a whole new level. The contact lenses, instead of providing him with the final conclusion of its analysis, began giving him raw data on what it was seeing. That's when the technique took over. The world itself became more vibrant, as if Lex was suddenly able to see new colors. Moreover, he could see those colors to absorb new information from them. Letter 1 D442, letter 1 D4B1, letter 1 D5C5XT, letter 1 D5C7, letter 1 D4D4T. For example, the hidden hostility that Lex had detected from Marcus was now as apparent as day, and seemed to paint the entire man in shades of green and red. Feelings of inferiority, jealousy, envy, hatred, and a tinge of admiration made up the foundation of his hostility. But that was not all. Lex could almost see into his mind, as if reading his thoughts. Marcus was jealous because he thought Lex was engaged to Greta Noel, and would thus be joining the main family, and that was the reason he was so appreciated by Joseph. He felt overlooked and underappreciated, and there was a seed of sinister intentions that seemed to be sprouting within him. Lex could almost actually see what actions he was planning to take, as if he was watching a movie. Lex looked out to the tower and saw that it seemed to be acting as some kind of funnel, channeling some unknown energy through its base to its tip, where the energy was gathering. He could tell that when enough energy gathered, the birds would probably come and rest there, and the monthly worshipping ceremony would commence. How intriguing. Lex spent the rest of the carriage ride in relative silence, as he absorbed the information the lenses were giving him. When they finally arrived at the building where the teleportation formation was, Lex interestingly looked around like a child at a zoo. The lenses still did not recognize the formation, but since Lex already knew the purpose of it, he could extrapolate even more information. Moreover, he was now more easily able to guess Marcus' plan. Lex didn't know how much he trusted the information from the lenses, so he started planning out a way to ensure everything went smoothly, without preemptively attacking or punishing Marcus. It was an intriguing challenge, since he already knew what he wanted to do. "Are you sure you won't accept any payment?" Lex asked one last time as Marcus led him to the teleportation room. This time around, only he and Fenrir would use the formation, so he expected it to cost a lot, but Marcus was insistent that they could not accept payment. One had to admit, his acting of being the perfect host was quite remarkable. "Impossible. Something as minor as this is not even enough to count as being a good host. Next time you visit, you must allow me to throw a banquet for you. Then take care of yourself. Next time we will definitely dine together." With a smile and a nod, Lex walked to the center of the teleportation platform, a tiny Fenrir following along. A few minutes later, the formation completely turned on, and the two disappeared. As if a switch had been flipped, Marcus' generous smile turned into an ugly scowl. He had no idea who Lex was or why his uncle gave him so much importance. Irritation and jealousy filled his entire being, engulfing him. There was a minor struggle in his mind as he wondered if he should really do something. In the end, he concluded that there was no way for anyone to detect if he did anything, and so made a move. Prior to the teleportation, he had not interfered with the formation, as there were many ways to detect such things, and he did not know if Lex would be able to tell it had been tampered with. Yet now that he was already gone, or to be more specific, mid-teleportation, there was nothing he could do. With eyes filled with sinister intentions, Marcus moved, not towards the exit but the control room. The teleportation formation, in truth, was quite massive and could not really fit inside a room. The entire formation was hidden from view, with only 2 points within reach. One was the teleportation platform, and the other was the control panel in the adjacent control room. At the moment Marcus tried to enter the room, he hit an invisible barrier. As if triggered by something, the invisible barrier became opaque, making Marcus realize that he was trapped inside. "Young man, you're 1,000 years too young to be playing such games in front of me," a familiar voice said, startling Marcus. He turned around but could not find Lex anywhere, so then where was his voice coming from? "As a small punishment, I'll leave you in this small room for a few months. Use this time to contemplate your life decisions. The next time we meet, I'll ask you about the conclusion you reached." A trace of fear crept into Marcus, hard as he tried to figure out what was going on. Yet no matter how he searched, he could not come up with an answer, and he could not break the barrier either. He was completely trapped. Chapter 659, Nemesis. Marcus was not a weakling. Since he had been trusted by Joseph to take care of things in his absence, then not only did Marcus have to have a minimum cultivation, he needed to have proved himself over the years. He was a mid-level nascent realm cultivator, with excellent administrative experience as well as battle experience in skirmishes against neighboring nobles. All in all, he could be considered to have vast experience in various fields, yet at the moment he found himself completely at a loss. He did not even consider how Lex was able to discover his intentions, for that no longer mattered. What truly befuddled him was how Lex was able to trap him after he had already left. After all, the opaque barrier surrounding him had not appeared until he tried to enter the control room. Moreover, the fact that Lex's voice spoke to him after the barrier appeared also meant that this was no accident. But his panic dissolved quickly, and instead he focused on breaking the barrier. He took his time to use one of his most powerful spiritual techniques, which had a long starting time, and attacked the barrier full force. Truthfully, this was not a good idea, as using such a destructive technique in close quarters would also harm him, but he would deal with that after he broke free. Unfortunately, not only did he not break free, the barrier did not even waver. Disbelieving of what he was seeing, Marcus tried again. Then again. The barriers were not breaking. Moreover, to his alarm, he discovered that as he absorbed the spirit energy in the atmosphere to fuel his techniques, the energy density of the room was falling. That meant that the barrier prevented more energy from coming into the room. This was even more alarming. If such a trend continued, not only would he soon run out of energy to fuel his attacks, he would run out of energy to sustain himself. If what Lex said was true, and he was trapped for weeks or months, he had to be extremely sparing in his energy consumption. Such a period of time was not a problem for him to survive even without food or water, so long as he had enough energy to fuel his nascent soul. Desperation began filling his eyes, and he took out some weapons from his spatial ring and continued to try to break free, but it was not destined to be. There were many things Lex could not claim to be skilled in, but as far as putting up barriers that could absorb a lot of damage was concerned, Lex felt himself an expert. Few minutes later, Lex's teleportation ended, and he found himself in a smaller room with a few guards standing by, taking note of all the arrivals. This was the arrival terminal for Delurian Drip Bog. The area was not really a part of anyone's territory, but bordered the territory of various nobles, and so was considered somewhat of a transit area. There were a minimum amount of facilities available for travelers, but that was it. This was because the bog was actually quite massive and home to numerous savage beasts of considerable strength. In fact, even Trellops had given up on using the bog for themselves, as the local fauna was not conducive to occupying territory. Therefore, building too many facilities was also not a solution. Usually, traveling through the bog meant following certain, pre-established routes which avoided the known beast territories. Even that carried with it a risk, which usually prompted large groups to gather and form caravans. Lex, of course, was not going to bother with any of that. He would make a beeline towards his destination, only taking diversions if his instincts warned him. Well, instincts and now his lenses. He was truly beginning to like them. After all, based on the data provided by the lenses and his own instincts and intuition, Lex was able to predict that Marcus would take one of two actions. He would either leave without doing anything, or interfere with Lex's teleportation, sending him instead to some unknown territory. Having narrowed down Marcus' possible actions, Lex began devising his actions. Although he had incredible defensive techniques, he could not deploy them without being there himself, so the only alternative was to use arrays. That in itself was not an issue. He quite enjoyed arrays, and with practice he was slowly mastering stronger and more complex arrays. He also kept consulting the book in his ring, though by now he had covered almost the entire book and would soon need a higher-level book to consult. The real issue was twofold. First, he had to ensure that the array would only trigger its trapping function if Marcus tried to take some action against him. Second, he needed to trap Marcus in barriers strong enough to actually hold him. If he could use his techniques, that might not be an issue, but his arrays never benefited from the strengthening effect of Regal Embrace. Ideally, he wanted to create some kind of barrier as strong as his impervious hands, his strongest defensive technique. Creating a condition for the activation of the array was challenging, but not impossible. He entered the overdrive state and ultimately came up with a solution, creating a barrier strong enough to trap a nascent realm cultivator, though also ended up being pretty simple. Back when Lex was going through the floors in the pagoda, one of the rewards for clearing the floors had been an array character that meant self. Learning that character enabled Lex to try something new. Instead of creating complex functions that would eventually result in a strong barrier being created, he used the techniques he could use as a natural standard. Conveniently, the array seemed to work. With both the issues resolved, Lex happily entered the teleportation formation without concern for what happened. The fact that he had arrived safely either meant that Marcus had not attempted to harm him, or that he had, and his plan was foiled by Lex's own array. Either way, Lex was satisfied with the outcome. "You ready?" Lex asked Fenrir as they exited the terminal. "This next part will be longer and probably more dangerous too." Fenrir only gave a single, excited bark, indicating his answer. An odd thought occurred to Lex as he climbed onto Fenrir's back, allowing the pup to begin his sprint through the bog. Fenrir was in the Golden Core realm, yet the pup could still not talk. Yet Lex had met so many other beasts who had been able to actually talk with him even at the Foundation realm. He wondered why there was a difference. Clearly Fenrir was intelligent, and his abilities were powerful and numerous. So then why was the pup still limited to barking and yelping, instead of talking like other beasts? He refused to believe that other beasts had a higher pedigree than Fenrir. This belief was not a result of a bias, but a clear answer provided to him by the system. After pondering for a bit, the only answer he could come up with was that Fenrir was still a pup, and would have to grow for a few more years before it could gain the gift of speech. Unlike the previous time, where Lex had a clear destination, this time Lex only had a direction. He had to travel using the Crystal Realm equivalent of a compass, and head northeast until he reached the territory owned by Sentinels, one of the main races of the Crystal Realm. Moreover, the trip was also much longer than his previous one. Traveling through the bog was not easy or pleasant. Besides the various pungent smells of unknown gases, which only made one lightheaded due to the overpowering scent, there were also many poisonous gases. Fortunately, Lex quickly discovered that both he and Fenrir seemed to be immune to most of the poisons they encountered. Moreover, by reading about them from the lenses every time he encountered them, Lex began to learn exactly what types of poisons his body could withstand. Of course, there were some poisonous gases they had to avoid, for they could harm even them. Besides, that was the extremely damp and humid environment, not to mention the endless puddles, the soggy, squishy ground, and what often looked like firm ground, but ended up being a soft layer of dirt covering some strange, viscous liquids. Letter 1D442, letter 1D4B1, letter 1D5C5XT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. The extremely uncomfortable environment almost made one ignore the numerous decaying corpses they encountered on almost every turn. That was because hidden in every puddle, under every clump of soil, behind every rock was some kind of creature, waiting to devour its prey. Fenrir quite enjoyed the game of tag the endless creatures played as they chased them through the bog. Lex, too, would not have cared so much if he hadn't encountered his oldest and most hated nemesis in the bog, mosquitoes. Moreover, they were overgrown, mutated mosquitoes. Chapter 662 Weeks. Within the bog, for the first time, Fenrir's excellent stealth abilities failed the duo. That was because as much as his abilities could hide them from being sensed, if the pup ran across a beast's nose, then it would not need to rely on spiritual sense to find them. The problem was that this example did not carry any exaggeration at all, and was exactly what the duo faced. At times, the bog was so completely empty that they would not come across a single living thing. Other times, the place was so packed that let alone run from in front of a beast, Fenrir directly used a beast's head as a platform to jump over. Yet what was fortunate was that none of the creatures chasing them held any considerable threat. In fact, the reason they were chasing was because Lex and Fenrir couldn't be bothered to deal with them, as it would be too tedious. Besides, after chasing them for a while, the beasts would either get tired or return to their respective territories. Of course, once or twice they encountered some beasts that they could not afford to ignore. Most of the time, in such scenarios, they would choose to circle around them. If that was not possible, only then would they fight. Moreover, they attacked with full force right from the get-go, so they usually overwhelmed their targets. Many times, while on their journey, they crossed by some places where Lex would feel incredible opportunities waiting for them. He felt his instincts tell him that he would benefit greatly by diverting to a certain direction, or the lenses identified some incredibly rare treasures. For example, once while running, Lex spotted what looked like a decaying tree, only for the lenses to identify them as a certain incredibly valuable herb. Moreover, the age of the herb was already several hundred years old. Among many of its other uses, the one that his lens listed that appealed most to Lex was that it could be used by body cultivators to temper their bodies even if they were in the nascent realm. Such a herb was genuinely extremely valuable, and Lex even considered having it sent to the greenhouse at the inn. But for better or for worse, Lex had decided not to take any detours during this journey. No matter how attractive an opportunity seemed, he ignored it. It may have seemed like a waste at first, but the longer they kept running, the more appropriate it seemed. After a day of running through the bog, Lex still felt some reluctance. 3 days later, he had more or less become used to the feeling of ignoring opportunities. A week later, he was completely numb to it. It was taking so long to travel to their destination. If he were to take small stops at every opportunity, their journey would only become that much longer. Still, he mentally marked the bog as an area where he could potentially come back if he ever needed to gather some treasures. The tedium and monotony of their travel changed on the 8th day, when the flock of saw birds in the region suddenly flew away. Their departure was extremely sudden and left them no room for preparation. Letter 1D442, letter 1D4B1, letter 1D5C5XT. Letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. The darkness that followed was all-encompassing and carried a weight with it that the entire bog felt, not just the duo. All the creatures that had been chasing them so far suddenly stopped, and in fact did something that surprised Lex. They left their territories and participated in a mass migration where no one creature harmed another. Despite their usual animosity, they traveled together in harmony. Where they were heading was a mystery to Lex, for it was not in the same direction as him. An hour later, the bog had become the most silent he had seen since he arrived. The sound of Fenrir's running was muted due to the pup's own abilities, so the only sound for them to hear was of the bog itself. Each bubble of noxious gas that escaped a nearby puddle, the rustling of the grass in the wind, the eerie wailing and croaking of old dead trees all seemed to form an orchestra that could be heard for miles. For a short while they enjoyed, or suffered through, the symphony of nature that the bog orchestrated before soft, distant sound disturbed it. It was the sound of a footstep in the mushy, squishy ground of the bog. Then, a few moments later, there was another. Slowly and steadily, bit by bit, the monsters of the darkness started to appear. But these monsters, who were born from the fresh darkness, would be the weakest, and were not worth Lex's attention. In fact, it would take weeks or even months before any monsters capable of attracting their attention could even be born. Nonetheless, Lex remained careful, for he did not know how the creatures of the bog would react. Since they had lived in such circumstances for countless years, they clearly had a way to deal with monsters, and Lex didn't want to get swept in with them when that happened. Through the pitch darkness, the duo continued their journey for several more days. The vast size of the crystal realm was finally coming into perspective, for they had gone running non-stop for days without crossing through it, and this was only supposed to be a small territory. Finally, after running continuously for 2 weeks, Lex decided to take a break. Even if he could continue to stay awake for longer, he thought it was best to refresh themselves so they stayed in peak condition. He was also especially concerned for Fenrir. The pup displayed no agitation or exhaustion, but this was the longest the pup had ever gone without resting or playing at the inn, so he wanted him to get some rest as well. The duo teleported back, and both of them went to their own abodes to clean and freshen up. Although they had already become numb to it, that did not mean that others could ignore the stench of the bog that they were reeking. After a nice, refreshing bath, Lex came to the conclusion that the inn needed to focus more on spa facilities. New notification. The Midnight Inn is not liable for the host's bad hygiene. Lex froze. That was the first time the system had directly responded to one of his random thoughts with a notification. Was this a result of the system's functionality improving? He tried to test it out by thinking of a few other random but derisive thoughts, but the system provided no other notifications. Lex took note of the occurrence but did nothing else about it. He went straight to bed to get his first sleep in over 2 weeks. He was out the moment his head hit the pillow, a miracle on its own, and enjoyed a deep, restful sleep that lasted only 6 hours. Even that was a result of Lex refusing to wake up stubbornly. He was quite upset about his body's decreased dependence on sleep. It was one of his favorite hobbies. Fortunately, Mary appeared to provide him with a distraction from his woeful sleep situation. Alexander has come back to the inn and has requested to meet Lex. "Is Fenrir awake?" Lex asked, hoping the pup shared in his misfortune. "No, he's asleep. Unfortunately, it was not to be." With a defeated sigh, he picked himself up and teleported over to Alexander, who was once again waiting for Lex in a remote location of the inn. After ordering an unnecessarily large amount of food, Lex approached the teenager. "I heard you're looking for me," Lex said with a pleasant smile as he sat across from him. "Yes, although I didn't think you'd arrive so quickly. It just so happened that I was free and available. If you had arrived a few hours later, it was unlikely you'd be able to get in touch with me. It appears I am quite lucky. You once offered to spar with me, saying that it would be a good experience for the both of us. Is that offer still available?" "Yes, of course, but I just ordered some food. Why don't we eat something first before we get down to business? Alexander looked reluctant, but eventually sat down across Lex. Lex, in the meanwhile, was reminded of something by Alexander's mention of sparring. John, who had been challenged to a fight in the murder grounds, had still not returned. The challenger had not returned either, so there was no chance that he was dead. At least, he was not dead yet anyway. But the exceedingly long fight began to worry Lex. Was it normal for fights to last so long? The truth was, fights between immortals really could stretch out for days, or sometimes even weeks. But in this case, the fighting was taking long because John was slowly and steadily wearing his enemy out. Since the fight had turned out to be harder than expected, he had to take drastic measures. Chapter 661, Crin. John was aiming for a long, drawn-out fight to maximize his advantages, so let alone a few weeks, even a few months was acceptable. The hard part was not waiting, it was staying hidden as his opponent was truly, genuinely skilled. This was perhaps the most difficult fight he had ever experienced, which is why the reward would no doubt be so much sweeter. John wasn't the only one locked in a tough battle. Down on Earth, Marlowe's domain was under attack. Although, as of yet, the attack had not reached the level that Raphael had predicted, things were moving in the direction he predicted. He suspected that the enemy wanted to exhaust all their energy and resources before they came in for the finish, to prevent the use of any unexpected, hidden trump cards. But none of that had anything to do with Lex, at least for now. He had his hands full with his own endeavors and could not afford to be distracted. Even meeting Alexander was a luxury he would not have availed if Fenrir were not still asleep. "So how come you suddenly thought of sparring?" Lex asked. "From what I recall, you were extremely busy with your mission. Taking time off to fight a few rounds does not exactly sound like the best course of action when chasing terrorists. Not to mention, you don't look too great either." Alexander gave Lex an exhausted look, before letting out a long sigh. "Things are not going well," Alexander confided. "There are too many unusual aspects about my current mission. You know, I used to think that I was thoroughly disadvantaged as someone who was raised on Earth. If I had received the nurturing of the Empire from birth, I would have been much stronger." The teenager paused for a moment, as a waiter arrived and began laying food at the table, but then figured he wasn't saying anything confidential, so he just continued. "But lately, I've finally come to realize a significant advantage I have based on my upbringing." "Oh, what is that?" Lex asked as he began having fries. Letter 1 D442, letter 1 D4 B1, letter 1 D5 C5 XT, letter 1 D5 C7, letter 1 D4 D4T. I've avoided the lifelong conditioning and propaganda that comes with living in such an environment. When I see things, I can retain an objective view, which allows me to see patterns and trends others are blind to. Empire is supposed to be this unstoppable behemoth, which has managed to gain control of over 20 galaxies and retained full control of each one. Can you even imagine 20 galaxies? Each one filled with vast, endless space. Each one populated with hundreds of trillions of different races. Each and every one of them harboring their own intricate and delicate internal systems of trade, competition, enmities, intrigue, politics, wars, and more. Yet despite all of that, in its history, the control of the Empire has never supposedly wavered. That's the history that I was taught, or an overview of it. This control has been maintained through the use of excellent and ingenious administration, but moreover, a very advanced and powerful military, which is divided into various categories. One of the more important branches is the cross-regional interstellar neutralizing godfiend experts, cringe. They are one of the most elite units, who scout talented recruits from each and every galaxy and train them to be loyal only to the Empire, as they can be deployed absolutely anywhere to ensure safety and stability of the Empire. The entire specific purpose of cringe is to ensure that no major force within the Empire ever harbors rebellious thoughts. After all, there are quite a few forces in the galaxies who could make life incredibly difficult for the Empire. Lex was listening very seriously to Alexander, doing his best to not distract the kid as he continued to eat during his speech. But after the pause he took extended a little too long, Lex had to quickly swallow to ask a question. "I take it that something happened to them." As if woken from a reverie, Alexander was momentarily startled, before he refocused again. No, nothing happened to them. It's just that such a force already exists. Yet more and more often, across the Empire, there are reports of small forces trying to gain independence from the Empire. Such a trend is not limited to just one galaxy, but is occurring in many of them. Even the large forces don't dare to cross the Empire, so why are so many of the small ones taking that step? For now, the trend is completely insignificant. Based on the size and strength of the Empire, such a thing will never destabilize it. Yet the fact that the trend even exists is concerning me. Moreover, instead of reducing, the terrorist attacks across the Empire are increasing. As if that's not enough, I've heard rumors that the fiery mammoths are showing signs of aggression. That is not an adversary the Empire can just shrug off. The timing of it all, it just doesn't seem right. I don't know if I'm imagining things, but I keep seeing all these signs as precursors to something absolutely devastating. And if something happens which can be described as devastating to the Empire, I don't even know what we can do to survive. Looking at the teenager, Lex could not help but pause. It was easy to always see him as Alexander, the incredibly talented and driven young man who had taken it upon himself to venture out into space alone to build a place for himself in the vast universe. Yet as a result of that, it was also easy to forget that, at the end of the day, he was a teenager. Be clear, he did not look depressed or even demotivated. If anything, he actually felt stronger than when Lex saw him last. It was highly likely that Alexander would be able to regulate his own mood himself soon enough. In fact, if Lex hadn't made him sit to chat, and instead directly consented to the spar, it was unlikely he would have mentioned anything at all. Still, Lex felt like giving him a little motivation couldn't hurt. "Do you know about the Henali?" Lex asked, taking a bite from his burrito between words. "I've heard about and studied the Henali Convention, if that's what you're talking about." "Oh, not that? Well, it doesn't really matter. All you need to know is that even the Almighty Empire has to abide by the rules set forth by the Henali or the Henali Convention. So atop the seemingly insurmountable force of the Empire there is a bigger force. Yet even they, the Henali, cannot blatantly do as they please and have to show due respect to a small, certain group of people. So that means that there are bigger fish than even them out there. Who knows how far along that chain goes? The point is, the universe is a big place, and as hard as it is, you have to accept that you're only a small part of it. Instead of focusing on far-off and distant things, it's a lot more useful to focus on growing your own strength. That way, when you face any problems, you can do your best to resolve them, and if you can't, you can always run back to the inn. Although his last words were not the most pleasant to hear, Alexander seemed somewhat relieved to hear them. But the effect was only limited, as Alexander was only somewhat exhausted. He had not succumbed to the pressures he faced. The two continued to chat for a while longer as Lex ate. As absurd as it seemed, he really did need to consume such large amounts of food to keep his body running effectively. Although his dependence on food had dropped drastically, it was not eliminated. Besides, he liked it. But once the meal was coming close to ending, Lex could not help but bring the topic to their upcoming spar. "You never really answered my question about why you wanted to spar," he said, before grabbing some sushi with his spirit sense. "Like I said, the situation is bad. I need to improve my strength. Raising my cultivation realm would be the best solution, but it will take a considerable amount of time, especially since I have no time to cultivate it all these days. The next best thing is increasing my repertoire and getting my hands on new techniques. But while I have learnt the techniques, I'm not sure how effectively I can deploy them amidst battle yet. That's where you come in. If we spar, I don't really need to worry about hurting you, so I can go all out without any reservation. It's the closest thing to a live combat test I can get." "What, the Empire doesn't have sparring bots?" Alexander winced as he heard that. "They do, and I can't afford to keep breaking those." Chapter 662 Spar. "Oh," Lex asked, intrigued. "Seems like you've been putting in a lot of practice." "I had to practice the technique somewhere. How was I supposed to know that if I break a training bot, I have to pay for it?" Alexander said bitterly. For the first time, he felt the bitter pinch of poverty, as he didn't want to use his family's resources during this time where they were preparing to shift from Mars to Vegas Minima. "Now you're making me curious. Let's head to a training hall. But just a heads up, I don't have a lot of time, so this can only be a short sparring session." Alexander accepted, and the two made their way to the nearest training hall. Although Lex was looking forward to having a proper spar with Alexander, he knew that his current purpose was to allow the latter to become more accustomed to his latest techniques. Letter 1 D4 4-2, letter 1 D4 B1, letter 1 D5 C5 XT, letter 1 D5 C7, letter 1 D4 D4T. "We can get right into it and start the fight," Lex offered. "Or you can first test out your techniques on me to practice. You don't need to be worried about holding back. I've improved considerably since we've last met. In fact, if you manage to actually hurt me, I'd be extremely impressed." "No, treat this as a normal fight. The whole point is to see if I can deploy the techniques under the pressure of combat. Moreover, some of the techniques rely on the element of surprise. Knowing about them beforehand can severely reduce the impact." With the decision made, Lex no longer hesitated. Without forewarning, Lex launched himself at Alexander. Due to Lex's current abnormal strength, his speed was devastating and not easy to cope with, especially in the range that they were in. Holding nothing back, Lex threw a punch towards Alexander's face, completely expecting to make contact. But surprisingly, Alexander had already started to evade even before Lex began to throw the punch. Instantly, a couple of thoughts ran through Lex's mind. First, he was fighting against someone who had some semblance of instinct similar to his own. Second, since attacks with a limited area of impact, such as punches, could be easily avoided by making small movements under the guidance of instincts, he should aim for harder to dodge attacks. Instead of punching, Lex decided to tackle Alexander with his body instead. Surely Alexander would have tried to dodge this as well, but Lex was moving too fast and they were too close. Lex came in like a wrecking ball and smashed the teenager across the room, leaving destruction in his wake. The training room they were in was supposed to be able to accommodate Golden Core experts, but Alexander's body broke several of the floor tiles and cracked several of the pillars in the room as he hit them. To be honest, Lex suddenly felt a little guilty about hitting him so hard. In fact, his guilt slowly started to eat at him, and Lex began to wonder if his own sheer awesomeness had left behind a permanent scar in Alexander's psyche. Lex fell to his knees, on the verge of wailing about the absolute tragedy that was destroying the future of such a promising young lad, when he realized that his emotions were abnormal. It was when he had that realization that he also realized that his instincts were warning him of something, but he had been too focused on his guilt to focus on it. Golden laser as thin as about a golf ball suddenly hit Lex on the forehead. Lex had been too slow to dodge, as even he could not keep up with the speed of light, but the laser barely harmed him. Besides making him feel slightly warm, it brought a slight red color to his skin where he was hit, and a single tendril of smoke escaped. Lex suddenly woke up from his abnormal state and realized that at some point, Alexander must have attacked his spirit. The fact that it had worked, however briefly, was absolutely startling. For a moment, both Lex and Alexander looked at each other as if they were looking at monsters. Lex could not believe his mind was affected, for that would require influencing his spirit. But since his spirit was fused with his body and soul, they had the same level of defense. Theoretically speaking, since Lex had survived a physical attack from an immortal, then his spirit should also be able to do the same, albeit he had only survived that attack and came out of it heavily injured. Still, the comparison was enough to explain how difficult it was to sway Lex's mind. Alexander, on the other hand, looked at Lex like some kind of freak out of a fiction novel, for being able to survive such an attack completely unharmed had to be fictional. The spirit attack Alexander had launched on Lex was an incredibly powerful one, which required him to make many preparations before battle ever even began. That meant if he used the attack once, he could not use it again unless he went back and prepared again. But it was worth it, for against a single powerful opponent, let alone freeze them, it could even completely destroy their psyche. Yet Lex had only suffered some mild guilt. Moreover, he recovered in less than a second. Then there was the laser. He had actually killed many Golden Core cultivators using that technique with a single hit, yet it could not even singe Lex's hair. For a moment, both of them admired each other's skills, labeling the other as a freak. Then combat continued. Lex popped in his fancy lenses and, supported by his instincts, became impossible to hit. Moreover, since this was a spar, began testing out some theories that he always had. His favorite technique these days, impervious hands, had a lot more potential than he initially assumed. Not only did it have a monumentally stronger defense, he could fuse his soul and spirit sense into it to be able to interact with souls and energy respectively. Moreover, once the technique was active, if he augmented it with more spirit energy, he could directly touch whatever affinity Lex had. While previously his affinity was a vague and abstract concept, he had since developed an affinity to space. He wanted to see how his technique would be affected by that. Moreover, he wanted to see how well he could consciously control the energy in his opponent's attacks. The triad that followed wrought untold destruction across the training room. It looked like a tornado had been trapped in the room rather than two people sparring. Lex's absurd physical strength was alone in taking credit for the damage. Alexander had learned a number of new techniques that relied on the golden-colored laser he shot Lex with earlier. Lex's strength and Alexander's lasers jointly became so destructive, they actually had to pause the sparring because it compromised the integrity of the training room. But since Lex still had more time, they just shifted to a new room and continued to fight. Lex had to give Alexander genuine recognition. Although it could not be said that Lex was going all out, he had not held his physical strength back at all. Despite taking a few hits head-on, Alexander seemed to be doing fine. In fact, Lex could subtly detect the means Alexander was using to negate the strength of his attacks, but that did not reduce how impressive the task was. After all, who said one needed to take on all attacks? Not everyone was built as tough as Lex, so it was completely unfair to expect them to do so. In the end, after a few hours of fighting, Mary finally informed Lex that Fenrir had woken up. As much as he enjoyed the fight, that was his cue to depart, so he informed Alexander. But instead of ending it, Alexander asked Lex to withstand one last attack from him. Unlike his previous techniques, which he was proficient enough in to use in battle, this one would take some time to prepare, so he needed to ask Lex to stand still. Once Lex agreed, Alexander quickly sat on the floor cross-legged as if he was meditating. But he was clearly not. The 6 blades that were by now Alexander's signature weapons were summoned and arranged themselves in a circle, pointing towards his palms. Beads of golden light began dripping across the lengths of the blades, falling from the tip into his hands as if they were liquid light. At first, Lex only watched silently and observed, but as time went on, the energy accumulating in Alexander's hands began pressuring him. Although Lex was far from threatened, his eyes widened as he realized just how incredible Alexander was progressing. In fact, considering that the other was doing so well without a system made Lex feel a little ashamed. He decided to lend Alexander some help. Chapter 663, Battlefields. It took Alexander quite a few minutes to completely gather enough liquid light in his hands to complete his attack. Once he opened his eyes and looked at Lex, the light in his hands began to effervesce and began to toss about, as if bubbling with untamable energy. Time seemed to slow down as Lex focused on the seated teenager. Maintaining eye contact, Alexander opened his mouth and ushered a single word, but Lex never heard it. There was an explosion of bright light, completely blinding not only him but the contact lenses as well. Moreover, a prickling sensation covered Lex's entire body, as if an army of ants was walking all over his skin. He tried opening his eyes to determine what had happened, but discovered that his movements were extremely slow and disoriented. When he finally managed to open his eyes, Lex discovered, to his astonishment, that he felt dizzy. Moreover, he seemed to be looking at the ceiling. An involuntary grunt escaped his mouth as he eventually tried to move. As incredible as it may sound, Lex's body was incredibly sore and stiff, which made it uncomfortable for him to move. When he finally recovered from whatever attack he had just suffered, Lex discovered that he was once again completely naked. Although his body was not too hurt, the fact that his body had turned completely red, as if sunburnt, was already a testament to the strength of Alexander's attack. Whatever this attack was, it had still not managed to break his skin, but internally he felt like his bones had been thoroughly rattled. "That was a good one," Lex said out loud as he picked himself up. The pale-looking Alexander, who had overexerted himself for that attack, had his mouth hung open as he tried to imagine what exactly it would take to hurt Lex. "Thanks," he managed to mumble as Lex helped him stand. "I have something for you," Lex said, as he summoned the crystal crown he got so long ago from the crystal realm. This was an extremely useful tool that Lex had once termed as his thinking cap. It allowed Lex to artificially enter a flow-like state, and it was much stronger than Lex's own ability, or at least it was back then. Now, after multiple breakthroughs, Lex no longer needed it. "This thing is called Isselgarb, although I just usually refer to it as my thinking cap. It can only be used by people who follow the true path. Try it out." Lex tossed the crown to Alexander as if it was a toy instead of a precious tool, which greatly startled Alexander, especially since he was still disoriented. But then he remembered he had spirit sense, so he directly grabbed the crown out of the air and put it on his head. After channeling his spirit energy through the crown, Alexander experienced the wonderful feeling of the heightened flow state, and immediately understood its value. "Are you sure you don't need this?" he asked, taking the crown off. Currently, he did not have the energy to spare to continue using it. "Yes, it's not that useful for me anymore, so you might as well get some use out of it. The next few months I'll be slightly busy, so if you need me, try to leave a message in advance." Then, without waiting for Alexander to reply, Lex teleported away. It was a bad habit he developed while acting as the innkeeper. Even though Lex had left, Alexander still had some more free time, so he decided to stay at the inn and recover from his exhaustion for a bit. He exited the training room and was heading towards the lazy river when he saw a familiar face, one he hadn't seen in a while. Russian Princess 77 was standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Why was she always so creepy like that? But then again, she was always extremely helpful. Back when he was still on Earth, she seemed to maintain some sort of advantage over him in cultivation. He thought that after everything he went through, he would finally overtake her. But no, his instincts were clearly warning him that she still had formidable strength. "Long time no see," he said as he walked to her. "Yeah, it has been a while. I wish we could catch up, but you have no time. You really need to return to work." Alexander didn't immediately understand what she was saying, so she clarified. "Trust me, you want to go back to work as quickly as possible. When you get free again next time, look for me. I have a favor to ask of you." Alexander was supposed to have a lot of free time, otherwise he would not have come to the inn. But he already had some experience with Russian Princess 77's prophetic advice, so he decided to listen to her and returned. The moment he reappeared in his room back on Polbitvy, the sound of someone banging on his door welcomed him. Alarmed, he quickly opened the door to find his immediate superior, immortal Valkyrie, standing there. For some reason, probably due to his exhaustion from overexerting his energy, he had the deranged thought that Valkyrie looked somewhat similar to Lex. He immediately erased that thought, as he didn't want to curse his friend out like that. "What's wrong with you?" she asked bluntly, clearly staring at his disheveled state. "I was training. I had some free time while my latest report was being processed." "Well, free time is over. I have no proof, but I feel like I know what Jeffrey and his organization are after on this planet. In a few months, an incredibly important VIP will pass through here. I believe he is their target. Your new task is to find proof of that." Space. While Lex returned to the Crystal Realm, to once again journey through the bog, and Alexander was being ordered around by immortal Valkyrie, things on Earth were extremely chaotic. Letter 1 D442, letter 1 D4B1, letter 1 D5C5XT, letter 1 D5C7, letter 1 D4D4T. The invasion of New York had been going on for many days, but it suddenly took a turn for the worse. It was as if the AI had stopped focusing everywhere on Earth, and instead were only attacking there. Raphael was in the command center, organizing 4 different battles being held in different parts of the state, and yet it seemed like more invaders were coming from everywhere. Even if he wanted to defend, there were no more soldiers for him to muster. "Anakin, what's the status on your side? You think you'll be done soon?" "Nearly there," was the only response he got. On Anakin's side, he was standing over the defeated body of one of the AI, while many of them had organic bodies. He finally encountered one which had a body made from machines, or at least machines as identified on Earth. When the war started, young Anakin Indiana McLean was actually slightly scared. But once he got over that initial bout of fear, he discovered how liberating war really was. He had strength, and he had Raphael's guidance keeping him from messing up. All that was left was to have lots of fun. "You know," Anakin said, as he brought his face near the robotic body lying on the ground, "I've heard the world's first computer virus was in Lahore, Pakistan. I know a Pakistani guy who lives in Queens. I wonder if I can get him to make a virus for you." The AI did not respond, but only kept looking up at Anakin. In truth, the battle was already over, but Anakin had been looking for prisoners he could take. He finally found one that would fill his needs. "I also have a Russian friend who is holed up near Brooklyn. I wonder if 30 terabytes of kinky grandma videos will slow down your processing or not." The robot had no idea what Anakin was saying, but it got the feeling that it should be afraid. But Anakin was not paying attention to the robot's reaction anyway. He had thrown his head back and was laughing maniacally, and the shadows in the surrounding area were trembling, as if laughing along with him. Inside Anakin's soul, an old evil grandpa was watching everything, feeling the satisfaction of watching the younger generation grow up. On another battlefield Raphael was controlling, Larry was fighting like a madman. Influenced heavily by Marlowe, Larry had a deceivingly sly battle style, relying on his inescapable control over metal. Unlike Anakin's battles, where he occasionally took prisoners to study more about their enemies, Larry left no survivors. Most of the time, he left no corpses either. The third battlefield was the most unusual. All the soldiers did not rush forward, and only held defensive positions while Sauda alone fought all the enemies. After the death of his previous master, Sauda had received a number of quests which involved gathering special materials which could be found in the invading aliens' bodies. Once he completed the quests and gathered the supplies, his system absorbed them and underwent an evolution, turning from a samurai system to a Ronin system. The system had become much stronger, and thus, so had Sauda. The final battlefield was Marlowe's. Unlike the others, he had no soldiers backing him up. He was a lone soldier facing the bulk of the invasion on his own. Chapter 664, Traveling. Once again, Lex was riding Fenrir to pass through the bog. The area he was passing through right now was extremely dangerous, not because of the darkness or the monsters, but some unknown danger. Both Fenrir and Lex felt an extreme threat as soon as they neared, which was unusual for no such danger was mentioned on the map they were following. As such, Lex was at least reassured in knowing that he had managed to get his suit's Jeeves. He was not wearing his first suit, which Jeeves had designed for frustratingly sturdy defense, but the second one, made from Orion's scales. The second suit was designed for stealth, and went even beyond the features the scales provided. The scales could perfectly hide energy signatures, making it easy for one to hide from spirit sense and scanners, yet did nothing for visibility. That issue was handled by other features of the attire. The suit Lex was wearing was styled differently from contemporary suits, and was more in line with the fashion trends of Earth during the 19th century. The color was an unusual blend, which would more easily allow Lex to completely disappear in even the mildest shadows, yet at the same time allow him to fall perfectly into the background even in completely illuminated environments. The pants were straight but smart, the waistcoat quite fitted to his body, and a small bow tie. It was the coat that was most distinct, as it required only the top button to be closed, for underneath it the coat slanted sideways, no longer covering Lex's chest, and transitioned into a kind of cape. Apparently the style was called a frock coat. Although it sacrificed a lot in terms of defensive capabilities, that was never really a requirement at all. Allowed to focus completely on stealth, Jeeves was able to provide Lex with a suit that would allow him to disappear without the need for any spiritual techniques at all. Now that, on top of Fenrir's already impressive abilities, made it so that Lex did not need to be worried about being detected. Yet still the feeling of danger persisted. During this period, the duo was extremely careful, and Lex was ready to enter his flow state at any moment. For once, his trusty and handy lenses failed him, in the regard that they were not able to detect the source of any danger. But fortunately, 8 hours later, they left the area unharmed and uninterrupted. The days later, they finally left the bog and entered the Sentinel territory. Here, Fenrir's stealth would play an important role once again. Sentinel race could not exactly be called xenophobic, as they had good relations with many races. Unfortunately, humans were not included among those races. The Sentinels were a humanoid race with extremely strong spirits but weak physical bodies. As it turns out, the resources they needed to then cultivate their bodies were often the same as those required by humans. In this matter, they were even more sensitive than humans, for they absolutely needed those resources. If they did not continuously strengthen their bodies, they would not be able to support their growing spirit. In the end, they would be bottlenecked and unable to grow. The lack of resources and the competitive nature of cultivation ensured that the two races were never able to become allies. Even at their best, the two races were able to maintain a hostile neutrality, with countless small skirmishes. There was a small note in the map stating that if Lex had a good relationship with the Sentinels, he could take a teleportation formation from one of their cities and skip a lot of the traveling he was about to face. Unfortunately, Lex had never developed a relationship with them, and thus would not be able to do that. Taking the longer route was his only option. He would have to traverse the Sentinel territory into the unclaimed lands, which would be a stretch of territory where no sentient race had laid claim. Such lands were common, and could be either completely safe or home to exceptionally strong or dangerous beasts. There was no real way of knowing. The duo continued their journey, managing to avoid detection throughout. Weeks later, once they crossed the unclaimed lands, they faced a lake. Although it was called a lake, the body of water was larger even than the oceans on Earth. Crossing the lake was not hard, as Fenrir was easily capable of running on water, or at least it was not supposed to be. 2 days into their journey, a flock of Frio birds appeared in the sky and clashed with a nearby flock of Sol birds. At first Lex thought that they were fighting, but it quickly became obvious that they were involved in some kind of mating ritual. As happy as Lex felt for the local population of these massive divine birds, the results of their ritual were absolutely devastating. Storm covered the lake unlike one Lex had ever seen. Boiling water rained from the sky, beginning to evaporate even as it fell. At the same time, snow and hail battered the lake as if they had a personal vendetta. The rapidly changing temperatures from warm to cold, from cold to freezing to instantly boiling, and then back again completely confused even nature itself. Massive tidal waves rose, but evaporated before they fell. The lake froze over, trapping even Fenrir where he ran, then erupted due to pressure accumulated due to the boiling water trapped beneath the frozen surface. It was too much, and even Lex's powerful defenses were nothing in the face of nature's fury. Eventually, they had to retreat to the inn until the natural disaster that was that mating ritual ended. But even 10 days later, nothing seemed to change. At this point, Lex was beginning to feel desperate. His destination was too far, and time was running short. Moreover, every minute his workers were out on the battlefield, risking their lives for a fight that Lex thought was completely pointless. In the end, unable to contain himself, Lex ended up back at the Infinity Emporium in an attempt to purchase a vehicle small enough to fit inside his spatial bangle, while also fast enough to make up for time that he had lost, and at the same time sturdy enough to withstand the accursed, never-ending mating ritual. As it turned out, there were a few options he could take, but they all left him unsatisfied. It was then that he discovered something. Possibly due to being spoiled by his own system, he realized that as incredible as the Emporium was, it had a severe lack of rare or extremely impressive goods. That was not to say their catalog was bad. Clearly it was great, for they had helped Lex numerous times already. But even their rarest items were never of the quality or type he came to expect from systems. For example, he still had not been able to find a cloning technique that satisfied him, but he was somehow sure that if he received a cloning technique as a reward for some SSS Plus rank quest, he would be extremely pleased with it. Letter 1 D442, letter 1 D4B1, letter 1 D5C5XT, letter 1 D5C7, letter 1 D4D4T. Was too used to one-of-a-kind, overwhelmingly incredible items from his system in comparison. Normal rare items which could theoretically be found in the vaults of any large organization could no longer impress him. After all, that rarity was a result of limited market availability. and not because the item itself was actually incredibly rare and impressive. Feeling spoiled in such a manner, in the end Lex bought a small jet in the shape of a canoe. It had no thrusters or rockets or guns or anything of the sort, but came with an impressive shield that could block out even serious meteor impacts and traveled really fast. It was not stealthy at all and would cause multiple sonic booms on launch, but for now it fulfilled Lex's needs. He did not have the time to be picky. In the end, Lex and Fenrir returned in their new canoe, only to discover that the storm ended literally minutes after their arrival. Suppressing his agitation, Lex started the canoe and shot through the air. Fenrir tried to stick its head out of the shield to feel the wind but was nearly launched out of the canoe and was only saved due to Lex. Moreover, the fur on its face had been pulled off as if waxed. The traumatized pup immediately squealed and threw itself in Lex's lap and began sobbing. Lex tried to keep himself from laughing, for the sight was too hilarious. Also, he had to focus on navigating, so he could not afford such a distraction. 3 days later, they arrived in the territory of a Trellup, where he could take his next teleportation formation. Meanwhile, back in the Origin realm, almost a month had passed since the Midnight Battalion had been sent on their first mission. Chapter 665 Warriors. On a continent covered in perpetual darkness by a thick curtain of clouds, the orange glow of molten lava illuminated an area clear of any and all vegetation. Only dirt, broken rocks, and massive, pointed boulders protruding from the ground itself could be seen. To call the region barren would be to praise it too highly, for this was a place abandoned even by death for countless years. Only recently, due to the intense conflict, had living creatures once again crossed this plane of desolation, and the reward for their transgression was to be hunted down mercilessly. What followed then was a war that gave even the most experienced soldiers nightmares. Whether it was the elves, the trinks, the werewolves, or the vampires, they all looked towards a particular battalion from only the corners of their eyes, almost flinching at the sight of them. They dared not look at them directly. They did not want to offend them. They also did not feel worthy. There, on the precipice of an ocean of magma, stood 999 soldiers radiating an aura of pure and utter annihilation, purely honed and kept in perfect control. As ash and soot rained from the sky, they stood perfectly straight, their attire lacking even a single wrinkle or speck of dirt. Whether it was when they laid siege to armies much bigger than their own, or as they ended a drought that had lasted many millennia by watering the ground in rivers of their enemies' blood, or when they walked through flames or brought down behemoths that shook the ground with every step, their appearance remained pristine, as if to say that they were not putting in any real effort. Letter 1 D442, letter 1 D4B1, letter 1 D5C5XT, letter 1 D5C7, letter 1 D4 D4T. On this planet where everyone should have had similar power levels, so as to not destabilize the planet itself through too much destruction, they were an exception that totally destroyed the concept of power levels to begin with. As if rising to the challenge that this battalion of impossibly strong soldiers presented, the Fugan revealed a plot both sinister and malefic. Having prior knowledge of the valuable resources on this planet, and anticipating that the fighting parties would not want to sacrifice the planet, they populated the planet with deadly, artificially created aliens. But the threat of those aliens, who were devouring and destroying the planet itself, was merely a curtain of deception to hide their true intentions. Due to the Midnight Battalion's relentless assault, they chased the parasites of this planet even into these lands that should have been out of their way, followed closely by the Allied forces. Here, they discovered a solitary temple, seemingly built out dirt and dead wood. Within the temple, they discovered a larva in the form of some kind of a vile deformity, still being nurtured in an amniotic sac made from the skin of beasts. Surrounding it were numerous formations, feeding it with the aura of death, of pain, of agony, of catastrophe, all accumulated during this genuine world war. But it was already too late. Although still not completely mature, upon being discovered the sac burst and the deformity was released into the world. With a wail that sounded like the misery-filled screams on a trillion souls, the thing announced its arrival. The planet itself seemed to almost fracture under that terrible cry, and suddenly every living being on that planet somehow knew that the planet was heading towards destruction. Panic, fear, confusion spread not only on the surface of the planet, but also through the many ships surrounding the planet. Immediately, the superiors decided to give up on the planet and extract all their soldiers. They could not afford to lose all their elite. Once the soldiers were evacuated, they would kill the creature by destroying the planet by using weapons of mass destruction. But as if the creature's cry had opened Pandora's box, a meteor shower suddenly appeared out of nowhere, crashing into countless ships. After the initial strike, alien forces appeared in space, resulting in an impromptu space battle, leaving no ships free for evacuation. Hopelessness and desperation spread through the surface of the planet. All the soldiers deployed on the planet were Foundation realm, but the newly born creature was already in the Golden Core realm. Moreover, as it quickly burrowed down into the ground, eating everything in its path, its aura was rapidly growing. The creature's destination was the core of the planet, its intentions clear. Perhaps this was only the first step in an elaborate plan the Fugan had long prepared. The aliens, which had so far shown a distinct lack of unified intelligence, began coordinating impeccably to slaughter all the so-called elites. Although it was unlikely, since the creature had been born prematurely and wasn't at full strength, clearly the mastermind behind the scenes didn't want to take a chance, and so wanted to occupy all the forces on ground in a fight for survival. This way, none could target the newborn. It was then, during that most hopeless hour, when death was near certainty and all their efforts seemed for naught, that some noticed this single testament of indomitability. It was like a sword that would cut through the world itself if it came in its way. It was like the first ray of sunshine, pushing back the darkness even of the abyss. It was an unstoppable force that would tear apart any immovable object that came in its way. It was the Midnight Battalion, and their increasingly fast march was their response to the wail of 1,000,000,000,000 souls. They were making their way to the tunnel that creature had dug towards the core with the spirit of warriors that could not be defeated, could not be deterred, could not be swayed. Just as some thought that perhaps there was hope, a tremor shook the planet, and molten lava erupted from the tunnel, like a volcano long stewing. The ripple of that explosion could be seen by the naked eye, and the shockwave killed thousands. But the battalion was not stopped for even a second, as they changed from 1,000 soldiers into a single undefeatable mech. With noble purpose, the mech dove into the lava itself, disappearing from view. Across the planet, Armageddon seemed to have arrived. Tremors, storms, tidal waves, volcanoes, and every other kind of disaster seemed to strike all at once. Scans from orbit seemed to show that the planet was on the path to exploding. All hope was lost. This would be a grievous defeat for the Allied forces. But then the tremors seemed to slow down, their might waning. Then, shocking every living creature that saw the scene, the ground erupted once again. Yet instead of lava, a mech and a massive insect-like creature emerged from the ground. With tens of thousands of small limbs, the creature smashed the mech, and with a maw that could eat through planets, the creature bit at it. Yet the mech was not only strong, but had deftness one could not expect from its massive frame. Dodging each and every attack, the mech fought back, in plain view for all to see. Very literally, this was a fight to determine the fate of a planet. The fight was devastating, to say the least. Even without the creature purposefully trying to destroy the planet, their fight seemed to put the planet in that direction. More and more lava erupted, as the shockwaves from their fight seemed to break the tectonic plates, ultimately forming an ocean of lava. Yet there was no reprieve or respite. There would only be victory or death, and clearly the result had been a resounding victory. Once the creature was finally slain, the mech vanished in a cloud of smoke, and the battalion was once again revealed. But instead of the 1,000 soldiers that had formed the mech, only 999 emerged. With such a result, who would have cared? The price of a single life for such a victory was one any commander would be willing to pay, yet it seemed everyone had misunderstood the situation. The one that was missing had not died, but had dove back into the lava as soon as the mech was dismissed. No one knew his purpose, and when anyone asked, the battalion did not respond. Long gone were the amicable and friendly workers of the inn. These were now the battle-hardened soldiers who dared to steal life back out from the jaws of death itself, and they would not reveal the purpose behind one of their soldiers' actions. Eventually, even as the planet was cleared and evacuations once again began, they chose not to move and not to retreat. Even the Allied command, who had sent them onto this planet, ordered them to reveal what they were doing, but one of the soldiers, Gerard, simply told them to mind their own business. It was only an entire day later that a single, still-suited figure emerged from the lava ocean. The outsiders could not tell who it was, for all the members of the battalion had their faces covered, but they themselves knew who it was. It was Luther, and when he emerged from the lava, he was radiating a much more powerful aura. Clearly he had restrained himself and kept himself from entering a higher cultivation level, but even still stuck at the Foundation realm, he felt much stronger than before. Let's go, the next battlefield awaits. Chapter 666, Little Devil. The 1,000 soldiers seemed to be walking casually, but they smoothly shuffled amongst one another and came into their designated spots. While their gait remained nonchalant, they would be ready to react at the first sign of trouble. From the moment of their birth, they had remained under the nurturing care of the Innkeeper, in the paradise that was the Midnight Inn compared to the battlefield that they had recently endured. The battle prowess be what it may be, that did not change the fact that they were now living a completely different life and were exposed to horrors and difficulties they never could have imagined. Undoubtedly, that put immense mental pressure on them, who wanted to be on a dying, crumbling planet when they would be at the inn instead. Yet while they endured that pressure, their hearts never wavered. In fact, their determination to overcome these trials grew stronger. After all, they finally got a glimpse of the pressure the Innkeeper was keeping at bay for them. They finally saw firsthand the trials the Innkeeper was facing alone, so that they would not have to. All they had to face were enemies near the Foundation realm, while the Innkeeper had to face the entire universe himself. Through fire and fury and blood, they renewed their resolution to grow stronger, and they did. Fighting side by side, ensuring that none of their brothers or sisters was harmed, they used this war as an anvil, and their enemies as the hammer which would shape them into the fiercest warriors. Of course, it helped that their suits made them immune to any damage from a foe at their level. But that defense allowed them to survive their mistakes when they made it, and fix them so that they wouldn't make them again. "Everything all right?" Gerard asked Luther as he walked up beside him. Although they had supported his actions without question, no one actually knew why he had dived back into the lava. Instead of answering directly, Luther held up his right arm and conjured up a purple flame that seemed to come out of his arm itself, instead of just being summoned atop it. Near the core I sensed something calling me, so when I had the opportunity I returned for it. I found a feather made of purple flames that merged into my body and strengthened me. Apparently, I was extremely compatible. Information about my change appeared in my mind. This is the purple phoenix flame, a kind of special flame that is extremely destructive and is born under extremely special circumstances. Of course, these are not real phoenix flames, but that is just how it is named. By absorbing the flames, I have apparently activated my dormant physique, which is the 9 nether fire body. I can continuously absorb special fires into my body, and once I've collected 9 of them, they will merge and give birth to a new kind of flame. Gerard was not surprised to hear this. Over the past month, many of them had not only awakened their bloodlines, but also other special powers. There were a few of them who had unlocked strange abilities that conformed neither to any cultivation method they were aware of. Once they were evacuated, they could request their commanding officer to give them special guidance from the Allied Forces training officers. Since that would only raise their battle prowess, they would not be denied. Before they were sent to this planet, they had been briefed not only on what was expected of them, but the kind of support that they could get from the Allied forces. Soon, someone with much more knowledge than them would come and teach them about the new abilities they unlocked and how to use them. "What's a special physique? Any idea?" he asked, only mildly curious. He wondered if he had one. "None whatsoever. But what I have figured out is the hidden reason the Innkeeper sent us all here. It may look like he was just agreeing to the demands of our hosts, who own this realm, but in fact, he just wanted us to use this opportunity to experience the universe for ourselves and discover the direction we want to go in. In the safe and secure grounds of the inn, we would never face the pressure that is required for us to grow. What do you think, Z?" The teenager was walking behind them, seemingly distracted. His focus was on a floating ball above his index finger. The ball did not exist and seemed only visible due to the fact that light passing through it was bending across its surface. The ball was also contracting and relaxing, like a beating heart. Yet the beat did not produce a sound. Instead, it seemed to spread a ripple through space itself, one which could be felt not only through one's body, but in their soul as well. It was not really a sound as it was experienced and not heard, but at the same time it reminded one of the steady beat on drums. Second such ball appeared above his middle finger, beating at a slightly faster pace. Together, the beating of the 2 balls produced a steady rhythm which tickled the memory of many of those around him. The rhythm was familiar, as if it was the beginning of a song they had heard, but could not exactly recall. "Or whatever you say," Z replied, not really paying too much attention to Luther. His focus was completely on the balls of distorted space he was playing with. Unfortunately, all of his prepared speakers broke within the last month, so now he had to think of some alternative way of producing music. Apparently bending space itself, before allowing it to partially return to its natural state, produced a beat like drums. Now he had to figure out how to recreate the sound of a guitar through space itself. Letter 1 D4 4 2, letter 1 D4 B1, letter 1 D5 C5 XT. Letter 1 D5 C7, letter 1 D4 D4T. Although this was hard, once he was finished, he would be able to play his music inside a vacuum as well. That would surely help in space fights. He was looking forward to it. Everyone around him chuckled but said nothing. Over the past month, it was not Luther or Gerard who had shown the most. Even with Luther's upgraded power, he was not sure he could measure up to Z. As if he were a protagonist of an anime, Z kept growing stronger at an exponential rate. Still in the Foundation realm, even without actualizing his affinity and his energy, which only happened in the Golden Core realm, Z was playing around with space as if it took no effort to distort it at all. Although he was not the only one who had attained a space affinity, he was the only one who had mastered it to such an unbelievable level. It was now stronger and more lethal than any of them, yet unlike the rest he did not gain a hardened and jagged aura from the month-long war. Instead, he retained his childlike innocence. his slightly introverted and shy tendencies despite the fact that he had somehow become friends with almost all the workers at the inn. Without the music around to completely change how he behaved and fought, for a time he had become extremely docile. After all, it was not in his nature to fight. He used the music to get him in the mindset to fight. Without it, he was handicapped. Until the last fight in which he discovered the power of drums. Using only those, he unleashed the power of war drums. What happened after that? Well, since he was the one in charge of the mech, the results spoke for themselves. Among the other battalions who had seen him fight, and recently even among his own comrades, Z had gained a new nickname, though he himself was unaware. Behind his back, and in whisper, people spoke about the little devil who hid his true self behind a camouflage of youth and innocence. Not that anyone was complaining since he was on their side. The members of the inn didn't even take it too seriously. But in the Allied forces, a file was compiled on the little devil and sent up the command chain. It seemed even some superiors had begun to keep an eye on him. Space. In the Crystal Realm, Lex continued to travel across the lands that seemed to never end. Since it was not safe to cultivate in such an environment, even inside his ship, Lex mostly took this time to review his arrays. He also sent his projections inside the library in the inn to begin studying. The lenses were revealing a lot of information to him that he didn't understand, which only showed the depth of his ignorance. He had to remedy that as soon as possible. Like this, another 2 weeks passed. After traversing various terrains and avoiding countless dangers, Lex arrived at the next spot he would take a teleportation formation. For some reason, despite his progress, an anxiety began to build in Lex's heart. He seemed to be feeling like he was running out of time. Chapter 667, Random Events. The area he arrived at was not the territory of some noble, but instead a trade city established by some kind of sect. The sect itself was quite mysterious, and not many knew the details of their practices or purpose. They were, however, quite accepting of everyone and everything as long as they obeyed the laws of their territory. Moreover, the sect would accept members of any race without compromising the unity that the sect members displayed. Why the members had so much unity was yet another mystery, and not one Lex was too interested in at the moment. Lex was too distracted by the growing tension he felt. At first he thought that the anxiety was normal. After all, almost 2 months out of 6 had already passed, yet he was not anywhere close to his destination. Sure, the teleportation formations would surely help, and theoretically, he would arrive in the middle of the 4th month or early in the 5th month if all went well. This was the deduction based on the map, but there was no way of anticipating any problems he might encounter along the way. But as the anxiety grew, Lex reassessed the situation and concluded that it was a hint from his instincts. He began deducing what issues he would encounter and how he could circumvent them. In his mind, the feeling of running out of time was a result of him being on a tight schedule, which was the most logical deduction. After making a few contingency plans, he headed directly to the teleportation formation to continue his journey. As it happened, quite coincidentally, at the exact same time, various seemingly unrelated yet incredibly important events were taking place. In the Crystal Realm, at that very moment, Aegis, the crown prince of the Hum nation, seemed to be in the middle of a devastating battle. As the foremost genius the Hum nation had ever produced, there were very few instances where he was beaten so badly, and all of them were at the hands of his own father. This time was no exception. "Aegis, why are you doing this?" the king asked, somewhat exasperated. Was it not enough to rule the entire human race? Now he had to deal with parental issues as well. Around the two was a battlefield, littered with the corpses of Craven. They were deep within the territory lost by humans, so neither of them had reason to be there. Cornelius especially should not have been there. "Why am I doing this? I think the question should be, why aren't you doing this? I'm only seeking retribution for the losses we have suffered against the Craven and taking back what is ours. I have told you, Aegis, you alone cannot face all the threats that humans face. The human race as a whole must become stronger. If they depend on the strength of a single man to keep them safe, they will once again fall as soon as that man disappears." Such a convenient answer, when it requires you to sit back and do nothing but let the humans die. Why train me so hard then if you were never going to let me use my strength? You should have let me live in mediocrity. I am not doing nothing, I am raising the strength of the human race bit by bit. If you had obeyed my orders and retrieved the cultivation technique of the true path, as I had told you to do, you would be doing the same. The cultivation technique of the true path? What's the point in pursuing a path that the majority of the human race cannot follow? That directly contradicts your statement about raising their strength as a whole. At this point, Aegis was screaming at his father. Years of bitterness and resentment had mixed in with the new frustrations he felt as he began exploring the truth of the Crystal Realm, under the hints of the Innkeeper. Letter 1 D442, Letter 1 D4B1, Letter 1 D5 C5 XT. Letter 1 D5 C7, Letter 1 D4 D4T. He had already developed a few theories of the truth, but each one hurt his innocent heart more than the next. Before Cornelius could answer, there was a flash of lightning, and with it, Aegis disappeared. In his stead, he left behind a few roaring words that echoed throughout the battlefield. "Wash your neck, old man. If you have sold the human race, then I will be back to cut it off." Instead of being angered, Cornelius only sighed. It seemed his son was finally entering his rebellious phase. Elsewhere in the Crystal Realm, an army of Craven was slowly marching out once again. Yet what was different between this army and every other army that they sent out was that each and every member was an immortal. Hundreds of thousands of immortal Craven were on the move, their destination unknown. Back in the Origin Realm, quite a few significant events were happening at the same time as well. The Allied forces, meaning the various forces who under the order of the Henali combined their strength to combat the Fugan, were both unified in their mission, yet at the same time very disjointed in their chain of command. At least, that was the case with the Allied forces operating in the Sura galaxy. As such, a lot of information often went missing, and entire records sometimes disappeared. This was usually not due to any sabotage, but just bad logistics. Among the millions of orders being processed each minute, a file containing the deployment orders of the Midnight Battalion suddenly disappeared, and in its place, another file appeared with completely different orders. At the same time, a file containing details of Z were copied and sent to an unknown destination, far away from the galaxy. On Earth, the battle for New York took a drastic turn when a group of immortals suddenly appeared and surrounded Marlowe. Yet facing certain death, Marlowe did not frown, and instead grinned like a madman. On his neck, the golden nanotalismans he was so proud of began to shine. The advantage of being known for stupidly intense brute strength was that people often forget that Marlowe was also a genius businessman, strategist, and an overall intelligent person. For a long time he had been wondering if he could create a spiritual technique that mimicked the effects of a nuclear bomb. If he could, then he'd be able to convert it into a talisman, right? It was time to see the fruits of his efforts. In another place in the Origin Realm, the fiery mammoths had officially sent a delegation to the central galaxy of the Jotun Empire, while unofficially they had begun to invade the galaxy neighboring theirs. True war was not their intention, so as long as their negotiations were concluded successfully, the situation would not escalate. In another planet in the Origin Realm, Bastard and Falak wore a depressed look as they were escorted into a jail cell. At their cultivation level, they were more or less at the absolute peak strength that the Origin Realm would naturally allow, so the identity of their captor was extremely mysterious. Even they did not know who it truly was or what they wanted. After all, they had been overwhelmed the instant they were discovered. Somewhere else in the Henali portal, someone sent out an invite for members to join a book reading club. The venue for their meeting would be the Midnight Inn. Elsewhere, far away from both the Origin Realm and the Crystal Realm, in one of the older and more complete realms, a group of 4 had encircled a single being. The group consisted of a true dragon, its massive red body radiating unbearable heat, a Graven, a race equal to both dragons and celestials, a Henali and Kilgore, a beast completely unique in the universe with no other members of its race besides itself. The being that was encircled was, surprisingly, a member of the celestial race. What was more unusual was that, despite the celestial being a Daelord, looked like he was suffering from grievous wounds. "Do you know what you're doing?" the celestial asked in a hoarse voice. "Do you think you can afford the consequences of harming me? There is no race more unified than the celestials. None of you will escape." "You should have thought of that before you messed with the Versailles Bank," said the Henali, showing no signs of remorse. "Are you serious? You're all dogs of a bank." "Stupid celestial, don't you know the most important law in the universe? There is nothing more powerful than money," growled the dragon. "The celestial race will never let you go," the celestial said, anger and hatred filling his voice. "We shall see," replied Kilgore. And the group attacked once more. They did not ultimately kill the celestial, for that was easier said than done. They did, however, capture the celestial and took him away. As soon as the celestial was delivered, their debts to the bank would be cleared. As for what happened afterwards, that was the bank's problem, not theirs. Chapter 668, Destiny Rank. Based on his previous experiences, Lex was prepared to face some kind of hurdle. But unexpectedly, he faced no problems. He used the teleportation formation normally, like every other paying customer. When he arrived at his destination, he traveled for a few more days on his ship before once again arriving in a neighboring territory, where he could once again use a teleportation formation. Such a trend continued for one more month. Not only did Lex not encounter any unusual problems, but he even came across a few people who were quite helpful. For example, he stumbled into a large caravan that was heading in the same direction as him. After paying a nominal sum, he accompanied them on their airship, which brought him to his destination a week ahead of schedule. Another time, he reached a city to discover that the teleportation formation of that city had recently been upgraded, and could take him much farther than was in his original plan. Moreover, the owner of that city seemed to be married to one of Jasmine's siblings. As such, upon discovering Lex's token, not only did he expedite his journey, he took no money from him either. Paying was not really a problem for Lex. As a result of his many trades at the inn, he had accumulated well over 100 million ordinary spirit stones. Paying a few thousand here or other made no difference to him. During his long periods of traveling, he would send a clone to study various topics at the library so as to increase his knowledge. Since the innkeeper was perceived as a powerful entity, Lex had to learn as much as possible about as many things as possible. Fenrir could not do such a thing, but he was not bored either. Although Lex offered to leave him at the inn, he wanted to travel as well. Even when he could do nothing else, he enjoyed looking out at the passing scenery. During this period, Alexander once even asked Lex for help. Unfortunately, Lex could not afford any delays until he reached the Crystal Realm, and so had to tell him he was currently unable to help. He also got regular reports from Mary about the ongoing rumors at the inn, as Velma still compiled the files she used to submit to the innkeeper. The thing that interested him most was that apparently the war on Earth had temporarily stopped, because apparently everyone was afraid that Marlowe would destroy the planet. There were no details to that rumor, yet somehow Lex did not doubt the authenticity of it. At the same time, he discovered that Roland, the once newspaper boy back in the Crystal Realm, had developed an extremely wide and vast information network that he used to supplement the midnight newsroom. Apparently, the entire realm was heading towards turmoil as no one was at peace. Letter 1D7B8, letter 1D463, letter 1D40BXT. Letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. Lex did not pay attention to such things, as he had other concerns. The several-month-long event that he had held was coming to a close, which meant that naturally he would lose all the security the event brought with it. That naturally meant Lex needed to think of a new event. For now, he had the planning division propose some ideas, as he was too occupied to come up with and oversee a new event. The good thing was that the inn's income had been quite steady, and during this period, his savings had come to 350 billion MP once again. Basically, there was more than enough MP to continue doing events for a long time. He also had to continue expanding the inn, as more and more guests were starting to come. Lately, developing a large underwater city had been added to his agenda, as a lot of aquatic beasts were beginning to visit, and the small lakes and rivers he had across the inn were beginning to get crowded. But these were just on the agenda for now. He would deal with all this once he had enough time. At the current rate, it would only take him a couple more weeks at max to reach the Crystal Nation, and then from there he imagined getting to Valesko should be easy. After all, he was expecting them to have a comprehensive transport system within their own territory. The reputation of the strongest and most developed race of the realm required at least that much. But it seemed that Lex's good luck eventually ran out. One day, while they were traversing a grassland in some unclaimed lands during his last long-distance journey for this trip, something happened. The ship could not fly too high and was traveling about 10 feet from the ground. Normally, that was enough to get them clear of any obstacles, but the grass in these grasslands was unusually high, so Lex's visibility was null. But such a mundane problem could not stop Lex, as he just used his spirit sense to keep an eye on his surroundings, ensuring they were traveling in the correct direction. The distance his spirit sense could cover was ultimately limited, and he could not see too far away from himself. As such, he did not notice that he was heading directly towards a wall of rolling fog which seemed to be covering the grasslands. Perhaps, if his visibility was not blocked, he could have seen it coming. But even so, what could fog really even do? He could still navigate with his spirit sense, so it was unlikely he would have done anything. But the odd thing was, even when he got close enough for his spirit sense to interact with the fog, he was not able to detect it. In fact, even his instincts failed to warn him that anything was approaching him, whether it be harm or not. It was not until the ship flew into the fog that he actually noticed it. Immediately Lex became alert, though Fenrir looked at him with confusion. There seemed to be no threat, so why was Lex reacting like this? The answer was simple. Although Lex was heavily dependent on his instincts, he was well aware that his instincts could not react to things related to systems, so he never dropped his guard. Naturally, if there was one thing that his instincts failed to interact with, there could be others. Although the fog did not seem threatening at all, the fact that he was taken by surprise was a very alarming matter. In fact, even as he continued to travel through the fog, his spirit senses were unable to detect it. "There's something wrong," Lex began to tell Fenrir when he noticed something else which was even more alarming. The lenses could not detect the fog at all. In fact, even his right eye could not see the fog. Only his left eye, which had mutated, could see it. Lex raised his alertness to the maximum level even as he turned the ship around to immediately head back. He was not concerned for his safety, as he could always retreat to the inn. But if he retreated to the inn, every time he would return to the Crystal Realm, he would still be here. Ultimately, his quest to reach the Crystal Race would suffer. Yet despite his quick response, he was too late. The ship had been moving too fast, and even in the split second it took him to respond, it had already traveled through the fog and come out the other side. The sound of a massive crowd surrounded Lex, as a bright light blinded him for a moment. When he recovered, he discovered that they had entered a completely new area. An artificial sun seemed to be shining a bright light, illuminating a vast, dry bowl-shaped canyon filled with millions of beings. In a single glance, Lex was able to spot humans, sentinels, poliods, trellops, the crystal race, and even the craven among the crowd. There were a few fights going on, which was extremely natural when hated enemies were suddenly brought together. The craven themselves had a warring nature, so every single craven was already fighting, and the extreme fighting prowess made it so they seemed to be winning. But even at a glance Lex knew that they would not survive long, for they were too outnumbered. After all, among the millions here, there were so many races that Lex had never even heard of. The craven were just a few compared to all the beings here. In the center of the canyon stood a massive tower built from white marble, and it was the only distinct feature here. Lex had no idea where he was or what was happening, but the first thing he did was to check his connection to the inn. As expected, the connection was still there, for he heard the sound of a notification before he could even check. New notification. Host has entered a space sealed by a Destiny rank space lock. Teleportation facility unavailable. Chapter 669 Study. For once, Lex wasn't able to stop his expression from changing. Carefully, he read the notification once again. New notification. Host has entered a space sealed by a Destiny rank space lock. Teleportation facility unavailable. Mary, can you hear me? He asked inside his mind. Of course, how can I help? Lex did not reply immediately, for he was currently analyzing his situation. He was connected to the inn still, but he was once again stuck in a situation where he could not teleport back. But unlike last time, where he was unable to teleport back because his system was too weak to carry out cross-realm teleportation easily, this time it was because of something that locked space. He analyzed his situation a bit further, not relying solely on his instincts, for they had already proved that they were not reliable in his current situation. He had been teleported mysteriously to an unknown location, alongside millions of others. Although he did not recognize many of the races, he had reason to believe that every one of them had come from the Crystal Realm. After all, while the Crystal Realm boasted 7 major races that controlled the majority of the realm, it did not mean there were no minor races. Subtle racial traits, as well as traces of different energy signatures, led Lex to believe that everyone had been pulled to this mysterious place from across the entire Crystal Realm, instead of from just nearby where Lex was. He also noticed that the majority of the crowd seemed to be gathered either near the tower in the middle or the edges of the canyon. Moreover, they were near these places only because there seemed to be some barrier keeping them at a distance. So that meant that they could neither leave the canyon nor enter the tower. Letter 1D7B8, letter 1D463, letter 1D40BXT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. Lex stopped his ship from moving forward or he'd immediately reach the tower, which was not something he wanted. Getting off the ship, which was extremely prominent and eye-catching, and jumped to the ground. Until he had a better idea of the situation, he did not want to attract any attention. He swept his spirit sense and observed some of the crowd near him. The crowd's cultivation level seemed to vary, and ranged from mortals all the way to nascent realm cultivators. It was reassuring that there were no immortals, but they could also just be far away from him, or hiding. The fact that the crowd was so mixed meant that there really could be some immortals around. He listened to the conversations happening nearby, and thanked the system for the universal translator, for almost everyone was speaking in a different language entirely. It didn't take him long to gather that people had apparently been brought here only a few hours ago at most, yet no one knew anything. Mary, I seem to be trapped somewhere again, Lex told, feeling like he was living through a bad joke. Why was it that the first time he encountered an area able to completely block out all teleportation was when he was in a rush? That's strange, said Mary. According to what I can tell, you should still be in the Crystal Realm. There shouldn't be an issue teleporting out. I'm being blocked by a Destiny-level space block. Have someone start looking up relevant information about that wherever they can. Moreover, I'm going to describe the area I'm in to you as well. Have Velma look into any information regarding it from the Crystal Realm. Make sure to check old stories, myths, and legends so that all possibilities are covered. Lex described the area in great detail, though there really wasn't much to go on. He could only hope that he was caught in some usual and known phenomenon of the Crystal Realm so that he could safely make his way out. If there was no information about this place at all, there could only be two possibilities as far as Lex could tell. Either this was the first time such a thing was happening, or no one had ever made it out after entering this place. Once he passed Mary the information, he let her be so that she could oversee the search while he himself began to study the area some more. His instincts were not picking up on any danger around him, but that could possibly be because they were being suppressed somehow. He stayed away from all fights and chose not to interact with anyone as he waited for a while. Fenrir, too, was looking around curiously, sniffing the air from time to time. He waited for a few hours, but nothing seemed to be happening, except that more and more beings appeared in the canyon. Eventually, he reached a conclusion that nothing significant would happen until either the canyon was completely filled, or that the canyon would continue to fill until something significant happened. Tired of waiting, he decided to make his way to the edge of the canyon first, to investigate the barrier keeping them in. Moving should not have been much of an issue, for all the fights had ended by now, and the Craven had been overwhelmed. Anyone else who was not smart enough to not antagonize millions of beings on their own also met a similar fate. Unfortunately, Lex's bad luck seemed to continue, as a new Craven appeared in front of him just as he was making his way to the edge. The familiar, poisonous stench of the black slime covering their body irritated Lex, so he did not hesitate to extinguish the Craven by using evisceration before it could even attack. The Craven was only able to let out a single, painful squeal before it collapsed. The surrounding crowd was shocked at what happened, then moved to keep a distance. Whether they wanted distance from the poisonous slime or the intimidating Lex who killed a Craven with one look could not be accurately determined. Chapter 670 Web. Letter 1D7B8, Letter 1D463, Letter 1D40BXT, Letter 1D5C7, Letter 1D4D4T. While Lex's feat of killing with a single look was intimidating to most, it in no way made him out to be overwhelmingly powerful. For example, Trollops within their own territories were vastly more powerful than their realm should allow. But the few Trollops here had been plucked from their territories and dropped in the middle of nowhere, putting them at a severe disadvantage. Usually, even if a Trollop left their territory, they would at least be able to summon some support from their territories. Yet now that they were in this mysterious place, they were completely cut off and were at their weakest. Not everyone had such clear weaknesses, for example the few members of the crystal race who were present. Similar to how the crowd gave Lex a wide berth, so too did they avoid those ridiculously overpowered beings. As a race with guaranteed immortality, they had countless geniuses who revolutionized cultivation, or really any field that they were interested in, and then continued to do so since they wouldn't really die. Moreover, due to the biology of the crystal race, they really never suffered from depression as a result of their long, never-ending lives. Sure, they got bored from time to time, and they would treat that by sleeping for a few eons. As such, the cultivation system of the crystal race was extremely well developed, and since they could transmit information extremely easily, each member understood how to cultivate perfectly. Basically, there was no such thing as a weak member of the crystal race, only ridiculously strong freaks of nature, and geniuses among those who surpassed all common sense. Then there were always a few geniuses in every race, some of whom had made their presence known in the canyon. Suffice to say, Lex declared himself as a powerhouse with his single move, but he was not the only one. Not that Lex really even cared about any of that. The barrier blocking the edges of the canyon was being heavily bombarded with countless attacks and weapons, so it was quite a lively scene, at least to Lex. Beasts and creatures of all kinds howled and screamed. Fangs and fists attacked the invisible blockade. Rocks, bullets, and balls of energy were all hurled or launched at it, spreading chaos and carnage in the surroundings, but the barrier itself did not even ripple. Calm and casual Lex seemed an anomaly amidst such madness, but he merely stood there calmly as he looked at the barrier right in front of him. None of his senses could detect the barrier, save his sense of touch when he pressed his arm against the barrier, and his left eye that saw a massive wall of flowing flog. After probing the barrier with basic physical strength, then channeling his normal spirit energy into the wall, Lex decided to take things more seriously. He used impervious hands and immediately felt the difference. The fog, which previously acted as an impenetrable wall, immediately became soft. He could dig his fingers into it and even pull some fog out, though as soon as he tried to do it, his instincts immediately screamed danger. Fortunately, he stopped in time and did not allow his impulsive thoughts to land him in trouble. He tried to see if he could achieve something by digging his hand into the fog, but the same sense of danger crashed down on him as soon as he tried. Ultimately, Lex decided to let it be and go investigate the tower. Hoping for a quick and easy way out was wishful thinking to begin with. If he wanted to exit, he would have to play by the rules of this place, though he did not understand them yet. When he approached the tower, he discovered, through his left eye, that the barrier surrounding it was not made of fog. Instead, it seemed like an intricate web which would react to each, and every person or attack made contact with it. He noticed that sometimes the complex web blocking everyone's path would sometimes thin in reaction to certain beings, but never enough to reveal a path. Instead, when it was attacked, the web would thicken and multiply, increasing the complexity of the barrier. It seemed that they were supposed to somehow figure out how to cross the barrier on their own. When Lex touched the web, it seemed to thin as well, yet not nearly enough to cross. So he tried impervious hands. This time he discovered that he could easily move the web with his hands as he wished, either creating an opening or making the barrier thicker and stronger. For a moment he considered whether to create a massive opening and let everyone enter, or just enter on his own. He did not know what the tower held, so it was a risk. He could either be bringing reinforcements with himself if a terrible foe awaited them, or be bringing in competition if the tower led to some treasure. It all came down to how much confidence he had in himself, and how much of a risk he was willing to take. He looked at Fenrir, as if asking the puppet's opinion, and saw only excitement and eagerness. "Well, I hope I don't regret this then," he murmured as he pushed aside the web just enough to create a small opening. Before anyone could notice, he grabbed Fenrir and jumped through the hole, passing through. The moment his hands left the web, the hole disappeared and the web regained its normal appearance. Immediately, the millions of beings trapped in the canyon fixed their gaze on Lex, and countless beings jumped after him to try and follow him, but to no avail. A stampede occurred as everyone wanted to try for themselves. Countless hateful and angry gazes fixed on Lex, as if he was stealing from their ancestors' graves. Yet none of that was of any concern to him as he walked into the tower. A part of him was glad he had put on his new defensive suit. Whatever was about to happen, at least he was glad he didn't have to worry about suddenly becoming naked again. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 671, Tower. There was no opening on the tower that could serve as a door, so Lex just approached its surface with the intention to see how impervious hands reacted to it. But the moment he touched the tower, he disappeared. The millions of beings watching were further aggravated as a feeling of falling behind filled them. Though most of them did not know what this place was or what approaching the tower entailed, it was clear that it was the only way to get out of here. Few, however, clearly knew what this place was, or perhaps it only appeared that way since they maintained their calm even as the canyon was whipped up into a frenzy. It was a strange coincidence that all those who seemed to be in the know were from the crystal race, though not all members of the crystal race seemed to be privy to this knowledge. But despite the fact that Lex already disappeared, no other change seemed to occur in the canyon. More and more beings began to be dropped in, slowly filling up the entire canyon. Lex, who had vast experience in teleportation, felt the familiar sensation of being moved through space, though this time was not instantaneous. A special kind of energy seemed to cover him, protecting him from the turbulence as this teleportation seemed to take a long time. Unable to move, as his body was stuck in the position in which he touched the tower, he decided to take this time to study the sensations he felt while being teleported. Since space was apparently one of his affinities now, he should learn how to make use of it. If he only knew how much progress Z had made despite having a lesser affinity than himself, Lex might have blushed from shame. Fortunately, or unfortunately, they were as far from one another as they could get. Using his spirit sense, soul sense, and instincts, Lex continued to study space for what felt like hours before he finally appeared in what felt like an ancient yet grand courtroom. Lex immediately began to study the room, failing to notice that for the first time his connection to his system was suppressed. If he tried to contact Mary for the first time, he would be unable to do so. Everything in the massive hall seemed to be carved out of stone, from the floor to the walls and pillars, to the endless intricate designs etched over every inch of the room. In front of Lex, in the far corner of the room, was a kind of throne, once again carved out of stone. On each side of the throne were smaller chairs, as if to accommodate aides or advisors for whoever sat in the middle. Letter 1D7B8, letter 1D463, letter 1D40BXT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. Despite the primitive impression the room gave, it also projected feelings of grandeur and an ancient power. It was not easy to make Lex feel like he was being judged, since he was the one usually doing the judging, but standing in this place, he felt like a mere plebeian waiting for his sentence. The cold, hard stone of the room reminded him of the days where he was just a mortal, and his existence was fragile. Lex narrowed his eyes as he began circulating his spirit energy, his determination fighting against the oppressive aura of this place. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not accept being belittled. Although he had started out only pretending to be someone powerful and significant to play the role of the Innkeeper, he had slowly come to accept that he was far from ordinary. He did not know if it was a good thing or bad, but he had developed a bit of pride. Even knowing his cultivation level was much lower than that of many, and that his existence could be a matter of no more than a whim for such beings, He could not keep himself from developing such a mindset. As if rewarding his reaction, the aura in the room disappeared, and the chair became inviting instead of intimidating. It was as if the room was made specifically for his coronation, and he was to be awarded great honors as soon as he took his rightful place on his throne. Lex was not really swayed by the changing pressures of the room, but as nothing else seemed to be happening, he approached it. Soft, distant whispers seemed to fill the room as Lex walked, initially incomprehensible. Yet the further he walked, the clearer the voices became, up until he reached the throne, and the hall was filled with voices of various political figures, discussing the future of some sacred civilization. Lex looked around and saw nothing, even as he felt people were talking right next to where he stood. Unable to stop his curiosity, Lex sat down and saw as countless figures appeared in front of him, garbed in ancient cotton gowns in golden and silver colors. They wore basic, handmade jewelry, yet the impression they gave was of opulence and luxury. Lex noticed almost immediately that their discussions never seemed to reach any conclusion, and they continued to debate quite audibly, as if their very purpose was to make Lex aware of the situation based on the content of their conversation. Simultaneously, a stream of information entered Lex's mind. The White Tower he was in was an artifact that had existed from time immemorial and had played a role in the development of the entire universe itself. The origin of the tower was unknown, and the exact reason for its existence was also unknown. What mattered was that the function of the tower was known, and in fact was directly transmitted to Lex. Any time a group, or an organization, or a company, or a country, civilization, or race accumulated enough merit, and reached a turning point in their history that would either lead them to the pinnacle of success, or to an unprecedented nadir, the tower would automatically activate. There was no explanation for what this merit was or how it was accumulated. What was explained was that the tower's purpose was to help the specific group as much as possible. Moreover, it would not randomly send people over. Each and every person who had been summoned to the canyon was specifically chosen by the tower, for they would have the exact specific skills or necessary expertise to help specific groups. But just because someone had been chosen did not mean they would automatically be able to help. Entering the tower was the first hurdle. If someone wasn't able to enter, they would stay at the canyon till the specific group that needed their help would go through whatever situation they were stuck in. The second hurdle was actually being able to help the situation once the tower brought them into the specific scenario. If they were not able to overcome the situation, they would never be able to return. The only way of returning was to help his assigned group successfully go through the turning point in their history, or survive the repercussions of failure. Of course, he was not randomly hurled into an unknown situation. The tower arranged for an appropriate identity for Lex, so that he could seamlessly involve himself in the present circumstances. Lastly, it wasn't as if there was no reward for the people the tower had summoned. If Lex was able to successfully navigate the situation and return, the tower would provide him with something he sorely needed. There was too much about this situation and the tower that made no sense to Lex, but there was nothing he could do about it for now. Instead, he focused on his new identity. As it turned out, the identity that Lex got from the tower was the leader of a rising nation. Information about this nation, and the general information about the world was automatically provided to Lex. Moreover, information about the turning point was even specifically given to him. This country, which was quite similar to ancient Ike, was facing an unprecedented danger that they were incapable of overcoming. The country had formed a unique form of governance where their leaders and leader candidates were orphans, trained from birth to rule justly and without bias. There was no concept of inheriting power, at least as far as the ruler was concerned. Moreover, their strict moral and cultural values made it so the country had excellent security and living conditions. As a result of a government and ruler who genuinely wished to benefit the country instead of accumulating their own power, the country rose up quickly, and their quick rise was also what attracted trouble. With insufficient military and wealth that did not match their global status, they had been targeted by their 3 neighboring countries. Their existing leader had been assassinated, as well as all the orphans who were being trained. As per the scenario set by the tower, Lex took the identity of the lone survivor who qualified to take the ruler's position. He had just now been coronated, and in a few hours representatives for all 3 neighboring countries would arrive to offer condolences and aid during this difficult time. The impending negotiations would forever determine the fate of this fledgling country. Lex smiled. Was this supposed to be a challenge? Chapter 672 Plans. Having understood the situation, Lex suppressed his curiosity and concern about the tower and began to absorb information about his surroundings. A quick scan showed that everyone in the room was in the golden core realm, though their cores seemed weak and frail in comparison to even normal cultivators, let alone Lex. There were a few soldiers who looked extremely intimidating and had decent cultivations, but even those were in the minority. Most guards who stood around the room were in the Foundation realm, and even then Lex could tell they were far from outstanding. Any casual Foundation realm cultivator from Earth could suppress them one-on-one easily. Although no one said so, Lex drew the conclusion that this country had a terrible cultivation heritage. It remained to be seen if this was the case in its neighboring countries as well, or just here. Suddenly a thought occurred to Lex. Was he still in the crystal realm? If he had to guess, he would say he wasn't, as the ambient spirit energy was quite weak comparatively. And he began focusing on the conversations the people were having. The way in which they were conversing was extremely artificial, as they were discussing minute details about each ministry they oversaw. It was clear that, through their conversations, they were indirectly providing information to Lex about the various factors of the empire. Most significant factor that Lex immediately realized was the military truly was lacking in this country. Due to excellent social services and economic support, scarcely was there anyone in the entire country who could not achieve a stable and successful life. In the scenario where everyone could easily achieve a comfortable life without much pressure, why would anyone be willing to endure the arduous life of a soldier? Only those who genuinely wanted to protect the country would take such a path. Already he could tell this would be his greatest hurdle, as the martial incompetence of the country was more or less an established fact and known widely. After learning some of the details, Lex diverted his attention elsewhere. He was hoping they would have some geographic advantage, only to learn that most of the country consisted of plateaus or plains, as it was at the feet of a long mountain range inside one of the neighboring countries. While that provided a vast amount of fertile lands, there were few natural barriers except rivers, which was not really a problem for cultivators. As time passed, and Lex learned more about this country, he realized that without external intervention, this country was set to be a treasure chest, constantly raided and looted by external forces. He did not even need to spare a single brain cell to come up with countless examples of colonists who occupied rich fertile lands, all to loot and pillage them. If anything, he could not understand why this country had not suffered such a disaster before, and was even allowed to grow to the level it had already reached. After all, it already had 3 neighbors who could invade their lands. Sate his curiosity, he began listening to the guy discussing the general history of their land. Slowly and steadily, he got an overview of the entire situation, and came to the conclusion that there should be no way for it to overcome this crisis under normal circumstances. This country, which was called Farrago, was a piece of juicy meat dangling in front of a group of hungry street dogs. The only possible redeeming factor was that the neighboring countries were not overwhelmingly powerful either, and had conflicts of their own to resolve. It was only comparative to Farrago that they were more powerful. Donning a look of absolute calm, Lex closed his eyes and allowed his figure to project confidence to all the various ministers in the room. In his mind, he was devising various strategies on how to overcome the situation. A lot of how he behaved would depend on the representatives and their respective plans. Previously, Lex used to form a few plans in which he would take advantage of people's psychological blind spots and manipulate them based on having them form assumptions. But now, due to how fast and the vast experience he had accumulated in handling people, he could form multi-layered plans and various contingencies. Suddenly opened his eyes and looked at an old man who was in charge of the personal guard for the king. The man looked like he had aged considerably, and though he stood firm in his post and exuded an aura of bloodlust, it was easy to determine that he had taken the assassination of the previous king as a personal failure. According to Lex's analysis, the old man had not purposefully failed in his duty, but the enemy had just outmaneuvered him. He could still be trusted. Using his spirit sense, Lex passed the old man a few orders. Surprise and hesitation painted his face when he heard his orders, attracting the attention of everyone in the room, but he did not voice any of his doubts. He simply bowed to Lex and quickly left the hall to carry out his orders. Letter 1D7B8, Letter 1D463, Letter 1D40BXT. Letter 1D5C7, Letter 1D4D4T, perhaps, before he would have offered resistance and counsel. But he had lost a lot of confidence lately, and could not bring it in himself to disobey orders. Lex once again closed his eyes and resumed planning. The envoys from the neighboring countries would arrive soon, and everyone was waiting on pins and needles for their arrival. If Lex had arrived a little earlier, he would never have gathered everyone to wait for the arrival of a mere delegation. It put them in a weaker position. But it was already too late for that. He would salvage the situation as best as he could. In the meantime, he was already compiling a comprehensive strategy for military reform. Few more hours passed, and the sun was nearing the horizon. The sky was filled with hues of orange and yellow, forming a beautiful tapestry hanging over the city which was engulfed in a mood of despair. The dichotomy of the situation was absolutely tragic. All the ministers, who had been waiting all day now, looked irritated and miserable and allowed a sense of helpless frustration to fill them. It was clear that while they all were noble people, focused on the benefit of their nation, they had little to no experience facing real hardship. The door to the hall opened, and a messenger swiftly approached Lex and passed him a simple scroll. After taking a look, Lex nodded to dismiss the messenger, then turned his attention back to the ministers. "All of you take a seat. Make yourselves comfortable." Confusion and hesitation filled their eyes as they looked at one another, trying to determine if anyone knew what was going on. "That was not a request, that was an order," Lex said in a cold, firm tone. "I do not have time to elaborate on my plans, nor can I afford for a poor performance from you to compromise the outcome. So for now, all of you must simply obey my orders instantly and without question. The time for you to use your intellect will come later. For now, all I require is obedience." This was far from Lex's usual style of doing things, as he was usually very considerate of his underlings. But the way he saw it, being firm was not the same as mistreating his subordinates. Moreover, he did not have a comprehensive understanding of their personalities, and so he could not include them in his plans. As such, their only role would be to serve as an audience. Upon hearing Lex's command, and feeling his subtle aura of oppression, everyone obeyed and took a seat. But just sitting did not change the fact that they looked extremely tense, and a glance was enough to determine their true thoughts. That was where Lex's various experiences came into play. In the Crystal Realm, back when he was in the academy, he was first introduced to the complicated ways in which nobles and higher-leveled cultivators used spiritual energy and aura to build and hold prestige. The way that mundane humans wore regal suits and dresses, and styled their hair, applied makeup, and used fragrances to establish a persona for themselves. So too did cultivators use their additional capabilities to embellish their image. Person's aura itself could have a scent, which other cultivators could sense. The flow of energy in a room could affect its inhabitants the way a breeze could affect people on a hot summer day. Each and everything played a role in establishing oneself. Lex normally did not need to think of such things, as his host attire would automatically do all of these when he presented himself as the innkeeper. In fact, the host attire probably even took care of various such subtleties that Lex was not even aware of. Currently, the host attire could not help him. It was fortunate, then, that he had long been studying these things so that he could seamlessly merge into higher cultivator society if he ever needed to. Chapter 673, A Great Show. While Lex was planning out how to fulfill the requirements of the tower and get out of it, the inn seemed to be running well on autopilot. All the staff was well trained, and Mary knew what to do in most situations. Moreover, it had only been a short while since the connection between Lex and the system was blocked, so the chances of something going wrong were abysmally low. Unfortunately, sometimes it did not matter how low the chances were. After the previous star rank upgrade, countless immortals had received just the push they needed to move up in rank. That had naturally led to a rain of lightning tribulations. There were naturally other tribulations, but they were not as prominent as the lightning ones. But it had been months now, so the frequency of tribulations had dropped drastically. The tribulations had not, however, completely disappeared. This was because the process of cultivation at higher levels took a much longer period. It would not be surprising if there continued to be tribulations for many years, still just based on the previous star rank increase. Even among the tribulations, there were various levels. For example, the tribulation that Ragnar had faced had been the most devastating so far, due to his incredibly high cultivation level. Now it just so happened that mere minutes after Lex's connection was cut, one such tribulation once again started to arrive. Lex had already reinforced all the tribulation rooms with formations and protections similar to the one Ragnar faced, hoping it would be enough to contain the destruction. Now, it would be put to the test. Space. Lex's spirit energy swept through the hall as he used various spiritual techniques to influence the environment. Slowly, the overwhelmed ministers began to notice that, despite their own lamentable state, the atmosphere in the room began to change. Soon, it no longer felt like this was a hall where they were waiting for a death sentence. Instead, it felt like this was a grand hall, befitting a great and glorious king, one who was the ruler of a strong and prosperous nation. Instead of handles and chandeliers, the room had large metal bowls which contained fire to light up the room. As if it had been injected with the perfect kindling, the flames grew into a larger blaze that nearly overflowed from the bowl, projecting its brilliant orange light across the hall. A breeze seemed to blow in the hall, taking away the stale air and bringing in with a subtle scent of vanilla. It also seemed to blow away any and all dust and dirt that had accumulated in the hall, leaving it immaculate. The ministers watched bewildered as the changes swept the hall, and were taken by complete surprise when the energy in the hall gathered around themselves as well. Their appearances seemed to change subtly. Their wrinkles seemed to fade or disappear entirely, and their skin seemed to tighten. Though the skin did not suddenly become clear, it did look fresher. Their clothes did not change, but somehow seemed to appear more grand than mere moments ago. Even their auras changed, and they went from being anxious and concerned to being completely relaxed and yet dignified. The hall, previously a theater where a performance of nations was to take place, had become the court befitting someone who was to be called Majesty. The next change was amongst the soldiers. They stood at guard with their backs to the walls, facing the hall. Of the entire group, they were actually who needed Lex's help the least. Weak though their cultivation may have seemed in Lex's eyes, it was not for a lack of resolution or bravery. Their rough, tanned skin, their rippling, chiseled muscles, their firm, focused eyes all spoke of men who had faced the trials of battle. Amongst their own ranks, where everyone had cultivation techniques of a similar quality, they were champions. As such, they did not really need much bolstering, but Lex did it anyway. Their auras strengthened till they became suffocatingly overwhelming, and then he suppressed it to their bodies. If no one looked at them, they would not even know of their existence. But if one looked in their eyes, they would feel the full force of their augmented aura. Well, these effects had been brought about by the various spiritual techniques Lex learnt, and some, such as the breeze-carrying vanilla scent, had been done by arrays. Even though Lex had learned about such things, he had not gone into too much detail, so for now this is all he could really do. Although it might seem impressive to an outsider, he knew that those who considered themselves true nobles among cultivators took things to levels unimaginable to an outsider. But for Farrago and its neighboring countries, which seemed somewhat lacking in regard to cultivation, this much should already be more than enough. When the envoys arrive, do not say anything or interfere in any way, Lex commanded, his voice still just as firm as before. Just pretend as if you are watching an interesting performance. Lex swept his gaze over the ministers to judge if there was still any hesitation or reluctance in them, but found that his performance had thoroughly subdued them, and that though they were still confused, they chose to obey without delay. Lex nodded gently. Though they had been made to wait nearly an entire day for the envoys, they had arrived precisely during the golden hour, making everything the sun touched even more pleasant to look at. Lex looked down at himself and found that, instead of his suit, he was wearing a majestic robe of gold and white. Although he preferred his own attire, he supposed being dressed according to the situation was more important. The doors leading to the hall suddenly produced a loud creak before being swung open by the guards stationed outside. Presenting the envoys from Solis, Javi, and Nefario, he said loudly, announcing the identities of those who were arriving. 3 men, 2 who could be considered a little chubby, while the third looked quite slim and fit, walked in followed by a number of retainers. The group had 3 distinct dressing styles, so it was easy to distinguish which countries they belonged to. Based on the knowledge he had acquired, Lex could easily identify which group belonged to which country. Normally, based on his knack for hospitality, Lex would have stood up and warmly greeted these new guests, but considering his current circumstances, he did not. In fact, not only did he continue to sit, though he of course maintained excellent posture, he also tracked the group's arrival with his eyes, an amused smile on his lips. "Forgive us, Your Majesty, for arriving so late. We came as soon as we heard of the awful attack," said one of the chubby men, the representative for Solis. Before the man could continue his, no doubt, prepared spiel, Lex interrupted him. "There is no need for apologies. Your poor infrastructure and lack of roads is common knowledge. The fact that you still managed to arrive so quickly speaks greatly of how you must have rushed to arrive after the incident." Lex's voice was quite calm and even had a hint of praise, as if he was complimenting a child on trying his best. The envoy from Solis froze momentarily, as his eyes bulged. Despite also being in the Golden Core himself, it took almost an entire second for him to get over the shock of open insult he had just suffered, as well as the veiled condescension. It was true that their countries did not have many roads linking their various cities, especially if they were far from one another. So then, how could they possibly have roads heading towards Farrago? All they had was one major road that was used for trade. After all, cultivators could easily make do without such things, so there was no need to waste money investing in them. The fact that mortals suffered greatly as a result was of little to no consequence. The comment about their quick arrival was the most shocking. Though the king claimed to be praising them for their quick arrival, it was a fact that they could not have arrived so quickly if they had indeed departed after the incident happened. He was clearly making fun of their poor attempts to veil their involvement, or knowledge of, the incident. The reason why he was shocked the most was because this was not the reaction he was expecting from Farrago. Not only had they suffered a devastating loss in terms of leadership, they were in a weaker position, especially when facing all 3 countries at the same time. They should have been the most cautious, yet instead their king immediately broached the most sensitive topic as soon as they arrived, completely unafraid of offending them. As envoys, they were naturally smart and trained in diplomacy. They immediately realized something was amiss, and that they might have possibly fallen into some trap. It was at that moment that the 3 envoys suddenly realized that in the hall they had an audience. All the ministers of Farrago had gathered, and were sitting in the corners of the room as if they had come to watch a great show. Chapter 674 Bandits. Countless thoughts surfaced in their minds as the three envoys tried to explain what was happening around them. Though they were shocked, and they could not explain why the newly appointed king was acting so fiercely, it was a little early to jump to conclusions. As it was, they were the ones who held the upper hand in the situation, for all three countries had a united stance on the matter. Regardless of whatever they were plotting, the downfall of Farrago was already determined. The only thing that remained to be decided was how costly it would be for the three countries. "When we heard of the situation, we spared no expense to hurry to your aid," said the envoy from Nefario, the slim man of the three. "After all, with the limited military of Farrago, no one was certain if you would be able to survive without aid if you suffered more of such attacks." Lex's smile widened just as bit as his gaze fixed on the man speaking. Compared to his companions, the envoy from Nefario was clearly more competent and quick-witted. His explanation for Lex's previous remark pointed out Farrago's weak military, as well as the fact that its current existence relied on the three countries' grace. The moment they decided to attack Farrago, it would not survive. In fact, the whole point of this meeting was an attempt to get Farrago to peacefully allow the military of the neighboring countries to enter and peacefully hand over its cities. All of this would be done under the guise of protection and military aid. This way, the three countries would not have to invest in a campaign against Farrago and win all the prizes, while the current king himself would be allowed some concessions for allowing such an easy handover. He could become a minor noble or something and live out his days in luxury. The way the envoy saw it, the king was not trying to trap or attack them, but was merely building up his own importance before the negotiations began. To Lex, however, this was only an amusing attempt to maintain control. He had no intention of playing by the rules. Yes, indeed, the security in Farrago is atrocious lately. There are bandits, attacks, and raids everywhere. I'm glad to see you arrived without incident. Despite the envoy's goading, Lex retained his casual tone and did not hesitate to lace his concern with sarcasm. While the ministers were confused, for Farrago never had any problems with bandits, the envoys too were confused. The king blatantly admitting to having to suffer at the hand of bandits was actually weakening their position. But the thing was, Lex never intended to negotiate to begin with. Relying on the mercy of others would forever mire Farrago in a weak position. The solution he had come up with to resolve this issue was not to intimidate them or even get on their good side. It was instead to turn them against one another. The reason he had mentioned bandits was because of a plan he had set into motion even before the envoys arrived. He ordered his general to have his strongest unit dress up as bandits, and on the way back ambush the envoys' party as they return. But how could the strategy Lex took so much time thinking up be so simple and straightforward? It would be obvious to anyone that the bandits were not really so due to their strength and training. The real plan would be implemented when the envoys, who would just barely push the bandits back, would actually discover, by accident, that the bandits were actually soldiers from Havi. But then again, just that would not be enough to throw suspicion their way, so Lex had already arranged for some of the retainers from Havi to be poisoned, and to make it look like normal travel fatigue. The envoy of Havi would naturally have to stay back until his retainers recovered, conveniently missing out on the ambush. Now, with some evidence and a convenient coincidence keeping the Havi envoy from being attacked, the suspicion pointing towards him would be greater. But suspicion was not enough. He needed the others to be certain of their guess. It was at this point one might beg the question, why was Lex targeting Havi instead of Solis or Nefario? Weren't they all equally susceptible to taking the blame? Did he then choose the country randomly? The answer was no. He had targeted Havi specifically because of the complex socio-political history of the region. Havi shared a border not only with Farrago, but also with Nefario and another country. Up until recently, relations between Havi and Nefario were tense because there was a blazing iron mine close to their borders. They often had skirmishes and small disputes to contest the ownership of that mine, until it was eventually completely depleted. Letter 1D7B8, Letter 1D463, Letter 1D40BXT, Letter 1D5C7, Letter 1D4D4T. With bad history already existing between them, all Lex needed to do was plant the idea that Havi was secretly conspiring with Farrago against Nefario, at the expense of Solis. Then, through a series of coincidences and misunderstandings, he could sit and watch as the three countries tore each other up. All the while, they would not be concerned about Farrago, which was apparently continuously being weakened by bandits. They could take care of it when they settled matters between themselves. That would give Lex enough time to begin implementing a series of military reforms, which would not only strengthen their army and martial culture in the country, but ensure that full control of the army stayed with the king and did not fall into the hands of some generals. Of course, Lex was not going to be around to see all this. He would just make the plan and set the wheels in motion, which would lead to the dominance of Farrago in the region in close to a couple of decades. Even if you have bandits seeing us flying the colors of our countries, they would never dare to attack our delegation, the envoy from Solis said boldly and with arrogance. Indeed, they would be completely crazy to attack all three of you together, said Lex with a soft smile. Chapter 675, finishing up. Your Majesty, clearly the situation in Farrago is extremely dire, said the envoy from Nefario, wearing a solemn look. Let us not waste time and directly deal with the matter at hand. A hidden force has taken action against Farrago and assassinated your predecessor, as well as many of your peers. While we currently suspect demonic cultivators from a rising demonic sect, we cannot deal with that matter until the situation here is stabilized. You yourself have claimed that Farrago is even having problems with bandits. The situation is going from bad to worse. Noble nation of Nefario is already dealing with the savage beasts that constantly invade us from the neighboring mystic forest. We cannot afford a neighbor becoming a den of criminals and demonic cultivators, as that will cause us to divert resources away from the forest. As such, the royal family had decided to act preemptively. So long as you give us permission, we can have 3 battalions cross the border and help stabilize the situation here. We can root out the criminal element and investigate the demonic cultivators, all while keeping the citizens of Farrago safe. The nation of Havi is also ready to pledge 2 battalions. Solis can also send in 4. Fear not, we will not allow evil to fester in these prosperous lands. How magnanimous, said Lex, as if he was really praising them. Yet the look on his face and the tone of his voice said otherwise. I'm afraid even if I were to accept your help, it would not be so simple for your armies to come in, he said, looking at the envoy from Nefario. It seems a mortal trader who was using the river to cross into Havi transporting a shipment of red lily powder was attacked by bandits as well. As a result, the entire shipment was destroyed and the river was polluted with the powder. The entire river has become a quarantine zone and the cleanup process will take a while. Although the river was heading from Farrago to Havi, it crossed the border of Farrago before heading there, so the excuse was quite believable. Moreover, red lily powder was an extremely unstable compound which was used in the production of various medicines, but on its own was quite poisonous. On the surface, everything seemed fine. But besides making medicine, red lily powder could also be used to make an extremely strong irritant, which was known to drive beasts crazy and attack with abandon. Nefario, as a nation, was quite sensitive to anything that could aggravate beasts, for they faced attacks from wild beasts throughout the year due to the border they shared with the mystic forest, a forest that was home to an endless number of wild beasts. Letter 1D7B8, letter 1D463, letter 1D40BXT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. In truth, there was no such contamination at this point at least. Lex had ordered the powder spilled into the river, also through his newly established bandit unit. Although agriculture in Farrago would suffer because of this, so would Havi. Moreover, Nefario would begin to suspect Havi was creating those irritants to aggravate beast attacks against it. It was a win-win. This time, Lex suppressed his smile, as he was supposed to have no idea of the insinuations of the powder, and was merely pointing something out. The envoy had to believe he uncovered this plot on his own. With such a start, the meeting with the envoys went on for hours. Though they made no headway with Farrago itself, countless conspiracies had been subtly uncovered during this time, slowly affecting the unity that the envoys came with. They studied one another from the corners of their eyes and took mental notes to report as soon as they returned. By now, they were not even thinking of the merit they could gain by bringing this information home. Instead, they were worried about the imminent war that seemed to have been brewing on their borders, all without their knowledge. The envoy from Solis, which was the richest of all the countries here, slowly began to believe that in truth, Farrago, Nefario, and Havi all were secretly working against it, and in actuality planned to ambush the 4 battalions they were originally planning on sending. The ministers, on the other hand, mostly had no idea what was happening. They only kept wondering if they had missed out on some important news, for they had no idea about half the things the king mentioned. Like this, the first day of negotiations ended, and the envoys were escorted separately to their quarters. A full night would be plenty of time for them to reflect on what they had heard today and begin drawing conclusions. In the meantime, Lex inspected the poison to be sent towards the Havi retainers. It seemed quite potent. With a smile, he nodded his head, and then returned to the hall to have a meeting with the ministers. During this night, he had to pass on the plan for developing their country for the next few years, so the direction of their development would focus on the right path. As for the continuation of the meeting with the envoys in the morning, it would never happen. When they woke up, they would be delivered news that due to the declining situation, Farrago had entered under martial law, and the king had already left to command his armies against the bandits. That would be enough for them to understand that Farrago did not intend on cooperating, leaving Tem no option but to depart, and quickly. The reason Lex was doing all this so quickly was because he was certain that as soon as he set things up enough and put all his plans in motion, the tower would consider his task complete and pull him back. He did not have time to waste on such stupid things as babysitting a country. Speaking of which, he wondered what happened to Fenrir. He had entered the tower with it, but had been separated afterwards. Was it also sent to save someone by the tower? Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 676, Providence. Full moon illuminated the land with its gentle silver light, yet the massive trees in the forest blocked the light from reaching the forest floor. Only a few scant, thin streaks of light reached the ground. Shadows flickered through the silver streaks, one after another as a wolf pack ran through them. An abnormal silence took hold of the forest wherever the wolf pack passed, as even the crickets singing in the night froze out of fear. A war for territory was being waged between the bark brown wolves and the winged leopards, and the collateral damage had already claimed countless lives. Such a thing was quite common in the mystic forest, for the forest had an unusual effect on beasts. Often, a seemingly mundane and ordinary beast would randomly undergo a mutation or unlock a deeply hidden bloodline, thus becoming more powerful. With its new status, it would naturally have to expand its territory and would begin a search for a suitable area. Survival of the fittest was the rule that dictated the forest, and with the forest's perpetual augmentation of beasts randomly, the fittest were often tested. One would think that with such never-ending fights, the population of beasts in the forest would plummet, but for some reason that was far from the truth. In fact, the population of beasts would often grow so high despite the constant fights that beasts would be forced out of it, and end up invading the neighboring lands occupied by humans. Letter 1D7B8, letter 1D463, letter 1D40BXT. Letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. None of that mattered to the wolves, though. Whatever secrets the forest held, whether it was why the population of the beasts never fell, or why some beasts randomly grew stronger, could not concern them even if they unlocked a higher intelligence. Such concerns would only bother those who did not have to struggle to survive every day. What did it matter if there was some conspiracy at large, if they could not survive to see tomorrow? The fight with the invading winged leopards had put a lot of pressure on them, and their pack almost considered migrating somewhere else. But then, a new, younger, and more powerful pack leader arrived. Under its leadership, not only did their own casualties dwindle, they even began to retake some of the territories they had lost. At the front, Fenrir led the way, its abilities muting the sounds of the pack as it traversed the forest. Although the wolves in the pack it was leading were not dumb, Fenrir's own intelligence far surpassed them. Despite its inability to speak, Fenrir had a deep understanding of strategies and formations. Moreover, it was constantly being influenced by Lex, so it knew how to frustrate its enemies to death. For once, it had surpassed Lex in a certain aspect. While Lex had sped through his mission designated by the tower, ensuring the best outcome in the least amount of time, Fenrir was taking its time. That was because it noticed something as soon as it became the pack leader. The worship and obedience of its pack had somehow activated Fenrir's bloodline on a deeper level, and it began to unlock the true powers of its bloodline. It did not know if this was a result of the forest's unique quality or being the pack leader, but it knew that it had best utilize this chance to the best of its abilities. Comparatively, Lex was in too much of a rush to exit to consider any possible benefits he was receiving, let alone the fact that he was not really attracted by random benefits at the moment, either. As a result, he had not noticed at all that while he was in a position of leadership at Farago, similar to how he led the inn, his leadership styles in both situations were extremely different. At the inn, he was more or less mellow and took things slowly. He also could not use his workers the way he used the soldiers of that country. In comparison, in a single day he changed the destiny of the entire nation by being more strict with its policy and its people. Although it could not be claimed that Lex was cold-blooded and emotionless when designing the future policies for Farago, he certainly did not shy away from putting them in harm's way to get the best results. He was completely oblivious to the drastic difference in result a simple mindset change had brought about. He could not be blamed for it, though, as it was the hardest to pick out flaws in one's own behavior without it being pointed out. After all, everyone always assumed they were behaving the most logically, given their circumstances. After Lex concluded his final meeting and dismissed the final ministers, as he expected, he was teleported away. He did not know how the ministers of Farago would behave after his disappearance, or how they would handle the selection of a new king without interfering with his established policies, but that was not his concern. The tower would take care of it. After being teleported out, a stream of information entered his brain. The first thing he learnt was that the tower was called the Tower of Providence, and it had a very specific purpose. While entropy was the nature, or rather one aspect of the nature of the universe, it was not the nature of life. The tower worked against the forces of chaos to give the worthy a chance of survival. Although the effects of its efforts were extremely subtle on a universal scale, they were surely there, and guided the direction of the universe with a gentle hand. Such things were too far removed from Lex and were too abstract for him to comprehend or deal with. All he cared about was how to leave. But the tower was not done yet. More information entered his mind. Having completed the objective of the tower, Lex had now become an agent of Providence and had become connected to the tower. Their relationship had only just begun. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 677, Lament. Lex suppressed a groan. He had lost count of how many universal entities he had established a relationship with. The Midnight Inn was obvious. Then there were a number of Daelords and Demi-Dao lords. Then there was the Henali. One could not also forget the mysterious man who suddenly showed up inside his room one day. He should also not forget that he had an unknown enemy out there somewhere from whom he had stolen Fenrir. He had no idea what level that guy was at. There were also a number of systems he had been skirting around, but avoiding getting too involved with, such as the Emporium and Reaving Dread mercenary group, the group through which the inn hired extra guards for its events. As if all of that was not enough, now he had to deal with this Tower of Providence. Once he was done lamenting, he turned his attention back to the information he received. He had completed a task for the tower, so in exchange the tower would reward him, and at the same time make him one of its agents. As an agent, a connection between him and the tower would be established, and he could apply to complete another task whenever he wanted. As a result, he would continue to be rewarded. Moreover, the rewards would not be random, but would be what he needed most at that time. If he chose to not take up any missions on his own, once every 100 years the tower would randomly summon him to complete another task. Looking at it objectively, this wasn't such a bad thing. In fact, if other people encountered such a thing, they would consider it their lucky break, as they had encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Who would say no to being rewarded exactly what one needed most at the time? The thing was, Lex was really too busy to care about such things. Moreover, he had numerous ways to get great opportunities. Even if his quest rewards weren't counted, he could always just go fishing inside the well at the inn. As such, he really couldn't be bothered. It was like a multimillionaire who was forced to attend tedious meetings unrelated to his main business. Sure, he would be rewarded a few $100,000 now and again, but when compared to his main priorities, it really wasn't worth it. But since it really wasn't in his control, he stopped brooding and turned his attention to his reward. Since it was apparently the thing he needed most at the moment, it would surely be great, right? Considering he was once again in the process of being teleported and could not really move, he could not directly investigate the item that had landed in his hand. All he could do was check the information on it, which had also been sent to his mind. It was a golden-color translucent ball which acted as a container for an extremely precious and rare item called Taro's fertilizer. It had many uses, all of which had been listed systematically. The one that was most relevant to Lex, however, was that it drastically sped up the sprouting of a realm seed. Without it, the realm seed would take over 1,000,000 years to sprout, but with it only a few months would be needed. Lex froze. Well, technically he was already frozen in space, but now his mind also froze. The realm seed would take over 1,000,000 years to sprout normally. Why didn't he know this? Was this something the system would have taken care of, or was it something he would have had to figure out on his own? Logically, if one thought about it, it made sense. A normal realm was no small matter, and was different from the minor realms which were found everywhere. So for one to be created, it made sense that it would take a long time. But considering that the reward was from the system, he did not think too much about it. Now it appeared as if things weren't so simple. Fortunately, he had run into the Tower of Providence and received this reward. It really was the thing he needed most right now. He spent the remainder of his time considering if there were any other misconceptions he had about information given to him by the system. He had been misdirected so easily, despite the fact that he had his guard up. Once the teleportation finally ended, Lex found himself on the grassy plains through which he had been teleported away to begin with. He looked around to search for Fenrir, but did not find him. He was not too worried, though, since according to the connection he had with Fenrir, the pup was fine. He would have to leave it behind, as he didn't have time to wait around for it, but as soon as it finished its task in the tower, Lex could directly summon it to himself. Next, he checked up on the system to ensure everything was fine, only to discover the abnormally powerful tribulation taking place. He was instantly reminded of the tribulation Ragnar underwent, and began adding additional protective formations around the tribulation room. This was insane. The power of these stronger tribulations was too much for him to bear at the moment with the facilities he had on hand. Maybe, in the future, he should set up a restriction on the level of guests allowed to attend the star rank upgrade ceremonies. Curious, he checked the identity of the person undergoing the tribulation, and discovered that it was the devil that Ragnar had challenged. Letter 1D7B8, letter 1D463, letter 1D40BXT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. His name was Warhill, and he seemed completely unbothered by the lightning that was ferociously striking his body. He was sitting casually with his legs folded, as if it was not something worth considering at all. A solemn look entered Lex's eyes. This devil was too powerful. Ragnar's performance was already impressive when he broke through, but this devil was even stronger. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 678 out of time. Ragnar's tribulation, as Lex recalled, consisted of a single black lightning strike that destroyed almost every protection he set against it. Over 10 billion MP worth of protective formations had barely been enough to contain its awesome might, and in a sense, it had still failed. That was because the lightning strike had caused everyone to undergo a hallucination. While the hallucination itself was quite an experience, and provided many with a unique insight into facing tribulations, he did not want the incident to repeat. After all, many guests were either swimming, driving, fishing, or doing other tasks, an interruption during which could cause serious harm. After all, there was even an area for guests to learn the Tao of the Sword from cowing at the base of the Midnight Mountain. An unfortunately timed interruption could cause serious harm. As such, Lex had specially put formations that block spirit-based attacks around each abode. But what he could not do was afford to put 10 billion MP worth of formations around each abode, so what he did was simple. Since he had unlocked the feature of room creation, when he was tasked to design the tribulation room, he tweaked each and every room he had. As soon as any room sensed a tribulation, they would automatically begin setting up protective formations around itself. Since this did not qualify as a service to the guest, since the room was protecting itself and not the guest, the price did not increase. As a result, Lex would be the one who had to pay. When he thought of the idea, Lex felt like a genius. Now, though, he realized it was not so smart. This devil's tribulation, while similar to Ragnar's, was also different. There was black lightning, yes, but somehow it did not seem as dangerous. Yet at the same time, instead of a single strike, there were multiple. He did not know if the overall difficulty was decreased, increased, or stayed the same. Yet he could tell based on the massive bill he had accrued that he definitely had been screwed over. Already 13 billion MP had been spent, and the tribulation was nowhere near over. But the higher expense did not reflect the true difficulty of the tribulation. This was because when Lex chose the formations himself, he would select formations which would support one another, thus allowing each one to absorb more damage. The formations chosen by the room itself were completely random. As long as their function was to protect the room, it would suffice. Shaking his head, Lex immediately took over and changed the formations. At the same time, his capitalistic gleam was revived. Mary informed someone from the Jotun Empire. The devil that Ragnar challenged to a death match is about to be free. So long as he accepts, their match can be conducted. Unlike all the previous fights in the murder grounds, Lex wanted to stream this one so that he could earn some MP off of it. But the match would not be so quick. It would still take some time for the devil to overcome his tribulation, as best as he could tell. He checked up on the rest of the inn, and after ensuring everything was in order, decided to continue his journey. He had already noticed that Fenrir had not returned from the tower, but he was not concerned. Well, he was not too concerned. He was confident Fenrir would be able to overcome whatever trial it faced, and once it did and exited the tower, Lex would be able to use his connection to summon the pup to himself. Speaking of the tower, he had gotten a lead of what destiny rank meant. As usual, he could check the Emporium for it, but Lex did not bother with it for now. He'd get to it eventually. For now, his anxiety about running out of time was forcing him to rush to the Crystal Realm as quickly as possible. Taking out his ship, he once again continued on his journey, though this time he did not relax his vigilance at all. Days passed, and Alexander once again asked for his help, as the situation on his planet was getting extremely difficult. Unfortunately for him, Lex could not yet spare any time. In fact, Lex no longer even took the time to enjoy the scenery as he traversed the land because he was too focused on getting to his destination. Once he even had to resort to brute force and intimidation to avoid having his teleportation delayed. 2 weeks later, he finally reached the lands bordering the Crystal Nation. No race besides the Trollops were allowed to take control of the land near the Crystal Race, and even they were allowed to do so with very stringent requirements. They had to use their ability to terraform the land according to the aesthetics of the Crystal Race, which changed from time to time. Moreover, as strange as it felt, anyone wishing to enter the Crystal Nation had to go through an immigration process within the territory controlled by the Trollops. It was thus Lex found himself standing patiently in a long line of various races, many he had never even heard of, both humanoid as well as quadrupeds. He stood at the base of a hill, and the line extended well over the peak of it and beyond to the other side, so he had no idea how long it would take. But for once, he had no choice but to be patient. No one dared be presumptuous bordering the territory of the Crystal Race. Fortunately, after asking around, Lex discovered that there was no need for a passport or anything along those lines. If there was, he didn't know what he would do. As for what the immigration process actually entailed, no one knew exactly. They would be made to walk through a number of formations, the purpose of which was unknown. If for any reason one of the formations detected that there was something wrong with you, you would be marked. Once marked, the security team, which consisted of a race known as Earth Golems, would escort you to a room where the Trellup in charge of the territory would interview you. At no point in the entire process would anyone be harmed, at least according to the established precedent, though whether you would be allowed to enter or not was up to fate. No one knew exactly what would prevent one from being cleared for entry, which is why everyone was always tense. Since they would be spending the next few hours together, Lex got comfortable and befriended the reptilian creatures next to him. As for what race they were, they themselves did not seem to know. Or at least, since they knew who they were, they did not feel like knowing what others called them mattered. Apparently, they had been specifically selected to inhabit some territory within the Crystal Nation. But despite their invitation, their destination remained a mystery to them. Who invited them or why were all questions that they did not consider asking. After all, most of the lesser races in this entire realm practically worshipped the Crystal race. Upon getting a chance to live in their empire, none would bother asking arbitrary questions. Despite their lack of, due to their limited intelligence, there was not a lot Lex could learn from them, so instead he began practicing his Innkeeper charm to keep the conversation going. The truth was, he needed to distract himself as best as he could during this long wait because his increasing anxiety had suddenly vanished. But the disappearance was not a good thing. From the sensation his instincts were giving him, it felt as if he had already run out of time for something. Space. Far away from the Crystal race, on the borders of the Hum Nation, an army larger than ever appeared as if overnight. The land was blanketed in darkness, as if the night sky was reflected on the ground, but the truth was nowhere near as beautiful or poetic. The black, poisonous slime covered the millions of craven that were crossing had covered the ground evenly, not allowing a single speck of earth to remain untainted. The army broke through the border and invaded the nation with an unyielding ferocity, the likes of which even the craven themselves had never shown. Moreover, it was not just the humans that were being targeted. Every nation other than the Crystal one was suddenly being invaded, all at once. Letter 1D7B8, letter 1D463, letter 1D40BXT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. The feeble defense of the walls and formations crumbled under the tide of immortal craven, and soon after, so too did the towns and cities begin to fall. The unprecedented attack on all fronts began without any warning and continued to crash forth as if it had no intention of stopping. It seemed the craven were determined to end this war, once and for all. Chapter 679 answers. An unstoppable tide was sweeping across the Crystal realm, targeting those lands owned by the nations as well as those farther, disconnected lands held by mere nobles or less powerful races. There was no forewarning for this attack, nor had there been such a massive invading force of craven ever before. The number of immortals deployed was far beyond a number that any one nation could employ. Perhaps if multiple nations worked together, they could muster up the number of immortals required to fight off the force invading a single one of them. Yet, as things stood, there seemed to be little to no recourse. The only remaining advantage they had was that the Crystal realm was so ridiculously vast. It would take even immortals a lot of time to traverse if they were not taking teleportation formations. Moreover, since the force was invading, they had to ensure they thoroughly swept each and every spot, so not only did they move slowly, they could not utilize teleportation formations. State of emergency was declared in every single nation, and mass evacuations were underway. Martial law, Code Black, and various other such names were thrown around in almost every conversation, and the countries decided how much of their territory to give up while they prepared their own defenses. Despite their clear disadvantage, it was not as if there was nothing they could do to retaliate. The Sol and Frio birds depended on the massive populations, just as much as the people living there required those birds. This was a secret well kept, but was now put to use in every battlefront. Although enemies of this level would not do any harm to the craven, yet the birds pulled out of the territories being invaded, plunging the land into darkness. Such was the case with all the territories controlled by the craven. Yet despite being inundated by endless monsters spawned from the darkness, they always seemed to have enough forces to spare for attacks. For now, the trend seemed to be set. The craven were advancing forward, and none of those being invaded seemed capable enough to stop them. The process had just begun, so there was no indication yet of how the nations would retaliate once they got a hold of the situation, but many were already praying that the Crystal race would get involved. Well, at least the citizens were praying for such. Meanwhile, at the border for the Crystal Nation, Lex continued to wait in line. In stark contrast to much of the realm, he enjoyed the peaceful environment and continued to wait in line. In fact, he bought some of the local fruits from a peddler who continued to walk beside the line, hoping to attract the attention of those waiting. It was quite a pleasant experience. Several hours later, when Lex was nearing his turn to proceed through the investigative formations, a worried Mary contacted him. "Lex, there's a situation I think you need to be updated on," she said, hesitant yet concerned. "We have some new pro bono guests, which is quite normal, but the issue is the information they revealed. When they arrived, they were in quite a wounded state. Such situations are quite normal among pro bono guests, so they were brought to the recovery pods. It's when they woke and began conversing amongst themselves that I noticed something unusual. They seemed to be mentioning a massive army of Craven. They were overwhelmed, and their city immediately fell under their siege." "As unfortunate a thing as it is," Lex replied. "Such things happen quite regularly here. The war with the Craven hasn't stopped in hundreds of years. If that were all, it would not be worth notifying you. I thought the behavior of the survivors was unusual, and so sent Velma to investigate and interview them. As it turns out, the county they were in was 4 counties away from the battlefront. The Craven should not have been able to just appear there overnight. Most importantly, while the survivors themselves were too weak to be sure, they claim that the number of immortals was way too high. Their city was unable to put up a defense at all." Lex frowned. He did not have enough information about the situation to judge it accurately. "Keep an eye on guests from the Crystal Realm. See if you can learn any more information about the situation. What race are the guests from?" "The guests are sentinels. They don't feel too comfortable at the inn considering the number of humans and humanoid beings, but they are too afraid to return home. I recall we made a spot at the inn for all the spirits and encouraged them to go there. Recommend that area to the sentinel race. They might be more comfortable there. In the meantime, keep investigating. If you learn anything relevant, don't hesitate to contact me." For a moment, Lex wondered if the anxiety he had been feeling had anything to do with the aforementioned Craven invasion, but concluded that he did not have information. Although the timing seemed to match, there was no saying for certain if the matters were related. After all, Lex's instincts would only come into play if he would be the one affected. How could he possibly be influenced by an invasion far off? Turned his attention back to the line, as soon it would be his turn. Feeling as if he was walking through security at an airport, Lex eventually walked over the illuminated path through a number of formations. As he passed, he could feel himself being probed by various senses, though he was not sure exactly what the formations were looking for. There seemed to be no problem, though, and at the end Lex was led to a private room by a massive earth golem. Inside the room, surprisingly, sat a human in a security guard uniform studying a document. Without looking up, the man asked, "Name and purpose of visit." "My name is Lex," he said, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. "My purpose here is to visit an elder of the Crystal race. He invited me to meet him upon completion of a task he gave." "Do you have anything that can corroborate your claim of an invitation? Or do you know the name and address of the elder you are referring to? We can ascertain the veracity of your claims ourselves as well." "I have this," said Lex, as he handed over the letter given to him by the Crystal race elder so long ago. It was sealed, and Lex had not tried to open it, yet he had read the name and address on the letter. It bore the elder's name, alongside some numbers the purpose of which Lex could not yet identify, as well as the name of the place the elder asked Lex to meet him, Valesko. The guard read the elder's name, which was Ezio, and showed no reaction, but when he read the name Valesko, he was startled and sat up straight. He gave Lex a bewildered look, before turning his attention back to the letter. Despite his station, he did not dare open it himself. "Please wait here a moment," the guard said, and scurried out the door, letter still in hand. Lex expected somewhat of a reaction since he had learnt that Valesko was a prison, yet this was too much right. Letter 1D45C, letter 1D69F, letter 1D41E, letter 1D40BXT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D44T. Short while later, a small cat made of tree roots walked in, followed closely by the guard, and jumped up onto the table. This was the smallest trelop Lex had ever seen, but the aura he radiated was one of the strongest. It reminded him of Auntie Gina, one of the first trelops he had ever met. To date, Lex felt like she was the strongest trelop he had ever encountered. This tiny cat was a close second. "Dear guest, do not be alarmed. Your admission into the Crystal Nation is all but assured. We just need to ask a few mandatory questions for our own record-keeping purposes. Can you share with me when you received this invitation?" "I can't remember exactly how long it's been, but it's already been many months," Lex said. To be honest, since he left Earth, he had stopped paying attention to the calendar. He didn't even know what month it was. Maybe he should create his own calendar once he has his own realm so that he can keep better track of time. "Can you share the location you were at when you received the invitation?" "Inside a minor realm." "Were there any significant events that took place during your visit to that particular minor realm?" "A couple, I suppose. For one, we discovered a sleeping chamber of the Crystal race. I don't know what happened to it, but we reported it to our seniors at the time. The second was a run-in with a craven. To this day, no one knows why a single craven was able to infiltrate that realm and why it did so alone. The more answers Lex gave, the more grave the cat looked, until Lex eventually realized something was wrong. Chapter 680, Lord Belmont. Since the immigration process seemed to be quite thorough, it made sense that Lex would be questioned in detail about his purpose. Considering that he learnt that the invitation he had was from a supposed prison, he had already prepared himself to face some difficulty. But the issue was, Lex wasn't really facing any problems at all. In fact, even during the questioning process, everyone was quite civil. The problem was, the more questions that Lex answered, the more his questioners looked grave. It was as if their roles were reversed and Lex was grilling them instead of the other way around. Is everything all right? Lex asked, when he realized there was a pause in the questions, as the Trollope seemed to be digesting his answer. Yes, you have been cleared for entry, but there are some follow-up procedures you have to take part in. Come with me. The cat jumped off the table and led Lex out of the room and away from the immigration area. Once outside the building, the cat seemed to grow with each step as more roots emerged from the ground and joined with its body, until eventually the cat's body became as large as a horse. Climb abroad, it'll be quicker that way, said the Trollope, with no regard for the dignity of an immortal. Lex felt slightly awkward, but lacking any real reverence towards immortals, he did not hesitate and soon found himself nestled atop the wooden cat. Hang on tight, it said, before it suddenly leaped forward, nearly jerking Lex off its back. Fortunately, Lex had quick reflexes and tightened his grip on the cat's body with his legs. A part of him wanted to ask the cat if it could use the roots that made its body to form stirrups or a seatbelt, but then thought better of it. I am taking you to one of the gates to the Crystal Nation, the Trollope told him. From there, you will be escorted to Valesko. I will share some of the Crystal race customs with you, so you do not remain ignorant of what is happening around you. First of all, and most importantly, inside the Crystal Nation, you will have the status of a guest. That will afford you some perks, but it will also restrict you. For example, you will not be judged for any crimes you've committed outside the Crystal Nation, so long as it wasn't against a member of the Crystal race. However, your rights within the nation are severely restricted. Without a member of the Crystal race sponsoring you, you cannot get a job, own or rent property, attend a school, enter museums, enter certain areas in their cities, hunt, or approach private property. Those are just some of the restrictions on you. You do not have to worry about that, as you have a sponsor, which will be Ezio. Another thing, if you accidentally commit a crime while following the orders of your sponsor, you will not be held liable. Instead, it is the sponsor who will have to answer for your actions. Letter 1D45C, Letter 1D69F, Letter 1D41E, Letter 1D40BXT. Letter 1D5C7, Letter 1D44T. Thirdly, if a priest or pastor of any of the temples requests your presence, you do not have the right to reject. I highly recommend you stay as far away from them as possible, as attracting their attention will not usually end well for you. Fourthly, if a member of the Crystal race takes interest in you, in any capacity, you have the right to refuse or strike up a bargain. Fifthly, and most importantly in your case, if you become a witness in an ongoing legal dispute among members of the Crystal race, you will be forced to remain as long as the dispute trial goes on. In this, you will have no say. Why is the last one most important for me? Lex asked gravely, a guess forming in his mind. It couldn't be right. The cat turned its head to look at Lex, hesitation in its eyes. It seemed to be debating something in its mind, but eventually decided not to answer. You'll know soon enough. Faster than Lex anticipated, they arrived at the border to the Crystal Nation, which had literal walls extending both ways, with a magnificent 100 feet, 30 meters, gate in the middle. Though the walls were only slightly shorter than the gate itself, something told Lex that flying above them would prove easier said than done. Number of guards stood at the gate, wearing armor and holding up long spears. Though it was hard to tell, since every inch of their body was covered by the armor, not even revealing their eyes, Lex believed these guards were of the Crystal race. From what he recalled, the Crystal race was a very conservative race who did not like showing their crystal to anyone. If they revealed their crystal to you, it was a sign of great trust and intimacy. Usually. There were, of course, many members of their race who lived quite liberally and showed off their crystals bare in the wind like precious stones. The guards, who stood there like statues as a number of various races passed them by, seemed to gain a semblance of life as they noticed the Trollope appearing, an unknown human astride it. "Ahoy, Sylvia," said one of the guards, clearly familiar with the Trollope. "How fares thy against the horde of migrants? 'Tis the season of new blood, and so new blood comes roaring through to the kingdom of Crystal." "You're not a poet, Fran, don't try to be eloquent," the cat replied, the dismissal ready on her lips. It seemed like the two were old friends. The other guard only chuckled, but the exchange ended there, and the cat swiftly skipped the queue and took Lex through the gates. His senses tingled as he passed through. a consequence of his affinity for space, he guessed. The world beyond the gate seemed entirely different. This is what his guests probably experienced, Lex thought, as the pure and somehow cleaner spiritual energy swirled around him, washing away the pollution that was the impure energy from outside the gate. Though Sylvia, the Trellip, did not pause, for she was long accustomed to this sensation, Lex stopped paying attention to his surroundings as he studied how the energy washed his body. It was curious, as he felt that even the faintest aura of energy from outside was purged, as if it wasn't energy but a plague. Although Lex had long noticed how there is a difference in how energy behaves depending on purity, this was a phenomenon that he experienced for the first time. It was only the energy that he had stored within his body, long influenced by his affinities, that remained unaffected by the purge. He wondered what star ranking this energy density would fall under, for it definitely wasn't the same as the rest of the realm. But Lex did not have the opportunity to wonder for long, as Sylvia's voice woke him from his stupor. "Lord Belmont, I have a case that I think you should handle personally." Lex looked up to see a rather slender member of the crystal race, his face entirely revealed to the world, though the rest of his body was covered by a slim, fitted suit. The crystal that made up his face carried in it a faint hue of green, giving this Lord Belmont an aura of vibrancy and vitality. Just by looking at him, Lex felt his mood affected, seemingly calmed down and filled with admiration. The sensation lasted only for a mere moment before Lex gathered himself and detached his mind from his feelings by entering a state of flow. Although the man was not an enemy, Lex had never experienced such an influence on his mood, even when facing immortals. Little did he know that was because the system protected him from such things within the inn. At the same time, while wearing the host attire, he himself affected others in a similar fashion. It was a natural trait of those who had exceptional mastery of certain laws. Though Lex did not allow a single change to appear on his face as he entered the state of flow, Lord Belmont seemed to notice that Lex had extricated himself from the influence of his natural aura. Laughing, he said, "Please excuse me if you find my aura disturbing. I mean no harm by it. It is just a natural part of my being." Lex only nodded without saying anything, as he was waiting for an explanation. It was clearly obvious now that there was something wrong with the elder who invited him. He just hoped it wouldn't present a hurdle in his own mission. Smiling, Lord Belmont received the invitation that Sylvia was handing him, the very one that Lex had presented as proof of invitation. When he saw the names on it, Lord Belmont's pleasant expression changed to surprise. "When did you get this?" he asked, unable to control himself. Chapter 681 Valesko. Lex once again reiterated his whole experience, by now having mentally decided that his conjecture was most likely accurate. Mere moments after Lex was done explaining, as if confirming Lex's thoughts, Lord Belmont said, "The elder who invited you is one of our most heavily guarded prisoners, locked up in maximum penitentiary. He has been under lockdown for a few hundred years, so there is no way he should have been able to invite you. Either someone else was posing as him, or he has found a way in and out of prison under our noses." Lex did not bother to resist his sigh. Of course he would be caught up in some grand scheme. To be honest, he didn't even care about that. His greatest concern was that he was planning on leveraging the position of the elder who invited him to host a meeting of leaders at his tavern during the upcoming wedding. Clearly that was no longer an option, but Lex had already picked out an alternative. This Lord Belmont seemed like a significant figure. If he played an integral role in resolving this situation, then perhaps he could build enough of a relationship to have him come over. For this, he would pull out all the stops, including using the golden key for the Midnight Inn to attract his attention. "So what now?" Lex asked, though he already knew the most probable course of action. "We have to investigate, of course. That will require some of your cooperation, as we will have to have you meet Ezio to confirm his identity." Lex nodded as if he was acquiesced to a request. Although Sylvia had already told him that he would be required to cooperate in case he was involved in a legal dispute, that did not apply to him. If he wanted to leave, who could really stop him? He merely needed to think about it to begin the teleportation process to the inn. "Lord Belmont," Lex addressed the man, deciding to keep using his title for now. "Although the situation has changed now that I know Ezio is a criminal, the reason I came to the Crystal Nation is regarding a matter imperative to the situation of the entire realm. I was hoping that after sharing certain important information with him, he could help me contact someone with a higher authority." Lord Belmont smiled, as if he heard a child say something cute. "Although we need your help to identify if the person you met was Ezio, once that is done you can have your conversation. Though he may be a criminal, he still has great influence over the nation. Your purpose may still be completed. If the matter is not a secret, I can also listen in. If it really is a matter that can influence the whole realm, then we shall do whatever is in our power to fix it." If the matter had not been so serious, Lex somehow doubted they would have really helped. After all, they had allowed war to wage across the entire realm without caring about the consequences. Or perhaps there were still some hidden secrets in this that he was not privy to. Either way, this was the best he could do for now. Since the matter was decided, Lord Belmont did not procrastinate. He sent back Sylvia and put his hand on Lex's shoulder, teleporting the duo to an entirely new place. During this single jump, Lex was exposed to the laws of space to a greater extent than ever before, giving him some insight in teleportation. Before he could spend any time reflecting on the experience, Belmont led him through a number of guarded rooms until they finally reached their destination. Having used them so frequently, Lex easily recognized the teleportation formation that had been established in the middle of the room. Yet how could it be that something used by the crystal race was of the same quality as others? The formation was larger and more complex than he had ever seen, and at the same time extremely beautiful. Most other places hid the formation underneath the floor tiles, but the crystal race had put it out on full display to be admired. Of course, Lex had no time to admire or learn from it, for Lord Belmont did not delay for even a second. Communication with the control room, probably through spirit senses, he ordered the formation to target Valesko. Lex could do nothing but follow along. Believe it or not, you're the first human who will be allowed to enter Valesko. Is that of special significance? Lex asked, his question displaying a lack of reverence for the crystal race. Such a thing was rare enough to be taken note of. Belmont raised an eyebrow, or what was equivalent of an eyebrow for their race, and simply said, I guess not. It's more of a matter related to security. Holed up in Valesko are the most dangerous criminals of our race. If they are allowed to escape, the havoc and destruction they could spread is beyond what others can imagine. Lex refrained from commenting, but wondered if their danger could meet the same level as the havoc wrought by the Craven. He doubted it, for how can individuals match an entire hostile race? The formation activated, and Lex once again found himself in the familiar folds of space through which they traveled while teleporting. But what was unique, though, was that Lex was not being oppressed by the force of space, and being forced to remain in a fixed position. He could walk around and even talk so long as he stood on the platform underneath them that seemed to be teleporting as well. How dangerous is Ezio? Lex couldn't help but ask. When I met him, he did not seem like a criminal. Ezio's crimes are of a different sort. Instead of harming people, he is responsible for the destruction of the history of the realm. Single-handedly, he has destroyed the history and heritage, not only of the crystal race, but of countless other races. I realize that such a crime may not seem so serious to others, but to the immortal crystal race, the destruction of history is one of the most serious crimes. Without art, culture, and history to enrich our lives, living for eternity will become a curse rather than a blessing. Many of the crystals who enter long hibernation do it so that they can find an entire host of new histories to discover. Lex nodded. It made sense somewhat. Moreover, when he met Ezio, he seemed to be destroying any ruins that may depict any information about the arrival of the Craven. It seemed even his reasoning might not be so simple. Before the conversation could continue, the teleportation ended, and Lex found himself in a similarly designed room. Though it is not entirely significant that you are the first human to be allowed in here, do take the opportunity to take in as many of the sights as possible. We crystals take great pride in our arts, and architecture is one of the ways we bring life to art in this world. Lex chuckled internally. It seemed to be bothering Belmont that Lex was not worshipping him as others usually do. He's taking this opportunity to show off. Following Belmont, Lex exited the building, curious as to what he would find. He was not expecting to be impressed, but the moment he stepped out, he had to admit that he was wrong. The teleportation building seemed to be built on a hill, so the view upon exiting encompassed the entirety of the Valesko complex. A massive, inverted pyramid that seemed to be descending into the ground rather than rising up came into view. The pyramid seemed to have countless levels as it neared the center, and each level was a massive open space filled with exquisite smaller structures that looked akin to chapels and theaters. The use of mosaics could be seen all around, accompanied by endless legends depicted in murals painted on the building walls. Letter 1D45C, Letter 1D69F, Letter 1D41E, Letter 1D4DBXT, Letter 1D5C7, Letter 1D4D4T. It was not just the view of Valesko that was impressive, but the aura it radiated as well. Through clever use of spirit stones as tiles and marble, a massive formation was hidden that elevated the building to seem like the palace of a deity, not a prison for dangerous criminals. Thousands of soldiers were patrolling each level, moving in synchronization that made the palace seem like it was alive, and the moving soldiers were the pulse of the place. The splendid use of colors, from subtle ones like beige and off-white to vibrant colors like red and orange, brought another layer of life to the place, making it shine with remarkable splendor. He had to admit, even at the midnight Inn they had no buildings like this. That meant only one thing to Lex: he had to get himself a crystal race architect. Chapter 682, Prison Cell. Belmont did not say much, but a subtle smirk grew on his face as he watched mesmerization in Lex's eyes. Sure, His reaction was still tame and not nearly on the level he expected, but no one could deny the greatness of the crystal race. Indeed, Lex really could not come up with a single flaw in the exquisite structure. Despite all the ease the system afforded him in designing buildings, there was no replacement for meticulous and detailed planning. This was a step beyond anything he or even the planning division had designed. What's more, he was 100% sure that there were many details of this place that he was overlooking or simply unable to detect. For the fundamental purpose of this place was a prison, so how could there be no security measures? Sure, he saw the endless number of guards, but he was sure that the security measures were greater than just that. Sure, the majestic pressure the structure radiated was impressive, but he was sure that it had other more practical reasons as well. Instead of directly taking Lex and himself to their next destination, as Belmont had been doing previously, he decided to walk and allow Lex to take more of the structure in. Unfortunately, walking through the structure did not elicit any more reactions from Lex, as his expression had long since returned to normal. Sure, he was studying the structure, but his motive was to absorb ideas to implement at the inn rather than to appreciate its beauty. The one thing he noticed only once he reached the structure was that the pattern made using spirit stones as tiles was identical to one of the characters he had studied for arrays. The meaning of the character could not be expressed in a single word, and the nearest English translation of its meaning, or the way it expressed its power, meant strong earth. The addition of a character into the structure's design is ingenious, Lex said lightly. Of course, now that he had seen the idea, he could mimic it at the inn, but something told him his implementation would still fall short of the original architect that designed this place. Returning to nature is a strong theme within the crystal lifestyle, Belmont said with pride. Biomimicry goes beyond just basic shapes and structures. True biomimicry is when one is able to recreate the laws of the universe within one's own design. Lex nodded very seriously. This was already a very enlightening experience for him. If he could recreate what he learnt here and implement it across the inn, he felt he would reach a whole new level, but he still needed to study more. He had only seen things at a surface level. The most ideal situation would be if he hired a crystal race architect for the inn and then thoroughly studied his process and learned it himself. Though they were walking, it was not as if they were out for a casual stroll. Their speed was still incredibly fast, and in mere minutes they reached the center point of the pyramid, which was the entrance to a massive and elaborate underground structure. Once inside, they took a spiral staircase that seemed like it was carved right out of the ground and seemed to go down forever. Since there were walls on both sides, there was no way of seeing how far deep the staircase went, but every so often they would encounter a door to a certain floor. Even with their impressive speed, they had to descend for at least 20 minutes before they reached not the bottom but the door they had to use. If Lex had to guess, he would say they were around 60 miles, 100 km, deep underground, which was an inconceivable concept to him. Across the various floors he felt differing auras, meaning that different restrictions were applied to each floor. Although he did not know what the effects of those auras were, his instincts told him plainly that if he were to get trapped here, there would be no chance of escape. Teleporting to the inn would be his only option. Suddenly it occurred to Lex that there was probably some kind of formation deployed here to prevent teleportation as well. That was probably the first and most important part of a prison holding cultivators. But since he could still feel his connection to the inn, he was sure he could still teleport out. At most, his teleportation would be delayed, like it had been on Earth when the AI locked space somehow. Lex continued to study the elaborate complex and took down notes as they went along. Luthor had long been asking for a prison, and Lex was considering taking inspiration from here and making one for him to manage when he returned from the war. After going through various twists and turns, and descending several more floors as well as traveling through short-distance teleportation formations, which could not be accessed from outside the structure, they finally arrived at what was supposed to be a prison cell. Lex, however, it seemed like an underground mansion furnished luxuriously. Was this really the crystal race's concept of a prison? He was dumbfounded. This made even Swedish prisons look drab. Letter 1D45C, letter 1D69F, letter 1D41E, letter 1D4DBXT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. The duo did not knock or announce their presence, and simply walked through the force field that was shielding the prison cell. They entered the building and made their way through, as if Belmont knew exactly where Ezio would be, and indeed he was correct. He found their target meditating inside what looked like a Zen garden, a small bird resting on his shoulder. Small yet colorful insects flew around him, reminiscent of butterflies and ladybugs. The scene was very beautiful and peaceful to watch. Lex decided that in the prison that he made he might not add this feature, or maybe he would. Who knows what kind of requirements he might have in the future. Lex studied Ezio and tried to determine if he was the same crystal elder he saw. As far as appearances went, he looked more or less the same, but Lex had very limited experience with crystals, so he was not sure if that was enough to identify him. When I gave you the letter, I expected it would be at least a century or two before you arrived, Ezio suddenly said, opening his eyes and focusing on Lex. As soon as Lex felt Ezio's gaze on him, he was sure of one thing: this was actually not the same crystal he saw earlier. Although back then Lex was comparatively much weaker than he was now, he still had a very good idea of the power level and aura of the crystal he met. The Ezio in front of him was countless times more powerful. But then Lex frowned. Despite the power difference, he could not explain why he knew Lex. Unsure of the correct answer, Lex could only share his findings with Belmont and leave it up to him to judge. This crystal is a lot stronger than the one I met in the minor realm. They cannot be the same. Both Ezio and Belmont were surprised by the certainty in Lex's voice. How can you be sure? Asked Ezio, studying Lex thoroughly. About these things, I've never been wrong yet. You're definitely a lot stronger than the crystal I met before. Ezio shook his head in disappointment. There's a reason for that. If you had arrived in a couple of centuries as I expected, it wouldn't have mattered. But now that you've arrived so early, my plan is completely ruined. They'll find out sooner or later anyway, so I'll just tell you. The person you met earlier was still me, but that was just a clone of me that I've left in the outside world. That's why I appear more powerful in person. Both Lex and Belmont were startled. Lex had been searching for a good cloning technique for so long. If he was able to discover one now, then Ezio really would be his lucky star. Not only had Lex received his thinking hat from him last time, but had learnt incredible things just on the way to meet him. Should he hire him at the inn? Ezio, do you know what you've done? Belmont asked gravely, his body emitting a dangerous and furious aura. Your sentence will only be increased further if what you've said is proven true. You know we'll track the activities of your clone now that we know about it. How many more crimes will we uncover? Ezio shook his head, as if he was uninterested in conversing with Belmont. Instead, his attention remained on Lex. I told you to find me when you've discovered enough secrets, and for every secret you share with me, I'll share one with you. The fact that you've come so quickly must mean you've learnt something important, or you wouldn't be confident enough to find me. So, tell me what you've learnt. Chapter 683 Flaws. Letter 1D45C, Letter 1D69F, Letter 1D41E, Letter 1D40BXT, Letter 1D5C7, Letter 1D44T. Lex really wanted to get into this, but he did not want to start the conversation while Belmont was still distracted. After all, as things stood now, Belmont was a more reliable person to get what he wanted. At the same time, he had already started making plans for how to proceed if neither of them decided to help. The situation had already deviated from what Lex originally would have expected, and although the situation was not completely out of control, it was best to be prepared for the worst. Although common sense dictated that faced with the destruction of this realm that they lived in itself, they would definitely want to resolve the problem, he wanted to be prepared for the worst in any case. I have indeed learned a few things that I want to discuss with you, but before I get into that... Lex did not really continue, but he looked towards Belmont, who still looked furious. Ezio sighed, as if he had been asked to take care of an extremely tedious matter. Eventually, though, he turned to look at Belmont. What is it that you are surprised about exactly? That in this instance of forceful imprisonment, I did not cooperate with you wholeheartedly. Are you familiar with the concept of prisons and prisoners? What part is surprising for you exactly? Allow me to educate you on the matter. Despite the blatant condescension, Belmont was not provoked, though he allowed a bit of his pride to get to him when it concerned Lex's reaction to the Crystal Race's achievements. In professional matters, he maintained his calm always. The only thing I am curious about is how you managed to hide the existence of the clone. Our methods are supposed to be thorough, so before anyone is admitted, we test for clones, among other things. If there is a loophole, then the security of the entire place will be compromised. Ezio shook his head as if disappointed. Young man, the moment you think you know everything or are prepared for everything, you enter the territory of arrogance. To keep this place secure, you must preclude endless threats and possibilities, but I only need to come up with a single weakness or flaw to penetrate this place's security. Do not be pedantic, old man, Belmont said, his earlier grace of a lord all gone. If you do not wish to say, that is fine. We can still find out on our own now that we know there is an issue. When did I say that I wouldn't tell you? When I was imprisoned, I was tested for any soul-connected devices or techniques outside my body, and the test came back negative. That was simply because the clone was in the gestation period. The connection with my main soul had not been formed yet, but within the clone I had left a small piece of my soul as well, which was absorbed. Thus, as a result, at the time of my capture there was no response to your tests. But you have been under lockdown. There is no way your clone should have been able to connect to your soul. It was not needed. Since the clone already absorbed a part of my soul, it already became destined to become an extension of me the moment it was born. It's just that during your testing, it had not been born and so was not picked up. Belmont did not immediately reply, for he could not confirm the authenticity of his claim. According to his own understanding, such a thing still should not have been able to circumvent their investigations. After all, Valesko was not a project undertaken by the young and inexperienced crystals. Some of the crystals involved in establishing it were even older and stronger than Ezio, and so should have enough experience to account for such things. Still, since Ezio had given his explanation, he would be sure to report it. They would, of course, still go through with their own investigations, but none of that was actually Belmont's domain. After all, his responsibility was the border. The only reason he had conducted the investigation himself was because he felt if he went through the proper protocol, things would have taken much longer, and this was not a matter on which they could afford to lose time. As if Ezio had read his mind, he smiled and turned to Lex. "How then shall we discuss? I am quite eager to see what you have learned. I'll have you know, quite a bit of effort was put into erasing records of events from back then. Even many of the people who lived through the time remain ignorant of what actually happened. But do not be too worried. Even if what you have learned falls short of my expectations, you can always visit me again later. After all, like I said, I was not expecting you for another century or so." Lex did not hesitate to smile as he heard Ezio. Clearly, the crystal did not want to raise its hopes too high for whatever Lex had managed to learn, and was trying to leave an opportunity for him to return in the future. He had no idea why he would be allowed to visit Ezio again in the future after his misconduct had already been discovered. Perhaps he was expecting some leniency for unknown reasons. But that did not matter, for Lex could not even determine if the realm had a few centuries left to exist. What if the realm was destroyed long before then? What would be the point in keeping all these secrets by then? I'm also eager to see if I can meet your expectations. After all, if I cannot, who knows if I'll ever be able to get a chance to meet you once again. If you don't mind, I've also asked Lord Belmont to listen in on our conversation, since I may need his help in the matters that follow. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 684 Silent. Lex had purposefully been cryptic in his wording to attract the two crystals' attention, yet he did not explain what he meant immediately. Nor did he wait for Ezio to respond, for in the given situation Belmont was of more use to him than Ezio. Moreover, based on his behavior of eliminating records of what happened, who knew if he was somehow complicit in whatever scheme was in place which was resulting in the realm's degradation. Therefore, while he wanted to still have a conversation with him to uncover as many secrets as possible, he had to ensure Belmont stayed as well. If I'm being entirely honest, I haven't had any time to conduct any real research into the matter myself, Lex confessed. Anything I learnt was through a series of coincidences. There are some things the sources of which I can share with you and some that I cannot. It's up to you whether you trust me or not, or find my narrative believable. I will assume that you already know about the existence of realms, so I won't go into detail about them. The first thing that requires scrutiny is that I was informed that this realm is suffering from some kind of anomaly. Both the crystals were taken aback by Lex's knowledge of realms. This was not a topic that could be considered common knowledge even in more mature realms, let alone the crystal realm. Technically speaking, such information should have, at most, been shared with those who were about to break through the limits of the realm and transcend. Even then, most immortals actually thought the stories of ascendance and going to a higher realm were just rumors, and that Earth immortals were actually the limit of cultivation. Only a select, elite few knew the truth. The crystal race was an unusual exception to this solely due to the fact that their entire race was abnormally powerful. Although for many of them, their cultivation rate was low, mainly because they felt no pressure to cultivate quickly. It was a common perception that every member of their race would reach the immortal realm sooner or later. After all, the entire race was immortal. Even if they cultivated at the slowest pace possible, sooner or later they were bound to make enough progress to reach a higher realm. While other races had to speed up so that they do not become victims of declining vitality and their bodies failing them, the crystal race had no such concerns. As a result of this, they were a lot more liberal with sharing sensitive information as well. After all, to them it was only a matter of time till they became eligible to learn this information. It was only learning a little earlier than later. Using his sixth sense, Lex knew that his words had an impact on the two crystals, but he did not pause for emphasis. There was too much to cover. I repeat, I was informed that the realm itself is suffering from some kind of anomaly, not that there is an anomaly inside the realm. Out of curiosity, I began to conduct some research on the matter. Due to my limited power, I obviously could not begin searching the entire realm, so then I began studying the history of the realm. The thing that stood out to me the most in the recent past is the abrupt hegemony of the Craven. I tried to look into the Craven a little more. Were they some suppressed race, hidden off somewhere in the realm? Were they a race that was born from mutation, or perhaps were they invaders from another realm? Lex paused for a moment to allow the two crystals to absorb what he was saying. The most unfortunate thing was that if Lex had been able to converse with Luther and the others, and talk to them about it, the Craven would have been extremely familiar to them. It was not like they had run into the Craven anywhere. Instead, they had already faced biological creatures who had been designed explicitly to fight against the inhabitants of a certain planet. If they had heard Lex's explanation, their first thought would have been that the Craven sound like they were designed explicitly to take over the crystal realm. These were, again, things I could not verify on my own, but I continued to pay attention to them and how the various nations reacted to them. Although I cannot begin to guess the rationale of the crystal race, the reactions of the other races confused me as well. Of the original 7 great nations of the crystal realm, an entire nation had been wiped out by the Craven, yet still the remaining nations never sought to retaliate against them, and were forever satisfied to continuously lose land to their invasion, one county at a time. First, these were only my suspicions, but then I met someone from the royal family of the Hum nation. Although he himself did not understand the reason, I learned from him that the human race had purposefully been avoiding retaliating with full force. They had artificially engineered a situation where the Craven were putting immense pressure on the entire nation, chipping away at it bit by bit, and somehow they were content with it. In fact, if someone were to take independent measures to retaliate against the Craven and achieved a certain level of success, they would be stopped from continuing to do so. The fact that the royal family itself is preventing retaliation against their sworn enemy is just too suspicious. Lex was about to continue extrapolating, but Belmont interrupted him. "Matter with the Craven really is too confusing," he said, admitting to lacking certain knowledge himself. "According to latest reports, an unprecedented army consisting solely of immortal Craven has laid siege all across the realm, save for the territories of the Crystal race. Yet when our allies solicited the Crystal nation for help due to the extenuating circumstances, our leadership remained suspiciously silent." Chapter 685 Secrets. Lex was shocked to hear the scope of the war taking place. An entire army formed only of immortals, especially an army large enough to face the entire realm. How many immortals would that even be? Hundreds of thousands, no doubt, maybe even millions. Was it even possible for the Crystal realm to produce such a massive army? The surprised Lex then looked from Belmont to Ezio, who wore a troubled look, but not a surprised one. "The scope of the army is unbelievable," he said, fearing what he would do if such a force invaded the inn. He probably didn't even have enough MP to hire enough guards to fight such an invasion off. He really should start upgrading his butter knife again. "But I don't know why you're surprised about the fact that the Crystal race is not lending a hand. Based on what I know, they have never interfered in the Craven War unless their own territories were at risk. The fact that they are choosing not to get involved, especially since there is such a massive threat, should make sense, right?" Although Lex was not asking directly, he was hinting at the fact that for some reason the Crystals refused to help. Only if their rationale was explained could Lex understand if their lack of action this time as well fell in line with their ideology, or there was some other reason for it. Belmont was about to explain, but Ezio spoke first. "Well, you have not discovered any exemplary secrets, but a thorough investigation and your deductive reasoning are good, so I will reward you with similar information." Ezio slowly stood up from his meditation position and beckoned them to follow him as he exited the meditation garden and entered a salon. Lex, once again, could not stop himself from wondering how any of this was supposed to be a prison. As if to emphasize his point, an automated bot appeared, carrying a tray full of snacks and delicacies, which Ezio offered the duo. Lex could not help but wonder if the bot qualified as an AI. He tried some of the snacks as Ezio began his story. Back when the Craven invasion began at first, no one took them too seriously. After all, such minor wars happened all the time. Moreover, regardless of where they came from, no one had too much of a significant impression of them. The Poliods have their own strengths and weaknesses, but no one could say that they were a weak race. That is why their complete defeat was a huge surprise. At this point, Ezio paused, as if he were a professor, allowing time for his students to absorb the information he was providing. Sure, Belmont knew more than Lex about these matters due to his position, but he definitely did not know as much as Ezio, so he tolerated the situation and listened silently. Craven, either unsatisfied with their fortunes or filled with ambition, continued to wage war. The Crystal race, too, faced their probing attacks. Of course, we thoroughly let them know not to mess with us, so they never tried again, but no other race was able to make such a stand. Thus, with the passage of time, all the other races became victims to the Craven's war efforts. The other races often looked to the Crystal race for help, and asked them for help or to even eradicate the Craven. But for the Crystal race, the question remained, why should we intervene to begin with? We had a good relationship with some of the other races, sure. But the races themselves have long since forgot that once they too carved out a place for themselves through blood and fire, replacing others who were there before them. Back then, if we did not help their predecessors against them, why should we help anyone against the Craven? Letter 1D45C, letter 1D69F, letter 1D41E, letter 1D4DBXT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. Suddenly, it dawned on Lex that he had not thought of things from such a point of view. He had been influenced by the knowledge that there were 7 dominant races in the crystal realm, but that did not necessarily mean that it was always as such. In the beginning, to expand their lands and gather more resources, surely each race would have had to fight and conquer territory. In fact, the 7 races may not have even become dominant at the same time. One may have come to power before the rest, and witnessed history unfold as 7 races became dominant over the realm. In this case, it need not be guessed that it was the crystal race who was the oldest, and this had witnessed the rise of all the subsequent races. Thus, from the point of view of the leader of the crystal race, the activities of the Craven might just seem like that of one race replacing another. Wait, although Lex's train of thoughts had been led in this direction by Ezio's explanation, a sign of anyone with basic extrapolation skills, he was not someone who would be blindly influenced by others. Though it seemed reasonable when Ezio said it, he could quickly and easily pick out the flaw in this. Although the Craven could be like the other races, carving out a space for themselves, they were also fundamentally different. The other races built up their civilizations and grew alongside nature, even if some were more wasteful than others. They farmed, tended the land, and incorporated various beasts and races into their way of life. But the Craven were not as such. He had flashbacks to the strangely desolate area in the Minor Realm near the Craven. Wherever they went, they would mindlessly kill and destroy all living things. Their spread was directly harming nature, and they had purposefully made themselves out to be as enemies of all sentient beings. Such a distinct contrast should have still elicited a sense of disgust in the crystal race. It should have been easy for them to determine that even if the Craven were not a threat to them, their spread across the realm would directly harm the environment of the realm, and ultimately lead even the crystals to suffer some loss. If things went to an extreme, the Crystal Nation might eventually become the last habitable place in the realm, if the Craven continued to spread the way they had been for so long. It seems you have noticed the flaw already, Ezio said with a chuckle. Yes, what you have heard right now is only the nominal explanation given out to the public. The real reason is a lot more straightforward and at the same time a lot more shocking. Since you know about realms, you must also know that upon surpassing the Earth Immortal Realm, they ascend from the Crystal Realm and go to another. They do not head towards a random realm, but one called Primordial Garden. As one can reasonably expect, the crystal race also has a presence there, though admittedly we are nowhere nearly as indomitable there as we are here. When the Craven invasion began, even before the Poliods were defeated, the Crystal Nation detected the true threat that such a race faced. Just as we were getting ready to lend a hand, we were contacted by one of the elders who had transcended the Crystal Realm. Contact through the realms is not easy, and so is reserved for only the most important news. The details of that message I will keep to myself for now. All I will tell you is that afterwards, all plans to actively act against the Craven were abolished. Lex was shocked, but at the same time he already expected some kind of conspiracy, so this was an acceptable outcome for him. It was instead Belmont who was shaken the most. Lies, you have to be lying. I have never heard of such an absurd thing. He roared furiously, the crystal that made up his face taking on a red hue. Why are you reacting like a spoiled child? Ezio asked, almost annoyed at Belmont. It's easy to confirm. Now that you know, you can consult the permanent members of the Crystal Parliament. They will only ask you how you find out and then fill you in on the details. The more confident Ezio sounded, the more shaken Belmont became. If he were not already sitting, he might have stumbled. Lex did not understand the relevance. As to him it made perfect sense. If orders or instructions came from a more senior person within the same race, it made sense that they followed it. That did not necessarily mean that the crystal race was the mastermind behind the scenes. Maybe they were just avoiding some hidden, unknown danger under the guidance of their race members from a higher realm. It was too soon to jump to conclusions, as there could be many explanations. Unfortunately, it seemed like he would not find out why Belmont was so startled right now. Do you have more? Ezio asked Lex. From the way you spoke, I'm sure you've learnt more important things. Chapter 686, Unexpected Response. The way Ezio continuously dismissed Belmont was more than a little insulting. Perhaps there was some history there, or maybe Belmont had some kind of negative reputation amongst the crystal race. Outsiders, such as Sylvia, would still worship him, but within his own race perhaps he was looked down on by a certain class. That would also explain his need to boast in front of Lex and feel superior. That was not necessarily a bad thing, for Lex at least. Equipped with this knowledge, he could think of more ways to get what he wanted. After all, he was nearing the end of what he knew. Although the accumulated evidence kept on pointing towards the anomaly being something to do with the Craven, what if that was not it at all? Sure, the Craven could still be a part of some scheme or conspiracy, while the anomaly could be caused by something else entirely. What if the anomaly was actually related to the mysterious birth of monsters in the darkness? Sure, that had a much longer history in the crystal realm, but whoever said the anomaly was new and not old? Gathering all his thoughts, Lex took a deep breath in and added all the new information he heard and quickly thought of how to incorporate it into his own theories. Fortunately, for now, all the revelations seemed to support his assumptions. Well, yes, I'm about to get to the core of the matter. But first, let's recall what we now know. The royal family of the Hum nation and possibly the leaders of all other nations were for some reason suppressing full retaliation. Now, whether having reserved their forces so far will pay off or not facing such an unprecedented assault remains to be seen. But unless they all had foreknowledge of this attack, holding back their forces made little sense. That is the first point of suspicion. Then the fact that not only do crystals from this so-called primordial garden know of the Craven and their invasion, they even felt it necessary to send instructions down not to interfere in it, makes me think that the Craven invasion is not entirely normal. Either they were sent from another realm, possibly even the primordial garden. Lex paused and gave Ezio an uncertain look before continuing. Or perhaps there is a tier or portal in the realm somewhere, directly linked to wherever the Craven are coming from. Rather than believing that the Craven were just sent once, I am more inclined to believe there is a breach, or perhaps permanent link through which the Craven continuously come from. The appearance of an army consisting of hundreds of thousands, or perhaps millions of immortals would also make sense then, because I find it hard to believe that they were able to nurture so many immortals in just a few hundred years. Moreover, if they had such a massive army from the get-go, then based on their nature they would not have kept it in reserve. But most importantly, the presence of a tier of some sort in the fabric of the realm itself would explain my most recent discovery, which led me to come to you so quickly. Lex did not bother pausing for suspense, though he knew it might have been a good tactic. In this situation where too much was unknown, and Lex was not aware of how much information the duo actually had, he could not accurately gauge how to build the necessary environment for suspense. In this case, it was the actual revelation itself that would have to suffice as the ultimate shock. So that you can corroborate this information if needed, I will share with you in detail the sequence of events. In the unowned lands in the territory of the Noel family, in a small port town called Babylon, I have a tavern called Midnight Tavern. From there, I noticed an abnormality in the sea and ventured forth to investigate. There I encountered the territory of a peculiar trelop named Toro. There I learned that an unusual liquid had appeared in his territory, which appeared enticing to all living beings, but would actually end up severely harming any who came in contact with it. Lex spent a few minutes describing in thorough detail what the liquid looked like and the features it presented, and even pulled out a picture of the liquid he had stored in his spatial bangle and showed it to them. The liquid was turning all passerbyers with an even slightly weak spirit into mindless drones, and so Toro was quite eager to get rid of it. As a result, I took a sample and consulted a senior I know about the results. The liquid is called Cosmic Erosion Elixir. According to him, the liquid is produced as a result of a realm destabilizing due to an external influence. The birth of the elixir means that the realm is on the path to self-destruction. Letter 1D45C, letter 1D69F, letter 1D41E, letter 1D4DBXT, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D4D4T. Belmont scoffed, as if he had heard the most absurd thing ever. The elder is completely misleading you. I have never heard of such an absurd thing. The realm. Belmont stopped talking, or rather his voice stopped traveling to them when Lex gently reached out and seemed to grab space. He was using impervious hands and augmenting the ability with his own spiritual energy, which allowed him to somewhat make use of space affinity. Since Lex had not practiced much of his affinity, he could not use it as effectively as Z, but that did not mean he was completely inept. After months of long-distance teleportation, he had already gained some insights on how he could make use of his ability. By grabbing space, even if lightly, he produced some visible wrinkles in space. This was not much, and the wrinkles could not even be used to attack or defend, but they were enough to block out the sound of Belmont speaking. I've already used the cosmic elixir to gain spatial affinity, so I can guarantee that it is real. Moreover, since the crystal race can contact others from other realms, why do you assume no one else can do the same? Pulled out a golden key, suddenly attracting the full attention of both crystals. Even without Lex's explanation, they could tell that there was something special about the key, though they still waited for him to explain. Ezio was especially intrigued, for this previously simple distraction he had found for himself had turned into something extremely interesting. This is the key to the Midnight Inn, a place for guests and travelers across the universe, regardless of any realm. Let me show you. He smiled at the two and chose to return to the inn. Due to the heavily placed restrictions on space, There was an awkward pause as Lex's return was delayed a little. Just as Belmont was about to speak, his pupils constricted and his cultivation roared to life as he saw Lex disappear from right in front of him. Spirit sense flooded the entire prison cell as he tried to locate Lex, but there were no signs of him at all. But as Belmont grappled with the thought of the ramifications of teleportation within their most secure prison, Ezio frowned, the look in his eyes becoming more and more grave. He now had reason to believe what Lex was saying was true. If that was the case, and their realm really was at risk of destruction then. The couple of minutes Lex disappeared from the cell were spent filled with turbulent emotions for the duo, and his return did not exactly calm them down. Belmont, especially, reacted extremely aggressively and locked down Lex with his spirit sense. "What conspiracy are you plotting, human?" the crystal roared in anger, unable to think clearly. "Do you wish to break the prisoners out of Velasco? Who are you working with?" Lex, who had returned feeling good, assuming that he was about to establish good relations with the crystals, was taken by surprise. Wasn't this reaction a little too strong? But then his good mood was spoiled. Even if he was planning on using the crystals, he had never acted with bad intentions in mind. As such, he absolutely did not appreciate being treated as such. With his body frozen still and the pressure of an immortal bearing down on him, Lex was not filled with fear. Instead, his eyes were filled with a dangerous anger. Ezio, who had been ruminating amongst his own thoughts, suddenly noticed the abnormality and sensed that things were not normal. He suddenly realized that if Lex's claims were true, and he had the ability to travel between realms, then his background absolutely wasn't simple. He could not allow that duffer Belmont to screw things up. "Belmont, restrain yourself!" He let out a roar, his voice filled with an unknown power. Though he was supposed to be restrained and did not have access to all his abilities, his voice should have been enough to wake him from his manic state. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 687 Contract. Although Lex had an impressive defense, he was nowhere near strong enough to cause immortals any harm. The qualitative leap in power over each large realm resulted in a difference that could only be measured on a scale of order of magnitude. Basically, Lex could do nothing to harm them. This was moreover so for a race that was not only inherently stronger than humans, but had a longer lifespan and more well-developed techniques. All he could do was return to the inn, admitting failure. Moreover, as the place that he returned to the inn to was from prison, he would only be able to return there in the future if he wished to enter the crystal realm. Basically, he was stuck. The only option for him now in the crystal realm was to use his remote presence ability. Lex was not resigned to running away. Although yes, if he kept a cool head and behaved logically, he could endure the suppression of Belmont until Ezio knocked some sense into him. The situation was, after all, not yet resolved. There was room for it to progress in any direction, and he could salvage things. Lex had long shed his training to cooperate with the authority which living in the legal system on Earth had embedded in him. Yes, he had been pinning his hopes on the Crystal Nation, but that did not mean he was helpless without them. So while suppressing his frustration could lead to a better outcome, he was not totally dependent on the crystal race either. Now that he was not dependent on them for anything, he did not have to fear acting against them. But the question was, what could he even do? There was absolutely nothing he could do that could harm immortals. Moreover, they would notice and then stop him as soon as he even tried to do anything. As if that were not all, he was even frozen in place. He had no options, supposedly. Although the pressure of the immortal held him in place, it did not extend to the depths of his body, or else even his blood would be frozen in place, and he would die. If his internals were not frozen, then he could manipulate his spiritual energy. Of course, using any technique right now would be futile, but he still had a raise, did he not? "Belmont, restrain yourself," the voice thundered in the small room, waking the Lord from his manic episode and restraining his aura. But in Lex's eyes, the duo did not see the relief of someone who escaped the wrath of an immortal. Instead, in his eyes, they saw the scorn of someone even more prideful than an immortal. The duo was once again surprised, but before they could react, Lex once again disappeared for good this time, perhaps. But he did not leave without a departing gift. 2 arrays hung in the air where he had been. The first was a simple array that left behind a voice message. "I came to the Crystal Nation with good intentions, to warn of an impending doom. Yet all I found were conspiracies and hostility. Perhaps the reason they do not fight against the Craven is because they already know this realm is bound to be destroyed, and have already secured their own escape to the primordial garden. Why should they waste their time and effort protecting the poor vermin they know will die sooner or later anyway?" The message was full of spite, and it was clear that Lex had developed an incredibly negative opinion of them. But who could blame him? Being oppressed by the aura of an immortal was easily said, but not easily endured. The physical and mental strain of such an experience could leave others crippled. In fact, the first time Lex had been exposed to the aura of an immortal was also during the crystal realm, and had left him unconscious for a long time. Though he was much stronger now, and would not be rendered unconscious just from being exposed to aura, it was still an unpleasant experience. He also did not like the notion that others felt that he could be manhandled. Just as the duo was absorbing the words from the first array, Belmont even feeling a dash of guilt for overreacting, the second array triggered. As it happened, the array was built around the character he saw up on the surface, with the intention of causing resonance with that character. Since that character was drawn into the structure, it would not be used up like in an array. Instead, it would continue to express the effects that character was associated with as a representation of the universal laws. By creating a simple enough array, which resonated by that permanent and empowered character, Lex ended up creating an array with a much greater power than one would have expected. The mansion around the two immortals morphed a little, as if the very stones making it up had undergone a change. While internally the mansion looked more or less the same, only one real change occurred. All exits from the mansion and thus the cell had been blocked off and, moreover, reinforced by stones and rocks. Moreover, they were not so easily removed either. As far as Lex was concerned, this was far from the retaliation he would have wanted. But given his power, he would have to be content with a forced detention. Ezio grimaced and looked at Belmont, who looked both awkward and angry. For centuries I have been lobbying against the establishment of positions based on nepotism, Ezio said, frustration and irritation evident in his voice. Such a great accomplishment you have made, Belmont, making any enemy out of someone capable of traveling realms. Let alone the loss we will now suffer being deprived of the possibility of easy traversal between realms. Can you imagine what kind of backing he must have? Can you tolerate an enemy able to facilitate inter-realm traversal? Worst of all, what if his claims are true? What if our realm is on the path to destruction? Shut up, Belmont could not help but roar, his embarrassment coloring his face red. I will not hear lectures from a criminal. Ezio scoffed. I could receive a pardon whenever I wish, child. You know nothing of the world and its way. Just wish that things are not irredeemable, or else you may be the one coming here in place of me. Not paying him any mind, Ezio left to try to exit his mansion. He needed to contact some crystal on the outside and assess the situation. Behind him, though, Belmont began to worry about the repercussions to his reputation if word got out. As mind conjured up greater and greater threats to his future, his eyes once again were filled with mania. No one must know. He locked onto Ezio's back and attacked. Space. In a room sat a priest, his robe worn and heavily damaged. His once tough and buff body was now also battered and bruised. His beak, when his pride and joy had now lost a lot of its color. Like the deity he used to worship, the priest had the head of an eagle and the body of a human. But as the religion worshipping Ra was eradicated from the origin realm, so were almost all its followers. Even this priest had only survived due to special circumstances. Opposite to him sat a truly revolting slug creature from a race known as Gelati. A few other creatures sat in the room with them, as well as a devil. They were all waiting patiently for news. Some time later, a portal opened, and the succubus Karen walked through. Ladies and gentlemen, slugs and bugs, beasts and monsters, the moment we have all been waiting for has finally arrived. The location of the Midnight Inn workers have been verified, and a plan has been put into motion. Soon, you too can try to get your hands on one of them. All you need to do is sign this confidentiality contract, witnessed by an elder devil, and we will be ready to go. Whatever your reasons are, so long you deliver on our agreement, we will not care at all. There was no clapping or celebrating, as everyone in that room was in a sour mood. They were all gathered here as enemies of the Midnight Inn. Some of them just wanted to hurt the inn somehow, while others wanted to blackmail them, while others still wanted to dissect and study those workers. Their personal reasons varied, but they were unified in their goal. One by one, they got up and signed the contract. In the corner of the room, a devil watched with eager eyes and a massive grins as he rubbed his hands together. Breaking a contract with a devil was nigh impossible, but the devils so loved it when someone tried to do so. Even now, this devil was hoping that some of them would change their mind midway. Chapter 688 Invitation. Inside Valesko, the moment certain changes took place inside Ezio's prison cell, the guards noticed. The entire prison entered lockdown, and a number of guards approached the prison and tried to enter it, but found to their amazement that they could not. The stones and rocks in the surrounding area had morphed so that all entrances and windows had been blocked, but being blocked was not the main issue. The issue was that the entire prison cell had somehow become an impenetrable box, able to withstand a bombardment of powerful attacks. Still, the crystal race could not be underestimated. Based on their judgment of the toughness of the cell, it would take them exactly 12 seconds to break it and enter. They could only hope that nothing ridiculous happened within those dozen seconds, as the sounds of a fierce fight could be heard inside. Space. Lex, who reappeared at the inn, was still in a foul mood. But he was not a child, and he was not immature, so he could not let his mood continue to influence him. Instead of checking up on the inn, as he usually did, Lex entered his own meditation room and began to meditate. He calmed his mind and allowed himself to relax, keeping himself from reflecting on recent events. After a short 20-minute interval, seeing as how the environment was just right, he decided to spend some time cultivating. Since he had entered the Golden Core realm, he realized that his cultivation speed, despite the excellent environment, was quite low. This was not only because it was harder to grow in the Golden Core realm, but also because he barely ever cultivated. He got away with cultivating now and then during the Foundation realm, but in the Golden Core realm, that did not seem to be the case. Several hours later, when he finished cultivating, he slowly exhaled and allowed himself to completely relax. Now that he was certain that he had completely calmed down, he finally allowed himself to reflect on what had just happened. To a degree, he considered this his own failure as well, not because he could have stayed back and salvaged the situation, but because he should have never even allowed the situation to deteriorate as such. He had great pride in manipulating people and controlling events subtly, but this time he had allowed the situation to get out of hand. That failure had made his subsequent task more difficult, albeit he still had not given up on it. It had been a while since he tasted such failure. Letter 1D4A9, Letter 1D5C8, Letter 1D4A5, Letter 1D4F5XT, Letter 1D4EC, Letter 1D7B8, Letter 1D5C6. When he had just begun his journey in the cultivation world, he seemed to be constantly making stupid mistakes, but with time and experience he became better. He faced numerous tricky situations, and always came out the winner. Now, after a long time, he came out as a loser once again. Instead of cribbing or complaining about it, it was better if he learnt from it. For example, there had been subtle signs of Belmont's character from as early as he met him, yet Lex had become so used to dealing with capable and intellectual people that he overlooked all his faults. Moreover, he had been so determined that once he met the elder from the crystal race, Ezio, that his problems would be solved that, when he finally encountered the situation, his anticipation had put him in a psychologically inferior position. Although it was not obvious based on Lex's behavior, the fact that he felt like he could not have manipulated them was a sign of such a mentality. Of course, it was always easier to pick out mistakes and problems in hindsight, so Lex was not too hard on himself. Once he was done contemplating on how he could have done better, he began planning out what he could do now. He still had not learnt the secret of the Crystal Realm, and he needed to use some way of gathering as many dignitaries at the wedding to raise the quest performance value. What resources did he have available? How could he entice people to visit? How could he take advantage of the current situation in the Crystal Realm to his benefit? Gathering people at the inn would have been easier, but that did not in any way benefit his quest. He had not yet moved from his meditation position as all these thoughts crossed his mind, and he did not intend to relocate either until he was done. Nor did he plan to use his state of flow to help him with his planning. Almost instinctively, without even thinking about it, Lex felt like this would be the best way for him to recover from his setback. Soon an outline of a plan formed in his mind. Some parts were still not certain and would depend on how things played out in the real world. Now that he had a plan, a smile returned to his lips. The greatest mistake he made, in his estimate, was relying on the crystal race to fix all his problems. Since when had he needed others' help? In fact, others should come to him in search of aid. He teleported to the innkeeper's office and grabbed the innkeeper's pen, dipped it in the inkwell. He lamented for a moment that there was no innkeeper's memo card or innkeeper's notepad upon which he could write for even further enhanced effect, but he would make do without it. Square white paper was summoned in front of him, and he finally put pen to paper. Although Lex had not specifically practiced calligraphy, he had enough control and sufficient imagination to allow him to write beautiful characters on the page. As for the language he wrote in, it did not matter at all, so even the characters he wrote were completely made up. No matter what he wrote, even if it was a scribble, so long as he used the ink from the inkwell, anyone who gazed upon his writing would perfectly understand exactly what he meant to convey. Moreover, since he was writing with the innkeeper's pen, his writing also benefited from the fact that the words were imbued with the aura of the innkeeper. Of course, since he did not intend to sign his name as the innkeeper, his identity would remain unknown to the reader. Once he was done writing, he put the card aside and began writing on another one, resulting in 2 identical cards. But he was not done and continued to create a few more cards. Once he was done, he smiled mischievously as he read the contents of his cards. You are cordially invited to the wedding of Pivardi Noel and Jasmine Phillips to celebrate their union. As their houses unite in matrimony, so too should the nations unite to discuss the darkness that ripples through the lands. Although the Crystal Nation has forsaken action and tacitly allowed the growing conspiracy, no other can afford to. Besides those words, there was only the venue, which was the Midnight Tavern, and the time of the wedding. If the address was explained in too much detail, it would take away from the mystique of the invitation, so he left it up to the recipients to conduct their own investigation on where the tavern was. He was confident that they would manage. These words seemed simple, and perhaps even underwhelming as the prologue of his plan, but that is only when one failed to consider the immensity of the aura radiating from those words. For a realm that was limited to Earth immortals, the full dignity and immensity of the Innkeeper's aura was not something they had ever witnessed or could even conceive. This was an aura that even Tao lords did not belittle, and allowed them to assume the Innkeeper should be of rank with them. So how then could a measly Earth immortal compare? And seen from that lens, this entire invitation took an entirely new meaning. Although Lex had not said outright what the invitation was for, anyone would be able to conclude that the only darkness rippling through the lands at the moment was the Craven. Moreover, there was even a jab at the inaction of the crystal race in the letter, as well as the insinuation that they were somehow involved in some conspiracy. Even if the recipients actually knew the truth behind the Craven, and the crystal race turned out not to be involved, just the fact that these words had been written by someone of such immense aura, they would begin to doubt if what they knew was the truth to begin with. Truthfully, Lex was not so petty that he would malign the whole race just because one member earned his ire. No, he would first create that misunderstanding, and then later pin the entire blame on Belmont. He would pretend as if his entire purpose in going to the Crystal Realm was to personally deliver one of these letters to them. As for the consequences of his actions, well, who asked Belmont to mess with him? Sure, Lex wasn't so petty, but he was still a little petty. He wouldn't ignore being bullied due to a higher cultivation realm. Chapter 689, The Seventh Race. The number of letters now in hand, the next step was to deliver them. That part, unfortunately, was easier said than done. He no longer had months to travel, as the wedding would take place in less than 2 months. He would need to recruit some aid, but at the same time finding people with the necessary connections to deliver the letters to the heads of the various nations was not easy. Frankly speaking, he barely had a way to deliver the letter to King Cornelius. Although, admittedly, he was looking forward to seeing the king's reaction when he found Lex at the inn. He had sent his son looking for him, but now Lex was openly inviting the king to his own tavern, and with some kind of mysterious and unknown backing. It would be a good show. He could ask the Phillips family to have the letters delivered. The letters may reach or they might not, as the connection of that family to other nations was of questionable value. He had a better idea, though admittedly it was a little crazy. First, though, he scanned the inn. It would be a test of his luck if it turned out. He smiled and teleported away, reappearing at the bar inside Midnight Manor. A sulking crown prince by the name of Aegis was futilely attempting to intoxicate himself with the selection available at the bar. Unfortunately, Lex had nothing that would work on immortals, and so he was failing miserably at his objective. Defeated, for now, he was resting his forehead on the bar as he pondered on the future. Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D4A5, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D4AC, letter 1D7B8, letter 1D5C6. I take it you've had a bad weekend, Lex said extremely casually as he sat beside him. Bad weekend? That's one way of putting it, he replied without lifting his head from where it rested on the bar. I had to run with my tail tucked between my cheeks. I ran into an army made entirely of immortals. Even I'm not stupid enough to think I could take that on. I've been hiding here ever since. Yeah, I can see how that would bring the mood down, Lex said as he ordered himself a pina colada. Why was that drink just so good? A part of him wondered, though mostly he was still just focused on Aegis. It's unfortunate, then, that I have some more bad news for you. He just finally looked up, his eyes filled with fatigue. He had recently mustered up a lot of courage and determination as he had once again decided to face his undefeatable father. Turning over a new leaf was a lot of work, both literally and mentally. As a recently recovered alcoholic, he was not used to it and was having a tough time, so when he was faced with the tidal wave of immortal Craven, his newfound resolution immediately crumbled. Given enough time, he would probably be all right. He only needed to recover mentally before he could once again take up the challenging task of uncovering his father's secrets regarding the Craven with newfound vigor. After all, the Craven just became a much bigger threat. Unfortunately for his natural development, Lex could not wait so long. Moreover, despite any rebellion he may have shown against his father, Lex now needed him to return to him, so an intervention was absolutely necessary. He put an invitation on the counter and slid it across the counter till it stopped in front of Aegis. A beautiful yet random scribble adorned the front, radiating a majestic aura, while at the same time translating to a single name, Cornelius. The situation in the Crystal Realm is a lot more dire than just a massive Craven invasion, Lex said, taking a sip from the frothy, bubbly drink he received. His visage did not match that of a person discussing potential Armageddon at all. The Crystal Realm itself, the very fabric of its reality, is in jeopardy. Briefly, Lex explained his discovery of cosmic erosion elixir, and put the explanation of the elixir onto the powerful Innkeeper, the mysterious owner of the Midnight Inn, and thus the Midnight Tavern as well. Aegis' eyes never left the letter, a feeling of unsurpassed foreboding filling him. If the realm itself was at risk, he had to put aside his grievances and ensure that his own father received this invitation. The upcoming meeting held unprecedented significance and could forever alter the history of the realm. Moreover, this was far more serious than any other conspiracy he could even conceive. He needed to confront his father and discover if he had foreknowledge of this threat. If he did. He just could not even imagine what he would do if his father already knew of this. As it happens, Lex continued, waking Aegis from his reverie, I need to send invitations to the leaders of the other nations as well. Do you have any idea how I can do so? Delivering the letters to the capital of the nations of Varns, as well as the Sentinels, is not an issue at all. With our long history of cooperation with the Varns and the frequent necessity for diplomatic missions to the Sentinels, we have teleportation formations already set that can reach their leadership. For the Crystal race, it is not so easy, but there is a process through which we can go. The new country formed by the Poliotes is completely out of our reach, and we have no ties with them, so I cannot help you there. The Trollops don't really let outsiders into the sacred lands, so delivering a message to them is difficult. Lex nodded as if that was already a great help, but then suddenly paused. He counted in his head and suddenly realized that the number didn't add up. Crystals, humans, Trollops, Sentinels, Varns, and Poliotes together formed 6 of the 7 races that occupied the Crystal realm, but the 7th wasn't even mentioned. Although Aegis did not know he did not need to deliver a letter to the Crystals, he at least mentioned them. But he had completely ignored the 7th race and not mentioned it at all. In fact, it was now occurring to him that he had never even heard mention of the 7th major race in the Crystal realm. Not in the academy when he was learning the history and geography of the realm, nor anywhere else had there ever been mention of a 7th race, except in mention of the fact that there were 7 main races. Suddenly, all of Lex's attention was focused on this issue. Why had he never noticed this small oversight before? This was abnormal. For the Crystal race, the Trollops and Poliotes, I'll think of another way. You know, it occurs to me that you did not mention the 7th race, nor have I ever heard mention of them. Lex focused all his attention on Aegis, completely mentally prepared for some unexpected revelation. Could this unknown 7th race be behind the anomaly at the Crystal realm? Could there be some secret behind this matter? Was this unknown race perhaps so enigmatic that people would subconsciously ignore them unless there was a matter that specifically concerned them? Aegis, who was up until now struggling to deal with shock, gave Lex a peculiar look as if he had heard a most unexpected question. Wasn't this common knowledge? Unfortunately, for Lex, who was not a native of the Crystal realm, it was not common knowledge. The 7th main race of the Crystal realm doesn't really have a nation. That's because that race consists of Sol and Frio birds. The entire Crystal realm is their territory. There is nowhere they are not welcome and nowhere they cannot accept the worship of all living things. Lex's extremely serious look morphed just a bit as he suppressed his lips from twitching, but ultimately failed. Do they have some kind of leader, or do they just live freely? There's a primogenitor Sol bird and a primogenitor Frio bird, so I suppose they could be called leaders. They live in the territory of the Crystal race, but I've never really heard of the Sol birds acting in unison as a race before. The largest their groups go to is a single flock. In fact, even when their flocks began to grow too big, they split and formed 2 smaller ones. Lex nodded. He would skip the invitation for the birds as well then, since he had no way of reaching the Crystal race territory. He put down 2 more invitations on the counter and requested Aegis deliver them to the Sentinels and Varn capitals to their respective leaders. As for the rest, Lex sighed and turned his attention to Zagan, the latest inn worker who had yet to perform a single task. The moment he had arrived at the inn, he underwent a breakthrough to a higher realm and had since then been in retreat. It was time for him to contribute a little. Chapter 690 Work Ethic. Dozen seconds was an inconsequential amount of time for most mortals, unless one was performing some excruciatingly difficult task, such as performing a plank or counting down the timer on a microwaves for food when starving. It would pass without even giving enough time for significant thought. A good stretch early in the morning would easily surpass such a time limit, and there was certainly almost no task that required less time. Yet for immortals, 12 seconds was an eternity. With minds fast and powerful enough to work through countless scenarios and resolve an untold number of issues, each second was enough to determine life and death. It was ironic, really, considering that the greater their cultivation level became, the longer their fights took. Though for 12 seconds, the guards who stood outside the sealed prison lived through 12 lifetimes as they waited for an opening. Meanwhile, sounds of a bitter struggle could be heard from within. More and more guards also trickled into the outer room, joining the queue of those ready to face any threat. Finally, when they were able to puncture a hole into the perimeter of the cell, dozens of spirit senses flooded in to investigate. The sight that awaited them was both extremely shocking, but also blatantly predictable. Ezio and Belmont were fighting. With all his powers and cultivation sealed, Ezio was not fighting so much as he was struggling to survive. His entire body was covered in cracks, both big and small, indicating the bitter beating he had just suffered. Yet he was not dead yet. The crystals that made up his body were stronger than Belmont expected, and even with such an overwhelming advantage, he was not able to kill him. Belmont, on the other hand, did not look so great either. He was not harmed, but the crystals that made up his body were all tinted with a deep, flowing red, hinting at his mania. As a crystal who had constantly faced scrutiny and had to live with judgment and condescension from his peers, he was extremely sensitive to any negative news relating to him being spread. Although not a shred of him believed Lex's claims, facing the possibility where it might be even 1% true and he had driven Lex away, he could not imagine the reproach he would face. But now, it was all for naught. Ezio had survived, and so he could not spin his own tale. Before he could consider anything even more drastic, the guards streamed in and suppressed him as well. Things were out of his hands now, and his mania finally subsided. All that remained was regret that he had not directly killed that stupid human the moment he saw him. Hatred flashed in his eyes. Ezio, on the other hand, looked quite happy and even content. Soon he would be treated, and then he could investigate the matter that they had been informed of by Lex. Moreover, he still needed to pay Lex back for sharing a secret, while he himself was stuck in prison, for now his clone was not. Fortunately, Lex had already shared the location of his tavern. The clone would head there directly. Space. While he just waited for the Craven army to pass so he could return to the Crystal Realm, Lex teleported away. In a distant corner of the inn sat Zagan, currently in a human form. He looked incredibly pale, almost as if he was sick, and had straight black hair. At a glance, he looked like a high school kid from Japan. But of course he was not. He was an immortal monster which had gained sufficient sentience, and a lazy loafer besides. He had spent a ridiculously long time to pass the test, and since passing he had only been cultivating. He had been no help at all. Oh, to be fair, from Zagan's point of view, he was the pinnacle of haste. The monster had lived for millions of years, so its concept of time was very different. Any ordinary task it performed would be stretched over a few years at least. In contrast, it did not even take a single year to finish the test. Moreover, it was currently undergoing a tribulation. If it succeeded, then it would undergo a period of rapid growth during which time it could only cultivate. In his modest expectations, it would be another 6,000 or 7,000 years before his current cultivation cycle ended. It did not know much about the Midnight Inn, to be honest, but when it became a worker, it felt the bond created within its soul, linking it to the inn. To be able to do that, the owner of the inn definitely had to be much more powerful than it. In that case, he had probably lived much longer than Zagan, right? If that was the case, a few thousand years to get accustomed to its current level should be completely understandable. In fact, he would not be surprised if he was commended for his speedy resolution of his personal affairs to show up to work. As his first ever job, he was looking forward to seeing what it would entail. These were only some of the passing thoughts Zagan had while it underwent its latest tribulation. After the more commonly known tribulations, such as fire and lightning, ones it had already experienced before, it was now undergoing an entirely new form of tribulation. An entity presented itself to Zagan in his mind in the form of an ancient, extinct race known as Faram. The Faram, for crimes unknown, were excluded from the cycle of life and death, and were sentenced to the bidding of heaven or the universe until they can atone for their sins. In this case, that atonement was in the form of testing Zagan's mentality through a series of illusions it suffered in its mind. But as a monster that had lived for millions of years, this was perhaps the easiest tribulation it had ever faced. It was others, with far less life experience than it, who would really struggle with this tribulation. Just as it was focused on its illusion, it felt a physical stimulus attracting its attention. Was this also a part of the tribulation? He felt the stimulus again and opened its eyes to find a human standing in front of it, poking him. Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D4A5, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D4AC, letter 1D7B8, letter 1D5C6. Zagan immediately shut his eyes again. Although the tribulation it was suffering was easy, it could not afford to be distracted. Opening his eyes activated all kinds of techniques and abilities which subtracted from his main energy reserve. Too much of such stimulation would be dangerous, for he currently did not have the ability to control his cultivation. "What do you want, human?" he asked, his tone filled with arrogance and condescension. Excluding Alyssa, who had treated his wounds continuously, Zagan still saw humans as inferior beings. It was too used to it, after living an entire lifetime of only seeing them cower and fear before they died. Unfortunately, Lex could not care less about his superiority complex. "You're from the Crystal Realm, right? You've lived there a long time. You probably have a lot of contacts and know a lot of secrets. I need your help. Now is not the time, human. Come back in 10,000 years, and I will consider sparing you for your transgression. Uncaring, Lex poked him in the face again. Listen here, buddy, you've been freeloading off the inn from the moment you came. I don't really mind, since the innkeeper doesn't mind, but you better pay your dues. Are you going to help me, or should I have you sent back to the Crystal Realm? I'm sure absolutely no one will come and bother you once they find out you're undergoing a tribulation. Zagan panicked. What was going on? It had not even been a century yet, and people were complaining that he wasn't working. What kind of job was this? He should have at least a 100,000-year notice before he is required to do any task so that he could rouse himself and adjust his mentality. This was employee suppression. This was slavery. This was animal cruelty. Wait, did it count as an animal? Wait till I'm done cultivating. It will only take a few years. It's now or never, buddy. You don't need to do much. Since you can talk, then just talk. I need to deliver a letter to the sacred lands of the Trollops and need to reach the Poloids' new country. I don't have a lot of time either, maybe a few days to a couple of weeks maximum. I cannot be distracted, Zagan said in a weak, pleading voice. But little did he know his boss had his work ethics trained in the capitalistic center of the world. Humanity, workers' rights, decent working hours, such concepts were for hippies. Here they got the job done. Chapter 691, Fishwriter. Truth be told, Lex felt some pity for Zagan. Obviously, he was in a precarious situation, and Lex was here bothering and distracting him. But at the same time, if instead of arguing and fighting back he had simply given the answers he required, he would be halfway done by now. Look, I understand you don't want interruptions. I also don't want to bother you, nor do I want to continuously bicker. Just give me the answers I want, and I will leave you alone. Zagan did not immediately reply, and showed a disgruntled face. The Faram-inducing illusions could sense his distraction, and so immediately increased the potency of the illusion. For a split second, Zagan almost genuinely believed that the illusion he was living was real. Cold sweat appeared on his brow, and this seemingly easy tribulation was made immeasurably more difficult, all with the addition of a simple single human. Or perhaps this was also a part of the tribulation. Of course, it suddenly made so much sense. It was a noble and dignified immortal, working for the mysterious and powerful Midnight Inn. How could his training be casually interrupted? How could some human just waltz up to him? Moreover, how could a weakling utterly ignore his impressive and dangerous aura while he underwent a tribulation? Little did he know, it was impossible for anyone to be harmed by passive aura inside the inn, for the system neutralized all such auras. It was one of the inn's original features, which is why Lex and so many others were able to tolerate the aura of Tao Lords without losing complete control. So this was a part of the tribulation too. More than an illusion tribulation, this should be called a heart tribulation, for only with simple tricks his heart and faith in the noble Midnight Inn was almost shaken. It all made so much sense. The human was poking his face again, though this time Zagan's heart was calm and serene, like a monk praying to Buddha or an introvert in the safety of their blankets in their room. The knowledge and wisdom he had accumulated over millions of years was showing off now. Fret not, human. Since you are a co-worker, how could I leave unassisted? From what I recall, you need to move across vast amounts of space quickly. Oh yes, the Trollops' sacred lands. As for the Poloids' new country, I have no idea where that is, but it is not a concern. I can easily resolve this issue for you. Since Zagan was convinced that everything that was happening was an illusion, he did not hesitate to give his best performance. After all, it wasn't like it would have any real ramifications. His eyes still closed, Zagan lifted his right hand and showed it to Lex. It was empty. Then, like a magician performing a trick, he swung his hand around, and in it an oval-shaped, sharp black scale appeared. This is my heart scale, meaning the scale that used to cover my heart. It fell out during my lightning tribulation, but a new one will grow once I complete my tribulations, so I don't really need it. You can use this scale as a token to prove your identity, and as a sign that you are acting at my behest. The scale should continue to contain my aura for at least another 10,000 years, so you only have that much time. The scale alone will not help you. As a noble immortal, I naturally have many followers and worshippers. One particular follower of mine is quite adept at traversing great distances quickly, though he is not the most intelligent fellow. I will teach you how you can summon him using my scale, and so long as you possess my scale, he will obey you. As for how to get him to go where you need, that will be a small challenge you will have to overcome on your own. Zagan paused for a moment as he collected himself, then began explaining to Lex the process of summoning his subordinate. Surprisingly, the sequence of events played out in the exact direction Lex had hoped. Although he had no idea this was only because Zagan was under the impression that everything was an illusion, or he would have been extremely hesitant to hand over his heart scale. But as far as the monster was concerned, in truth, he really did have his heart scale, so he was not worried. Once Lex got everything he needed, As promised, he left Zagan alone to continue his tribulation. He hoped it would end soon, as such a powerful yet submissive worker would be very valuable to him. Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D4A5, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D4EC, letter 1D7B8, letter 1D5C6. The issue he had to face next was who he could have worked at his behest in the Crystal Realm. If he had not sent away his most reliable workers to the inn, he would definitely pick one of them. As it was, he could only delegate this task to Rick, the handyman at the tavern. Rick was in charge of miscellaneous work at the inn, and could often be seen cleaning dishes, serving guests, making beds, dealing with laundry and anything and everything else that came up. The only job he had not done yet was actually barkeep, which made sense. Roan, the actual bartender of the tavern, was quite possessive of the job. Anyway, Rick was a simple, straightforward worker. He did not talk much, nor did he do much else outside of his assigned tasks. For this particular job, such a person would be best. The more they paid close attention to Lex's instructions, the better this job would go. The only regretful point about him was his almost non-existent cultivation. Not delaying the matter further, he used his remote presence ability and summoned a projection in the tavern. Summoning Rick to a private room, Lex began to carefully instruct him in his following tasks. Just to be sure, he even had Rick repeat his instructions to ensure he had everything memorized correctly. When the instruction was complete, Lex handed over the scale to Rick and escorted him to the roof where they would begin to summon Zagan's subordinate. Considering Rick's lack of cultivation, he actually wasn't able to do this on his own, so Big Ben was temporarily recruited to aid in the process. Up on the roof, Big Ben channeled his spirit into the scale while using the spirit technique he had been handed over by his coworker. The process was creepy to say the least, and was reminiscent of cult rituals. Fortunately, no blood sacrifices were required. Once he completed his job, Big Ben retreated from the roof, leaving only Rick and Lex's projection. The duo stood there in awkward silence as they waited. Lex tried to strike up a conversation with Rick, but even his charisma failed to elicit more than one-word replies, so they ultimately once again returned to silence. A few hours passed, and just as Lex was getting impatient, he sensed a change in space. There was a ripple in the air as if air were water, and from the ripple emerged a large catfish. The fish, which seemed to swim through the air, focused all its attention on the scale, and then froze. It neither looked at the two of them or tried to do anything else. It simply continued to stare at the scale as if it was its entire world. "Are you sure you can handle this?" Lex asked hesitantly as he looked at the simple-minded fish and straightforward Rick. "Yes," he replied, nodding before he walked to the fish before discovering it was too high. He lowered the scale to the ground, and the fish similarly descended, its eyes still locked on. Then, without warning, Rick jumped up to try and climb the fish. Unfortunate, as the scale also rose higher when Rick jumped, so too did the fish rise, resulting in an awkward failure. Completely unperturbed, as if he had not just done something silly, Rick paused for a moment to think. Eventually, he slowly grabbed onto one of the fish's whiskers and pulled it down. The fish complied. Finally, he was able to climb aboard. So concerned was Lex that he did not even make any cowboy comparisons as Rick rode off into the sky on his catfish steed. His first destination would be to Toro, to whom he would show the invitation. That was because Toro was the closest Trellup around. Then, either accompanied or guided by Toro, they would head to the Trellup's sacred lands to deliver the letter to whichever Trellup was in charge. Upon delivering that letter, he would return to the tavern, during which time Lex would search for someone who could guide him to the Pollids' new country. Riding a monster fish that could swim through space, Rick should face no problems, so why then did Lex feel so worried? Chapter 692, Book Club Bonus Chapter. There was a crisp morning chill in the wind that blew in the Midnight Inn, cooled endlessly no doubt while flowing gently over the untouched snow that covered much of its grounds. The wind felt invigorating, rather than uncomfortable, and was even better than coffee at waking up someone who woke up from a nap. Clear, perfect crunch could be heard as a figure walked through one such untouched field, leaving behind deep but clear footprints. A few of the trees the figure passed were bare, and some showed a hint of green needle-like leaves topped with the white of snow. Most of the trees, though, were quite colorful. The trees with leaves of purple crystal had spread quite fast across the inn, and remarkably changed colors with the season. Now various shades of red, from deep scarlet to blood red, to the soft blend of hues occasionally found in the rising sun, dotted the endless inn grounds. The visage was quite picturesque. A figure garbed in all black moved across an ocean of white, with various colors around, some bunched together and some far apart, like an abstract painting of the cosmos. Harveen, who watched the figure get closer, took another sip of her extremely rich, smoldering hot chocolate. Her thoughts wandered like smoke through the wind, comparing the figure to everything from a solitary hero through a field of pure happiness, brought about from his own noble acts, to a desolate soldier, walking not through lands, but through his happy memories moments before he succumbed to the final embrace of death. As an avid reader and perpetual bookworm, she had an overactive imagination, and most of her social interactions usually involved her imagining her compatriots in various interesting scenarios. "Am I late?" the dark figure asked in a gruff voice, unwrapping the gray scarf around his neck. He hated the cold, yet always found himself attracted to it for the pure bliss it delivered in terms of excellent naps. "A little," Parveen replied, "but don't worry, everyone is already used to it." The dark figure made a sound to acknowledge the statement as he finally finished unwrapping the scarf. The dark, furry face of a Nico, or commonly known as a cat-human, was revealed. As it turned out, the figure was dark not only because of the dark clothes he had worn, but also all the black-colored hair his stocky build was covered in. Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D4A5, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D4AC, letter 1D7B8, letter 1D5C6. "There are some new members, though. I told you the Midnight Inn would be a good place," Parveen said absent-mindedly, her thoughts once again preoccupied with various scenarios as she fueled herself with more hot chocolate. "I will be the one to judge if there are any new members," Gladius the Nico said harshly. He was strangely strict in admitting new members, as he should be. After all, joining his book club was no simple matter. Silently, the duo retreated into a small clearing in the middle of a few dozen trees. It seemed as if the trees had protected this place from the snow, and somehow the chilly winds did not enter past the furthest tree, forming a safe haven from the elements. In the middle there were a number of small huts, some simple log stools, and a burning campfire. Alongside the few dozen members of the book club, parrots and peacocks rested there, as if completely unafraid of the nearby gathering. "You've finally arrived," said a monkey who was seated nearby, a pair of hipster glasses resting on its nose as it read an incredibly thick book. Even as the monkey talked, he could not look away as if the story he was reading had gripped his very soul. "Keep reading your dictionary and don't talk to me," said Gladius, completely irritated by this member who never seemed to read the correct book. The monkey, as if unable to detect the irritation in the voice, said, "I most definitely will," while murmuring as he tried to pronounce the new word it was reading. "Be nice," said another member, who similarly had her eyes locked onto her book. She was a demon, a zombie to be exact, who had somehow retained the consciousness of her body before she became a zombie. Having lost almost all of her senses, except the desire to eat meat filled with spiritual energy, preferably raw, she now took all her pleasures from reading. "I don't want instructions from someone reading the manual for a squatting toilet," murmured Gladius, but not too loudly. For better or for worse, the zombie was pretty powerful and he didn't want to antagonize her. "Are you the leader?" asked another new potential member, excitement bubbling out from every corner of his being. "How did you discover such excellent books? We must talk after the meeting. You have to give me more recommendations." This member was one of the spirits who had survived death by giving up his entire wealth, and now lived permanently at the inn. It was only in death did he have the time to discover the wonder of books, and he did not want to miss out on a single one. Gladius interacted with each of the members, or prospective members, before he finally made it to his designated seat in the center. All the others also found their seats, and a hush fell over the area as eager eyes all focused on Gladius. For many here, the book club was the main source of social interaction, but even for the rest it was the one they looked forward to most. After all, it was so hard to find like-minded people, let alone an entire club full of various races all dedicated to and in love with the same thing. Gladius cleared his throat loudly, as if attracting everyone's attention, though that was unnecessary. "We have some prospective members here, so let me go over the rules of the Catnip Book Club, CBC. We meet once a week, though attendance every week is not exactly necessary. However, if someone misses 4 consecutive meetings, they will be considered removed from the club until further notice. Each week, I provide a list of reading materials. There is one main focus, which we will discuss the following week, and several suggestions that members can discuss amongst themselves." Gladius spent a good amount of time explaining the rules, his posture perfect and his voice loud and clear, as if declaring that he was the one in charge. No one really contested his position, because not only did he recommend excellent books, everyone loved to play with his incredibly silky and soft hair. He was the perfect reading companion. Once he was done explaining the rules, he opened his satchel and from within removed a massive book with an extremely colorful cover, depicting a magnificent hero wielding his sword, ready to take on the universe, and behind him his endless wives. The title of the book, Ultimate King Emperor, All the Gods Call Me Daddy. This book, he said, his voice trembling, though no one could tell if it was from excitement or some other emotion, was selected last week through popular demand. Gladius paused for a moment to glare at Parveen, the oldest member of his book club, before he continued. And it was definitely a unique read. As much as I pride myself as a quick reader, I was only able to read the first 31,000 chapters during this past week. His voice trembled again. Before we begin to discuss the book, let's ask everyone how far they've reached, and limit our discussion till the earliest point a member has reached to avoid spoilers. One by one, the members only said what chapter they had reached, though at some point Gladius became distracted. A notification grabbed his attention. New notification. Congratulations on gathering 50 members for the Catnip Book Club and unlocking the achievement, the Budding Book Club. Reward, the Haunted Bookmark. Excited, Gladius began investigating his new reward and began checking out the new features of his Book Readers Club system. At the same time, he received a new quest as well. New quest, as a budding book club, you should also begin to develop a collection of rare and valuable books to show off your achievements. Find a signed copy of the comic, The Innkeeper Vol. I Love is an Ocean of Fire and I Am the Lifeguard by author Rachel. Gladius could not keep himself from grinning, though his members mistook his actions as a reaction to the amount of progress they had made in their reading, and felt highly motivated. The reason he was smiling was because he had heard a rumor that a signed copy of that exact comic would secretly be auctioned deep underground in the reading circles of the Midnight Inn. The one who told him this rumor was his good friend Velma, and she always had good information, so he trusted her deeply. Soon, he could see his book club growing even further. Without realizing it, Gladius began to purr. Chapter 693 time skip. Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D4A5, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D4AC, letter 1D7B8, letter 1D5C6. Despite Lex's concerns, Rick ended up performing his job well. It helped tremendously that accompanying him was an incredibly strong monster with almost no intelligence at all. The reason why it was almost no intelligence instead of actually none was because he was smart enough to suppress his base instincts to attack mindlessly while in the presence of the aura of its leader. Moreover, with Toro as a guide, and the awesome might radiating from the invitation, an exception was made, and Rick was allowed to enter the Trellope sacred lands. Moreover, they even promised to help out in delivering the letter to the Paulids. With his major troubles taken care of, Lex slowly took a backseat and allowed things to progress naturally. With Ash coordinating well with the Phillips family, let alone the tavern, all of Babylon was getting ready for the wedding. The resources of the Midnight Inn also came into play. Spending a mere 100,000 MP was not an issue for the Noel family or the Phillips family, so both the bride and groom soon reached prestige level 3, which allowed them to avail the services of Jeeves, the tailor. The guild was, of course, also made use of, and various items that were not easily available in the crystal realm were being exchanged non-stop. Due to the sudden increase in wedding-related activity, word finally spread at the inn that some of the guests coming were from a different realm entirely. When that news spread, there were mixed reactions. Most people did not care. A majority of them would never even leave their home planets, let alone things such as star systems, galaxies, or even realms. Why then should such a thing matter to them? Someone from another realm was just as much out of reach for them as someone from another planet. Others, however, did not react so simply. Since this time the Henali were already keeping an eye on the inn, they noticed immediately, and yet another emergency meeting was held about how to react. Bringing in citizens from another realm while bypassing the Henali protocols was a severe transgression. Of course, Lex did not know about that, and there wasn't much he could do about it either. Lately, he had been spending all his time in the library or inside the Henali portal studying. He was looking up anything and everything so as to increase his general knowledge. Of course, if certain things caught his eye, he would pause his general study and focus solely on that topic. For example, he found the similarity between talismans, formations, arrays, and techniques, spiritual or otherwise, quite interesting. While arrays solely relied on the characters and energy to bring about various effects, formations, talismans, and techniques all could reproduce the same effects. Of course, the potency and power that was released by each, assuming all related things were on the same level, was vastly different. Take, for example, an array that produced fire strong enough to harm a foundation-level cultivator. A formation that only used materials and resources at the foundation level would be able to produce a much stronger flame. Talisman would produce a flame stronger than an array but weaker than a formation, and could be used instantly, but the resources required to make it may be more difficult to find. A spiritual technique could produce a flame that was either weaker or stronger, and the cost would depend entirely on the technique as well as the cultivator using it. While each had their own advantages and disadvantages, Lex was intrigued by the fact that each one could replace another, to some degree at least. The fact that talismans could be prepared beforehand was actually quite enticing, and Lex almost considered delving into it as well. But for now at least, he did not have time to take up a new discipline. While he did not attempt learning anything entirely new, he delved in deep into the capabilities and limitations of everything new he encountered. For example, he was most intrigued by how the major powers got around the language barrier of different planets and races. When he found out it was often through techniques or technology, he studied about them in great detail, as well as the concepts behind them. But he did not study those techniques themselves. Speaking of techniques, as the days went by and slowly turned into weeks, and Lex waited in anticipation for the wedding, he also took some time to study various techniques. His focus, up until now, had always been combat-oriented. It was only once he began to explore other avenues that he realized how much he was really missing out on. There were techniques to help in singing, there were techniques for skin care, there were techniques for art, for calligraphy, for better sleep, for body odor, and so much more. There was a technique that allowed Lex to copy every video game character in history, and double jump, meaning he could jump once more while already in the air. There were extremely intriguing illusion techniques that attracted his interest for the endless applications that they had. There were techniques that could be used in aid in farming and cattle raising. Fishing, incidentally, was also an area which seemed to have an endless number of techniques. Since Lex was looking at relatively low-level techniques, such as the Foundation realm and below, it was easy for him to quickly master the techniques if he really wished. The area that Lex had been neglecting most, but should have been an obvious first choice of techniques, or at least second, was healing and medicinal techniques. While most techniques that he encountered were focused on simple ailments and diseases, there were some that could be used to heal others. For himself, Lex already had the most ideal techniques which boosted his healing while he slept. But being able to easily diagnose or perhaps treat others, even if it was emergency aid, was not something to be overlooked. During this time, while he occupied himself with his studies and overlooked the inn, as the wedding got even closer, he was once again asked for help by Alexander. Since he wasn't rushing anywhere and things seemed to be going well, he decided to pop over and help. There were still a little over 2 weeks to the wedding, so he didn't think it was an issue. He was also determined to continue thinking this way until one day he proved that death flags weren't a thing, and he wasn't inviting trouble for himself just by thinking about it. It just didn't make sense. He had to be right. He had to be. When he teleported over to Polbitvi, he was greeted with the sight of an extremely worn-out Alexander. He did not look weak or injured, but just extremely sleep-deprived, which was not an easy state to achieve at his cultivation level. "You look horrible," Lex said, not bothering to feign courtesy. "All-out war has broken out on the planet," Alexander answered. "Only areas protected directly by Jotun are safe. We are almost 100% certain that the war is being instigated by the organization backing Jeffrey. There are already over 300,000 casualties, and we are expecting a lot worse yet to come." Lex's smile faded as he looked at Alexander seriously. He once again reminded himself that he could not be the hero to every suffering person in the universe. He knew this the day he inherited the inn, but it wasn't as if he would ignore a friend in need. "What do you need from me?" he asked seriously. Alexander rubbed his forehead as he suppressed a headache and motioned Lex to follow him as he walked into a briefing room. "The crown you gave me has really helped out," Alexander stated. "I've been studying all the data we have and all our leads, and I believe I've discovered something. The reason Jeffrey is on this planet is because he wants to target some VIP, that much we've been able to confirm. But I'm having some disagreements with my team over who the VIP might be." "What do you mean?" "What is a VIP? To a villager, the village head is a VIP. To the village head, the mayor of a city is a VIP. To the mayor, a provincial governor is a VIP, and to the governor it is the king. So who is a VIP to a terrorist organization capable of orchestrating chaos across an entire galaxy? My team lead, Valkyrie, seems to think it is the family head of the family which controls this star system. But I don't think so. There's nothing too great about this star system that would get them to target it specifically. Why then should they care about the family head? Sure, they might spread more chaos and mayhem, but I feel like it's a waste of resources. The ramifications of war here aren't great, since this planet has suffered through so many wars in its recent history. No, I think something else is afoot, and that we haven't identified the real VIP who is the target yet, and that's where you come in." Chapter 694, Investigation. "Do you need me to do?" Lex asked once again. All the tales Alexander shared were incredibly grave and quite concerning. Since they both were technically citizens of the Jotun Empire, any disruption to the Empire, especially by terrorists, should have been a grave concern for both of them. For Alexander, it surely was. But for Lex, who was preparing to leave the Origin realm, this was more or less just one more war he was avoiding. Living and owning an entirely separate realm freed him from so many restraints, and though he might have been called irresponsible for running away from the war on Earth and now being mostly uninterested in the deteriorating situation in the Empire, he was truly looking out for his own. Lex was not responsible for Earth, but was definitely responsible for the Midnight Inn, so that was always his priority. Still, helping out Alexander so long as it was within his capabilities was something he intended on doing. It was not just because he could potentially profit in the future if Alexander continued his meteorical growth. It was also because there were few people left who he, with his identity of Lex, could call friends and still relate and associate with. Although he had many identities, he never forgot that at the end of the day, he was still Lex. I need your help in conducting an investigation. I have some leads that could possibly reveal Jeffrey's plan. The problem is, I'm fairly certain my identity is more or less compromised, and I don't know how much I can trust my teammates, even if their identities somehow weren't compromised either. Even if I can trust them, they don't really believe me, so I doubt they'd be willing to help. You, on the other hand, are unknown to all the players in this game, so you should have no trouble investigating undetected. I don't have much experience as a detective besides what I've seen on television, but I'll do what I can. I just want to remind you, however, that I still have my own matters ongoing. I can only give you so much time. Alexander grimaced. He wanted to question Lex on the grounds of morality. What could possibly be more important than preventing even more death and bloodshed? But he did not have the right to ask. After all, Lex was willing to help him out without any form of compensation, for now at least. He could not be blamed for giving priority to his own matters. Sometimes ignorance can be good. If you have the formal training of a detective, your means may more easily arouse suspicion. Instead, if you snoop around like an amateur, no one will take you seriously even if you are discovered. In this case, being underestimated means that the targets are less likely to hide or erase their tracks. Moving on as if he had not just called Lex an amateur, Alexander turned on a screen which showed an extensively detailed map of their surroundings. The center of the map showed the area governed by the Jotun Empire, which was shaded in green. The rest of the map was divided in two, either shaded blue or red. The blue areas are occupied by the official owners of this star system, while the red ones indicate areas where the rebels have managed to capture. Don't let the colors or titles fool you. Both sides in this conflict are equally cruel and merciless, but that is not our concern for now. The terrorists don't seem to be supporting any one side in particular, and act independently where they can spread the most chaos. But I don't believe they can achieve all this without any ground support either. Your first target is here, in the refugee camp set up by the rebels. One of the leaders of the camp, which also doubles as a siege fortress, is someone who is highly suspicious. He has coincidentally benefited greatly from multiple terrorist attacks which, in one way or another, greatly aided covert operations he happened to be conducting at the time. I'll pass all the relevant information to you about the rebels as well as the nominal owners of this star system, so you get a better understanding of the conflict, what you're looking out for. The two spent many hours in the room as Alexander thoroughly briefed Lex on the situation. If anything unexpected were to happen while he was investigating, he would need a comprehensive understanding of things if he was to make the best decision. Space. In an ominously dark yet bare room sat 5 figures on the floor, hunched over a mound of glowing embers. The room was not cold, and the embers did not radiate heat, so the sight was unusual. The silence in the room was deafening and was filled with an aura of oppression. Each of the 5 men had their gazes fixed on the orange glowing coal, as if looking at it was the only salvation they had in that muted room. Let alone look away, they did not even dare to breathe, as if the rising and falling of their chests would break the careful equilibrium that had been established. Everything in that room was perfectly still. Everything except for time. Nothing they did could stop the merciless march of time, and so, even without any external stimulus, the serenity of the room was eventually broken. Deep, reverberating sigh filled the room as Jotun Marcus Sefer could no longer ignore the harsh reality that was confronting them. All the brothers knew it, but none wanted to face it. Letter 1D4A9, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D4A5, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D4AC, letter 1D7B8, letter 1D5C6. The true severity of the chaos spreading through their empire was something only they, from the very top, could see. One simple metric through which the severity of the situation could be determined was the economic output of their empire. Overall, the empire's ability to generate wealth from its vast resources had diminished by 1%. This 1% could not be underestimated, for it encapsulated the resources of over 20 galaxies. Jotun himself could not cover the area covered by so many galaxies, let alone the distance between each galaxy itself, even if he lived for 1,000,000 more years. It was only through the use of techniques and technology that such a thing was possible. More importantly, as one of the most favored agents of the Henali, they had relied heavily on the help of the Henali in establishing and running the empire. While they never acted themselves in the matter, the resources they had could manage the entire realm, let alone a few galaxies, so it should not have been a problem. Now that there was a problem, it was an indication of a much larger issue. While Jotun was not qualified to comment on the activities of the Henali, as a human and as an emperor, He had to consider all possibilities and look out for the best interest of his people. An issue with the governance of the empire, which relied heavily on the logistical and technological aid of the Henali, most likely meant that there was an issue with the Henali themselves. Whether they were aware of it or not, and whether they were doing something about it or not, were all things they were not in a position to guess. Since no one wants to say it, I will. Our family has survived the turbulence of one chaotic realm, so another is not a problem. What we need to do now is decide on how to move should the situation deteriorate in the future. William, I hate to put you in this position, but we'll be depending on you for this. William, who looked identical to Lex, could not help but sigh. In the end, he could not hide from his responsibilities. If you need me to use jellied anima to its full capacity, we will need to cure my disease first. It's already been so long, yet we have made no progress on that front. Make a list of the items you need. I will see if the Midnight Inn or the Infinity Emporium can help us find the items. If they can't, I'll have no choice but to redeem them from the Henali. Although redeeming such precious items will lock me into more tasks for the foreseeable future, it can't be helped. As if he was already prepared, William handed Yaughton a long list filled with names of exceedingly rare items. Blood of a heavenly deity, petulant grass, which only grew on the surfaces of a few massive stars, and absolute crystal, a kind of ice that was colder than the supposed absolute zero, were just some of the items listed on the list. Until that is done, I'll at least start using a diminished version of my ability, William said, talking more to himself than the others. Instantly, he entered a state quite similar to Lex's flow state, yet somehow different, and began muttering. We need to cut ties with rebel forces, allow heavy casualties to those who don't align themselves properly, fan the flames for pirates in the territories we give up. Just like that, with every word he spoke, the lives of hundreds of billions of creatures were condemned. Next chapter will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 695 Background. Dressed in the local attire of Polbitvi, which looked awfully similar to the Arabic thobe back from Earth, Lex was casually strolling through some hills. Since he was supposed to be conducting an investigation, it was obvious that he needed a local identity and cover. Fortunately, the rebels did not have a comprehensive list of the citizens in the areas under their control, so making up an identity was not really much of an issue. All Lex needed to do was memorize some information about his place of origin and pick up some general information about the planet. Then he just needed a good explanation for his whereabouts during the most recent conflicts. Alexander had already taken care of all of that and just provided Lex with a dossier that he had just memorized. Moreover, he had been smuggled into the rebel territory and then dropped off. Now, all he needed to do was make his way to the refugee camp, and then he could slowly begin his investigation. Despite the utter seriousness of the matter at hand, Lex was actually having a lot of fun. Dressed in a foreign and exotic way, he was undertaking a covert mission with a secret identity. He had to investigate conspirators and unveil the grand design behind all the chaos that was spreading across the planet. He felt like he was in a detective show, or if he went by the standards of the books he read, he was acting as a member of Jianghu. Out in the wilderness, with nothing to rely on but his own strength and abilities, he sought to bring change through the consequences of his actions. It felt like an adventure. Sure, there had been no shortage of adventures in his life before this either, but back then, he was always too weak to focus on enjoyment. Now, at least, he knew it wasn't so easy for him to die. That self-confidence allowed him to take pleasure in even the simple things during this adventure. Walked through changing sceneries, taking in the beauty and harmony of nature. The landscape, even here far from habitation, showed signs of war and combat. Long and deep ugly scars marred the topographies he crossed, though admittedly the wounds to the lands were healing. Grasses and various trees had begun to grow in them, or natural lakes had formed, filling them. Soon it would be forgotten that a brutal war had been fought here, only if the actual war eventually finished. After traveling as such for nearly a day, Lex eventually reached his destination. A massive fort built directly into the side of a particularly large hill. All the greenery from that particular hill had been removed, as anyone approaching the hill would be easily identified from far away. This for Lex was not an issue, as there were lines of people coming in and going out. As if it was something he did all the time, Lex joined the line to enter the fort quite casually. There was a noticeable difference in the demeanor of the locals and of Lex. More specifically, all the people around him seemed worn and beaten, or as if they were undergoing some incredible trial that put an immense amount of mental strain on them. Lex, on the other hand, looked like he was having a great day, and was out for a stroll in the lovely weather. Not only were his clothes noticeably cleaner and newer, but even the aura near his person was fresh and invigorating. Standing out like this might not have been the best idea, as it would prompt an investigation, but that was something Lex had opted for, and specifically told Alexander to tailor his cover story accordingly. letter 1D45C, letter 1D4B1, letter 1D5C5XD, letter 1D41C, letter 1D490, letter 1D52A. The cover he had was of someone who had just come out of a cultivation retreat. He would claim to be cultivating in a secret location for his breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. His realm was new enough for that to be a convincing ploy. The sense of energy and his good mood could also be explained from his recent breakthrough, not to mention that he would have missed out on all the fighting due to the fact that he was in retreat. By having himself investigated beforehand, he was creating a psychological barrier where anyone who would be curious about him would directly turn to the most recent report on him. Since he had already been investigated once, no one would think to look into his past again and more deeply. Of course, if Lex did something too suspicious, someone might want a more thorough report. This was where Lex's own planning fell short, mostly because the time he spent in the cultivation world was still too short. Even though he had been increasing his general knowledge, it was not as if he had a specific curriculum to follow, so he could only grope about randomly. At higher levels, which he was now reaching, background search and investigations were not limited to the simple clue and hint hunting followed by reasonable and logical deduction. More mystical aspects came into play, such as divination, auguring, and the use of various other investigative techniques. For the most part, Alexander took care of such things, as the Jotun Empire already had many mechanisms in place to counter such methods. But the tools at their disposal were ultimately limited. He was warned that a more thorough or skilled search would overcome their means. He especially told Lex never to let anyone get a hold of his blood, and in fact hinted that Lex should learn a technique that would automatically destroy any blood that fell out of his body. This was because if someone had his blood, it would make Lex vulnerable, and not just to simple investigation. But regardless, for now, Lex had his identity in place and was not concerned about a simple search. As predicted, when he reached the gate, the guard singled him out and called him aside for further questioning. At the same time, countless machines and formations scanned him. Alexander had already briefed him on the use of these procedures. He was mainly being checked for dangerous weapons or any connection to the tyrant rulers, and the rebels labeled them. Though his smiling face drew a lot of suspicion, he ultimately passed all the tests and was allowed to proceed. He knew that he would probably be followed for a while, and that his previous claims were probably being investigated. That is why he would not begin his own search immediately, either. His objective was not one that could be rushed, and first Lex had to immerse himself in the local environment. If he had been a true refugee, he would have headed towards the free housing, thus effectively turning himself over to the rebels' disposal. But he was not one, nor did his cover claim him as one. Thus, he made his way to a local inn and got himself a room, paying for his stay in advance. He ordered himself some food, and in the meantime made small talk with some locals as he understood the situation in the area. His questions weren't targeting anyone specifically, and seemed perfectly in line with the curiosity of someone who had moved to the fortress for the foreseeable future. Questions like how safe the fortress really was, and what were the chances of being pulled into a draft if he stayed in the camp. The situation, predictably, was not so great as the rebel and official forces fought nearly every day. There was no way to promise that the fight wouldn't be dragged over to the fortress, and in fact, it was even likely as the whole point of the fortress was to provide protection. Of course, he didn't actually care about that. By asking these questions, he was indirectly gathering information on the situation. Whether there would be drafts or not depended on the strength in numbers of the rebels, and whether they would be involved in a fight told whether the rebels were attacking or defending as the current trend. From this information, he could roughly guess the actions of the rebel leaders or make certain predictions. The more detailed information he had, the more accurate his predictions would be. Thus, it was when certain actions fell completely out of the scope of his predictions hinted that there was some information he lacked, and that would be the direction of his search initially. Just recently he had played the role of a king, so he had a good understanding of the mentality of leaders. Now he could use that to his advantage, and guess reasonably what the general trend was. Of course, he could also try to create some disruptions to create opportunities for closer observation. For the sake of it, he began planning out how he could theoretically topple the rebels from the inside. But when his plan started to take shape, and it began feeling like it was entirely plausible, he had to suddenly stop himself. "I am not some secret villain," he reminded himself as he wiped the imaginary sweat off his brow. He really believed he was the good guy, so why then did the prospect of playing with the rebels to death excite him so much? Chapter 696, Anomalies and Oddities. Lex quickly realigned his mentality with his normal thoughts and vanquished any lingering impulses to manipulate everyone into self-destruction. As a mortal, his random yet dangerous impulsive thoughts were along the lines of leaping off when at high place, putting his hand into a beautiful fire, or maybe walking into ongoing traffic. These were, of course, things he did not actually want to do, but random thoughts that would pop into his mind from time to time. But now, as a cultivator, his random yet dangerous impulsive thoughts involved toppling organizations and manipulating the masses. Of course, there was still the odd impulse to walk into ongoing traffic, but even that was now more dangerous to those in cars than himself. Truly having power changes a man. With his thoughts returning to normalcy, Lex went out for a stroll after the meal to familiarize himself with the fort. The entire fort covered around 40 acres, so it was quite large, but Lex soon found that the places he could go were very limited. There was the tent housing for the refugees, a small town which housed the locals who lived inside the fort permanently. Basically, it was where the workers and soldiers normally stationed inside the fort lived. That is also where Lex was staying, since it also had the local tavern, grocery stores, various trade workers, and all in all anything involving one's general needs. Besides that, there were some free areas where one could explore or walk, but everywhere else was restricted, allowing only authorized personnel. Besides the normal amount of curiosity, Lex did not pay much attention to those places, as if they weren't of any consequence to him. Letter 1D45C, Letter 1D4B1, Letter 1D5C5XT, Letter 1D41C, Letter 1D490, Letter 1D52A. Eventually, Lex made his way to the local apothecary and bought some pills to help him stabilize his new realm, and made some friendly conversation with the guy as well. His shop was the busiest, which was predictable given it was a time of war. But he did not spend too much time there, and eventually returned to his room and began to cultivate. He spent the next few days maintaining an ordinary routine, while slowly building a relationship with the locals and gathering information covertly to the best of his abilities. One night while Lex was cultivating, he suddenly opened his eyes as a gleam flashed through them. Whoever was spying or monitoring him had left, and he had passed the initial stage where everyone suspected him. Now he could truly begin his investigation, but he didn't act immediately and continued to cultivate. In the morning, the first thing he did was reflect on all the information he had gathered. The target Alexander wanted him to investigate was called Fernando, and while he was not the highest authority in the fort, he was up there. As such, learning his whereabouts from the common folk was nigh impossible. But even if he did, Lex did not plan on sneaking to him and following him around anyway. Lex did not have the stealth capabilities for that, nor would that be helpful. Lex's greatest tool at his disposal were his abnormally sharp senses. From the comfort of his room, he focused on the thought of discovering the abnormalities in the fort, and then allowed his instincts to take over. To his great surprise, he immediately discovered not one or two, but three extremely significant abnormalities. While two of them were inside the fort, deep within the restricted areas, one of them was at the fort wall. Lex frowned. Unlike the forts of mortals, forts used by cultivators had hidden complexities that were the real reason forts could be used as strongholds. The walls would not only be much stronger than that of normal forts, but would also mark the edges of the protective formation in place and protect its vulnerable parts. As such, not only were walls kept well repaired, they were frequently monitored and checked in case an issue with the formation should appear. This was what he had recently learned. So how could an abnormality appear on the wall? It was unlikely that this had anything to do with the motives of the terrorists, but it could still be a lead of some kind. Who knew if the terrorists weren't pretending to support Fernando, only to fatten him up and then reap the rewards when they were ready? The foundations of the rebels' hold on this entire territory rest in the steadiness of the fort. If it was compromised, this would soon become another spot of heated conflict. With many possibilities arising from this abnormality, Lex decided to scrutinize it first. It also helped that it was the easiest to access. If Fenrir would finish his task in the tower, then such investigations would be much easier. But since he was still busy, Lex had to make do. He exited the tavern, extending casual greetings to some of the regulars he saw on the way. As if all was normal, he embarked on his daily stroll through the fort. More than once he had shared with his most recent acquaintances that walking around helps him clear his mind since he had spent so long in retreat. As such, many people had become accustomed to his roaming. He followed the path he usually took on his strolls, which allowed him to cover all the areas which did not require special clearance, when he encountered something unexpected. Among the droves of people he crossed, he suddenly passed someone who was awfully familiar to him, so that he was sure they had met, but he could not recognize her. Ordinarily, this was a normal thing. In fact, Lex often forgot people after meeting them, leading to awkward encounters later. Yet with how his memory had improved after cultivating, this was no longer an issue. He could always perfectly recognize people, yet this time he failed. If it weren't for his instincts confirming that he had just crossed someone familiar, he would think that he was imagining things. Unwilling to draw attention to himself, he turned and glanced at the person who had crossed him. It was a lady, as far as he could tell, though he could see none of her features from the back as she was garbed in the conservative clothes that were the norm on Polbitvi. Beside her, there were two kids that Lex recognized. He had seen them the first time he had arrived on Polbitvy, and they had been staying in the room adjacent to him. He tried to imagine what kids who could live in the protected area of the Jotun would be doing in the rebel refugee fort. The instance was too mundane, and he did not find anything suspicious about it other than the fact that he did not recognize the woman. Still, he took note of it and made a mental note to remember that they may be somehow involved in this messy situation. But since he felt no threat from them, and his instincts noted nothing else of interest other than their familiarity, he decided to stick to his plan. The portion of the wall he needed to investigate was a part of the restricted areas, so to access it he had to do so from the outside. He exited the fort and seemed to head in some far-off direction. Once he was out of sight, he immediately picked up speed and began running in a different direction. After spending 20 minutes running to and fro, Lex felt confident that he was no longer being supervised or followed. Although he did not sense any followers even beforehand, he had enough spy books to know one was always supposed to ensure they were not being followed. And finally, he stealthily made his way back to the fort. Although Lex was not adept in stealth, he still tried his best as he approached the wall. Since the hill was bare, there was no way he could merely walk up without being noticed, so he cast an illusion technique around himself to make him blend in with the scenery. Such a technique would not survive close scrutiny, but fortunately Lex did not plan on coming too close to the wall. Once he was halfway up the wall, he used the in-law effect to directly teleport to the place he felt an anomaly. Aware of his own shortcomings in this field, he did not try to devise an unnecessarily complex plan. Instead, he relied completely on his instincts to guide him and let him know where and when to teleport. Although he felt relying solely on his instincts was not the best practice, sometimes he would have to make do. When he reappeared, he was inside a dark and narrow tunnel directly below the wall. Unlike what one would expect, this was not a service tunnel used to maintain the formations. Instead, it was a tunnel dug right through the dirt and stone below the wall, and it was filled with unmarked wooden barrels. Sensing extreme danger, Lex froze. Chapter 697 Injured. The extreme and sharp sensation of mortal peril gripped Lex's heart, causing him to freeze lest a single movement provoke an irredeemable accident. Let alone move, he even halted his breathing and subdued his own heartbeat so that his presence would cause menial changes to the environment. For the first time in a long time, Lex felt the scent of death surrounding him. Whatever was in those barrels was exceedingly dangerous, and even the slightest exposure would outright kill him. There would be no steady decline, no time for retreat and treatment. It would be instant death. At least, that is what his instincts were telling him. In fact, even sealed in those unassuming wooden barrels, whatever was inside seemed to be affecting Lex's health already. He felt his stomach lurch and grumble, and an unbearable pain began to develop in his lungs. But while the situation had suddenly turned extreme, Lex did not allow his thoughts to fall into disarray, nor did he panic. Calmly, as if he was in no jeopardy at all, he assessed the situation. Other than the overseer from the Jotun Empire and the head of the family controlling Polbitvy, there should be no Earth immortals on the planet at all. Even then, both those immortals were restricted from freely displaying their power. As such, the general peak of this planet was considered the nascent realm. The fort, correspondingly, should also be of the nascent realm, with formations, spirit tech, and other treasures to ensure security. If that was the case, Lex was absolutely sure that whatever was in these barrels was overkill. If the purpose of whoever prepared this trap was merely to destroy the fortress walls, he need not prepare such a deadly weapon. If this was meant to destroy the whole fortress, and not just the wall, Lex still felt like it was too much. There had to be some other purpose behind this tunnel. Unable to gain any significant information, Lex used his spatial bangle and put on his fancy contact lenses in hopes that its database had some information. To his pleasant surprise, it was able to reveal something to him, though it was not as much information as he had hoped. It had identified the wood used to make the barrels as void wood. Void wood, according to the lens's elaboration, was a generic term used for any kind of wood gained from trees that grew in the vacuum of space. The most common kind of void wood was from a species of trees that flew on comets and meteors and was resistant to high temperatures and radiation. This kind of wood was extremely resilient and was often used to store extremely hazardous materials, as it could even prevent the permeation of higher forms of spiritual energy. Which specific kind of tree this void wood was from was not mentioned, as the lenses could not detect it. If the specific tree was determined, then Lex could accurately gauge the danger level of this substance contained in the barrels, as the wood from different trees had differing resilience. For a moment he considered daring to take one of the barrels with him. If he stored it in his spatial bangle, it should stay safe, right? That way he could transport it to be identified later. But he ultimately decided against it. Spatial equipment all contained a small, relatively stable space in which items could be stored. But relatively stable was not the same as completely stable, or else even living beings would be able to enter spatial equipment. Endless thoughts were running through his mind as he considered and discarded one plan after another, when he realized something. His left eye's ability, which he had gotten so used to ignoring, picked up on something. Yet as exactly 1 second passed, Lex felt the urge to cough. He suppressed it to the best of his abilities, but he could feel the sensation building up like a volcano. With his health deteriorating fast, Lex decided to withdraw as quickly as possible. Once again he used the in-law effect and teleported away. Since he no longer needed precision in his teleportation, he teleported far away from the hill so he no longer needed to concern himself with hiding. Finally he allowed himself to cough, but that brought only pain instead of relief. He merely coughed out some blood at first, but then the situation only got worse until he felt something rip inside his chest, and he coughed out a piece of his lung. For a moment the gruesome sight of his innards haunted him, until the sigh became even more horrific. All the blood he had coughed out turned green, and the piece of his lung began to rot right before his eyes. In seconds, nothing was left except for ash. Letter 1D45C, letter 1D4B1, letter 1D5C5XT. Letter 1D41C, letter 1D490, letter 1D52. Fortunately, the feeling of illness faded, and Lex no longer needed to cough. He felt weak, as if all the energy in his body had been drained in the fight against some disease. Whatever was going on, it was a lot more dangerous than Lex had assumed. Only a few days ago he was walking freely and confidently, thinking that he would not be hurt so easily, and yet today he nearly died inexplicably. He recalled what he had seen from his left eye. Some green particles were escaping from the barrels, yet neither his normal eyesight, his spirit sense, or the contact lenses had been able to detect them. But the source of his sickness made sense at least. He looked down once more at the place he had coughed out his lung. There was nothing left, or he might have tried to bring it with him so that the cause could be diagnosed. Lex checked his surroundings, and made his way to a relatively hidden place in the wilderness, before teleporting back to the Midnight Inn. While he had promised to help Alexander, he also needed to ensure he was in good health for the upcoming wedding. If all went well, he would once again resume his investigation after the wedding was over. Moreover, he and Alexander had an agreement. Alexander would check in at the inn every 20 hours in case Lex needed to make an emergency report. This way they could easily communicate without carrying any communication talismans or devices, which if discovered could cause problems. As soon as he arrived at the inn, Lex informed Mary to deliver his message to Alexander while he himself teleported to a recovery pod. To Alexander he had not mentioned much, and instead asked him to find Lex in the pod so they could talk face to face. His investigation had been short-lived, and not so exciting, but at least he discovered something that might be useful. He also checked his own status to see if the inn could provide some information on his condition. Unfortunately, other than mentioning that he had an injured lung, it mentioned nothing else. With not much else to do, he lay down in the pod and went asleep. Since he had a technique that would boost his recovery while he slept, this would be the best way to spend his time. Sleep came to him instantly. It felt as if only a bare moment had passed, and Lex had only just closed his eyes, when he was roused to the sight of an anxious Alexander standing above him. "What happened?" Alexander asked, imagining the worst. "Were you discovered? Did they attack you?" "Nothing of the sort, though I don't know if that's good or bad," he said weakly. He was not sure how long he slept, but his recovery had barely begun. He still felt weak and exhausted, and in fact his body felt almost frail now. Perhaps earlier it was the adrenaline from the situation that kept Lex from feeling the full extent of his injuries. Lex explained exactly what had happened, giving special emphasis to the only two matters worth regaling. The first was the mysterious woman, and the second was the incredibly dangerous and hazardous material stored under the wall. If Lex had to venture a guess, he would say that those materials were prepared to target an immortal at the very least. Since his condition was so serious even without any actual exposure, he couldn't even begin to guess how deadly the actual stuff was. Alexander frowned. This was not exactly what he hoped Lex would find, but at least it was a start. "While keeping your identity a secret, I'll share your report of the hazardous materials under the wall. If they truly are dangerous even to immortals, then we have to approach without arousing any attention. We cannot just go ahead and start digging, lest the culprit detonate it beforehand. I'll update you on any progress we make. Are you able to return once you've healed?" "It'll have to wait a bit," informed Lex. "My own task is at hand." With the wedding so close now, guests had already started to arrive in Babylon, and pre-wedding events had already begun. It was time he turned his attention to his most important quest yet. Next chapter will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Letter 1D698, letter 1D47D, letter 1D43FXT. Letter 1D554, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D696. Chapter 698, Rousing from Slumber. 5 days before the wedding, Lex was woken up from his slumber by Mary, who had been instructed by Lex to do so. To his dismay, upon waking, he did not feel reinvigorated and refreshed. Instead, the dull pain in his chest indicated his injury to his lung was still persistent. While the feeling of exhaustion was greatly relieved, it was not at the level he had hoped. Was it too much to ask for to heal completely to full health and strength after an encounter in a quick and concise manner? After all, video game characters did it so often. Why couldn't reality be as convenient? Shaking his head, Lex slowly got out of his recovery pod. In truth, he knew his thoughts were a tad unreasonable. This was a flaw of his spirit being merged with his body. Whenever he suffered a wound, it would affect his spirit as well. With a compromised spirit, it was natural that Lex had odd or unusual thoughts. The matter was not too serious, and would only become a serious hindrance if his wounds were drastically greater than they were now. While he recovered from his drowsiness, Lex reflected on his short period of acting as a spy. In his own opinion, his performance was subpar. It seems he had become too relaxed lately. He seriously needed to upgrade his repertoire of techniques. Sure, it was understandable that offensive techniques would be a weak point for him. But was it too much to ask for to have completely unsurpassed stealth skills, investigative skills, limitless knowledge on all matters he might encounter, and in other useful techniques? It seemed that Lex was suddenly feeling dissatisfied with evisceration, his remarkable versatility due to his mastery of arrays, his unsurpassed defenses, and potentially limitless options to accumulate various techniques. Or perhaps it was the knowledge that the pup Fenrir surpassed him in stealth that was truly irritating him in his mentally vulnerable state. Stifling a yawn, Lex got up and stretched his arms far apart as he loosened his body up. For a moment, he wondered if he should go back to that tower the Jotun Empire was protecting. Passing a few more levels should help him grow, right? Ultimately, he decided to do so later. No matter how random his thoughts were, he knew that he had to prioritize the wedding. "Anything I need to pay attention to at the inn?" he asked, even as he teleported to his office. Alexander delivered a message. Initially, there were some issues convincing his team to get involved in the matter you discovered. No one wanted to get their hands dirty with the war. Eventually, though, they relented and investigated. So far, there has been no concrete discovery, for anyone who has entered the chamber under the wall has lost contact, without exception. Even nascent realm cultivators were no different. Lex frowned but did not comment. Besides that, for now, there is nothing too major. There are a few applications from several guests who wish to hold some events at the inn that you need to review. The most significant one, at least from what I can tell, is the one being hosted by Vera Joel. She's using almost all the MP she got from you to host a Prophets convention. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity and looked at the application. The event was planned for a couple of months later. The curious thing was that to attend the event, an attendee would need to first deliver the correct password. Yet the marketing for the event, as well as the password, were only to be published a day after the event was already over. He supposed only those who were able to divine out the event beforehand could attend, thereby automatically proving their abilities. There were a few more events that guests had applied to host at the inn, but none were as interesting. They mostly included birthday parties, weddings, and the like. He approved them and forwarded the details to the relevant departments to begin planning. He scanned the inn once just to ensure that all was well, before diverting all his attention to the crystal realm. Using his remote presence ability, a projection of him appeared at the tavern. The mood in the main hall was drastically different from what it normally was, and there were no sailors for traders occupying the tables today. Instead, a host of refined ladies and gentlemen sat comfortably in their seats and talked in soft voices. On the small stage in the corner, a number of tiny fairies played soothing and relaxing music. It felt more like he had entered the parlor for an exclusive country club rather than a local tavern, but it only made sense. The richest and most prestigious people from across the Hum nation were to arrive in Babylon, and the tavern was the central location where they would gather. Of course, due to the small size of the tavern, only the most essential parts of the wedding would take place here, which would be limited to the most important guests. That meant the less important guests would have to use the few days prior to take in the prestigious yet rustic aura of the tavern. Surprisingly, even the most particular and spoiled of these nobles did not make a fuss, for the tavern had truly seen numerous upgrades after the star rank upgrade. It was not just the dribble oak wood, which kept the air in the tavern fresh and filled the air with a reinvigorating scent, that kept these nobles humble. Each nail holding down the floor planks, each window, each utensil and everything else imaginable used in this tavern absolutely screamed opulence, while retaining a humble and simple aesthetic. The grandeur was overwhelming, yet the blatant indifference to cosmetics and extravagance was a new experience for them, allowing them to enjoy it even further. In fact, The more astute guests at the tavern could already predict that a new trend of extremely valuable items disguised as everyday, mundane items was about to sweep the empire. By being at the source of this new trend, they could gain ideas and inspiration and be first to profit from it. Others simply took this as a novel experience and allowed themselves to live out their fantasies of traveling the lands and rubbing shoulders with the common folk. Of course, there were always troublemakers. Naki, Nami, and Nanny, the triplet waitresses at the tavern, were always popular. Moreover, their budding extroverted personalities did not allow them to hide much of themselves. As such, their low-born origins were immediately picked up on by many guests. Not many minded, and some in fact thought that they had been purposefully employed to add realism to this experience of living like a commoner. Some, however, decided to take them home for one evening. This had happened while Lex was asleep. Naturally, since Lex's sleep was not disturbed by Mary, the situation was resolved without needing his assistance. To be specific, the personal guards of the Phillips family intervened before anything happened to escort the guest away from the town. Deline had strongly impressed upon her husband how important the tavern and Lex were, and that they should use every opportunity to ingratiate themselves. Although they were more than certain that the tavern could have handled the situation without their aid, they were all too eager to help. So now everyone knew not to mess with the tavern staff. Of course, that was before Rick returned from his travels with the monster catfish in tow. Lex was not sure how he had done it, considering that monsters had a very aggressive nature, but Rick had somehow tamed the catfish monster. The monster at the peak of nascent realm was hard to ignore, especially when it followed Rick around like a loyal puppy, like a loyal monster fish. To fit into the tavern, the monster even shrunk its size. Considering that Rick had returned Zagan's scale, Lex was not aware of how he managed to tame it. He would look into it, but later. For now, Lex first checked up on all the floors of the tavern, ensuring that it was all right, before sending someone to call the Noel and Phillips families. He had to brief them on the fact that some important guests will also be attending the wedding so that they could be prepared. Moreover, he had to make preparations in case the situation developed negatively. His experience with the crystal race was enough to wake him up to the fact that things wouldn't always go according to his plans. He had to make contingencies. Fortunately, Zagan's scale would allow him to muster up a force consisting of monsters. Still, considering that the elite of the entire realm were coming, his emergency measures had to be adequate. Since he himself could not travel freely in the crystal realm at the moment, he had to make use of others. More specifically, he had to make use of all the secrets the Noel family had buried under Babylon. Next chapter will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 699, Talk Privately. Letter 1D45C, Letter 1D463, Letter 1D4C1XT. Letter 1D5C7, Letter 1D44T. Under the cold, white light of the spaceship, Z found himself walking through a busy corridor. All around him were various races with hardly any humans around, though a majority of the races were humanoid, or elvish as it was referred to as here. Some were the staff and crew of the ship he was aboard, but majority were either soldiers and mercenaries, doctors, engineers, or from any other profession that would in some way aid in battle. Warriors were in the greatest number, obviously, but the most reverence received on this ship was by medical professionals. Not all doctors had the courage to treat patients inside an active war zone, though admittedly not all who were here had come by their own choice. Followed by doctors were the formation architects and engineers. They would be sent down to various strongholds on planets where battles were taking place, and they would construct either incredible formations or build amazing spirit tech, which would greatly help the soldiers. Comparatively, it was the soldiers themselves who were at the bottom of the food chain in terms of reverence and respect. Of course, the Midnight Battalion was the exception to that rule, as were all those who stood out from the masses. The secret stares and ogles he received as he walked to his room dictated just how much the fame of the battalion had spread. They had been at war for a few months now, and were already moving towards their third battlefield. They were evacuated from the first battlefield after the entire planet became unstable, although they managed to conclude the fight. On the second planet, the war was much fiercer, and they were unable to change the tide on their own, but their hard-earned merits had made them quite popular as a result. They had played a significant role in turning the tide of battle as they protected a crucial stronghold from a never-ending siege. It was only once the tide had turned, and their role completed that they were pulled from that planet and were now being sent to the third planet. Z didn't mind. To him, all fights were the same. They were hard and hot and extremely uncomfortable. He was not ashamed to admit that they were also very dangerous, and that if it weren't for the suits provided to them by the Innkeeper, many of them would have already fallen in battle. But in life, there was no such thing as what if and only what is. The innkeeper had given them a formidable uniform, and through its assistance, not only had they all survived, many of them were growing stronger rapidly. Z himself was a prime example, as his lethality had shot through the roof, and now he no longer considered anyone in the Foundation realm his foe. Unless, of course, they were also members of the Midnight Inn. After all, Luther had also grown incredibly strong after gaining a mysterious ability to control fire, and his flames were not in the least normal. Many others had also grown much stronger under the trial of war, either unlocking latent abilities or encountering unusual treasures that gave them extraordinary powers. Suddenly, Z was reminded of a particular member who had recently begun to shine and blushed. Her name was Sandra, and she was positively electric, literally. During battle, she encountered a strange enemy, and upon killing him, she somehow absorbed a mysterious stone from within his body. Since then, she had unlocked the ability to control electricity or lightning. Moreover, because she had spent so much time observing the lightning tribulations at the inn, her compatibility with the ability was phenomenal, and she was quickly becoming incredibly strong. She also had pretty eyes. Lost in his own thoughts, Z eventually made it to his own room and lay in bed, looking out at the cosmic cloud they were traveling in. When they had started out, they were still at the periphery of the cosmic cloud, but as their battlefields changed, incidentally, they were moving deeper and deeper within. The deeper within the cloud they progressed, the more dangerous it became to traverse, so it would take a while before they reached their destination. Somehow, they had gotten a break from all the fighting, and everyone was taking their time to rest. Z was still lost in his thoughts, still playing with the space bubbles above his fingers as had become a habit. But because he was doing it absent-mindedly, he failed to notice that the bubble sometimes failed to form a perfect sphere and became slightly deformed. The occurrence was only 1 out of 100, though. A few days later, when they reached their third battlefield and had progressed deeper in the cloud, the rate of the sphere deforming became 1 out of 99. Space. Pivardi Noel, Joseph Noel, Pivardi's father, Jess Phillips and Jeline Phillips all sat in a private room with Lex, who wore a warm and cordial smile. Yet he was the only one smiling. This was the first time they were meeting in a group like this, and they came with the intention of sharing some last-minute details with Lex. To the increased intensity of the Craven War, the scale of the wedding had been drastically reduced. Moreover, many of the initially planned VIP guests would no longer be able to make it, as almost all of the immortals in the Empire were being summoned. The previously festive mood had been killed thoroughly, for all except Jess, who was still madly pining over Pivardi. Instead, what awaited them was Lex sharing with them the news that not only would the wedding serve as a front for a secret meeting between the royal families of all the top races in the realm, but that the topic of their discussion was the very fate of their realm. To say that they were shocked to their core was an understatement. Every one of them was extremely stressed due to the war, and the fact that they did not even know if they themselves would survive. Now, faced with this sudden bombshell, they were not able to cope quickly enough. The fact that even Jeline was not instantly maneuvering the situation for political gain was a testament to how dire the situation really was. As if to add credence to his statement, Lex also had Rick bring in one of the invitations and present it to the families. The aura of the innkeeper's words gripped their currently fragile hearts, and they became dazed. My apologies for extending invitations to the wedding without consulting you. I thought the leaders of the races won't exactly be unwelcome at the event, said Lex casually. Also a representative of the monsters, Rick quickly added, with no noticeable change in his expression, as if he were talking about something mundane like the weather. Even Lex was surprised to hear that last statement, but he did not show it. He made a mental note to interview Rick thoroughly later. Originally, he was worried about Rick's competency while undertaking this task, who knew he would perform a few extra credit tasks. Of course, we cannot openly share this information for security purposes, so externally, everything will appear to be as per usual. Some of the guests might arrive a little early, though I expect most will only reveal themselves on the actual day of the event. Lex, no, Mr. Lex, I think you should have kept such details to yourself, said Joseph weakly. Even we are not qualified to know about such matters. Our weakness may compromise the meeting. Impossible. You see, the invitation officially invites everyone to the wedding. What kind of wedding guests would they be if they did not at least extend their greetings to the bride and groom? There's also the wedding presents. To be honest, if the presents they give are unremarkable, I'll be quite disappointed personally. Everyone looked at Lex dumbfounded. They did not know what to say. Was wedding presents really the thing that needed to be focused on right now? Of course, as the host, I still need to make some preparations for their arrival. Joseph, I have some questions for you regarding Babylon. Perhaps we should continue this meeting in private, as it might touch upon some sensitive matters. Joseph shook his head and said, You can ask me questions right here. I have no secrets from my children, and I see no point in keeping a secret from my future family either. He glanced at Jeline as if acknowledging her. Lex smiled knowingly and then asked, "Well, in that case, I wanted to ask you if there are any more unstable factors underneath Babylon. The last time you gave me the blue crystal essence which was being fostered under Babylon. If there are more such crystals or other unstable or volatile factors underneath or near the city, can you share them with me? I'm not greedy for your resources, I just need to prepare sufficient security so nothing unexpected happens." Joseph suddenly coughed and said, "Perhaps we should talk privately. Next chapter will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone." Chapter 700, Edward Pattenfather. Shell-shocked Jeline, alongside a love-struck Jasmine, left the tavern once the meeting was concluded, both with very different mindsets. Jasmine was once again bubbling with excitement. Previously, when she found out that the scale of the wedding would have to be reduced, she was somewhat disappointed. The wedding didn't matter as much as the marriage, obviously, but which one of her siblings didn't have a lavish and exquisite wedding? She could really be blamed for having high expectations. Jeline, on the other hand, was struggling between moral issues. More specifically, given the current situation, her upbringing and training dictated that she consider the greatest political benefits. Given the current global climate, the greatest benefit they could receive was to not be involved in the war efforts against the immortal Craven army. Her entire family could be destroyed if they partook in that. And at the same time, she could not bring herself to completely remove her family from the war either. Centuries of brainwashing by King Cornelius made it so that every citizen saw it as their most basic duty as humans to fight for the survival of their race against the Craven. Caught between the selfish desire for survival and the duty to her race, she could not think too clearly. Ultimately, she decided to consult her husband and defer to his decision. Jess, Jeline's daughter, who had been coordinating between the tavern and their family, was also accompanying them back. Although it was unlikely that she knew anything, Jeline decided it was best to interview her thoroughly as well. Inside the tavern, Joseph and Pivardi were left with Lex as they continued their discussion. Since Pivardi had re-entered the Noel family, there was no reason to keep these secrets from him. Normally, Joseph would not communicate these secrets with anyone, for his family was acting on behalf of the royal family by mining and harvesting these resources. But as someone backed by the Midnight Inn, Lex was least likely to be interested in their resources. Moreover, they recalled the deep relationship shared by Aegis, the Crown Prince, and Lex. To Lex's great and utter disappointment, besides the blue crystal essence which had been absorbed by the lotus on his back and himself, nothing else was of too significant value. But as it turned out, the excuse Lex had used was quite valid. Some of the resources hidden deep underneath Babylon were extremely volatile and were protected by numerous formations. Should an accident happen, all of Babylon was at risk of being decimated by the blowout. After the conversation ended, the Noel family left. Lex's plan to use their resources as a hidden backhand had failed, but through this meeting Lex came to realize another avenue he could pursue. "So tell me exactly how it is that you ended up sending an invitation to a representative of the monsters," Lex asked in a more of a curious tone rather than interrogative one. He did not know whether to feel impressed or surprised by Rick's feats, and honestly he felt a bit of both. In hindsight, he should have considered inviting the monsters as well, but due to the fact that they have a naturally aggressive nature, he had not even considered them. Yet it was true that they were also citizens of the crystal race. The destruction of the realm affected them just as much as the others. We assumed that the fish monster that was summoned was profoundly dumb, and thus easily controlled by the scale you gave me. Yet, as it turned out, it was not as dumb as it seemed. Although it still obeyed my every command and never tried to harm me, it also took a detour while we traveled. Naturally, as we traveled through the folds of space, I could not tell about the detour at all until we arrived at the destination. By then it was too late to do anything anyway. I was faced with a massive monster that spoke directly into my mind. It asked me where I got the scale, and would the owner of it give it to me. I had nothing to hide, so naturally I told him that I was given the scale by you, and my purpose was to deliver invitations to the royal families of some nations. Since the monster was pretty powerful, I showed him one of the invitations as well. The monster was already interested in coming to the tavern and meeting you after I told him I got the scale from you, but once he saw the invitation, well, he suddenly became very polite and asked if it was all right he attended as well. Naturally, I told him that it was not up to me, and that he would have to ask you. Afterwards, we spent some time talking, and as it turns out, we share many of the same interests. We became good friends, so then I gave him a few tips about what to do when he attends a wedding. He should be arriving a day before the event starts. "You two share similar interests?" Lex asked, his voice betraying his disbelief. What could Rick, the handyman, and an ever-living monster of immeasurable power have in common? "Yes," Rick said, reaffirming his statement as if he had said the most reasonable thing. When Edward Pattenfather, the monster, gained enlightenment, meaning he gained sentience, he spent a few hundred years masquerading as a human teenager. Every few years he'd move to a town and live there, attending the local academy so that he could learn about the world. As it happens, human teenagers often got part-time jobs, so Edward often worked as a handyman at different places. He is a master at the trade, and I learnt much from him. Lex was dumbfounded and did not know how to respond to Rick. Rick, however, took Lex's silence as an indication that he should elaborate more on the topic. While Edward masqueraded as a human teenager, he formed many friends and often got involved in unreal adventures. One time he took part in a tribal war between two of the tribes living in a local Trollops territory. The war between wolves and bats was a fierce one, or at least it was for the human he was pretending to be. Another time, he pretended to fall in love with another human girl, only to be caught up in a teenage drama when another teenager from their local academy similarly declared his love for the same human girl. Later, he discovered that, like him, the other teenager was also a monster pretending to be human. It was quite the emotional roller coaster, as the girl was eventually revealed to be a daughter of the human king, who immediately recognized the two monsters and attacked them, causing them both to flee in terror. Once, all right, I get it. You two are good friends. I'm glad you're expanding your social circle, Lex interrupted Rick. He felt like the list of unbelievable stories was actually quite long, so he did not want to get caught up in them. After having dismissed Rick, Lex could not help but feel a little morose that ultimately he was unable to invite the progenitor of the Saul and Frio birds. After all, everyone else had already seemingly been invited. The only major race besides them that remained uninformed about this was the Craven. Letter 1D442, letter 1D470, letter 1D4F5XT, letter 1D46A, letter 1D476, letter 1D55. But it was what it was. He didn't want to go to the Crystal Race territory again. Not to mention there were only a few days left. There was no time. Space. Deep in the dark and barren lands controlled by the Craven was a massive citadel built seemingly out of a single, massive spirit stone. But of course that was impossible. Such a massive spirit stone could not be formed in a realm as young as the Crystal Realm. This was, instead, the result of the ingenious engineering of the Craven. Their means and methods were sorely underestimated by everyone on these lands, and that served the purpose of the Craven well. Inside a library where the shelves were made of bone, and the books consisted of skulls of various races, fitted with a strange crystal, a particularly lean and petite Craven was reading. Among the Craven, size was usually proportional to strength, but for some reason this smaller Craven seemed to defy that rule. "My liege," said a hooded humanoid figure that entered the room. "There is a command from home." "Oh, what do they want?" the Craven asked, genuinely curious. "You have been instructed to go to the Midnight Tavern in 4 days. No other information was shared." The Craven nodded, as if just that was enough. The humanoid figure also departed the library without sharing anything else. Space. Upon a tower that pierced the sky and far surpassed the atmosphere, 2 massive birds were resting in a nest made of the purest energy crystal. Suddenly, the divine energy in their bodies stirred, and a revelation came to them in the form of a name and time. It was the Midnight Tavern in 4 days. Next chapter will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone.